So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I came to Billy for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood and Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood and Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prices, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Clouds throughout the day in San Jose. High temperature is 76.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy!
Oh, my God.
I know, Paul Heyman. I know. Brock Purdy. Will he play in week 2? I didn't think this was going to be the conversation at 6:07 a.m. this morning as I welcome in all you ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We are fired up. God, what a week 1 in the NFL, capped off by an insane fourth quarter comeback yesterday with the debut of J.J. McCarthy with the Minnesota Vikings going up against the debut of Ben Johnson, head coach of the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. They had the double-digit lead ending in the fourth, but it was all for naught as, you know, everyone was crushing JJ with the pick 6. Yeah, he's cooked. He's done. He's over. He should have kept Sam Darnold. And then they were all deleting those tweaks, and freezing cold takes took over yesterday. It was a great thing to watch, but an incredible week 1. And I hope it's an incredible week 2 for the 49ers, but I have some concerns. George Kittle, going to miss a couple weeks. Hamstring injury. I think we knew that. Juwan Jennings, we'll see. Looks like he's getting some second opinions on that shoulder, but I'm concerned. And then we found out that Brock Purdy has a hurt shoulder and a hurt toe, and his status for week 2 in New Orleans is uncertain, Joey. I'm concerned, officially. And I didn't see where it happened. There's people are floating out some videos when he got popped on the side in the pocket, trying to throw to Juwan Jennings. I don't know when it happened, but the fact that after week 1, your quarterback is uncertain potentially heading into week 2, it's not good. It's not good.
there were so many different videos I saw circulating. The amount of people that are breaking down all 22 film that don't even know what they're looking at is just beyond me. There's an epidemic, and we need a vaccine, as a joke, to be able to cure some of the morons that are out there putting out definitive videos when they're not in the room with the coaches. They don't even understand concepts. I wouldn't trust them to coach a high school team, let alone a professional or a college team that are putting out, this is what happened and this is the play. And there were a couple plays where he did get hit and planted into the ground, and on one of them, he kept spinning out of trouble, Brock Purdy that was, and I'm not even sure if that was the play. I don't even know if Kyle addressed whether that was the play or not, but I mean, this is a problem. This is a big problem. There's two elements to this. There's obviously the Brock Purdy shoulder, which is the non-throwing shoulder.
Correct, the left shoulder.
And like with that comes its own issues. Then you have the toe, which I've seen firsthand one of the gladiators of the franchise, Patrick Willis. First ballot gladiator. If we were talking all toughness team all time, it's Ronnie Lott, it's Patrick Willis, right? This guy's played with broken hands, broken arms. You know, the club was what he was known for. The toe injury did in his career. So we could allow a toe. No. A toe is a big problem. We've talked about the connectivity of the bottom of the foot to the rest of the leg and the hip and everything like that. And so we have two injuries here for Brock Purdy. Were they avoidable? Don't know. But I come back to the same thing. Kyle Shanahan's principle, his philosophy has been different than what I like. I'm a believer in the Harbaugh way. The offensive line is the tip of the spear. And when you have an opportunity to draft high linemen, then they have to be the right players. But when you have an opportunity to draft those guys, you invest in that offensive line. After you find the quarterback, after you pay for the quarterback, of course you want skill position players to be around them. But you better protect that individual. And we knew for the last couple of years that they have basically tried to go to the Walmart and get a guard, get a center, get another guard. And they've been lucky with the trade of Trent Williams because he was a premium player when they traded for him, and he's been a great player for them the last couple of years. He had a bad game by every metric, my eyeball, by PFF, by everybody that rates these things.
Greg Olsen on the broadcast?
Yeah, Greg Olsen on the broadcast. Dominic Pooney was a good pick, fourth rounder. They gave Colton McKivitz money, so that's solid. I mean, right tackles are hard to find. He's kind of in the middle of the pack in terms of right tackles, but they have failed to invest in that left guard and center spot, knowing that Aaron Banks was going to leave. And this has been an issue. Like, this has been an issue for the Niners, and keeping your smaller statured quarterback, healthy in the pocket, I just feel like they haven't planned for it appropriately. Given that he's a pocket quarterback who can make plays outside of structure, you need to be able to set that guy up for success, and they have failed to put an infrastructure on that offensive line to my liking, I think to most fans' liking, and I'm not surprised that Brock got dinged up already.
888-957-9570. That's the number. We would love your participation today. We got a stacked show for you, ladies and gentlemen. We got Brian Baldinger joining us at 7:30 every single Tuesday, Baldy Days, 7:30. And then right after Baldy, we got Bonte Hill in studio for 2 hours. Not 1, but 2 hours. Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands, in studio from 8 to 10. Again, that's going to be every single Tuesday. Baldy, then Bonte. Can't wait to break it all down with both those guys today. And again, with you as well, 888-957-9570.
Joe, the first half, I must have written down and tweeted out and texted to you guys, like, Brock's running for his life right now.
Yeah.
And I think that's a byproduct of two things. Number one, it's early. And for most teams in the NFL, the first few weeks, because of the lack of preseason, is going to effectively be a preseason. Like, that's what we're seeing. We are seeing a work in progress. And you're going to see over the first month of the year, more and more of football is going to look like, helter-skelter scattershot than it is going to be buttoned up. And I think that's a byproduct of just the lack of playing in the preseason. So just put that there. Then you've got, like, the way that this offensive line was put together, and the fact that Trent missed a couple of plays, and then Pooney missed a couple of plays, and they haven't gelled altogether. I mean, how many weeks has Trent participated full week? 1? 2?
Been a while.
And I understand why you want to have a player who's older like him on a pitch count, but It's not been great for their cohesiveness up front. I thought over and over again, Mike McDonald got a free blitzer coming at Brock, and a lesser quarterback would have been sacked, tagged, hit, pounded significantly more than what Brock did in that first half alone. I thought he was brilliant in getting rid of the ball, diagnosing where that hot was coming from, and trying to make that first guy miss. But, you're setting him up to get injured. And I'm not blaming Shanahan on this one. To me, it's just his philosophy's got to adjust. Moving forward, they have got to make the offensive line a priority. And I just don't think that they have.
Niner fans, your concern level with this Brock Purdy news, hurt toe and non-throwing shoulder heading into a massive week. Before you head back home to play on the Cardinals, you got to take care of business in New Orleans first. I don't care who it is. It could be the Saints. It could be the Panthers. It could be the Chiefs. I'm not sleeping on anyone in their home turf. And they played the Cardinals tough last week, too. I know it's Spencer Rattler, so we're all sleeping on him. Oh, you can play Mac Jones and be fine. Yeah, but Mac Jones ain't as mobile as Brock Purdy. I'm just telling you that right now. We were talking about that before the show. There's parts of me that was that's curious, but also, I don't want to have to see Mac Jones if I'm a Niner fan. I don't want to see that. That's the worst case scenario this week.
If you had a more robust offensive line, I get the intrigue of wanting to see Mac Jones. Mac Jones would have probably been sacked, half dozen times in the first half?
Absolutely.
And I like Mac as a backup. I do. I think Mac is a capable backup. But this offensive line is a work in progress right now. Especially, and again, I'm giving them a little more leeway because you don't play in the preseason. And I think that we need to adjust what we're doing in the preseason so that we're a little more ready for the regular season. But this Brock thing's not good. It's not one, it's two different things, and it's week one.
Well, it's not only your quarterback now, Joe. It was you're literally your best player of all last season, offense or defense, is now out for probably 3 weeks. They didn't put him on injured reserve, George Kittle I'm talking about, which would have been at minimum 4, so maybe they think he can come back prior to that. So you're out George Kittle, who, again, was your best player, second-team All-Pro on offense last year. He was insane. He was already looking like he was replicating that in those first couple drives. And then Juwan Jennings, status unknown. Maybe he's getting a second opinion. We were kind of talking about it yesterday, Joe. Hopefully he doesn't need surgery. I don't know what it is. Is it a dislocation? They said maybe, he could play. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. So not only is your top target out for a couple weeks, now your top wide receiver potentially, at least last year, Juwan Jennings could be out this week. And then you're talking about your quarterback, setting him up for success already with a shaky offensive line, missing both of those guys. How's Christian McCaffrey going to look now after all that workload he had in week one? There's a lot of question marks after a win.
Well,
right?
No doubt. There's no doubt. Let's play this out on Kittle, though. We'll go. I have a lot of questions on the Purdy thing, but the Kittle thing, you're saying a couple weeks. I think he should go on IR. That's what I would do.
Well, they should have put him there, right? So they think
I think they've got a couple days to figure. They got to figure out what's going on with Juwan Jennings. So I think before you make a move, I think you're just kind of letting the dust settle on this. But let's play this out. You think a couple of weeks, right? That's what you're thinking?
Probably. I'm saying at minimum 3 for Kittle, probably. That's what we were talking. When you get out immediately, we were talking about it yesterday, Joe. That's grade 1 strain, it sounds like.
Okay, so if day 1 was Sunday, September 7th, 1 full week would be this Sunday, all right? Saints game. So for sure he's missing that one, all right? Yeah. So I just put miss on that. You got the Cardinals. That would be 2 exact weeks to the injury on the 21st.
He's out.
He's missing that one.
Yeah.
Well, after the Cardinals, you get the Jags. That would be 3 full weeks, okay? 3 weeks. And then on a short week, I've been talking about this, you got the Rams on a Thursday. So to me, there's not a chance in hell he's playing in the Jaguar game and then turning around and playing a couple days later. Guys, the hamstring could get re-aggravated at any point. I would, look, as much as I want him to play, as much as I know he wants to play, I think throwing him on IR, he misses the 4 weeks, then you get the long break after the Rams game. You don't play again until October 12th. If I was running things, and again, I'm not some, Dr. Narav Pandya, I'm definitely not Kyle Shanahan, that seems way more realistic to me than him rushing back to get back for 3 full weeks for the Jags game, turning around and playing on that Thursday. I don't think that's reasonable.
Does it sound insane that I am more concerned about George Kittle than I am with Brock Purdy right now? And I get it. Brock Purdy's the quarterback, but
it's both, Joe.
Of my concern, this guy's older. In a hamstring injury, I mean, we just saw with 39-year-old, 38-year-old Stephen Curry, Like, that could be the difference between making the playoffs or not, losing a guy like George Kittle for that amount of time. Now, I'm not saying it is. People got to step up. It was great that Tonjes, he was the hero of the game. That's awesome. I can't expect him to do that again next week. I can't expect, Luke Farrell, a guy that was signed to be a blocking tight end, to replicate what George Kittle does. George Kittle, what makes him so special is not only the blocking, it's the pass-catching ability, Joe, that, quite frankly, outside of maybe Brock Bowers and Travis Kelce at his peak, Trey McBride maybe, that's it. Those are the only other players I could think of on his level when he is at his best. You just don't find guys like that.
Hamstrings linger for months. Have you? I hate. We're going to compare yourself to professional athlete.
No, I've pulled my hammy. It sucks. You can't do anything. You can't.
But we've watched sports long enough. Even when you return from a hamstring strain, you don't go 110% all the way out. You in the back of your mind, you're not ready to kick it into that next gear.
Well, I was watching the game yesterday on Monday Night Football in Chicago between the Vikings and the Bears, and Blake Cashman, one of their stud linebackers, literally pulled up trying to chase after Caleb, and they literally not 5 minutes after just out, hamstring injury. So I was like, damn. You could see it in real time, and it's just that's one of those injuries, the soft tissue ones, that you can't do anything about it. No amount of injections, PRP, stem cells is gonna exacerbate the process of getting back. It's just not one of those things.
Joe, to me, it's automatic. You throw him on the IR. That's what I'm doing, because I'm not having him come back on the 28th, rush back, re-aggravate something, whatever, or even just turn around and play on October 2nd against the Rams. The date I'm circling, and this is just me, I think the conservative date is October 12th. That sounds insane, but this is probably going to be a fickle, lost year for George Kittle, and that sucks.
A lost year for Kittle after signing that contract would be brutal.
He missed not one day of training camp. It just happens. It sucks.
See, it's so funny.
Joe, it's just sports.
It's not funny, but that's not the right word. But we're talking about Juwan Jennings missing training camp, right? Gets hurt. And a lot of people probably attribute that. He missed some time, wasn't in game shape. I don't know. He gets his shoulder hurt. Okay. Then you have George Kittle. Plays all of training camp, gets some sniffs out there, plays some of the preseason, and then gets hurt. It's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Warren Sharp actually posted this, and I really like Warren Sharp. Sharp football, guy knows his stuff, football analysis. He tweeted this out. It was just 49ers health by season. 2024, number 1 most injured team in the NFL. 2023, number 29 most injured. They were 12-5. Lost in the Super Bowl.
Very healthy, but the health of that year I felt like carried over and was part of why they got more banged up the following year. You play 20-something games, will they play 21 games or whatever that year? And each one of them was tooth and nail.
And as we know from the quarterback doc or the wide receiver doc, not only Debo but George Kittle were laboring in that Super Bowl, and they lost Ray Greenlaw.
And CMC apparently had calf stuff going into that Super Bowl, which we've now learned about.
Exactly. 2022, they were the number 9 most injured team, 13-4, lost in the NFC Championship game. Obviously, you lose your quarterback there. Brutal. 2021, number 3 most injured team. 2020, number 1 most injured, and that goes back to that COVID season, the MetLife Stadium.
How?
2019, the 6th most injured, 13-3, lost in the Super Bowl. 2018, number 4 most injured.
So, okay, during the Shanahan tenure, they've been top 6 in most injured, except 1 year.
Yes. They were at least top 10. So let's do that, because they were number 9 in 2022.
Okay.
At the bare minimum, they've been in the top 10 every single year outside of 2023 when they made the Super Bowl and lost.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know. I don't know how anyone can have a good, okay, yes, football gets you injured.
Yes.
We know that, right? It's like you bake a lasagna, you better put some ricotta in there, right? That is one of the ingredients of football. It's violent, and it's going to get you hurt. Why are you smiling?
I substitute cream cheese, which is a cardinal sin amongst Italian households, but it has a higher fat content. Continue.
I love ricotta. We know it's baked into the product. The game is violent. Guys are going to get hurt. But when you go around the league and it's relative to the other teams, the fact that they're in the top 10 so often, I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if I should, for example, is it the training staff's fault George Kittle got hurt in week 1? Or is it he's old?
It's a combination.
Or is it just random?
Well, that's what I'm getting at, too. And it kind of pisses me off. And yesterday, and I've gotten to a point, Joe, where I am sick of blaming Kyle Shanahan. He's running McCaffrey into the ground. Well, dude, if the training staff is telling he's healthy, the doctors are saying he's healthy, he's saying he's good to go, what do you want the guy to do? Just not play him at all? If everyone's telling you he's good to go, what are we supposed to do?
Joe, every guy in every sport is managing some sort of pain, soreness. Every sport.
Yes.
Whether we're watching tennis over the weekend, whether we're watching all these baseball pitchers. We found out after the fact, Randy Rodriguez has been pitching in pain for a year. A year. Now, you talk to David Sampson, he'll tell you every single pitcher in baseball, if they do an MRI on their elbow, there's going to be stuff.
Inflammation.
For every
something.
single pitcher in baseball.
Yes.
Okay? Imagine what it is for football players.
Oh, they always have. Well, that's why I love hockey. It's just a lower body injury. They just don't even say what it is. Like there's hurt everywhere, but we'll just specify half the body or not. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing out the deal. I'm glad you mentioned the Giants. We got something cool going on with the Giants on the other side I will tell everyone about. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Baldy 7:30, Bonte 8 o'clock. We're talking about it all. Brock Purdy. Left shoulder is hurting. His toe is hurting. Niners are hurting. They're 1-0, though. Do you play the quarterback this week, or do you protect him from himself? 888-957-9570 is the number, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings, going on now until September 28th. Every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m., join us for hourly cash prizes. Then at 7 p.m., join us for the grand prize drawing, where you could win up to $15,000 cash.
Are you designing a new home? Or wanting to upgrade your existing one? Joe, you better consider Golden State Lumber Showrooms. They've got innovative products that include style, energy savings, and long-term performance, all from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed on all corners of the Bay Area. You can count on their expert staff to help you make the ideal choices for your design plan. And in addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire Bay Area. Take a look at the windows and doors page. It's on goldenstatelumber.com, and you could scroll through the image gallery and take a virtual tour of the showrooms, and maybe you'll find some inspiration. When you get some ideas, have questions, or you want that closer look, click the web link and schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber Showrooms. Family owned since 1954. When you succeed, we succeed.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Bow, bow, bow.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Thank you, San Jose Jazz fan. Shout out YouTube. We love you guys commenting on there.
In the words of Lamar Jackson, some of you just overstep the boundaries and need to get pushed. Just in life. I do like... No, like, I'm talking about life. Forget YouTube chat. I'm talking about just life. There's a whole generation of youngsters that talk smack online, and they don't realize in real life you could get punched in the face.
The keyboard warriors is what you're referring to.
When we were kids, we would play ball up and down the street, and there was a family up the street that had like 10 brothers and sisters. And
that was me.
If you stepped out of line, like one of the older brothers would check the younger brother or a kid in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
And like that would happen routinely. And you know what you learned at an early age? Yeah, I'm more of a talker and not a fighter.
Which is okay.
But I better pick and choose when I want to talk.
Just like in WWE. Sometimes you have the mic skills. Sometimes you have the wrestling skills. Sometimes you can be like The Rock and have both.
Exactly. But that's just a life thing. I just feel like this society is just, you don't realize that, like, the way people talk about each other, it's unreal.
Well, people don't want to hear about injuries, I guess, this morning. But when the quarterback comes away from a Week 1 win and he's hurt, we got to talk about it.
Not only the quarterback, the Hall of Fame tight end.
Your number one wide receiver last year has a shoulder injury. The list goes on and on and on. And I tell you, 2024, they were the most injured team last season. 2022, the 9th most. 2021, the 3rd most. I don't know what to
make of that.
2020, the number 1 most. Like, why?
Okay, so
why do the 49ers keep having to deal with this many injuries? And maybe it's just after Week 1 and more so than any other team that I could think of right now. And again, we are viewing it through a Niners lens. We aren't as tapped in on the Indianapolis Colts, on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Carolina Panthers. Just enter Team X. We're not going to be as tapped in on the injury reports of those teams weekly. Now we have fantasy football, the big boys, sure, but we are locked in on the 49ers, and it just feels like, Joe, more so than any other team in the NFL, the injury bug strikes this team the most.
So okay,
it feels like that.
If I were to just write down, don't get triggered by these. I'm just going to write down.
Oh boy,
what could the plausible reasons be? These are hypothetically. If we were all in a room and we're brainstorming. Okay, I'm going to start writing them down. Is it the style of play on either side of the ball? Are they too physical? Are they too finesse? Is it the way they train? Is it the way they practice? Is it the way they prepare their body in between practices and games? Is it nutrition? Is it playing surface? Is it not playing surface, meaning you're playing on the wrong kind of surface? I don't know. Is it Is it something stretching related? Like I'm talking about like literally the way you stretch and prepare for practices and games. Is it hydration related? I'm dead serious. Where can I keep going? How many more ways can I keep going?
Can I just...
Is it malpractice on some level? I don't think it's any of those things. I think it's all of it.
There's one you didn't mention.
What's that?
And is it a cop-out if I say this? Maybe they're just unlucky. Does that sound like maybe they're just unlucky? Does anyone want to buy that?
Well, luck is an element of sports.
It is.
People don't want to hear it.
They might just be like, sometimes that happens to like great teams where they just got an untimed injury and it sucks and they were unlucky and stuff like that happens. Oh, who's it? I was watching the Cowboy doc. You know, the Bills losing their quarterback, Jim Kelly, right? And one of the first iteration when they played each other.
Yeah.
Like
he
that's
blew his
unlucky.
knee out.
Blew his knee out. Like that sucks.
Okay. Is it they have too many older players that are on their third and fourth contracts? I'm asking out loud, okay?
See, the Kittle one, like, that one almost, like, if you take a step back, it kind of makes sense only because he's getting older. He's going to be
31-year-old tight end.
He's going to be 32 next month.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of wear and tear there. He's only missed, I think, 4 games last couple seasons. Like, he has been a model citizen from a health standpoint for this team for the most part. Given the nature of that position, Joe, and he's a blocking tight end, the fact that he stayed upright for this long has been shocking. So that one, I could kind of take a step back and say, you know what? Maybe the writing was on the wall there. It could have happened. Now, it sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I could kind of talk myself into that one. Purdy, still pretty young. Like, and this is when it gets back to protecting your quarterback and not investing as much. And I know you've been on this for a long time in the offensive line. And major question marks for him because, and I'm going to shout out Sam Lubman, he did a deep dive on the injury history of one Brock Purdy dating back to his college day, Joe. And I do want to get to it at some point because I don't want to label him with this, but we could be approaching injury-prone territory with the quarterback, and I don't like saying that.
Well, all these guys, like if you watch, Peyton Manning try to walk today, how many injuries did Peyton Manning have in his 20 years?
Dude, after the neck surgery, I didn't know if he'd be able to play again.
Yeah, I mean, he walks differently, as he talks about. You talked about this last night. So I don't think this is only Purdy related, but there is an element of, like, when you meet a guy like Carson Palmer, I got to meet Carson Palmer, not one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, a good player.
He was good.
He was the largest human being I've ever seen in my life. His forehead was humongous. Humongous.
That's just that USC education.
Now, that doesn't mean you can't be a good player. I've seen Joe Montana in person. He's a small guy. You're like almost kind of shocked as to how small he is. And that's why he got hurt over and over and over again. And only,
size
as I go in quotations, only played, the 15 years in the league. Also, the style of play at that time, the rules, the surfaces they were playing on. You play on Old Veterans Stadium and the old Meadowlands, like you're playing on concrete. So there's many reasons why Joe didn't sustain, but he battled so many injuries throughout his career. Smaller guys are going to get dinged up. Big guys can get dinged up too, don't get me wrong. But like there is something that why Brock Purdy is jumping in the pocket to throw the ball. So that's an element which gets me back to why you should invest in your offensive line even more, why it should be a priority. But Joe, on the injury thing, I don't think you can blame Shanahan solely. I don't. All right, I don't think you can blame the coaching staff, the training staff, the organization. I don't even know if you could blame the players. But if I was a part of that organization and this were any other industry, what would they do to figure out what the problem is? They would hire an outside consultant to audit whatever they're doing from top to bottom, come through all the plausible scenarios, and they would at least bring someone in from the outside to evaluate what they're doing and contrast that to other teams in the league who aren't as injured. And they would try to find either inconsistencies or consistencies, and they would at least evaluate their go-to-market strategy on training. Would they not?
They would. And just playing catch-up right now, if you're just joining us, George Kittle going to be out for the next couple weeks due to a hamstring injury. He was not put yet on IR, injured reserve, which is a minimum 4 games missed. So he's not on there yet. Doesn't mean he can't be put on there. But for now, looking like a couple weeks, maybe 2 to 3 for Kittle. Brock Purdy dealing with a non-throwing shoulder injury, so that's his left shoulder, and a toe injury. And this is what Kyle Shanahan had to say about it yesterday on his conference call.
One of those two Purdy injuries more severe than the other, and he in risk of missing a start or two?
I'd probably say the toe's worse than the shoulder.
And what about his availability this week?
Yeah, we're not sure. We got to see how it heals and how the week goes on it.
So uncertain, we'll say. He has to see how the big toe is. He's not really concerned as much with the shoulder than the toe. And again, I keep reiterating this. You're going to be playing on artificial turf this week at the Superdome. Not good for the feet, Joe. And not good for a guy who was running for his life, quite frankly, last week. And if he is even a step slower, Joe, those ones where he can escape and either pick up a first down or pick up a couple yards or scramble to throw a game-winning touchdown on Tonjes, those are sacks. Those are throwaways. Those are negative plays, potentially, with just a slight step lost with a toe injury. So that is massive. I know we kind of like to laugh, I do it all the time. This is like the softest injury in sports is like a blister with a pitcher, but it affects everything.
It's not, though.
But, no, I know, but it just sounds because we compare it to football injuries. Like, oh, these guys are dealing with ruptured spleens.
I know, but it's the gripping of the ball. You literally can't spin the ball.
I know, but it's just, you're just like, we all get blisters is what I'm saying. So like the average Joe is going to be like,
Joe,
oh,
if you got
a blister.
If you got a ridiculous blister on your finger and you were a surgeon, okay, you wouldn't be able to do the job.
I know. Well, this is what I'm getting at here. Just the toe injury, because people are going to be scoffing. Oh, it's a toe. It sounds so soft. No, the entire quarterback position is predicated on what? Your feet. Being able to step up in the pocket, being able to plant those feet, being able to jump cut, be able to move around, slide step. It's all predicated. Why did Bill Walsh love Joe Montana so much, Joe? The feet. There you go.
There's a bunch of articles about turf toe and why it's such a aggravating and difficult injury to overcome. And one of the things is like, it plays tricks on you. You think it's good to go. You rehab for, maybe a couple of weeks, and you're like, oh, it's good. You go out there, you run around, and then one cut in the wrong direction, and it gets re-aggravated, and you're back on the shelf. And it can affect how you run. It can affect your other foot because you're overcompensating for not putting too much pressure on it. This is not a great injury at all. I'm equally as disturbed over the shoulder and the toe.
All right, on the other side, we're going to continue this conversation. Baldy, 7:30, Bonte at 8 o'clock. Again, every single Tuesday going forward, we're going to have a double dose of Brian Baldinger and Bonte Hill talking all things 49ers. By the way, we're also going to give you 2 chances to win a pair of tickets today to Saturday night's Giants-Dodgers game. First 15,000 fans get a free Giants 49ers themed jersey. And we will give away the first pair coming back from out of the break at around 7:18. So be listening around 7:18, 7:20-ish for that first chance to win a pair there. And another pair in the 8 o'clock hour where we'll be playing What Did Baldy Say? So you got to be paying attention to that Brian Baldinger for that second chance in order to win. You have to be the first caller and answer a question about what Baldy said when he joined us again at 7:30. Also coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are taking on the Seattle Storm, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What do you make of the 49ers injuries, Niner fans? Are they just unlucky? Is there something more to this? They've been in the top 10 in injuries when it comes to all the other NFL teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times in the last 7 years. Is it something or is it nothing? We'll talk about it on the other side. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice.
which financial institution best fits what they're looking for. It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
After my divorce, the house felt too big, and I wanted to downsize.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Kelly sell her house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I found the perfect smaller home. It's such a huge relief.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
This sucker. I love you, Sarah. She's the best. Just brings a smile to my face. I need a smile this morning if I'm a 49er fan.
You know what we were talking about, me and her this morning?
Oh, you guys are besties
about
now.
The humidity. Yeah, we are very close.
Okay.
I love Sarah. My wife has been a Sarah and Vinny fan since day one.
You know, I'm a little jealous because whenever we're going out into the public area in the kitchen, we could always hear their show. Are they ever playing our show in there? Are they ever playing 95.7 The Game content in the public area with the KCBS
when we've been around
employees?
as long as they've been around, we'll get that opportunity. But we were talking about the humidity in the city, and it just feels like, I hate saying this out loud into a microphone, there's a lot of earthquake weather going on right now.
What?
Yeah, earthquake weather is like, to me, when it's like super humid and maybe the outside settings actually don't reflect the humidity. It looks either overcast or foggy or cold or whatever. We call that earthquake weather, Joe.
Dang, Joe.
That's what we call it.
I just looked that up quick just to let AI. There's no.
You
such
can do
thing
whatever
as
you want on AI. I'm telling you what we talk about locally.
Okay. The idea of earthquake weather with its origins in ancient Greece likely arose because people have a natural desire to find patterns in unpredictable events such as earthquakes, while statistics show that earthquakes are equally distributed across all types of weather. Kind of like the 49ers injury history. It's unpredictable.
Stop using AI. This is called local knowledge.
It sounds like the earthquake weather is very similar to the 49ers injuries. And maybe there's just, we're trying to find a pattern. That's what we want to do. And maybe they're just unlucky. It's just unpredictable. All right? That's injuries in sports and in football. It's a violent game, and we're trying to find patterns here to fit certain narratives. Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it the training staff? Is it the turf that they're playing? I don't know.
No, but you would, if you were running a business that was worth $10 billion, you would hire someone from the outside if you had a specific problem with whatever it was with your employees and it kept reoccurring and you didn't have answers. You would hire a firm from the outside in to at least analyze what is the competitor doing and why are they able to stay more efficient, more healthy, whatever the thing is that you're looking to diagnose. You would hire someone from the outside to kind of just evaluate what you're doing from top to bottom and compare and contrast that to everyone else in the league.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan more from his media conference call yesterday, talking about the Kittle and the Brock Purdy and the Juwan Jennings injuries.
And Joe, they might come back to you and say, there's nothing you can do. It is just unfortunate or luck or whatever word you want to use to describe it. Now, on toe injuries, turf toe is a very loose term. Okay,
I never knew what that meant. Yeah, can you
basically
explain
it's like the big toe, and it can be from a strain to a type of bruise. I mean, it's a widely used kind of phrase, if you will. It's like saying, I got a sprained knee. I mean, what's the degree and how severe is it? And, how bad was the blow? And was it a traumatic blow? Was it a tweak? But basically, they did a deep dive between 2010 and 2015, okay? And the average per year, you have about 71 toe injuries, okay, per year. That's what they're saying.
Damn.
It's a lot. Now, but that includes practice squad players. This is back when. And 29 of these injuries were on grass, 29 on turf, 13 unidentified. The average missed time was 3 1/3 games. 9 players placed on injured reserve, 8 required surgery, 16 offensive players. Like they did this whole deep dive. So it could be a game, it could be 8 games, it could be somewhere in between. Who knows? It's a very unknown injury.
And it's not just going to go away. That's the thing. Like, as we know about toes, I mean, we like to walk every single day. You can't do anything without them. And he's not going to be able to be the same quarterback if he's dealing with a nagging injury like this. Now you can take some pain medication, but eventually, as we've talked about, it connects everything. The feet, it connects. It's just a trickle-down effect of everything. And I am very concerned about this game in particular because, again, he's not going to be playing on natural grass this week. It's going to be played on a rubber surface with rubber pellets that do not have enough give. And there is something to be said about the lower leg injuries, whether it's knee, feet, calves, whatever. There is a correlation between those types of surfaces and soft tissue types of injury. Now, I don't know how much of a soft tissue this injury is. Is it the bone? I have no idea. Kyle Shanahan, again, talking about Brock Purdy's toe/shoulder injuries. Matty Barrows, The Athletic, asking the question.
One of those two Purdy injuries more severe than the other, and he in risk of missing a start or two?
I'd probably say the toe's worse than the shoulder.
And what about his availability this week?
Yeah, we were not sure. We got to see how it heals and how the week goes on it.
Okay, so that's on Brock.
That's not good.
What's going on with Juwan Jennings, Kyle, and his shoulder?
How severe Juwan Jennings' shoulder injury could be?
No, the MRI was good. We're just waiting for a CT.
All right. George Kittle, hurt hamstring. You think he's going to have to go on IR, Kyle?
I mean, when they tell me a few weeks, it's always a possibility. I mean, in order to do that, it's got to be a 4-week injury. So I don't think we've decided on that yet.
And finally, any reports on Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams?
Yeah, I got no reports on either of them today, so I'm sure they're normal soreness from a physical football game, but their injuries were no reports on them, so that means they're good.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better today, albeit Trent Williams' performance in Week 1 didn't give me a lot of faith going forward. Hopefully he bounces back. He is a Hall of Famer after all, but he's also getting older, kind of like we were talking about with George Kittle. Reason why, we could point to here with the soft tissue injury, it's going to be 32 next month. There's a lot of wear and tear on that body. Like, those things happen. Like, I don't want to sit here and sound like we were shocked when the Steph Curry injury happened. What did we all talk about? All that workload he had in that first round against the Houston Rockets. Not saying it's like for like the same thing, but when you get older, those injuries happen. That's baked into the equation, Joe. Similar with George Kittle. Now, it sucks because he played all in training camp and he was contributing. That one I could wrap my head around. It's the Brock Purdy one that has me the most concerned right now. After we just paid him to be the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, he's got a toe injury in Week 1, and that's not something I think is just going to go away.
Well, and another shoulder injury, too.
Yes.
Which that ended his elbow and shoulder kind of ended his year last year.
Thankfully, it's the non-throwing one, but doesn't mean it's any less painful. Right? And he has to, move it around.
Why did Jeff Garcia get released from the 49ers 20 years ago?
Tell me why.
It's accumulation of injuries. Yeah. That's what happened. He just got too hurt. They were expensive, all these players, him, Hurst, T.O., they were going through a reset. But, if we boil it down, injuries, the body gave out on him.
And how big was Jeff Garcia?
About Brock Purdy size, a little taller, little skinnier, but about Brock size. And similar play style.
And Drew Brees, similar. A guy that kind of stayed healthy for most of his career. But remember, early on, San Diego Chargers days, he was getting hurt a lot. People had a lot of question marks there.
I go Jimmy G. Jimmy G, why was Jimmy G not the quarterback, and why did they move up to go get Trey Lance? You could say, hey, the coach was frustrated with the play, and that was a part of it. It was the injuries.
You couldn't trust the body holding up. You just couldn't. That was the big part of it.
And physically, today, Jimmy Garoppolo is a lesser version physically than what he was 2019.
Absolutely. Now he is the backup with Matt Stafford, who is also dealing with injuries.
So you've got this whole Brock thing of the injuries and stuff. And so I just ask these questions out loud. Forget New Orleans and how good you think they are. We all agree you can't sleep on any opponent in the NFL. So this is not about New Orleans. If you're worried about your quarterback even a little in the NFL, who is your franchise quarterback that you just paid, do you even want to see him play on Sunday? I think if he wants to suit up and he wants to play, you play him. But I also understand having a long-term view of, hey, you got to protect him. You got to do what's right. I just think about, hey, if Josh Allen's ready to go, he plays. If Burrow's ready to go, he plays. If Lamar's ready to go, he plays. If Purdy is ready to go and he wants to play, I play him. Because I don't know if come week 15, 16, 17, you're still in it. We don't know. So while the season is still fresh and still ready to go, I understand trying to be patient and you have to take the pragmatic long-term view. It's week to week. And if he's good to go, I think you got to play him.
By the way, be listening in the 7 o'clock hour around when we're coming back around 7:18. You're going to want to be listening for this sounder, Carter. Because that's going to be your first opportunity to win a pair of tickets for the Saturday night Giant Dodgers game. So be listening around then. Plus, you'll have another opportunity in the 8 o'clock hour, but you got to be listening to the show and know Brian Baldinger and what he says during the 7:30 interview we have with him. So between 7:30, 8 o'clock, when we have Baldy on, he's going to say something. You got to be paying attention. We're going to ask a question about said interview in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll hit the sounder, call then to the contest line. In the meantime, people want to talk injuries right now,
let's
Joey.
talk to them.
Let's go to the phones. Doug is in Wichita.
What's
Wants
up,
to join
Doug?
the conversation. What's up, Doug?
Hey, good morning, guys. Bang, bang, Niner gang, right?
Yeah, well, they're banged up Niner gang.
Bang, Gurney gang.
Yeah, that too. That as well. So the difference between being hurt and being injured, I get the impression Purdy's hurt. That's okay. It's not his throwing shoulder. The toe, well, like Shanahan said, remains to be seen, I guess. But if he feels like he can go, he needs to be out there. Definitely needs to be out there.
I'm with you.
I think Kittle's actually injured, and my strategy would be, one of y'all was talking about even going through and not trying to get him ready for the Rams. I think that's when we need him back by. Like, if he comes up, says, hey, I'm ready to go, man, you throw him in there. And that game right there, I think we can get with the Cardinals with or without him. Not worried about that. I know they're kind of a thorn in our side or whatnot. But the Rams game is the one where I'm like, nah, don't want it. If we can go full strength or as close to it as we can, we got to do it.
What about the game 3 days or 4 days before that, the Jaguar game on the 28th? Would you not have him play in that game?
Hey, if I'm coach and he's telling me, coach and guys, I'm ready to roll, I go with my athlete, man.
Okay.
They know their bodies. We know that they know their bodies. There's a difference between hurt and injured, you know. And if he says, hey, injury's good to go and it's clear on whatever, doctors say you're good, let him roll out there. But strategically, by the Rams, I would not have a problem if they said, you know what, we're going to hold you out until the Rams, period. I got no problem with that.
It would be about 3.5 to 4 weeks, give or take, if he sat out until the Rams game. Technically, probably closer to 4 weeks.
I'm very curious to see what the Juwan Jennings update's going to be there, too, because now we're talking about it's one thing with Kittle, but then you double down to lose your number one wide receiver from last year. This is where, Joe, I'm starting to think about it. The DeMarcus Robinson suspension really hurts them.
No doubt.
This is that's what I'm going back to. Him missing these first 3 games is brutal for them right now.
How sad of a sentence is that, though? As you look at the Eagles and how loaded they are, the DeMarcus Robinson injury or suspension really does in the Niners.
I mean,
that's how thin they are.
But that's how thin. But also these are their top 2 pass catchers. So if the equivalent for the Eagles would be if they lost Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, quite frankly, or Dallas Goedert, I guess, in this case, and A.J. Brown.
And Jalen was hurt.
Yeah, and Jalen was hurt. That would be the equivalent for them. They don't have to deal with that. But again, they always have people in the pipeline to, go up. Didn't they just trade for someone from Jacksonville yesterday?
Yeah.
Someone,
Tank
I forget.
Bisbee.
Tank Bisbee. There you go, the running back there. So they got some depth. 888-957-9570.
So do you want Brock Purdy to play? Let's say, it's up in the air. And he wants to go. Staff's kind of medical staff's kind of iffy. I'm just going to a hypothetical. Do you play him?
No.
Why?
I don't play
Why?
Brock Purdy this week because I don't want him to aggravate an injury and him potentially miss more weeks after this. We already saw the offensive line last week, Joe. I'm very nervous about it. I'm very concerned. And if he has to run for his life with a hampered toe this week on the artificial turf, hurts it even more, gets sacked more. I'm telling you. Those touchdowns and those, scrambles that he had are going to turn into losses.
I don't love Mac Jones behind this O-line considering what I saw last week.
Well, I don't love Brock Purdy behind this O-line is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. But is the offensive line going to get better at any point this season? I don't know.
But Joe, when you pay...
So I sound...
But when you pay a guy $55 million, $53 million a year... If he's good to go, he plays.
But you also got to protect that investment. There's a double-edged sword there, right?
If it was Josh Allen, would he play?
Well, if it was, let's say Lamar Jackson. If Lamar Jackson has a toe injury this week, I don't know about that. They might protect Lamar from himself and say, you know what? We'll go with whoever backup we have.
I don't know.
We'll see.
I would probably assume that he would play, but I don't have a great feel for, his injury history and how often he's played when he's dinged up. I just know Brock is a gamer, and he's going to want to play.
Is there part of you, and I get it, I know what you said, you're like, you don't want to see Mac Jones at all behind this offensive line?
No, I just don't. Yeah, I don't like the fit right now, Mac, with this O-line. This early in the year when they look so, I think it's still preseason for that O-line.
Does it matter that it is the second game of the year? Had this been week 4, 5, 6, 7, this injury pops up, You got a couple more games of breathing room. Maybe you're a couple games over 500.
Oh, no, then it would be a different scenario.
Then you have but the fact that they're 1-0,
too early in the year.
Too early in the year. You got to see what you got. You got to throw them out there.
And Mac missed time. Mac missed time with an injury himself in camp. I mean, he hurt his knee.
He did.
Where's he at?
That's a great question. And then all of a sudden, if Brock misses this game, who's the backup to the backup, right?
This brings me to my third string quarterback rant from 3 weeks ago. If there was ever a team that should never mess around with nepotism roster spots as the third quarterback, it's the San Francisco 49ers.
Nepo babies?
No, it's like shame on, like, honestly, all the things people lose their mind on, shame on Lynch and shame on Shanahan for doing the whole Carter Bradley thing.
Bust.
Like, no. It's not. I'm not even joking.
Explain to the audience why it's Nepo
Carter
baby.
Bradley is Gus Bradley's kid.
Okay.
They brought him in because it's clearly his kid. And I get, like, you're going to get opportunities if you're related to someone. Like, I understand that. You drafted a guy as a quarterback who was already hurt. Then you brought in Carter Bradley. The third quarterback position in this team for this franchise should never be some like random dude who's just, hey, we're just going to give him a chance. And we're going to, of all the teams, as you referenced, all the injuries that this organization has been through over the last 6-7 years, and you did what you did. And we watched after one series, everyone in America was like, Carter Bradley's not even NFL. He's not even practice squad related. Like, shame on them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG&Z FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in about 25 minutes at 7:30 to break down all the injuries, break down a Week 1 win, plus Bonte Hill in for 2 hours starting at 8 o'clock, courtesy of River Islands. Tuesdays, you don't want to go anywhere else, man. We are locked and loaded every single Tuesday here on The Roast. And we know we're locked and loaded because we got Nick and Berkeley now.
Do you think Mac Jones wins that game on Sunday against the Seahawks? Because I say no way in hell.
No. I don't think a lot of quarterbacks win. I think maybe 6, 7, 8 other quarterbacks win that game.
You and I are in agreement.
Yeah, that was a gutsy type of performance. Now, it easily could have swung the other way had Ton just not hung on to that, but he did. And you got to give him credit for that. Nick and Berkeley wants to join the conversation. Hey, what's up, Nicky?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, so since 2013 until now, there's been a huge discrepancy with injuries with regard to natural grass and turf, lower extremity injuries and shoulder injuries from guys being attacking landing off pools. The turf is still, like, you remember when we were growing up, Statue, the turf was basically concrete with a little micro eighth of an inch of turf on it glued down, and then you'd be out there and you get tackled, man. It's like you might as well be on the street. It might even be soft. You know what I'm saying? Because they had that hardcore concrete in there, man. I'm like, man, the owners got to understand, man, that they're making investments, and their investments are getting beat up and not able to produce like they're supposed to because they're whacking their knees on this AstroTurf and stuff like that, man. The hybrid is tearing people up. You know what I'm saying? The turf, the season-ending injuries are way the discrepancy between natural grass and turf with season-ending injuries is it's way apart. It's like, man, turf is tearing people up, man. And Kittle's, I think he got hurt when he went across and he made that catch, and he was doing a crossing route early before he even scored a touchdown because when he popped up, he looked kind of gimpy. And then on a couple passes, they didn't really see it on the camera because they panned out to the wide receiver. But I seen him do the bearing down on Purdy, and I've already said we got to keep Purdy upright, man. And Purdy can't be trying to run. He's going to have to throw the ball away or something, man. Don't try to force anything and for a few measly yards and get smashed. Because like I said, man, Purdy out, his durability, man, I'm always going to question his durability. Well, because he's little, man, he's going to get crushed.
Thanks, Nick. And that's kind of why I'm feeling like this is, I don't feel great about his medical going forward right now because of this.
So let's take a look at Brock's injury history here.
And shout out Sam for compiling this. Thank you, sir.
All right. Now, look, I bet if I did this same thing for a guy like Joe Burrow, it would be pretty long and robust.
Right.
He's missed a lot of time, too.
He has.
This is not just Brock related. I think you pick any player at quarterback, and I bet we've got a laundry list of injuries. Very few make it years without getting, missing games and stuff like that. So, college career, Iowa State, 2018 to 2021. In 2019, he played through bilateral leg injuries. They were never officially listed on the reports, but were acknowledged by the coaches after the season. He didn't miss any games. So no missed games in 2019.
Gamer.
2020, coaches noted he was playing through a lot of playing with minor ankle and leg soreness. Didn't miss any time from what we see. 2021, no documented injuries. Played every single game. Considered one of the most durable quarterbacks in the Big 12. So for 3 years, didn't miss a game.
That's good. Playing in bad weather, too.
That absolutely. 2022, the rookie year. No injuries until the NFC Championship game. And we all know what ended up happening there. He had the torn UCL. That's devastating. I think that's the most random one that you could possibly get.
You were there in person.
2023. Week 7, he developed concussion-like symptoms post-game, did not appear on the injury report, was placed in concussion protocol afterwards. It doesn't look like he missed any game. He appeared on the injury report, practiced in full by that Friday of Week 8, and was cleared to play against the Bengals. He didn't look right against the Bengals.
No, you were there, too, and Joe Burrow looked incredible in that game, right?
Yeah, but the team looked bad, too.
And remember, that Vikings game was the Steve Wilkes all-out blitz before the half. Jordan Addison touchdown.
Now, he had got the concussion on the helmet-to-helmet quarterback sneak, but again, limited in practice that week. Then Week 16 against the Ravens, sustained a cervical stinger in the fourth quarter, left the game, appeared on the injury report, but was not held out of practice. So he had a stinger. Remember, Darnold came into that game late. He had thrown him like 5 picks, Purdy did.
He did. And Darnold almost came back in that game. Almost. But again, that was the game in which Brock Purdy's MVP chances diminished.
So the year he's returning from the UCL, he didn't really miss any games, even though he was dinged up. I think that's pretty remarkable, considering how much, you take every single snap and you're just going to take a lot of blows. Yeah. 2024 season, no structural damage, but he had a back injury, and that was at the Patriot game where he dove. Remember, he dove for that touchdown or first down play, hurt himself, but didn't really miss any time until Week 12 at the Packers. He sat out with a shoulder injury, and he returned the following week against Buffalo. Didn't really look right in the Buffalo game. It was also snowing.
Yep.
So who knows on that one. And then at the end of the year, obviously got hurt and had the elbow injury, which came out of nowhere on the final play, the second to last week of the year. And then this year suffered a shoulder injury on the non-throwing side and a toe injury. He's been more durable in terms of played games, but the injuries, he missed 6 months with the UCL injury. He didn't miss any games, but he missed 6 months with it.
You just heard the injury history of one Brock Purdy dating back to his college career. Now, we didn't do the high school career, so we don't know there. I'm kidding. But also, you just heard it right there. He's not injury prone per se, but there is something getting hurt in week 1 against your division rivals with the frame, with all of that attached to it. Do you protect Brock Purdy? Do you protect your investment? Or do you throw him out there this week needing him and knowing you can go 2-0 heading back home? What is the right answer here? What do you do with Brock Purdy if he can't go potentially on Sunday? Or if he says he can go, Joe, like if he knocks on your door and says, no, Kyle, you have to play me. Do you protect the quarterback from himself? It's something we're going to be monitoring all week long. Look, is he going to practice? Is he going to be a limited participant? I have no idea. The toe is such a weird injury, too. I don't know what to make of it.
I want to hear the argument for not playing him.
There you
because
go.
I'm of the belief when you pay a guy $150 million, I want to see my franchise quarterback play. Even if he is diminished a little or he's injured, guess what? It's the NFL. You have got to suit up. The old-time guys play no matter what. You got to drag those guys off the field. I want to hear somebody make the counter argument. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to pivot. Make the counter argument on why Brock shouldn't play.
And
you seem very emotional regarding this.
You have to be emotional regarding this. It's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, baby. By the way, on the other side, your chance to win a pair of Giants tickets. Also, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the Seattle Storm. And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Safeway. Baldy breaking it down at 7:30.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Select Chicken Split Breasts, Thighs, Drumstick Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event, September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And listen to all the interviews from this year's Ember Stop Wildfire Preparedness event, sponsored by PG&E, and how to stay ready in case of an emergency at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Still talking about 49ers injuries here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky. We got Brian Baldinger, the best in the business at breaking down film.
9-5 injuries plus foe IRs.
It's pretty good. It's a 4. It's an early 4. Baldy in 12 minutes. Plus, at the top of the hour, Bonte Hill in studio for 2 hours. Get his thoughts on these injuries. Do you keep Brock Purdy out this week? Left shoulder injury. Kyle Shanahan's more concerned about the toe injury, though, for his quarterback. And the more I think about it, Joe, and I'm seeing it on the YouTube chat, courtesy of First NorCal Credit Union, I think I'm keeping him out. If he can't practice this week, if Brock Purdy can't go due to the toe, and he's not practicing at all, I think you keep him out. It's week 2. It's a non-divisional opponent. It's the New Orleans Saints. If there's any winnable games early on in this season, I'm circling this one. I know you're scoffing at it.
There's no such thing as this game's more winnable than
I just
another.
said it is a winnable game. I didn't say it was more winnable.
I know,
said well, again, do you feel better about Mac Jones going up against the Cardinals?
No, like whenever your backup quarterback plays, your chances of winning aren't as high.
Totally understand.
Period. I don't care if it's the drop-off from Bryce Young to his backup or if it's Brock Purdy to his.
I feel a lot better about taking a week off with my quarterback with an artificial surface at the Superdome in New Orleans. Then he gets to come back against the Cardinals potentially on natural grass at home. That's 2 straight games at home on grass too. Going up against the Jaguars after that. I feel a lot better because the last thing I want is Brock Purdy suiting up, injuring that toe even more. Something else happens to that foot, and then we're talking about a lost season potential.
I think you're making this decision independent of opponent.
I think you nip this thing in the bud early. Take a lick if you need to. You're 1-0. You got one in the bag, Joe. 1-1's not the worst thing. Again, I don't want to, it's a loser mentality. No. We just paid this guy to be the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, to be our leader. You got to protect him from himself, is what I'm saying. Does that sound like a loser mentality? I don't think it is. Protecting the guy from himself. If he wants to go, this is when you need to be a big boy, Kyle Shanahan, and say, no, Brock, we got Mac. We're going to figure it out this week. Come back, get the rest. Feel better next week at home. We'll figure it out.
Well, all right. I get that prerogative. But had they done that exact same thing with Christian McCaffrey, what would have happened? They would have lost on Sunday. And boy, it feels a hell of a lot better for everyone in that organization being 1-0 as opposed to 0-1.
In fairness, he did practice even though he was a limited participant. So if Brock
He didn't practice with anybody on Friday. He was off to the side.
He was off to the side, but he was a quote-unquote limited participant, whatever. He was practicing on the side. He was working out. Like if Brock Purdy at least does limited participation, that will signal to me he's probably going to play. I'm saying in this hypothetical situation, Joe, if he's not practicing all week, just don't put him out there.
Well, if he's not practicing all week, we should probably get the feeling that it's very unlikely.
Exactly. And at that point,
being said, of all the guys who could not practice all week and probably go play, it would be the guy who's been there for every single event, all throughout OTAs, all throughout training camp, mini camp, everything. It would be Brock Purdy, the quarterback.
But it would tell you the severity of the toe injury.
No doubt.
Like, so that's why it scares the hell out of me.
It should. You gave this guy $150 million. Of course it should scare you. Any guy you pay this amount of money in football and you give the guarantees that they've given, whether it's Bosa, Fred, Kittle, Purdy, it should terrify you. Because any play could be your last. We just saw this with Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk was the picture of health. I don't think he missed any time for 3 years off any injuries. He had the shoulder where he was in and out, but he was as close to healthy as possible. One pass changes his whole career, right? So you never know. You can't control these things. I understand having the long-term view. Now, it's a different thing if, like, hey, he could really hurt it severely playing. Okay, now if I'm armed with more information, I'm a little more, pragmatic about it. But 9 times out of 10, if my guy wants to suit up and he's of the ilk of Brock Purdy, he's playing. Like that's football. You play. You play when you're hurt. That's what these guys do. Brady sliced up his hand and played in the Super Bowl. That's the stuff legends are made of. The guys play. That's what they do.
If he can't go, what is the confidence in Mac Jones as a backup heading into New Orleans? Again, not exactly world beaters by any stretch, but it's a tough place to play regardless. And he'd be making his first start in this offense with this team, obviously outside of preseason. What would be your confidence level of Mac Jones getting it done potentially? Oh, and before you answer that, Joe, that is the sounder. And your San Francisco Giants are taking on the LA Dodgers at Oracle Park this Saturday, September 13th. The first 15,000 guests receive a 49ers baseball jersey. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, be the first caller to the contest line right now. 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652. And you'll score 2 tickets to the game courtesy of Xfinity. So if Brock Purdy can't go this Sunday in Nolans, your confidence level in Mac Jones is what?
I don't know. I mean, confidence level in Mac, it's tough. I mean, I've seen him play in a couple preseason games, and he didn't look great. At practice, he looked good, but it's practice against second stringers and throwing to second stringers. And to me, it's more like Mac is a downgrade from Purdy, and I look at his ability to diagnose the blitzes on the edge and to be able to make that first guy miss. I don't know where he's at.
I think he can win this game with Mac Jones in New Orleans. Now, is it going to be one of those things where we're talking on Monday? Do we have a quarterback controversy? Let's relax there. I do think there is a tremendous gap between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. That being said, I also think there's a gap between Mac Jones and Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. So, that's where I'm looking at it in comparison to last year, Joe.
Okay.
I did feel like if Brock Purdy couldn't play, you were screwed. I did feel that way.
But it would be Mac Jones with no Jennings, no
Potentially.
Kittle.
We don't know about Jennings, but definitely no Kittle. It's probably not going to be Jennings, but again,
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. But you got CMC. You got Christian.
Like Brandon Allen, I believe, had Debo and no Ayuk, but he had Debo and Kittle. So I don't know, man. It's tough. I think it's really tough. I think they're in a really tough situation. My confidence level in Mac Jones, not great right now. But I'll be rooting for him, and I hope he can pull one out. And I just think I'm not sleeping on the Saints. It's early in the year. We don't know what they are. We don't know who they are. I don't know what their strengths and weaknesses are. I know they lost over the weekend. That doesn't mean anything. I think we need to, understand that all these teams are a work in progress. No preseason for anybody now.
No, I hear you.
The Niners aren't buttoned up. We don't know what they are.
I hear you on that, but this is why I'm kind of leaning in the camp of maybe not playing Brock this week. And again, we'll see the severity of said toe injury as the week goes on with the practice. If he's practicing, if he's limited participant, probably going to be the sign that he's going to play on Sunday and that it's not as serious as we think. If he's going to be held out all week, though, and not practicing, that tells me it's pretty severe, and I would protect him from himself, and they might announce that on Friday or what have you. That being said, I do think to protect him from himself, if that is the case, you do take him out this early in the season because it's so early. But
I think you need to know how compromised is he? If he can't protect himself, that's the line that I draw, and I say you take him out there. It's not about diminishing returns or worrying about week 15 or whatever. You got to be able to protect yourself on the field. That's number one. And if he can do that, then he's playing. That's what he's going to do. That's what these guys do. Bosa did it with double oblique strains, and he went out there. CMC's not 100%. Kittle's played with injuries. All these guys play with injuries. As long as you can protect yourself and move around enough, you play.
Okay, so what if he goes out there and clearly has lost his step with his mobility?
Then you yank him.
Then you yank him.
Yeah,
okay.
Then you yank him. That's a different story.
Okay, because that could absolutely happen on Sunday.
Sure.
You could absolutely go out there,
absolutely
look bad, gets blown up a couple times, and then it's just what the hell are you doing? Why did he even play in the first place? And then I'm having question marks either in regards to Kyle Shanahan or the quarterback on the thought process of throwing your $200+ million quarterback out there again. I keep saying this. He is the investment going forward. If you lose Brock and he gets hurt even more this Sunday, that is on Kyle Shanahan. We're talking about whether or not it's unlucky. No. You can protect him from himself. Again, we shall see as the week goes on. This is a hypothetical situation. We got Baldy in a couple minutes. Get his thoughts on it. There's a lot of teams that are dealing with similar situations when their quarterback gets hurt, whether or not to put him out there. The toe injury is so, unique, I feel like, to the quarterback position here. I don't know what to make of it, but I do know this, that Brock Purdy's game, a huge component is because he can scramble. And because of that offensive line situation, if he even loses a step, I'm concerned. Before we get to Baldy, I do want to go to G Live on the Bay Bridge.
What's up, G Live?
The conversation. G Live, what's up?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? What's
up, man?
How you doing, man?
Hope everything is well. I'm good. Just stuck in traffic. They looked okay. I just want to comment on the Niners. They looked okay for the first preseason game. Then I'm calling it that because nobody played until now. So I think what we need to do is just scheme up for the running game. I mean, this is going to be an offensive line game here. Our defense looks good, so I think they can hold the Saints, of course. But it's just got to be we got to go a little dynamic with the running game. I trust Mac Jones on short passes. I trust Mac Jones to step back if he has to. But, I mean, it's got to be predicated on the running game and the offensive line. And with that being said, I wish we could have kept Jordan Mason. He looked pretty good last night, man.
Man, I'm with you.
So
I'm with you. I would have added Brian Robinson and kept Jordan Mason.
Yeah, I don't know whether Jordan Mason wanted to stay here or not. Again, you have to ask the guy, but maybe it was a situation where he wanted to go elsewhere, be more of a featured number 2. Hell, he looked like the number 1 alongside Aaron Jones yesterday. He was
in the final minutes, and they were giving him those touches. You know what he is? It was so clear last night.
Did you see Javon Hargrave making plays yesterday? I saw more plays yesterday from Javon Hargrave than any in his Niners tenure.
Jordan Mason is a poor man's Marshawn Lynch. Like, in terms of running style. He is frenetic and low to the ground, very bowling ball. He hits the hole hard. He's trying to initiate contact. I love Jordan Mason. I just do. Now, durability, being able to play every single week at the bulk of the carries, different question. But as a change of pace guy, he's a beast.
Well, I love him. He's absolutely what the doctor ordered yesterday. If you watch any of that game, Monday Night Football, Vikings come back in the fourth quarter, and Jordan Mason was a big part of that. Javon Hargrave also making a sack on Caleb Williams, making big plays left and right, run stuffing it. It was just, I just had to laugh yesterday because of Hargrave. I just kept saying, I was like, I never saw this guy do anything. Goes to Brian Flores' defense, and there you go. Who knows? Maybe had he stayed in Robert Saleh's this year, something could have changed. And maybe that's a situation where I go back and look and say, yeah, you know what? Maybe it was Wilkes and Sorensen. They just didn't know what they had. They didn't know what they were doing with him, but is what it is.
I don't know.
I don't know what to make of it either. Let me know when we got Baldy. Thumbs up there. We got Brian Baldy.
I want to ask Baldy so many different questions.
What are we starting with, Baldy?
Well, I want to talk about the offensive line just in general in this game. And, there was a lot that was made of PFF, the grades, and they had pass and run grades for the offensive line. And I'm going to give you some of the grades. Now,
you think Baldy's a PFF guy?
No, but that's why I want to ask him because he's a tape guy. He watches with his eyeballs.
He is.
A 0 is the lowest you can get in a PFF score. 100 is the best score. So here is your best and worst performing offensive lineman. Colton McKivitz, 80 in the pass, 64 in the run. Pooney, 60 in the pass, 49 in the run. Brendel, 75 in the pass, 68 in the run. Barch, 56 in the pass, 75 in the run, which is surprising. He was good in the run game. Trent Williams, 50, their lowest pass protector. Trent Williams was graded at a 50. And as a run game guy, he was your second worst rated lineman at 55. That surprised me. So I want to ask Baldy, did the film reflect what the grades are coming out on regarding Trent Williams? Was it a bad game? Did he look slow? Was it a bad matchup? Was this poor grading by PFF? I didn't think Trent played great, but I also didn't think he played that bad. So that was surprising to me.
He allowed 6 pressures, 1 hit, and 5 hurries, which was the highest on the team. It was also the most pressures the left tackle has allowed since joining the 49ers, which is not good, to say it lightly, because this is a guy that struggled last year, Joe.
Missed 7 games.
That missed 7 games. He missed training camp. He got paid, but he's also getting older. He's getting a couple more years. He's going to be 40 years old. How much does he have left in the tank? Kind of like we're talking about, like not being surprised by the Kittle injury per se. It sucks with the timing. That's awful. He's getting older. These kind of types of injuries happen. Trent Williams is also getting older. So I know we all kind of talked about in the offseason. We didn't think the drop-off would be this significant. And hopefully it's not. Hopefully it was just, you know what? Maybe it was just a bad matchup and Seattle has a really good defense and he bounces back in New Orleans this week. But right now, like the most concerned I would be on this offense isn't Christian McCaffrey, isn't Brock Purdy, isn't, Ricky Pierce or anything else. It is Trent Williams, which I didn't think I'd be saying after 1 week, Joe, that the most concerned I am is about Trent Williams going forward. The guy that's probably solidified himself as a Hall of Famer. But again, it's not like he could take this magic serum and automatically be 25, 26 again. Like, what's the answer there? You're not going to take him off the field. Like, if he continues this play, that's the left tackle. It's the most important position on the team.
The way they're set up, he has to be the best offensive lineman.
He has to be. He has to be the best player on the team.
Well, I don't know about player, but he has to be their best offensive lineman for sure.
But, like, he was the best player, like again, we're going PFF grades here. He was the highest grade player on the team when they went to the Super Bowl.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, for their offensive line, the way they want to run left. They want to run Kittle and Trent offense. And that left guard, and they want to run over the left-hand side and have Juice as well in there. And if you can't do that, a lot of what their bread and butter is predicated on him being a great player, not just a good player, like a great player.
Well, and he got rolled up in the game, and, Greg Olson was on the broadcast for Fox Sports saying he has not had a good game, and he was right. Obviously, the proof is in the pudding there, allowing the most pressures he's done since joining the 49ers. But I thought maybe there'd be injury relations or something like that. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday again to the media and says there are no injury reports for Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams.
Yeah, I got no reports on either of them today, so I'm sure they're normal soreness from a physical football game, but their injuries were no reports on them, so that means they're good.
So there's at least if it was an injury, I could point to something. Is he just not as good anymore?
He wasn't good last year.
Yeah, but I felt
No. Was he good last year?
No, he wasn't. Not to his standards. It was not good.
So, I mean, like, this is now multiple years. Now, it's one game. Let's see how he bounces back. He didn't play in preseason. There's a mercenary element of Trent that just makes me frustrated with him. And I think that seeps into my analysis. I admit that. Like, that's my bias. Like, he's a great player. I just think that we've dramatically overrated his impact. He's a great player. One of the all-time greatest tackles of all time. It's like, okay. To me, it's the way he's conducted himself financially on this team has left me very bitter about it, quite frankly. And it seeped into how I analyze Trent Williams. And then seeing him at practice, not practice with the team when they were going up against the Denver Broncos, that bugged me. It really did.
Well, that was the look when we were both at that joint practice, as you mentioned, with the Broncos, where he was just shooting the breeze with all the Broncos defensive linemen, and he's not practicing, and he's just like, oh, as the Niners were literally getting punked that entire day. It was a tough look for the future Hall of Fame left tackle. And again, as you called him, the mercenary on the team, who's been nothing but like great since last year. But last year happened. And this year's happening. And it's a one-game sample size, and maybe you can get back to it. We're going to talk to Baldy about it in a second. Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, a guy that played offensive line in the NFL, knows a thing or two about it. Like, and even he was saying, like, hey, even if Trent's not at his best, he still might be a top 5. But to be the worst graded offensive lineman on the team when you got guys named Jake Brendel and Ben Barch and Colton McKivitz, and it's no disrespect to those guys, they just don't have the name recognition of a Trent Williams.
Now, that being said, very few plays are one-on-one. I'm on the end, and this guy's on the end, and it's just me versus him, and I got to stymie him. When they're doing these blocking, the way they do their blocking, it's combo blocks. So I hit a guy, and then the timing of the guy next to me is going to hit him, and we got to make sure that we're blocking in sequence the appropriate way to be able to block people down. Like, there's nuance to offensive line play, and I think that having inexperienced people next to him is a factor in how I judge him, because we act like he's getting thrown around like a sack of potatoes, and that's not necessarily the case either. He is getting pushed back, though.
He is, and we're going to talk to Baldy about it right now because we got him in Shark Week. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And Baldy, let's just bring you right into this. We were talking about just a massive Week 1 victory, obviously against your division rival, Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold makes his debut. Obviously, the history between Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan. It was a hell of a win, but now we have more question marks as George Kittle going to be out a few weeks. Brock Purdy now dealing with a left shoulder injury and a toe injury. Christian McCaffrey, it looked like he had the same burst, had a lot of touches in that game, not on the injury report. Juwan Jennings has his shoulder injury. How much is that going to linger? So back to more injury problems with the 49ers, who was the most injured team last season, Baldy. But let's start off with that win. How massive was it for them to get that dub the way they did it, and Brock Purdy, the quarterback, fighting through adversity after those 2 bad interceptions?
Well, it's unbelievable. I mean, the throw to Pearsall to get him down there was maybe as deep a throw as I've ever seen Brock make. And that's over a good corner in Tyreek Thornton, Woolen right there. He got behind him. Now, that was a great throw. That was 50-something yards in the air. That was, and then the game winner to Jake Tongas. I mean, if George Kittle is out there, does George Kittle catch a game winner? I don't know. Like, it was just a perfect timing. The kid jumped right in front of Woolen to take it away from him. Brock put it up there on the tee. That's an incredible comeback win and a tough place to play. Like, that game, just watching it, the physicality of that game, it reminded me of Pete Carroll, Seattle, and, Jim Harbaugh, San Francisco, and some of those battles that you all watched, 10, 15 years ago. Like, it was that level of just, I mean, it was just one car crash after another in that game. There was some great hitting going on all over the field by a lot of young players in San Francisco, players in Seattle. Like, that was about as physical a game as I saw all weekend.
How do you evaluate a game for a guy like Brock Purdy? In the first half, it felt like his anticipation of where the blitz was and his ability to get rid of the ball or move the pocket was on another level. And I thought a lesser quarterback would have been sacked a half dozen or more times in that game. But you have a mixed bag of results. All this good, the game-winning drive, they win the game. That's what it's about. And then a couple of just oh-no throws. So when you're evaluating that as a player, as a part of the coaching staff, how much do you weigh these things when talking about the quarterback play?
Well, look, I mean, Kyle wants to attack the middle of the field. The first throw to Juwan is he just didn't quite get it. I don't think he saw Jones on the play. Like, they came over from under the linebacker spot looking for work and, got his fingertips on it and took it away from him. Those are layered throws that Brock's been really good at. And one of the things that separated him from Jimmy Garoppolo, because Garoppolo struggled with those throws, but that's where they want to attack. And that's where Seattle, that's what Seattle wants you to do. They want you to go to the middle. They funnel everything to the middle of the field. And then, then it's, okay, we're going to have some contact points and we're going to get some fingertips on the balls. And then the second one, he's trying to throw it to Pearsall in the deep over. And I don't know, I thought Pearsall could have made a little better fight for it, but Joe made a good play. He's being aggressive in the throws. So I don't know, nobody wants to turn the ball over. You turn it over twice in this league, like, you don't win games. Like, they got it back twice, which evened it out. But at least he was being aggressive with his throws, and they were down the field. They weren't like, I don't know, just because his arm was weak or he didn't see a guy. I don't know. Like, I kind of felt like I could live with it a little bit, to be honest with you.
No, I love that evaluation. Purdy was diagnosed yesterday with a shoulder injury on the non-throwing.
Did it happen, Joe, in the last play?
Well, I don't know.
When he got hit?
I don't know. There was one where he was scrambling earlier in the game. He spun backwards and then threw one away and got planted into the ground on the non-throwing shoulder. So I don't know which play that happened on. And then they said he has some sort of a toe injury. Like, I mean, Baldy, like, everyone's hurt right now. I think if it's your quarterback and he's able to protect himself and play, he's got to play. How should they attack this week?
Well, I mean, just because it's New Orleans, you don't make you put the healthy guys out there. I mean, typically, if if it happened on the last play, like he fell right on his left shoulder as he made that throw. I don't know when it happened, but it's if it's any kind of a sprain, like it feels terrible right now. 2 days after. I mean, it's just he can't lift it, he can't get out of bed. It's just going to hurt. It's going to affect him probably in practice. The toe thing, I don't know what level of toe injury there is, but those things you could play with it for sure. It's just how much can you practice with it? And so, I mean, I'm sure that they're going to be busy getting Mac Jones up and ready, for the game this week because you have to. You just don't know, like, just the level of soreness or pain or I don't think the fact that he practices or doesn't practice is going to make a difference. If he can go on Sunday, I think they'll let him go. Practice certainly helps everybody, especially getting ready for a new defense that New Orleans has. But I think it's just a question of really how does he feel on Saturday right now, even if he has to miss a bunch of practice time. I think if he feels good on Saturday, they'll put him out there.
Talking with Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, and 95.7 The Game NFL Insider, breaking down the 49ers' Week 1 win in Seattle ahead of their Week 2 matchup against the Saints. And brings us to this. If Mac Jones has to go up against the Saints in the Superdome, Baldy, how should we be feeling if I'm a Niner fan with this offensive line that had a lot of question marks in Week 1?
Well, I mean, Seattle has got some great pass rushers. And they do pressure you pretty good, and they did have some success for sure. New Orleans doesn't have a pass rush like that. Not to say that those guys can't wake up, but they don't have those type of players. It's not the same, but the noise that can counter that. I mean, it was noisy in Seattle. I don't know which one can be worse. Seattle is the loudest outdoor stadium in the league. New Orleans is the loudest indoor stadium in the league. So they're going to have to deal with that, period. Silent counts, probably laid off the ball at times. But those are, nobody's going to feel sorry for you because you're on the road. Or I don't know. Is this game at?
It's in New Orleans. Yeah, 10 a.m.
It's in New Orleans. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. No, I mean it's it's the loudest indoor stadium in the league. You got to deal with it. A lot of silent counts and communication is really, really tough. And those fans know exactly what to do and how to do it to affect the visiting team.
What'd you think of Christian McCaffrey as a runner? I thought he was more effective as a pass catcher, and I loved the way Kyle utilized a couple of angle screens, very unique plays. Yeah. I really liked him as a pass catcher. I thought he was slightly hesitant as a runner, but what did the film say to you, Baldy?
I thought he was good. I mean, Seattle's they're good up front. There wasn't a whole lot of lanes there, but I thought he really hit some. One of the things I look for with Christian, when he's getting through a tight space on an inside zone, any kind of inside zone, that guy has the ability just to kind of jump through it. And I saw him jump a couple of times. And, it's just a quick, subtle thing, but it's his thing. It's what he does. And when he's on, he's doing that. And because he's going to get in, when he lands, he's ready to explode. I saw some really explosive moves of his. And one of those on the screen that you're talking about, Joe, for sure. I saw the burst, and sometimes you just trust your eyes. The burst is there, and he got a lot of touches. I know he didn't run for a lot of yards, but in order to get open in the passing game, you've got to have quickness to defeat, underneath defenders and people that are man coverage on you. And I saw some good separation from him. It's not 2 years ago good, but it's better than any point we saw last year. And so I thought that was encouraging. In fact, I might go back and do just a breakdown on some of the bursts that I saw. It wasn't every play for sure, but I thought in short yardage, he's always been really good at just pushing a pile. He's got power behind that frame of his. And so I saw a bunch of that, I thought, on Sunday.
Baldy, what did you make of George Kittle? Obviously, he looked like he was picking up where he left off with that all-pro season last year, and you got Christian McCaffrey back for a full game, and you couldn't even have a full game with your two studs with Kittle and McCaffrey. Now Kittle's going to be out at least a couple weeks with a hamstring injury. Just how big of a blow was that for this team early on to try to withstand this storm?
Well, it's big. I mean, George is, he's a red zone touchdown maker. He is as good in this whole business at yards after the catch. So, 6-yard slants can go for 25, the way that he attacks the ball. He refuses to be tackled by one guy. He's not going out of bounds. Just the mentality that he possesses is just so unusual or different than most tight ends. And so that's a huge playmaker. And then his blocking is elite in the run game. And so I don't care who they put out there right now. Nobody is George Kittle. So there's a big drop-off at that position. And just a trusted figure when Brock has to move and escape. Kittle has a good feel for where to go to find the ball to get in the passing lane. And those are some things that you can't really teach that George has learned over the course of his career.
Yeah, and he was a trusted third down guy twice on that first drive, once in the red zone for a touchdown in the short yardage situation. It's a big blow. But they do have Ricky Pearsall, and I was very encouraged with what I saw from Ricky. And I'll give you my comp for him. I saw this guy in this offense. He reminds me a lot of Emmanuel Sanders. I don't know if he's as fast, straight line, but he's athletic, and he's more tough than I give him credit for. I like Ricky, Baldy.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's bigger than Emmanuel was. People will probably have to go back a long ways. Emmanuel Sanders is a good player in this league for a long time. But I think Ricky is like my comp for him coming out, honestly, was Ladd McConkey. Now, he's not as, obviously Ladd McConkey's production is off the charts already. And, he wasn't healthy, but he gave him a chance. But I thought they were very, very similar coming out. And we've seen what Ladd McConkey has become and who he is. And I think Ricky Pearsall could be all of that.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL insider. And Baldy, one of the big takeaways from that Week 1 win, why we were so excited yesterday, was that defensive performance, right? A lot of question marks heading into this season, right? You knew who Bosa was, you knew who Fred Warner and Demo Lenore were, but D. Winters looked like he brought the swagger back to that defense that they desperately missed. Upton Stout, Marquise Seal, Renardo Green making plays. What did you feel and what did you see from that young defense of the San Francisco 49ers?
I tell you, when I said this reminded me of the throwback games to, 2012, 13, 14, between these two teams, it was the Niners defense that did it for me. Like, they were so physical throughout the game. And then they made the plays, obviously, at the end, and Sam made the one and Bosa made the one. But I thought they were so physical. And D. Winters just brings it. Like, he is just a thumper. Like, that guy plays the game the right way. I don't know how big D is, but he made a big difference out there. And it was good to see Fred. I know he got kind of shaken up early for a play or two, but, Fred looked great. I thought the defensive front played fantastic. That's a good running football team. They want to be able to run the football. And I tell you, Saleh had those guys ready to play. They were playing very physical, tough. Michael made some plays in there. I know he didn't have a lot of stats, but, he's a very physical player at the point of attack. I thought it was really impressive how hard they played, how they pursued to the football. You could see that this is a completely different style of defense than what we witnessed the last 3 years.
Why is that? I noticed a five-man front at times early in that game, which I've been begging them to do. I also noticed them disguise, hey, here's everybody at the line, and I'm going to drop some guys and bring others. We just haven't done a lot of that. And then to see all the young guys, Stout, who Joe referenced, Siegel, and D. Winters all make plays in that secondary and in that back end. I love what Saul is doing. So what was different specifically?
I thought they were a lot more aggressive. Now that's kind of a general term, but I thought they attacked a lot more. They attacked the line of scrimmage. They really controlled the gaps at the point of attack. I mean, that Kenneth Walker now, you're throwing a screen out there in space to that kid. Like, for 2 years now, he's made everybody out in space miss, and D. Winters is right there getting him down to the ground. I mean, there's 35 yards to be made there if he misses that tackle. Like, I thought their tackling was crisp. The fumble recovery by Siegel, like, that scramble for the football, that's anybody's ball. The ball's out. It's on the ground. To see that kid come and attack the football like that, like, you just don't do that because you had good walkthroughs one day. Like, something is triggering guys to go after a football like it's the most important bar of gold in the world. And I just seeing those kind of plays gave me hope that this defense can return to some of the prominence that it's had.
It just feels like the juice is back with Robert Saleh. You saw it in the preseason, Baldy. There is something to be said. And I do think we overblew, Steve Wilkes being up in the booth and being down the sideline. But there is something to be said about the familiarity and the respect factor of Robert Saleh. And from one guy and one guy alone who talked about it this offseason was Nick Bosa, calling game at the end there against Sam Darnold, getting that fumble recovery. Can we be seeing another DPOY type of season from Nick Bosa? I know it's one game, Baldy, but I was very encouraged.
He was awesome. Nick was awesome. Now, you could say that, okay, Charles Cross had some success against him, but, Nick's always going to go both sides. He's going to play both. But to take Big Abe, they just gave him a contract extension this week. They just said, you're our right tackle for the next 4 years. And he literally lifted him off the ground and walked him right back to Sam Darnold. I mean, it's the ultimate trifecta for any defensive lineman. The game's on the line. You get the sack, fumble, and the fumble recovery. Like, honestly, if that's the only play Nick made all day, that would have been fantastic to close the game out, because that's what you want to do. You want to be fresh. You want to be in shape. You want to be able to affect the game when the game is on the line. He did that. But then in addition to the other plays that he made, he looked every bit like he did the year that he won that award.
Baldy, we can't do 17 weeks of this kicker thing. I don't think.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I don't think I can do this. And I'm not mad at the kid. I don't get why the coach and the general manager have chosen this route. What do you do with the kicker? Have you ever been in a situation in a locker room where it's like this? It's kind of absurd, isn't it?
It is, and honestly, a lot of players look at kickers different than maybe just another teammate. Like, that's your job, is to go make that extra point and make that field goal. That's your job. I've seen it where, honestly, they put the kicker in that same room with the mops and the brooms. Like, you change there. And you can come out when you start making kicks. I have seen the kickers treated like that. You can do everything you want to pump the kid up, whatever, kicks at the end of practice to avoid sprints or what. Like, you got to have a dependable kicker in this business, man. There's just, these games are coming down to kicks. And the decisions when you miss an extra point, the decisions that go forward, do I go for two to get it back? Like, these things can compound itself. And it did last year throughout the season. Like, I don't know, like, kickers are on a carousel. They go around the league. Graham Gano has been on I don't know how many different teams in this league. But, like, some of these guys, you just got to get them on the bus out of town and get the next guy in here. And you hope, like, you got to have a guy ready. You can't lose games because of kicks. You can't.
Exactly. Baldy, one last one for you. So much has been made of the 49ers injuries and stuff. And look, the game is violent. I don't know what it is. But we never give credit where credit is due. I liked the way Kyle Shanahan utilized both backs in this game. I thought, you could tell me whether Brian Robinson played well or not, but in the way that they substituted the two and utilized both of them in the run game, CMC and Brian Robinson, I liked the way Kyle kind of deployed the touches. What was your feel on the whole running back and the touches and the way that they utilized them?
Well, just to be a smartass here, Joe, their best backup running back was in Minnesota last night. He played great.
Looked awesome.
Why did they get rid of him, Baldy? I don't get it.
I mean, honestly, Joe, like, that kid is a bullet train. Like, his blitz pickup, those runs that he popped, like, he's a great player. I don't know what happened. But Brian Robinson isn't Jordan Mason. Now, he played okay. Brian's all right. Like, he's not a thumper. He's a big back, but he's not really a thumper. He's not Jordan Mason. He doesn't hit a hole like that. But he played okay, but you're going to have to take carries off of Christian. He had a lot of touches as it was, and it's just week one. Like, you're going to have to rotate guys. You might have to get three guys in there, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know what Garendo's status is or anybody else at this point, but you're going to have to be careful about McCaffrey and how frequently you get him. So to answer your point, like, I like what they did. I think they have to do that. And you're just going to, he had a couple good runs in there. Had a couple of 7-9 yard runs in there. That was good. But Jordan Mason, for me, is like, I can't figure out for the life of me why he's not on the team.
I mean, not only Mason making plays last night, another former Niner, Javon Hargrave, making plays last night, Baldy. More so than I saw him do at any time.
I just did a breakdown on him.
You did?
He had 2 sacks last night. Like there was he shut down the Bears rushing attack last night for the most part. He played great. And he played a lot of snaps, too. He played 50 out of 70 snaps last night. and he was a difference maker for the Vikings.
Hey, Baldy, great stuff. We really appreciate your time this morning. We'll do it again next week.
You're the best, buddy.
We'll be reacting to either a Brock Purdy game or a Mac Jones game. Thanks, ma'am.
Either way, I'll be here.
He'll be there. That leads us to the injury report.
Jordan Mason.
And I could already hear Bonte Hill yelling and screaming. He's going to be joining us in a couple minutes here, courtesy of River Islands. But the news yesterday, George Kittle, Kyle Shanahan announced that Kittle's going to be out for at least 3 to 5 weeks potentially with a hamstring injury. Shanahan did not rule out placing Kittle on injured reserve, which would officially rule him out for the next 4 games. But hey, it is worse because Brock Purdy is questionable for Sunday's game against the Saints with a toe and left non-throwing shoulder injury. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll react to what Baldy had to say with the King, Bonte Hill, on 95.7 The Game.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're halfway home on a Tuesday, baby. We just had Brian Baldinger on. We are fired up, and the defense got Baldy fired up. Now, he wasn't excited about George Kittle and that injury, and we'll get to that. We'll get to all of it. But first and foremost, we got the one, the only, Bonte Hill.
Play his music.
Studio.
Play it.
What is it? What's the music? We got an intro for him? What?
Yeah.
What? Oh.
No, we need something better than this.
I wish you would have said that when I was on the show.
What?
We need something better than this.
Oh, stop. Bonte Hill, ladies and gentlemen.
What would your walk-up music be?
Kurt Angle.
No, it'd be something Jay-Z.
It wouldn't be. Oh, Jay-Z's good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe some Nipsey. Oh, that's
Phil
a tough
Collins?
question.
Grinding all my life. Grinding all my life.
Maybe some 50.
Okay.
This is a big rich town.
Yeah, it could be that.
Many
Could be that.
Wish death
Could be
upon
that.
me. Oh, my God.
I love the nicknames on YouTube right now. Bonte Snooze Button Hill. That's a good one.
Wow.
Bonte Bright Lights Hill. That's a good one.
that's
These
not
lights
bad.
are pretty bright right now.
So let's start right here.
Is that ChatGPT?
Let's start right here.
It's AI.
We'll get to the game itself in a second. You heard the news yesterday about George Kittle. You heard the news about, I guess, TBD on Juwan Jennings. And then the Brock Purdy thing kind of comes out of left field for most people. I didn't know he was injured at all. Shoulder and toe. Your thoughts were?
Yeah, so I was on that conference call when Shanahan just comes out of nowhere. All right, injuries this week. George Kittle out 3 to 5, which I think we all assumed when we heard hamstring in George Kittle. I said, see you in October,
Exactly.
Mr. Kittle. And then he goes Brock Purdy's shoulder and the toe. And I was like, what? I'm on a conference call like, what? And so all the questions started coming towards Shanahan. And just listening to Baldy, I guess it happened on the last play of the game, the left shoulder.
Well, I saw multiple big hits where he got planted. So, you know, the detectives, the all-22 sleuths had 3 or 4 plays. The one where he spun out in the first half and threw, he got planted pretty hard. I don't know what play it happened on.
Yeah, I don't know what play it happened on either. But, look, and I was listening to you guys the last hour, and we watched this guy in 2023 suffer a concussion on Monday Night Football against Minnesota. He did not practice that entire week. Got cleared on a Saturday and started against Cincinnati. They were down 17-10 late in the third quarter before Brock Purdy threw 2 egregious interceptions. So, look, whether or not he practices, I don't think it matters. If Shanahan and the medical team think that he can go, he's going to go on Sunday because Carlos Ramirez was doing this yesterday on 49ers Now. I'm not here to disrespect the New Orleans Saints.
No.
Spencer Rattler had that team 20 seconds away from tying that football game against Arizona, who a lot of people have picked to win the NFC West, the Arizona Cardinals. So I'm not overlooking New Orleans. You may go down there without Juwan Jennings. You already know you're going down there without George Kittle. McCaffrey, after 31 touches, what is he going to look like? So if Purdy is cleared to go, you play him. I don't care if it's turf, concrete, blue turf, grass, white turf, red turf. I don't care. If he's ready to go, because here's the thing. You need Brock Purdy to continue to build rapport with Ricky Pearsall, What if Jordan Watkins comes back? You need him to build a rapport there with Jordan Watkins and continue to build that chemistry with Brian Robinson in the pass game if he does get some touches there. So all hands on deck, man. If he's ready to go, he's ready to go.
And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First Norcross Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask First Norcross Financing Dealer. As always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Bonta Hill joining us for the next 2 hours each and every Tuesday, locked and loaded on some red and gold as the Niners start 1-0, now heading to New Orleans, potentially without their quarterback Brock Purdy. And Bonta is courtesy of River Island. So Bonta, you just mentioned it right there. That Pearsall and Purdy connection was popping in Seattle, and it was refreshing to see considering George Kittle going down, Juwan Jennings, obviously missing all of training camp, not looking right, gets the shoulder injury, then he's out. They needed that in the worst way. And obviously DeMarcus Robinson having that 3-game suspension. How massive is that connection and building off of it when it comes to the former first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall?
It was obvious, right? I mean, this is a first-round pick, and you see in training camp, and this is what I loved about training camp, is that every time they had, whether it was a miscue, didn't have the chemistry, whether Brock Purdy misfired or something, or Pearsall will run the wrong route or didn't take the necessary steps or the necessary depth to have the right route, they would talk. They would talk after every single play. Hey, this is what I saw here. Hey, let's do this. We saw this in the joint practice against Denver. I saw it all training camp between these two. So they need Ricky Pearsall to be a dude on his team. There's no doubt about it because you don't know what Brandon Ayuk's going to be towards the latter half of the season. Where's Juwan Jennings at, who basically held in? I don't necessarily believe that he had a calf injury. So where's he going to be at this season? Jordan Watkins is a rookie. We know how difficult it is for rookies to crack this system with Kyle Shanahan. Kendrick Bourne's back, but where's he? How much juice does he have left in the tank? Right. I haven't watched Patriot football over the last 3 weeks, so having Ricky Pearsall in the pass game do what he did on Sunday, absolutely it's massive. You need him to be a guy in this offense, and I think for week 1 against that Seattle defense, hey, he made some big catches there. First drive, and of course the last drive.
I think his best play of the day, even though it didn't have the biggest, result on the outcome or whatever, was Pearsall made a catch on the sideline. And this is Greg Olsen calling it. He goes, it's a shake 7. You sell the post, and then you go back towards the sideline.
Right.
Purdy threw an absolute perfect ball, and it's a contested catch where he's got to get both feet down, catch the ball, and go to a great throw, a better catch.
Yeah,
it was unreal.
But I love the sideline throw on the final possession.
Yep. No, that was great too.
Where you had to have a play. You needed to make a play. You had no business being down in that football game in the fourth quarter. The Niners dominated that game for the most part.
Time of possession was
time
massive.
of possession. Obviously, we'll get to the kicker. We'll get to some of the bad throws Brock Purdy made. And I wonder if he did get hurt earlier in that game, how much did it affect his throw? Because here's the thing, and I see, we talk about him throwing outside the numbers, and I see a beat writer out there having fun with that. The zip on the back, like you watch Josh Allen on Sunday Night Football.
I mean, come on.
Zip, right?
Yeah.
You watch Caleb Williams, even though I wasn't. Caleb Williams was erratic as hell yesterday.
He doesn't have a touch, but he throws one of the fastest fastballs in the game.
Exactly. Brock Purdy sometimes, even on the first drive, throwing outside the numbers, he's floating them a little bit.
The
so
touchdown
I wonder,
pass that could have been to Ricky Pearsall. Yeah, he's got to zip that in.
Exactly. I wonder how much that shoulder affected some of the zip on his passes. I have no idea.
I thought it was the non-throwing shoulder.
It's the non-throwing shoulder, but can he step in?
Interesting.
Was it
okay,
effect? I have no idea. Yeah,
so not getting your full body into it. That's a good point.
So how does that affect his throwing motion there? But look, that was a dart to Ricky Pearsall. There's no doubt about that. But he's got to be better in some of the situations. Again, he tried to play hero ball. It almost cost the 49ers.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to is his performance overall, and this is why we love football, right? Week 1, he has 2 touchdowns, but he has 2 interceptions. Oh, well, they were down. Yeah, but he brought them back. That's always...
It was a mixed bag.
Oh, God, how we were talking about the quarterbacks last night. It just was driving me insane, but this is what we do in football. We talk about the quarterbacks and their performances. 26 of 35, 277, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. What did you make of the performance overall from Brock Purdy?
When he needed to lead the team down the field to score a game-winning touchdown, he did it. And this game was not going to be easy in the first place. It's Seattle.
Yeah.
They had lost 3 straight to the Niners in their home building at Lumen Field. They were desperate to get this win. And for the Niners, who only won 1 division game last season, to go up there, and you know how hard it is. We saw this last night with Chicago, and I don't think Chicago's the team San Francisco is, but Chicago lost the momentum, and they failed to regain it. They were dominating the football game. They miss a kick. They lose all the momentum, and they failed to regain it. The Niners lose the momentum at halftime. come back in the third quarter, lose a momentum again.
It was a bad quarter.
And was still able to rally and win that football game. To me, that was impressive. With all the youngsters on that football team, with all the injuries that's happened, Jennings not being in practice, Kittle leaving in the first half, I give Brock Purdy a B-, although those interceptions, look, the Tonjes play, he threw it up there, YOLO throw.
Oh, my God.
Woolen, I don't know.
I thought he could have made it. Look, at minimum 2 pass breakups on that drive. Yep. People could say interceptions. Let's just say pass breakups. He could have, and I thought he misplayed both balls.
He did. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not, look, he misplayed it, but the fact that he gave his receivers an opportunity to make a play, I can live with that. So I'll give him B-, although the interception in that third quarter off the back foot, and then I'm telling you, the last interception.
How about the jump throw?
The jump throw. Oh, early in the game, nobody talks about that.
That was
somebody tweeted that yesterday. It's like, oh, look at Brock Purdy with the jump throw. I'm like,
a bad throw.
Dog, that was almost an interception.
Exactly.
But also, the quadruple interception and the quadruple coverage, it reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019 against Cincinnati in week number 2, when Jimmy threw it up and there was 5 Bengals around him. They scored. And you know what Shanahan did the next drive? And he did it in this game. He said, Jimmy, you're not going to throw it. We're going to run the ball down their throats and take the air out the football. You're going to settle down, buddy. And Shanahan did the same thing with Brock Purdy after the interception. So after the interceptions, Niners get a stop. Khalil Davis comes through with a big play. CMC run. B-Rob run. B-Rob run. CMC, little tiny short controlled pass. I remember.
CMC run. CMC run.
I'm well aware.
B-Rob run. Like, it's crazy. He did exactly that.
I'm well aware. And it reminded me of Cincinnati week 2 when Jimmy Garoppolo did the same thing. And I said, oh, Shanahan is fed up here.
And I love that you said that, Bonte, because it was what I was talking about yesterday. He wasn't playing like risk-averse football. He was being aggressive. Now, that bit him in the ass. He was going to quadruple coverage. You can't do that. But he let Tonjes make a play. He had trust in his playmakers to make plays. I didn't have George Kittle out there. I didn't have Juwan Jennings out there. I have to throw it to someone, and I felt like, conversely, Sam Darnold was playing not to lose the game at times. I felt like he was 16-23, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, played within himself. Hey, Sam, don't lose us the game. Now, I mean, Cooper Kupp's got to make a catch there. His receivers got to help him sometimes. But really, it was Jackson Smith and Jigba, and the Niners defense shut down everything else.
Well, Sam Darnold is who he thought he was.
Seeing ghosts.
I mean, we saw the last 2 games last year.
That's what he does. He wets the bed late.
That's what I'm saying.
He does.
Last week of the season, gets Detroit home field advantage on the line. What did they score? 9 points?
It's awful.
You go into the playoff game, Glendale, Arizona against the Rams, and what happens?
Bonte, the Niners destroyed that Lions defense just a week or 2 prior.
So, I mean, everybody in Seattle was so quick to move off of Geno Smith. We sure that's an upgrade? To me, that's a lateral move going from Geno to Sam Darnold.
Geno looked good week 1.
Geno didn't look bad in week 1. He was letting that thing fly. So Sam Darnold he tried to get the 49ers the ball twice on that final possession. He did. And then finally he throws up all over himself and Bosa with a great pressure, and he fumbles the ball. Seattle made a $90 million mistake. Thank God for that. So Seattle's going to be tough. They're going to try to run the ball with Clint Kubiak and be a carbon copy of the 49ers offensively, but I don't fear Sam Darnold. Shasky? Come on, do you?
Losing DK Metcalf is a big loss. Like the downgrade from DK to Cooper Kupp is pretty precipitous.
Massive. But also, there's a lot of chatter. We just had Baldy on. I heard Baldy. Baldy was a guy, when you asked him a question, if you were John Lynch, what would you do in the offseason? He said, call Sam Darnold. How do we feel about that now? Well, even with Brock Purdy throwing the 2 picks, I still rather have Brock Purdy than Sam Darnold. Every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Absolutely. Well, he showed you there towards the end. The guy that won the game wasn't risk averse. The guy that lost the game was seeing ghosts, and he wet the bed. It's Sam Darnold. It's what he does, Bonte.
That's what he does.
Like, people were saying, oh, it was a fluke play. It was this. It was lucky. I was like, no. I've seen Brock pull rabbits out of the hat multiple times. That's who he is at this point. Sam Darnold finds ways to lose, Joe.
It reminded me of Russell Wilson against the Niners, what Brock did to, where it would be like, if I was on the other end of that, I'd be like, what a lucky play. That's what I would be saying.
It was.
Because it was a fortunate play for the Niners. That's the way I would describe it. You referenced all the young players making contributions. The only way this team is good sustainably, over the next couple of years, is if guys who are in their first and second year take quantum leaps. And I look at Pearsall, big step forward. Renardo Green, big step forward. Dominic Pooney's pretty solid. Mustafa didn't play in this one. Bethune got a couple of snaps. Garendo, okay, throw him to the side. Cowie doesn't play. Then I look at this year's draft class. Mikael Williams got a lot of snaps in this one. TBD on him overall as a player. Collins and CJ West only combined 15 snaps, so not much. Nick Martin, not much. DNP, obviously. Connor Colby got in there at some point on the offensive line. And then Marquise Siegel and Upton Stout play a lot of snaps. Siegel, your starting free safety. if this team wants to be good, not just this year, but into the future, they have got to hit on a handful of guys from each draft class.
Well, I think 49er fans are going to fall in love with this defense. These are the defenses that I tend to fall in love with. You got a mix of veterans, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and you got the youthful infusion. Not only Marquise Siegel and Mykel Williams, but you got Upton Stout, as you mentioned, and then Renardo Green from Florida State in the second year. Marquise Siegel was the better player all training camp than Jair Brown. It wasn't even close. So when that depth chart came out last week saying that Jair Brown was a starter, I thought it was a massive mistake. I thought they cannot go into this football game with Tig Brown as a starting strong safety. He could not cover anybody in practice, in preseason, did not matter. He could not cover. Marquise Siegel made play after play after play. Now, Upton Stout, they're going to test him. And he's going to have some ups. He's going to have some downs.
He was baptized in the first half.
And he's going to get baptized all season long in that slot. It is not easy being a slot corner, especially as a rookie. But you know what? The guy has short-term memory. He's physical. He's learning on the fly. He never lost his confidence. D. Winters, I'm telling you, and this is why you trade for Brian Robinson, because what D. Winters did to Isaac Guerrero the first day of shoulder pads, when they first started hitting, D. Winters depleted him. And I let out a whoa, and everybody in the media looked at me. I said, did y'all see that? And from that moment, Guerrero was basically MIA in training camp, and D. Winters was making plays. That's when D. Winters made that play, I thought, is that Dre Greenlaw?
Yep.
I was confused for a second. I was like, Greenlaw's back on the Niners. He played outstanding football.
He did a great job. Siegel did as well, and also Bosa. There were multiple screens out in the flat, and they were patient enough to let it kind of set up and not get too over-pursue happy in one way or the other, and then just knife through the blockers, shed them, and make a play. I was very impressed with the patience of D. Winters.
D. Winters is going to he's going to ball in. Everybody's going crazy over Nick Martin. He's going to get his time. He'll get his time. He's watching. He's learning. He's got to learn the game. He has a problem like Greenlaw early on where he over-pursues a little bit and he's a little out of control. He will learn. But also this defensive line. We don't talk enough about Sam Okuwanu and the play he made to really save that foot, the punch out. And he's a good pass rusher. He's going to demand double teams at times because he's so quick off the edge. So this young defense, they're learning on the fly, but they shut down the run. They're flying around. The secondary didn't let one explosive down the field on that final drive. I'm telling you, man, Niner fans are going to fall in love with this defense. And the biggest acquisition all offseason within the division, Robert Saleh.
I mean,
Robert Saleh.
They were bottom 5 in points per game last year, Bonte, and they just held their division rivals to 13 points.
They gave them
13 points in today's NFL. Are you kidding me?
They gave up 4.4 yards a carry and almost 2,200 yards on the ground last year.
Yep.
That's what this team was. And this year, to have the 5-man front at the beginning of the game, and I thought early on Seattle was owning the their line of scrimmage. Yeah. But I thought the Niners made the adjustments and slowed down that toss kind of little crackback play that they were doing.
No, they dominated the line of scrimmage. They had them 3 and out. They were and solid with some timely blitzes. We saw it on the first drive. We saw some timely blitzes. That first blitz that he had where Bosa loops inside and they bring in D. Winters was beautiful. So Saleh's going to play games. And it was so much of a difference in having Nick Sorensen on that defense. Third down defense was solid. They showed blitz at times. They backed out of blitzes, 5-man fronts, 4-man fronts. And look, Mykel Williams, I'm going to say this real quick about him. The numbers, and I mentioned this earlier in the training camp, it's going to be a little like Eric Armstead, where you look at the box score, you look at the numbers saying, damn, I'm not impressed. He's not registering anything, tackles, but holding the edge, point of attack, not getting driven down the field, and shutting down the run game. That's going to be his job early on until he learns how to pass rush. And missing a preseason for him, he needed a preseason.
Well, I thought
so he's behind the 8 ball.
I thought their offensive line looked like they needed, this was their preseason. And we're going to talk about this a lot over the next couple of weeks, but for everyone in the league right now, the first month of the season is the preseason.
No doubt.
And the fact that no one's playing at all, it seems like in these exhibition games, and even some guys are sitting out of joint practices like Trent Williams, all these games early on
You hate that, huh?
Well, I think it speaks as a front runner. I thought it was front runner vibes.
Oh, speaking of that, your San Francisco Giants taking on the LA Dodgers at Oracle Park this Saturday, September 13th. The first 15,000 guests receive a 49ers baseball jersey. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, be the first caller to the contest line now at 415-523-4652. But you got to answer this question. It's Know the Show. We just had Baldy on. And we had him on. What did Baldy say about whether or not Brock Purdy should play on Sunday? He gave a very distinct response to that question. What did Baldy say about whether or not Brock Purdy should play on Sunday? Answer that. Be the first caller there, 415-523-4652, and you'll score 2 tickets to the game, courtesy of Xfinity.
So the reason why I love the Salah acquisition, early on, you were referencing that first blitz. Over and over and over again on second and third down, he would bring a lot of guys to the line of scrimmage, and you didn't know who was going to drop and who was going to pressure. And that felt like a far cry. Even the D'Amico Ryans, they played pretty base-like, where you'd have the 4 rushers, the 2 off-ball linebackers, and they kind of just stand there. You didn't see a lot of guys coming to the line. They were showing different formations, and they were showing different things pre and post snap, but it just felt so unique from what they've done the last few years, and I was just like, about time. And then later on in the game, after Jackson Smith and Jigba had really, he dominating them at one point in this game, it's like, all right, make the adjustment, bracket this guy, figure out a way to slow him down. And I thought Stout dropping in coverage, getting his hand on a ball, you were seeing in real time the adjustments that Salah was making.
And look, there's going to be ups and downs, like Salah said. You got to buckle up, man, because it's going to be a roller coaster ride. Again, I keep mentioning this, the first 9 games, I don't care how you win. And I see the comments, and you're feeling good about a victory against a division rival. And again, what is my motto? Division games aren't easy.
They won one division game last year. 1-5.
Division games are just different. The Eagles outlasted the Cowboys with a rain. You know what I'm saying? Like these division games, the Chargers beat the Chiefs in Brazil. They're not easy. And for the 49ers early on this season, they're going to have to win ugly. 6 of the first 9 are on the road. All right? So I hear Baldy talk about silent counts in Seattle, silent counts in New Orleans. It's not going to be easy, but with Robert Saleh there, manning his defense and being the leader in the room, and you got Fred Warner who's flying. Fred Warner what a stud. What a gladiator. The guy just gets better with age, right? He's aging like a fine wine. And you bring along D Winters and it's young secondary. They had a young secondary back in 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was Richard Sherman and then Adrian Colbert and a bunch of randoms.
K'Wan Williams was young. K-Wan. And, they identify guys. So far, these picks that they have with Marquise, anybody recognize Marquise Siegel? He looked like a 5-year veteran out there.
Bonte, he looked like the free safety they've been looking for. I even go past Jimmy Ward. Right. I go more like Eric Reed, Deshaun Golson.
Exactly.
They've been looking for a free safety, a legit one.
And to have the guts, Spinoni, to go to a rookie like that. Siegel and Stout in the back end against Seattle and Jackson Smith and Jigba up there in the 12s. That's huge, and these guys are coaching them up. So, again, I think Niner fans are going to fall in love with this defense, and the biggest acquisition, it's not Devontae Adams in L.A., it's Robert Saleh coming back to the 49ers as a D coordinator.
Let's get a respectability factor back for sure.
I want to get into Christian McCaffrey. I want to get into the offense and how he was utilized, and we have to get into, I hate to do it, but...
You got it.
You've defended Jake Moody at times, Monte. We got to get your opinion on, can this guy be defended anymore?
We'll do that on the other side. The good, the bad, and the ugly from the 49ers Week 1 win in Seattle. Bonte Hill in studio, the rest of the show, courtesy of River Islands. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci Man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zooch? He's locked in. We got Bonte Hill in studio. He's going to be doing this each and every Tuesday, reacting to all of the football madness this year. 49ers 1-0. We're talking about it. By the way, I know Bonte and Zucci are going to be locked in tonight because 7 o'clock, your Valkyries are taking on the Seattle Storm. Hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. Bonte, Valkyries clinching a playoff spot in their very first season. It's pretty incredible.
Story of the season. Story of the year in the Bay
not
Area.
Even close.
I swear to God, Natalie DeCase, Coach of the Year, hands down. With all the injuries they've had, different lineups.
All-star.
Lost
Caleb
their all-star.
Thornton.
I mean, it's a hell of a story. And they sold out every single game. Now, I don't have to hear about, Chase Sitter can't get loud. They moved to the city.
They didn't just sell out. They had the highest attended year of all time in the WNBA.
Year number one.
That is remarkable.
Oh, no doubt. It's the story of the Bay Area.
Yep.
Not even close. So I'll be watching that on my screen. I got the Giants tonight. Taking on the D-backs. Giants still got, I can't believe these jokers still got a shot, man.
Logan Webb, 200 strikeouts.
Dude, your boy Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo Lee's on fire right now. Since August 1st, batting .341.
He's going the other way.
He gets credit. I give him credit. Give him credit when it's credit. Again, we were talking about this. They have foundational pieces for 2026.
They do.
You know,
I don't hate it. Hey, I was on Justin Verlander's bandwagon, by the way.
No.
Don't you
were
dare.
trolling me talking about they got no pillars, and I said, hey, dude, the Davis, Devers, I would bring Verlander back for $7 million. Verlander's been better than what the numbers suggest. Back into the rotation, what you got? You want to go Birdsong and Winston up?
4 as a 4-5, yeah. I know.
Exactly.
I have zero problems with that. Zero problems.
I want to get into the Niners.
I'm a baseball guy. Come on.
No. I know, but we brought you in for football.
Okay.
So we can talk baseball if they can continue to stay in it. You know I want to talk baseball, but the audience wants to hear football.
3 back, 4 with the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
the
audience wants to hear football.
I know, I hear.
Christian McCaffrey. I thought as a pass catcher he was dynamic. Unbelievably dynamic. As a runner, there wasn't a lot of running lanes. I thought he was slightly hesitant. Let's give it a couple of weeks and then I'll be able to make a full assessment. He had a couple of really nice jump cuts, some patient cuts back up the field. But as a pass catcher, I thought Shanahan did a great job with these little short controlled screens, these little angle routes. I loved the way they utilized him, and I love the way they utilized Brian Robinson in tandem with Christian McCaffrey. I just thought it was a really well-designed play, just the way they played, given that Seattle was looking to stop him.
Well, you had to change your game plan, right? Because George Kittle was injured, what was it, midway through the second quarter? Hamstring.
Brutal.
Out.
When they panned to him and he was in a baseball hat, I was like, why is he on the sideline?
I couldn't believe it.
I was like, you got to be kidding me.
He had an unbelievable camp. I mean, the guy, we always talk about the best player in camp, right? Ike has had that title. Fred Warner's had that title. Mm-hmm. George Kittle looked like a man possessed. I swear to God he was primed for a career year, and he has a baseball hat on. So then it's like, damn, you don't have your number one target in the pass game right now, so where do you go here? As Carter brings,
what is going on?
Carter's bringing Spadoni coffee? Damn.
I forgot to add a sugar packet. That's okay.
Wow.
Diva tendencies.
DTs, man. Wow. You're that guy now, Spadoni.
I mean, that's the
You're that guy. I've never asked guys to get me coffee.
No, Sam would bring it to you constantly.
No, he never did. No, he never did. No, what he would do is say, hey, you got to go back. I'll bring it in for you. I'm like, nah, I don't want that.
Oh, he does that. When I say to do that, he says, no, you just got to suck it up. Wow, okay. I know where I stand now, Sam.
The amount of times I've brought all of you guys coffee, you have no right to talk.
I asked you to, but Carter did it for me. I'll remember that. There you go.
So McCaffrey,
I still can't get over the door opening and Carter walking in and handing Spadoni a coffee and him being like, yeah, you're supposed to bring me that coffee. And I could just tell by the face.
Hey, Carter, next time, sugar packet. Thank you.
Shut up.
Continue.
Man, that's...
Just Christian McCaffrey. Need a sugar packet or two. 888-957-9570.
Delete that one alone, man. That's fine words.
What did you think of McCaffrey's utilization?
I mean, 31 touches, right?
But I'm not mad about, because you got to win games early. We can worry about pitch count in like November, and I can worry about spacing it out. We got to stack wins.
Well, you got to stack wins, and you got to manage them throughout the week. That's again, even before the calf. We were having this discussion on Friday, where whether he came up with the calf injury or not, you're going to have to manage him throughout the week to get through 18 games and maybe the playoffs. So you rest him on Wednesday, you rest him on Thursday, limited participant, and he was ready to roll. The fact is that you saw no effects of the calf injury. He was cutting. He was bouncing. I love the 2 screenplays they ran. I've never seen a screenplay before.
Well, the
where they ran the
angle
Texas
one,
angle. They ran it twice.
But that was on first or second and 10?
Well, they ran it twice. Once in the first half, once in the second half.
The second half was the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, they ran it twice. They ran it once in the first half. It was an angle route. He ran an angle route.
Behind.
Maybe. I don't recall how he got tackled, but they ran it twice, and that's a new wrinkle where I've never seen a screenplay ran like that, where he runs an angle route. Doom, you got the 2 linemen right there ready to block. I was like, wow, that's pretty creative by Kyle Shanahan and company. So he looked great in the pass game. I mean, he was everywhere in the pass game. And I thought he was a gladiator in the run game. Just getting the tough yards to keep the Niners on schedule, keeping them out of 3rd and long situations. Him and B-Rob, for that fact. So staying out of 3rd and 7s, and having 3rd and 2s and 3rd and 3s to where, okay, we can call 2 plays here because we know the kicker is basically crapping on himself. We got to go for it on 4th down. So CMC was CMC, man. Again, he looked like that in training camp. I think there would be more lanes for him to run as the season prolongs here. So good on CMC. Got through first game. We'll hopefully limit the touches to maybe 20 to 25. But, hey, 31 big boy touches on Sunday.
What did you think about the distribution, pass and run?
Great balance, I thought.
I thought so, too.
I loved the balance. Again, they should have scored more points.
Yeah.
They should have scored more points. We know why they didn't score more points.
Well, they could have scored a touchdown on the Pearsall throw to the out. There was a brilliantly designed play. Pearsall's open.
Not enough zip on it.
Exactly. Yeah. Purdy's got to rip that one in.
And then I'm looking at this right now, and it was, 36 carries, obviously, for the offense, 26 throwing, but it was very balanced, a balanced attack. Exactly. And that's, again, as we were all watching the Cowboys doc and waxing poetically about it, Norv Turner, balance. That's what they always talk about with this team. And that's when the 49ers are at their best. And they needed Christian McCaffrey in the passing game desperately after Juwan Jennings and Kittle both go out. Bonte, 9 receptions for 73 yards. And I truly believe this. If he just wanted to be a slot receiver in the NFL, he could be one of the better ones because he just has the elite hands. You saw it multiple times on Sunday.
I mean, he's just a tick down from Marshall Faulk.
Yep.
That's who I've always thought Christian McCaffrey was, dating back to his Stanford days. Say, wow, he's not just a white runner. This guy's like Marshall Faulk.
Yeah.
Forget the skin color for a second because people fixate on that. This guy is a elite running back, and you see him at the top of the charts when it comes to having a receiving touchdown, a rushing touchdown in the same game. I mean, he's tight with Marshall Faulk.
Yep.
He can't play in the slot, and we see that. I saw that all camp where they had him in the slot, and I think we'll see more of that, Shasky, moving forward, where B-Rob would be the lead back, McCaffrey go in the slot, maybe motion out of the backfield, and you utilize him in the pass game, and all of a sudden everybody's like, alert, 23's in the pass game, and then you hand it off to B-Rob where he gets 7-8 yards. And as B-Rob gets more comfortable in the offense, you saw some of the tough running he provided on Sunday against Seattle.
Even if you lose a step, as a pass-catching running back, you can be highly effective later in your career. I was watching the Niner game, wildcard game, 98 against Green Bay. Terry Kirby, old man Terry Kirby with no legs, is making plays out there. Kevin Falk forever was making plays late in his career. So even if he, let's say he slows down between the tackles just ever so slightly, he can still be an effective pass catcher for years to come.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. He's going to... Now, we got to see how he manages his injuries.
Of course.
No doubt. He has hands, better hands than maybe all receivers on the football team right now. I mean, seriously, he's got great hands.
Might be.
Hall of Fame hands. So I love the way they use him. Again, you mentioned this, Spinoni, balance, 31 carries. You got 22 from McCaffrey. You got 9 from Brian Robinson. I think that's what the Niners want every single game. They want to get to that 30 number.
I was watching Ricky Pearsall. I threw this comp out at Baldy, and you could agree, disagree. I think we do this thing like white guy plays like white guy, and you were talking about it regarding Christian McCaffrey.
They're always Wes Welker.
They're different body types because I think Pearsall's a little taller, and I don't think he's as fast, straight line fast as this guy. But Emmanuel Sanders reminds me of Pearsall. He's athletic. He gets past DBs. He makes tough catches in the middle of the field. I think his body contortion in traffic is better than I gave it credit for. I really like Pearsall as a receiver. Who does he remind you of?
This one, I'm not sure quite yet, but body type and the way he gets open. What about Garrett Wilson in New York with the Jets?
That's interesting.
He's not the fastest guy.
Not big.
He's not the fastest guy.
Yeah.
He's not the biggest guy, but he knows how to get open, and he runs great routes. I don't know if I see Emmanuel Sanders in him. I heard you ask that to Baldy. And I agree with Baldy in terms of he's a little shorter, and Sanders, never know if he was that guy.
No,
in the
but I
pass
don't
game.
think Pearsall's that guy. I love him as a
Right.
2. He might be the de facto 1 on this team this year, but I mean, I like the player. Maybe I'm selling him too short. I don't know.
I got to wait on it, but right now I'd see a little Garrett Wilson in this game.
That's interesting.
Where he just knows how to get open. He has good hands. Garrett Wilson makes every single play for the Jets. He's a stud. Now, I'm not saying Ricky Pearsall is Garrett Wilson, but when I was watching the Steelers in the morning and I saw Ricky Pearsall, I said, that's interesting. It kind of reminds me of G. Wilson.
And he plays strong, too, which I appreciate about him because he's listed at $190, but even you were asking Baldy, and Baldy thinks he's a little bit bigger than Emmanuel Sanders, too.
Well, Emmanuel wasn't
exactly.
tall.
He's wiry.
And,
yeah, absolutely.
And he was faster straight line speed.
And Garrett Wilson, I was thinking Garrett Wilson, I was thinking Chris Olave, both similar types, but again, Chris Olave, by the way, got absolutely popped last week against, I think it was Will Johnson, the rookie from the Cardinals. Oh, my God. I don't know if he's going to be available this week for the Saints, but that's another guy kind of like 180, 185, 6'1", 6'. But I do think he could be a number 1. Now, does he mean he's a number 1 the way Justin Jefferson?
Well, yeah, because to me, bona fide number 1s, there's only so many of those.
I hear you on that, but for this team, that connection, I mean, the guy had 4 receptions and 108 yards. I mean, that's number 1 kind of production, right?
And they're playing, Gage Jr. and Valdez Scantling in that game.
yeah.
And, I mean, I was like looking at numbers, and I'm like, who's 83? Is that Valdez Scantling?
It was literally the Ricky Pearsall and Jackson Smith and Jigba show.
What?
Yeah.
How many targets did Pearsall have on Sunday?
7.
7 targets.
He had the Bomsky 45-yarder on the sideline. That was sick, by the way.
The first drive, he caught a big one over the middle of the field. It was a dime.
Yeah, it was a dime from Brock Purdy. Then he caught the next play where he goes out on the sideline and Purdy floats it over there. It was pretty good.
Listen, we know that the trust factor's there with Pearsall. It's who else is Brock going to trust going forward?
DeMarcus Robinson's got to get back.
That suspension's killing him
you know
right
what?
now.
That's going to be a big boost to this offense because DeMarcus Robinson, I know it's just practice, and I don't want to go crazy. We know we get the trick, but
he's like a legit wide receiver in the NFL.
He's an NFL player.
But you know what, though? When they put on the pads, he flashed every single day. And he's a big target. He's bigger than I thought he was. 6'1", 6'2". Yeah, he's kind of big. He wears that number 5. And he was a big target for Brock Purdy. So I think he's going to help out tremendously in the pass game once he gets back after the 3-game suspension.
So there's so many things to break down in this game. Before I get to Shanahan and the play calling in regards to how he viewed the kicker and the kicker as a whole. Offensive line. All the grades came out. My eyeball told me when I was watching the game on Sunday, and then I rewatched it again Sunday night, and again, certain things Monday morning. I thought the offensive line was a work in progress for the Niners overall. I think a lesser quarterback would have been sacked a half dozen times in that first half. I thought Brock had some great instincts to get rid of the ball. What did you make of the offensive line, and in particular Trent Williams, who struggled last year and missed 7 games? He's supposed to be the guy. What'd you think of his performance this week?
Look, they all struggled, and I watched it back a couple times here. Seattle's got a really good front. Jaron Reed, Byron Murphy II, Leonard Williams has been a stud. DeMarcus Robinson is trying to find the fountain of youth up there in Seattle. Ernest Jones is a really good.
I like Ernest Jones.
What did I say? DeMarcus Lawrence.
I like Jones.
Ernest Jones.
Nice too.
Look, they returned 10 of their 11 starters. Seattle's defense over the last 8 games last year was on a heater, allowing only 147 points in those 8 games. They were getting better and better and better and better. And so let me see week 2, week 3, week 4 before I judge this offensive line. Yeah, they had their struggles up there in Seattle. Got to remember, it's probably the loudest outdoor stadium in all of football, right? Lumen Field. You got the fake crowd noise and the fake-ass 12s with their jerseys on. What a phony-ass fan base they are. Oh, my God. But you got silent counts.
The amount of red and gold out there was crazy.
Oh, it's been like that the last 4 years.
Purdy's 4-0 up there.
Yeah, 4-0 up there.
Straight, yeah.
House of Horrors, right? No longer for the 49ers. So they did struggle. Trent, I need to watch it more closely because I watched him a couple times, and he got beat in pass coverage. He was getting beat there a little bit there. So does he need reps because he didn't play in the preseason? Hell, he didn't even play the joint practices, which I understand because he is 37, and if you lose Trent, this offensive line just they crumble without Trent.
He went down, he got rolled up on, and I think we all said the same thing.
Yeah, so Trent, may have struggled in his first game, but I'm going to give him a couple weeks because it's really his first game all season.
Well, and also, I do think that's the best defense you're going to be playing for quite some time. Like the Seahawks, we're going to look back at this win, I think, and say, wow, that was one of the better wins we had on the season.
Let's see Arizona.
No, for sure. We'll see Arizona.
I think we're sleeping on Arizona.
We might be, but I'm not sleeping on Mike McDonald and the Seahawks defense. I do think they're going to be. They're one of.
But they didn't have a Wosu, and they don't have a true edge rusher.
They don't. And the Saints team, who do they have? Cam Jordan, and I can't, who else? Right?
Yeah,
they don't really have anyone.
I'm not sleeping on them, though.
Listen, I'm not sleeping on anyone.
They were in that game.
I'm giving the Seahawks a lot of credit, and for the 49ers to be able to do what they did against them.
Fair enough.
And I do think they could have scored more points, to Bonte's point. It could have looked a lot better in their favor, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we're going to look back at this being a massive win. Do we want to go to a phone call here? Can we do that in 2 hours?
Let's go to calls. Yeah, I'm here for 2 hours.
JD is in Sacramento and wants to talk about, with Bonte, Shasky, and myself, the 49ers injuries. No, not that JD. Another JD in Sac. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Hey, just 2 quick points and I'll get out. I'll be fast. First, on the injury front, I heard you guys talking this morning, why is this team continuing to get injured? It's the Shanahan scheme. It's the philosophy. The same things happened with Mike Shanahan in Denver. They want a smaller, more athletic team that can move. You're sacrificing size, and these guys are getting beat up. That's just kind of what's been happening since Kyle Shanahan's been here. Secondly, I was up in Seattle for the game on Sunday, my first ever road game. I've been to 100 Niner games in my life between Candlestick and Levi's. But I went up to Seattle this weekend with a couple of buddies, and we gave those fraudulent 12s the business. I rolled in there wearing a number 49 jersey with Hawk Hater on the back, and only one fan gave me any kind of grief. The rest of them were complimenting me, wanting to take pictures with my jersey. They're frauds. They're trash. That place is not that loud. The fake crowd noise is very, very clear. And the Niners took over and took care of business. It was a heck of a time.
They are frauds.
I love that he said they were very friendly and nice, but they're trash immediately to them.
I was up there a couple years ago. They are frauds. Seattle fans are frauds. They're terrible.
So we were talking about the injuries earlier today.
Blaming Shanahan for it.
Well,
and
no,
his
I don't
dad
think that's fair. But the game is violent to begin with. But if I was a part of the 49ers organization, and if this is any industry, and you were leading the league in top 10 in injuries year after year after year, I'm not saying it's anyone's fault, but you would evaluate everything you're doing, and you would try to compare and contrast yourself to others around the league. I don't know why. Is it physical play? Is it style of play? The type of players? Is it unfortunate? Is it surface area? There's a million things. Is it the prep? Is it the weekly rest? Who knows? But I can't put my finger on any one thing.
I'm thinking, Bill Belichick used to hide injuries in New England.
Oh.
You think other teams hide their injuries and maybe their ass beat up as the 49ers? You just kind of shove it under the rug
last year they missed
competitive advantage?
There were 4 teams that were tied for the most missed games.
And the Niners are definitely,
the Niners are one of them. So we could talk about disclosing, not disclosing. Right. If you miss games, you miss games.
You miss games. But just practices so far. But I'm with you. I mean, it's kind of, they had to cut Greg Joseph because they needed bodies in other places. Yep. Receivers, D-line, DBs, everybody was dropping like flies in training camp. It was wild. I mean, what's his name? Junior Bergen was running with the first team one of the days. Bergen or whatever his name is. Number 86 is on the P squad right now. So I don't know. I don't know what you can do. They play on grass.
Here's what I would do. I'm being real. This is going to sound absurd. I would hire an outside firm to come in and just
Here we go.
And just evaluate everything we're doing, and then find out around the league who are the teams that are the most injured, who are the least injured. Find out what they're doing, and just put together a report.
I do find it funny though.
What?
I do find it funny.
You think that's absurd?
No, I do find it funny though. We're only the 49ers. I wonder if any team or fan base. Looks at it like this, where we look at their stretches to see if they're stretching properly.
Well, that's
I
think that's going too far.
No, that's where we're at. Well, we've got people evaluating how they stretch. Fans in the crowd say, "Hey, I go to practice. This is what they do to stretch." I don't know what they're doing.
We're evaluating sleep in the NBA. So if you don't think we're evaluating how NFL teams stretch, we're beyond that
point. We need
the
right sleep number for sure. 2024, the Niners are the most injured team. This is via Warren Sharp. You know Warren Sharp is, Bonte. Guy's locked in all the different stats and the data and everything. He's a great follow at Sharp Football on Twitter. So 2024, the number 1 most injured team. 2023, number 29 most injured team, the Niners. Went to the Super Bowl, obviously. 2022, the 9th most injured, but they got to the NFC Championship game. You guys were there at Lincoln Financial Field. 2021, the number 3 most injured team. But they still got to the NFC Championship game that year. 2020, the number one most injured team. Remember that MetLife
It's just
back-to-back
insane.
where everyone was dropping like flies. Bosa, Jordan Reed.
They were
et cetera,
blaming
et cetera.
COVID for that year.
No, that was the field. That was New York. That was New Jersey.
I'm joking.
2019, the 6th most injured, but also got to a Super Bowl. And then 2018, the number 4 most injured team.
George Kittle, right now he's injured. Let's just play this out. So if day one of the injury was September 7th, 1 week being out would be the Saints game. 2 weeks out would be the Cardinal game, the 21st. That feels aggressive. 3 weeks out is the Jaguar game. That would be 3 full weeks. But here's the caveat. You play the Cards, and then you turn around and play the Jags. You turn around and play the Rams on Thursday night. That would be about 4 weeks.
3.5, 4.
I would probably, if you asked me today, even though I know you have to hold these designations and you don't want to waste them, I would probably put Kittle on IR and say, you're returning October 12th.
Yeah, you probably just tell them, we'll see you in Tampa Bay, right?
What do you think?
Because it's George Kittle.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, it's just unbelievable, the first half. And you know, I heard from somebody said, man, you know, guys like him, maybe they work out too hard in the offseason. I don't know if that has any correlation with being injured in week one. The guy did not miss. Hard? Yeah, exactly. This guy didn't miss a practice in training camp, for crying out loud. Unless Shanahan said, hey, this is vet day, stay off the football field. So I don't know. I don't know what you do with George Kittle, but that Rams game could be a pretty big game. And if George Kittle's ready to roll, you know what Shanahan's going to do? Hey, you're going to play Thursday night. We know you got an extended break. You get the weekend off, and then you go down to Tampa Bay to play. We're going to play you against the LA Rams.
Well, remember, he missed last year's game against the Rams in LA, too. And this is where
that was the Juwan Jennings game.
That was the Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, Jake Moody. It was a lot of people's games.
Jake Moody and Ronnie Bell.
So that gets me to special teteams.
Yeah, so let's stop burying the lead here.
Special teams. Okay. Multiple penalties on special teams early in this game. You had both Sky Moore and Garendo kind of bobble balls. They didn't lose the ball, but they bobbled balls. Coverage unit looked okay. And then you get to the kicker. And to me, there's just so many elements of this. I don't trust him at all. This isn't on Jake Moody anymore. This has been on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I don't know why we're here. And I think it truly has affected how they set things up. They went for it after a missed field goal. They went for it on 4th and 2. I thought one of the best plays of the day for Brock Purdy. Look. Let me whip one into to Luke Farrell underneath. He takes a huge hit. We move the sticks. Now it's 4th and 2 again, 10 yards away. It's like a 36-yarder. To me, it's like I would have gone for it again there. And they didn't. It got blocked. And then you hear the Pam
Can you play the Pam Oliver cut? I love the Pam Oliver cut.
Shout out
this is what I live for.
Hall of Famer,
in
by
the broadcast, the Hall of Famer.
She's
the
great.
Hall of Famer. When I heard this live, I howled. I'm not going to lie, I cackled. I know everybody was pissed off. I was a little pissed, but at the same time,
laugh at the absurdity
I laughed.
of it.
This is great.
Kyle Shanahan expects George Kittle, obviously out of the game. He expects to see more man-to-man from Seattle's defense. Special team-wise, no words for Jake Moody, he told me. The guy's just got to make his kicks.
I mean,
what's the other one where the two players slammed their helmets?
We'll grab it. No, that was the first
That was
one.
halftime.
That was halftime. Yeah,
that was halftime.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was so mad. I hopped onto Twitter Spaces just because I needed to get
For
my
who?
frustration for myself.
You did Twitter Spaces at halftime?
At halftime, I just did it because I was so pissed off.
I folded laundry with all the anxiety.
I had to get it out of my system because he doinks it from the left hash, doinks it, and Seattle goes down. Clint Kubiak, what a great play before halftime with the formation and getting Darnold to run for 12, 13 years. Beautiful design. They go up 10-7. I'm thinking, how the hell are the Niners down 10-7?
And Greg Olsen talked about it right before the half, okay? I don't agree with Greg Olsen on this one, but he says, hey, it's 3rd and 1. It's under 2 minutes. You get a first down here. You don't want to let Seattle get the ball back. And I'm like, well, they have 3 timeouts, and you have 2. And so they get stuffed on. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds left. CMC gets stuffed. Timeout Seattle. You throw on 2nd. You throw on 3rd.
Right.
They don't burn any of their timeouts. And then you obviously miss the field goal. It allows Seattle to be able to carve up the middle of the field with those timeouts.
So here's what Greg Olsen said. Then we'll play the Pam Oliver, the frustrated Niners. But this is what Greg Olsen said, as you're alluding to, Joe, on the Fox broadcast.
And just, again, go back to right on the plus side of the 2-minute warning before the Moody miss. We said how important it was for San Francisco to not only score, you can see a little doink here, to not only score, but knowing you get the ball back in the second half, don't give Seattle another possession. And just, that's the little things. And again, it's early in the season, it's situational ball, but again, there's a lot of game left to be played in the second half, but you got the ball under the 2-minute warning with a fresh set of downs. At the very least, you are the last team to touch the ball.
By the way, stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today, Joe.
But the problem was, I had no problem with the 2 passes. Everyone's going to rip Shanahan for the time management. Just make the kick. Like the kicker's got to just make the kick. Like we're trying to find a scapegoat when the scapegoat is the kicker. Make the kick.
Brent Boyer, who supposedly is a special teams guru, they bring him in because they fired everybody in the special teams room last year, and he brings in a lot of his players, which kind of hindered you from making other moves in training camp because Brent Boyer had to have his guys on special teams. Well, not a smashing debut. I gave special teams an F plus, F minus for crying out loud.
Monte's report card.
But no, listen, he made the Raiders. Grady's. I saw that. Grady's grades. I kind of like that.
I love it too.
Everybody's got something nowadays, man.
Go.
Everybody's got something. Listen, he made the kick against the Raiders, and everybody went crazy. You got beat writers saying, Jake Moody this and Jake Moody that, delete your tweets this. And hey, listen, I don't get caught up in that stuff. I'm saying wait until week 1. I said it on the show. Wait until week 1 when he lines up for the left hash from 48. Well, this one was 27. But Brent Boyer, this quote is going to come back to bite him in the ass. He goes after that Raider game. I mean, it could change his career. It's one of those kicks where what I really liked about his response for the 52-yard miss, I believe he showed a lot of character in that moment where he came back and hit 2 clutch ones. The one to tie it and the one to win it. I think he showed the moxie he has and the confidence he's starting to gain. I think it was critical for him. And so, I get it. You're trying to get the kid to be confident.
Yeah, you're hyping him up.
But then you pan the camera on Jake Moody and you look at him and you say, this guy wants nothing to do with this football game. He wants nothing to do with it.
I said that when I look at him, and it's look at, again, I'm not trying to pull the guru. I looked into his eyes. Just look at him. He doesn't look confident.
And Brett,
I'm not even hating.
And for crying out loud, it changed the way Shanahan had to call the game.
Exactly.
That missed kick is really causing some frustration down on the 49ers sideline. I saw 2 thrown helmets and a lot of ticked-off looking players. Kyle Shanahan praised Moody. When we spoke to him, he felt that the kicker would rebound from last season. He did have an injury, though, but he felt like that Moody's healthy and should make his kicks.
Pam, I love you, Pam. Listen, Pam. Pam been at it for a long time, man. Listen, Kyle Shanahan and his emotions, when Moody missed the first one off the upright, Shanahan was irate. And then when it gets blocked, I don't care if it's not Moody's fault. You knew something was going to go awry there. And Shanahan was livid. So I got to know who the 2 players. Somebody's got to have a camera phone out there as a Niner fan to see the 2 players slam their helmets. Was it Christian McCaffrey?
I mean, they showed McCaffrey and Juice sitting on the bench. I just assumed it was Christian.
Well, we know what Kyle Shanahan said because they panned to him immediately with the biggest F-bomb of the season so far.
I'm dead serious. I thought Parcells would have cut him at halftime.
Dude, well, I think he still may get cut.
You brought up the Brant Boyer cut, and I found it after the preseason Game 2 game winner at Allegiant Stadium.
What did you and I say? You were like, that's a great thing for him. And I said to Spelny, I go, that might be the worst possible thing that could have happened is him kick that game winner.
Could change his career. It's one of those kicks where,
oh my God.
You know, and what I really liked about his response from the 52-yard miss, I believe, I think he showed a lot of character in that moment where he came back and he bounced back and he hit 2 clutch, the one to tie it, I think, and the one to win it. So, I think he showed the moxie he has and the confidence that he's starting to gain. And I think it was critical for him, and it was awesome to see the kid and how he rebounded in that moment. And I think what's even better is you see how his teammates reacted around him, and I think that is really, really cool. And I think what a lot of people forget is that he was injured a lot last year, and he went through a tough time, and things like that happen in this league, and it's a matter of how you respond.
I was ready to trade.
He faced some adversity, and he dug himself out of it, and he's doing a really nice job.
I thought that was the end. I'm ready to trade back for Debo to bring him back to judo chop him again.
Tabor Pepper?
I understand Debo. What he did, Tabor
I get it now.
Dude, I 100% get it. And you know what? To go on about that and people flocking up. This is why preseason football stinks. Because everybody takes everything so damn seriously. That meant nothing. It meant how quickly did you Does anybody bring up the 59-yarder now against the Raiders?
It means nothing. Bonte, I said to this guy in the preseason, I go, he can hit every practice kick, every exhibition kick. Week 1, what did I say? Week 1.
Well, he missed 2 kicks in practice.
My faith with him was 0.
Well, I have no more faith in him. And you know what? The special teams unit overall, punt return game, Sky Moore, I mean, they were a disaster. Penalties. Punt team was terrible. Seattle had a big kickoff return. Brett Boyer's got to get this unit buttoned up, man. Seriously, they're going to cost them a football game. You cannot, not with this football team, with the young team, a young defense, and an offense that's going through their injuries or whatnot. You go down to New Orleans with Jake Moody, you're asking for an L. You're asking for him to miss it in the Super Bowl.
Why is he still on the team right now, Bonte?
Well, they're bringing in some options today, so maybe Wednesday he's cleaned out his locker, but the fact that Shanahan, he said no question on Sunday that he'll be back on the team. But then yesterday on the little presser, the Zoom in or whatever it was, he said, yeah, we're bringing in, all options are open. So who knows if Jake Moody played his last game with the 49ers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And courtesy of River Islands, we have Bonte Hill in studio again every single Tuesday. We get a double dose of Brian Baldinger and Bonte Hill. Baldy's at 7:30, Bonte starting at 8, all in studio. Awesome stuff. We're breaking it all down, the good, the bad, the ugly, from a week 1 win up in Seattle. No Kittle the next couple weeks. Potentially no Juwan Jennings. Maybe no Purdy in New Orleans. We'll see.
Hopefully no Moody.
Well, we'll see, right? Like, if they somehow, if he survives this, then it's like the Marvin Lewis in Cincinnati for so long. I don't know how he lasted that long in Cincinnati. We always thought there were like the naked pictures or something, or there were emails. If he survives this week, there is something to the conspiracy theory.
There's a handful of athletes I can remember where the entire core of the Bay Area fandom is like, we don't care if you become the greatest kicker of all time.
No, he's done.
You go somewhere else.
It's over.
Okay? I hate saying this out loud. Mike Dunleavy at one time, fans hated him.
Getting booed immediately.
Jordan Poole, people were done. They were done with Jordan Poole. It's okay. We like him, but a lot of people...
I don't know. I don't know if I'll put Jordan Poole in that category.
A lot of people were done with him at the end.
But it was split. It was
Armando Benitez, Mark Melanson, right? There are certain individuals, Kyle Williams.
I can't put Jordan Poole in that category, but I hear you. I hear you on the other guys.
Okay, all right.
I hear you on the other guys.
You know what? The season in general, like, it all funneled to Jordan Poole very unfairly, as we've seen.
No,
in
it's
hindsight.
not his fault.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying the bulk of the fans saying, I don't care. You have to go, right?
I mean... I don't know
if the bulk of fans. People love Jordan Poole. It was
okay. The Dexter Carter.
Dexter Carter.
Okay, like I can keep going down the list.
Yeah, Adam Walker when he fumbled against the Green Bay Packers with the cast
holding
on his
the
head,
ball up here.
with the cast on his head, and they were down 21-0 that candlestick. Look, man, you have beat writers out there texting, "Hey, Jake Moody's accepted your apologies."
Wait. Was that Lombardi?
No, I'm no names. No names. Listen.
If you're saying in a preseason game that you're accepting apologies on a kicker,
that's what I'm talking about.
What are we doing?
That's what I'm talking about. It was the preseason. It was like, and he made that 59-yarder, and I cackled. Because I look, Jake Moody, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He did have the dislocated ankle, and he tried to tough it out last year. But when he missed did he miss a kick in the Denver game? In the Denver preseason game? Did he miss an extra point or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Every game. He's like 11 for 1,000 or whatever it is of the last
He's got to
years.
go. He's got to go.
Bonte, I'm in the living room with the little guy, and his big thing now is, uh-oh, whoa, uh-oh. And he misses the kick, and I go, this guy. And he goes, uh-oh.
That's right.
And I go, yes, LJ, uh-oh.
Yeah, big uh-oh. All right, so we talked about the kicker. It's just you just have to move on from that. The special teams.
You got to move on from it. No, hey, Spadoni, he's going to cost him a game.
Well, I'm saying you have to move on from the kicker.
This division is going to be so tight. It's going to be so tight. You cannot allow this guy back on the football.
How does John Lynch, a guy that played in the game for so long and played the way he did, how can he tolerate what's going on?
Didn't he have Martin Gramatica?
He had something like, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when I think of John Lynch, it's like tough, no nonsense. Like, the kicker better not ruin the game for the rest of the real players. And, like, the fact that they're letting this happen is absurd.
Yeah, I don't know what to do here.
So what are you more concerned about right now? Is it the special teams unit in general, or is it the offensive line for the 49ers? Because those are my biggest takeaways from the first week. If we're going the good, the bad, and the ugly, Also, the red zone offense in general.
The good is Saleh.
Yeah, the Saleh was
Saleh's
amazing.
going to fix the defense.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, the defense is going to be there
And I
ahead
feel
of schedule.
really good about all the draft picks because of Saleh.
I swear to God, I thought the defense was going to struggle in this game.
I did too.
I thought the offense was going to have to carry the defense, and the defense is ahead of schedule.
They showed up.
The biggest concern right now is Brock Purdy. It's the shoulder and the toe. You just gave him a massive contract. And I was thinking about this on the way in as I was listening to you guys, and you know me, I'm a weirdo. I remember things that I shouldn't remember. But Bill Parcells had joined Jolo and Dibs way back in the day when Garoppolo first got here. And he mentioned something. He said, with this frame, I worry about his durability. Can he stay healthy? Can he stay on the football field? Well, we figured out that Garoppolo has a hard time staying on the football field.
There are only 2 players in the history of the Hall of Fame in the modern era that are under 6'2", meaning 6'1" and below in the Hall of Fame at quarterback. Only 2, Fran Tarkenton, and it'll be Drew Brees.
Yep, no doubt.
Not Russell Wilson. I think he might have played himself out.
No, but to his point, size is a big
size
thing.
and durability.
Size matters.
We're watching Spinoni, Brock Purdy get beat up a little bit. How can he last 18 games year in and year out? When he's on the field, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm confident.
He's good.
He's
a
running
good
the
player.
offense at a high level. I'm good with that. But can he stay on the field? And now, after week 1, you got the shoulder and the toe, and I don't care if he's playing on grass or turf. Can he stay healthy over a full game, over a full season?
Well, and for a guy that's game is predicated on scrambling and to not trust your offensive line. So even if Bonte, he does play through this toe injury, that's going to affect the mobility.
Yeah, his style of play.
That's going to affect his style of play. And if he loses a step, let's say that happened this last week, right? Or the same situation. Maybe that play where he scrambles out and gets it to Tonjes, maybe it's a tackle for loss. Maybe he does. Maybe the player runs into, that's the difference we're talking about here. Just a step is enough to turn it from a first down, a touchdown, or a sack.
And it makes you maybe speed up in the pocket when you shouldn't, because you're worried about taking a hit or getting stepped on or whatever. There's a lot that goes in. The other part of this, B, is long term. Jimmy Garoppolo is a shell physically of what he used to be.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying that's going to happen to Purdy, but there's a wear and tear. When I watch Russell Wilson, he looks nothing physically like the player from a couple years ago.
A lot of shots, a lot of hits.
Yeah.
And again, Bill Parcells is a Hall of Fame. He's one of, if I had to put him he's one of the 5 best coaches I've ever seen in my life, Bill Parcells.
He's great.
He made every team competitive.
The big tuna.
Every team contended. The big tuna. And when he said that back in 2016, when Garoppolo got traded there, that stuck with me.
He also
and it sticks. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he had the algorithm of what to look for in a drafted quarterback.
No doubt.
3 years of starting and under center this many times, and the size was a thing.
It was so with Brock Purdy, and we know how this fan base is. Mac Jones comes into the game on Sunday, and say if he plays 2 weeks, and Mac Jones is rolling, I already know how half this fan base is going to think. We pay Purdy when you could have just paid Mac Jones and let him run the offense. There's not a big. They're going to do that. People are going to do that.
Oh, hell.
They did it
But
with Nick
what
Mullins.
is Mac going to look like behind this offensive line?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know. And without Jawan Jennings,
Exactly.
possibly, if he
And
does
no
play.
George Kittle,
And no
obviously.
George Kittle. So
Kittle's a huge loss.
I don't know, but I do worry about the durability. He's already had the elbow. He got hurt last year. Brock Purdy, how many times? Twice out of nowhere, he had the elbow. He had to sit a couple games out. So that's a concern long term with Brock Purdy. Can he stay healthy for a full 17-game stretch, year in and year out with his body type?
He hurt the shoulder against the Patriots diving on that, or maybe it was the Cardinals, where he was diving for that.
Yep.
Remember that first down when he got
No doubt.
vertical? He hurt his shoulder, but it was the non-throwing shoulder.
And he also hurt his back in that game, too.
That's right.
And then, obviously, the right shoulder injury. He had to sit out against the Packers, return against Buffalo. But Buffalo, you saw in that game, Christian McCaffrey looked like he was almost back, and then he got hurt in that game, remember? But it was in the snow. And you saw the difference immediately with the arm strengths with the 2 quarterbacks, with Josh Allen on one side and Brock Purdy on another. By the way, that Sunday Night Football game was just absolutely incredible. I'm still thinking about it. I'm sure you are too, Bonte. Just week 1 is over, and there was so many different storylines. We're talking about it all right here. And there is something I do want to talk about nationally when it does come to the quarterback conversation. Bonte, we'll do it on the other side. In 888-957-9570. If you have any questions for Bonte in studio right here, hit us up on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. But how we discuss quarterbacks, and last night was just a perfect example of the toxicity around the position. It's gotten out of control. I
actually want to expand on this because, look, some of these guys just might not be the right guys. But when you invest what these teams invest into the young quarterbacks, and if you trust the play caller, Why they can't just be patient with the development process is beyond me. Now, I understand the veterans want to win and all that, but if you trust Kevin O'Connell and you have the long-term view, you can't wait a half for these criticisms to come flaring down on a player?
We'll discuss that on the other side. Bonte Hill in studio on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Week 1 of professional football kicked off with a bang, and now we look ahead to Week 2. One matchup to look forward to is when Philadelphia heads into Kansas City for a rematch of last year's big game. Philadelphia will look to reestablish their league dominance, while Kansas City has revenge on their minds for this year's matchup. Which all-star quarterback will be able to lead his team to a big early win this season? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Moody is duty.
Cheers, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy?
Sure.
Dude, I've always loved Chewy. When I was working promotions, doing all the different, KCBSs of the world, 95.7, then Q102, Chewy hooked up the producers and the promotions people every single time. Bought us food when we had to go out there, not getting paid a whole hell of a lot, going out to Hot Concord, giving out tickets. Always got love for Chewy Gomez.
Liar!
I'm not lying, Anakin Skywalker. I'm not. Bonta Hill in studio, been crushing it since 8 o'clock. Every Tuesday, Bonta joining us to talk 49ers football. Every Tuesday, 8 o'clock, courtesy of River Islands. And by the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the Seattle Storm. Hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30. So we've been talking about the good, the bad, the ugly, and the 49ers win over the Seattle Seahawks, Shasky. And we were talking about, quarterbacks. It dominates the conversation, right? It's always going to lead everything off. And Brock Purdy is no exception to that. We were going to do the compare and contrasting every single game because that's what we do. As we're watching the highlights right now in studio of J.J. McCarthy, V1, Caleb Williams, as they were going toe-to-toe yesterday.
I think, the kicker position, throw that to the side. It's a very unique position. Can win and lose a game. Like, it's very clear and cut. Like, either you're making kicks or you're not. But, look at Upton Stout, for example, in this game. In this one game, we expect rookies to just come in and all be Aldon Smith from day one. Aldon was like a third-down specialist early on in his career and then obviously became an every-down player. Upton Stout was getting baptized in this one. He didn't have a preseason. I didn't see him in any of those preseason games. He missed how many weeks, B?
He missed every preseason game. He came up with a calf injury before the first game against Denver and was out basically until the last week of training camp.
Okay, so 3 weeks, give or take.
Yep.
In this game, he flashed a little and also showed a lot of youth. He grabbed Cooper Kupp on a play. I didn't know if Cooper could even make a play on the ball. It's a play he wants back. But by the end of the game, he made a couple of nice plays. Now, overall, leaves still a lot to be desired, but I like where the young player's out. We will see. Development is not linear. You're not just going to go flying forward. Michael Williams, he might build on the game that he had over the weekend, and he might have a couple of games where we don't see a lot of production. Who knows? We will see. Right. Alfred Collins, CJ West, same thing. I go to quarterbacks, and I'm watching the game last night for these young quarterbacks, and just for the life of me, I cannot understand why people can't allow things to breathe a little. Whether it's Arch Manning at Texas, whether it's Caleb Williams, whether it's J.J. McCarthy, just overall, sports fans have such little tolerance for young players making mistakes. It bugs me. And it's not just the fans. Richard Sherman is tweeting out in real time last night in that first half, crushing J.J. McCarthy. And I get it. It looked awful. I mean, it looked really bad. But by the end of the game, he looked better. Now, who knows what he'll become? It's his first game on the road, Monday Night Football, against the Bears. It's a tough spot.
Bad field conditions, too, I want to be honest. It was not good. It was all chewed up. Did you guys see that? They didn't even do the lines right in the end zones. It's awful.
But, like, it's just, it takes a long time to be good in the league. And then when you are good in the league, do it again. Jaden Daniels, do it again. C.J. Stroud, do it again. Like, that's what we do. Brock Purdy, do it again.
An hour into the game, this is the tweet that you're referencing from Richard Sherman. This is, again, his first ever start in the NFL, one half of football. Not sure J.J. McCarthy is the answer in Minnesota. This is the danger of letting the guy who you had success with walk for a guy you think can do the job at a high level.
And look, there's a whole Darnold conversation, what they should have done contractually, setting the guy up. I just think overall, sports fans, the tolerance level, and the former players that are talking, the tolerance level for development in real time is at an all-time low, and it drives me nuts. Arch Manning, I was telling these guys before, heading into the year, I go, guys, the hype, there's just no way he's going to be able to live up to the hype. We all got to pump the brakes on this guy a little, and he's looked very mediocre. That doesn't mean he won't maybe one day be really good. He's just not there yet.
It's part of the coverage of the league. First Take, Nick Right, Nick Wrong, whatever you want to call them. All these hot shock jocks on television has helped shape a lot of people's opinions on sports. A lot of people, like my sisters, they be watching First Take. Oh, skip it. I was like, you don't learn nothing from that. Congratulations. I mean, they're entertaining, and they made a great career for themselves. But you don't learn anything from that. No. But they are the kings of, this guy can't get it done or not winning the championship. Oh, this guy stinks. He stunk it up. I don't trust him. Really? You know how nuanced football is? First of all, it's the ultimate team sport. The ultimate. Doubt. The quarterback can't. We saw this in the Super Bowl finally, and I hope people understood what I was talking about during the Super Bowl. Mahomes may be the greatest we ever seen. He may be one day be considered one of the greatest we've ever seen.
He's probably in the argument already. And when it's all said and done, who knows where he'll finish.
And we saw what happened when a couple things broke down. Whether it's the offensive line, whether it's not having wide receivers, whether it's not having separation on the outside, whether it's not having a running game. And so these people form these opinions after one quarter of football. And I've tried my best to evolve and learn. And I felt like I had it. But now that I've been sitting back a little bit, just saying, just let the game play out. Not every game's going to be pretty. You're not going to win every game 45-3. You're not going to be 25-28 for 350 every single game and score 4 touchdowns. Fantasy football has also had an impact on this.
Totally agree.
Fantasy football, we look at fantasy football, look at the box score and say, oh, man, this guy, like Caleb Williams on paper, fantasy football had a pretty good day.
Yeah.
For fantasy football users.
My eyeballs told me that, and I'm a big Caleb fan. I'm rooting for him. He's got to learn touch.
He's got to learn touch.
He throws a rifle ball, and he's very inaccurate. I think it's sloppy footwork.
And he was gun shy in the first half. Troy Aikman was pointing it out. I was seeing it. It's like, oh, he's scared to make a mistake, which I get because they're playing against Brian Flores and a defense that's as exotic as any defense in the league. So
they won 15 games, that Viking team.
So that's why the whole Jimmy, going back to Jimmy, when he passed the ball 8 times. I understood it because, look, you're running the ball down the Packers' throat. And, yeah, you don't want the quarterback to make a mistake. It's his first postseason. But you got to do what you got to do to win games in this league. At the end of the day, those players in the locker room, all they care about is winning.
Yep. Winning
on Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. And so the way we talk about quarterbacks, it's jumped the shark how we talk about sports in general.
Well, it's so funny because everyone is talking about that Sunday night football game between the Bills and the Ravens and saying, oh, this is one of the greatest regular season games we've ever seen. Yeah, remember how we talked about both those quarterbacks? It was not a immediate success for both of them. Now, Lamar came in, took the league a little bit by storm. He wasn't an MVP candidate immediately. Josh Allen was not an MVP candidate immediately. Those guys struggled.
Joe, that game, Sunday night, Like, those guys are playing a whole nother sport. I mean, they're so good.
But think about the way
it's stupid how good they are.
But just think about the way we used to talk about those guys.
But
hell, people are still doubting Lamar.
Joe,
they're still doubting Bonte.
It's like Curry in the finals. Well, you know, Curry hasn't done it in the finals. Like, all the big games leading up to it don't matter. And I feel the same way about Lamar. And unfortunately, until he wins in the playoffs, he's going to have that monkey on his back.
It was Peyton Manning for the longest time. He couldn't get over that Patriots hump, right? It was Tom getting all of it. He was the winner until finally they broke through, right? But it's funny how we've evolved and how we talk about these quarterback positions.
The Curry thing was so dumb. It was like he needed that championship against Boston to cement his legacy. Like, what have you been watching the last decade? Why do we do this all the time?
Boy, Isaiah Thomas, his KD saved a legacy. You see that one?
So let's bring it back to Purdy. So, like, in this game, right? Like, I thought his first half was brilliant. But you look up and they had 7 points.
Yep.
Right? Because teams execute. Exactly. Teams are who's scoring, and teams are how you move the ball down the field, okay? Then I look at that third quarter. Not a good third quarter at all for him, for the team, but I thought the defense hung tough, gave them an opportunity, and when it mattered the most, in winning time, he was making plays. You want to call them lucky or fortunate plays? Fine. I'm going to call them, hey, letting my playmakers make plays and throwing the ball up and at least having the cojones to try to make plays. And I thought he was excellent in that fourth quarter and particularly that final drive. And then Nick Bosa, who was quiet for stretches in this game, comes through with another big play when this team absolutely needed it. That's why you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on both of those players, is to make plays when it's winning time, Bonte.
And did anybody actually think that they're going to go up to Seattle and just smoke the Seahawks?
No.
A divisional opponent.
Week 1.
A division game, week 1, home opener. The Niners hadn't won in that time slot since 2008 when they won 33-30 when Patrick Willis had the great pick 6 up in Seattle. Now, they had a Saturday game when they won night. They haven't won in that time slot
Saturday
in Seattle.
At 1 o'clock.
Saturday at 1.
Sunday 1 o'clock.
So, excuse me, Sunday
2008. 2008 when they won 33-30. Now, they beat them 19-17. Think about it. They beat them 19-17 when Harbaugh, but that game was on a Saturday, 19-17. It was on a Saturday.
Last year was a Thursday night game with Debo.
They played them on Thursday night, Thanksgiving,
that is
Sunday night. I was looking it up. I was like, this is crazy. And Seattle's a home dog. They usually win those games.
Yeah.
So, look, you do what you got to do when they win in football, especially early on. Yeah. It's not going to be pretty. You're trying to figure out what your roster is. You're trying to find out who your studs are. Okay, who can I play? Who can I not play? Whatever it is. So, the way we are so hypercritical, and J.J. McCarthy, credit to him, I'm not the biggest J.J. McCarthy fan. No. I don't think highly of him.
I ended up rooting for him because
I was too.
No, because of social media yesterday.
I found myself doing the same thing.
You know what it reminded me of? Just the whole game plan and the way he looked as a player. He's faster. He might be stronger early on. It reminded me of Norv Turner with Alex Smith. Where this is clearly a young player who maybe doesn't see the field as well as we all think. Yep. But I actually came away walking home. I like him. I'm going to pull for him.
I am. I was down at that Rose Bowl when I saw him in Michigan. I was like, he's all right.
He had that one throw.
He had that one throw, but I prefer Milroe, even though Milroe fumbled that game away.
It was almost a pick 6 the very first play, but they called it out because the DB was out of bounds.
I know, and I doubled down. Carter will love this. I had 500 on Alabama going into the game, and when he threw that pick and they called it back, I said, you know what, I'm doubling down on Alabama. There's no way they lose this game. And then Jalen Milroe fumbles in the fourth quarter against Michigan and shot, and I'm out of,
Jalen Milroe had a snap on Sunday in
Third
Seattle.
Play of the game. Second play of the game.
What a wasted play. 1 yard.
No, the one I loved the most from Seattle, Darnold ran to the left, turned around, and threw a back screen to the right. It was the most bizarre play. I don't know. Some of their play calling was a little...
Just because Clint Kubiak was in the Shanahan system doesn't mean he's ready to call. Did he get fired by Houston?
No, that was Bobby Slowick.
That was Bobby Slowick who got fired. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
The other Kubiak was in New Orleans. Right?
I think it was in New Orleans, yeah.
Was he in New Orleans?
He was in New Orleans.
Clint Clay. There's just all the Kubiaks right there. Bonte in studio right now, courtesy of River Islands, as he is each and every Tuesday now. We got a double dose of Baldy and Bonte every single Tuesday going forward throughout the NFL season.
So, all right, fellas, we're looking at this Niner team. You get a win, you survive in advance. But what was the cost? The cost right now, you look at George Kittle, who knows? 3 at minimum.
3 to
Will we
5
agree?
weeks. Yeah,
3 to 5. He's probably out a month.
I think so
4
too.
games.
I keep going back to October 12th.
That sucks. He was literally your best player last year on offense. That's brutal.
He's one of the franchise greatest players
He's a
ever.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I mean, and this is one of those kinds of injuries, even if he comes back, like what version is he?
Yeah.
Does it linger all year?
Hamstrings are tricky.
They're very tricky. Then I look at Juwan Jennings. I think this is a big injury too. They needed him. There was a specific play where Witherspoon blitzed off the edge. Juwan Jennings just sat down and vacated the hot route spot. And Purdy just hit him right there. First down. Like, they don't have a body type on the roster right now that looks like Juwan.
No, they need DeMarcus Robinson back in a heartbeat.
Yes.
And you can't count on Brandon Ayuk. Again, it's similar to last year's with Christian McCaffrey. If you got anything from McCaffrey, it was going to be a bonus.
Yep.
That's how I feel about Brandon Ayuk this season. Yep. It's going to be a bonus, whatever you get from BA. And I hope he plays well. I hope he performs well. But that injury was devastating. And he's got to get up to game speed after not playing over a year, didn't practice. And we don't know where the hell he's going to be at with that knee injury. Is he going to trust it right away? I have no idea. So they need DeMarcus Robinson back. And obviously he won't be back until the Jaguars game.
Absolutely.
Week number 4.
He's missed the first 3 due to suspension. And this is where I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan, Bonte. If we want to talk about him as one of the best in the business, hey, Robert Saleh had all the excuses in the world for him if they didn't perform on Sunday, right? There's a lot of new names, a lot of no names in that defense. You know what they did? They held the opposition to 13 points.
But you need playmakers.
You do need
They're playing
playmakers.
some teams. The Rams defense is legit.
You absolutely
The
need
Cardinals, I think, are sneaky good.
I hear you.
Tampa Bay showed out against Atlanta on Sunday and did what they had to do to slow them down. I know the kicker missed a kick to send it to overtime, but Tampa Bay, I thought their defense played very well for the most part of that game. You don't have playmakers. It's going to be tough to move the football.
That's where I'm looking at the quarterback and what version of the quarterback and which quarterback are we going to have. That's another question.
But
if
you
it is
can,
Brock Purdy,
real quick,
yeah,
you can only do so much if you don't have playmakers.
No, I know.
Right? We saw. I thought Brady was washed, done. He was throwing to Kimbrell Tompkins and a bunch of who's.
Jacoby Myers.
Hey.
But it was rookie undrafted.
Exactly.
It was rookie. He only played like so many games.
And the greatest of all time could not move the ball because nobody was outside.
His final pass as a New England Patriot was a pick six. It's crazy.
Trying to throw to Chris Hogan, I believe.
So Shanahan could scheme it up, but what does that last? 12 plays, 15 plays, 20 plays? Then you got to go out there and play and manufacture drives all game long. And if you don't have the necessary playmakers out there, I don't care what you do. You're going to struggle offensively.
And this is why I think for the next couple of weeks, boy, there's a lot of pressure on Robert Saleh, Fred Warner, and Nick Bosa.
Yeah, keep it close.
Not only keep it close, just you got to play grinded out, ugly games. I think that's the whole identity of the team should be rugged, time possession, slow it down, try not to make big crucial mistakes. And this is where special teams is so important. Yeah. They can ill afford to have Jake Moody on this team.
They kind of felt like that first game might be emblematic of the season as a whole, Bonte. Just roller coaster ride. There's going to be a lot of ups and a lot of downs this season. But you know
field position matters.
This season's going to be fun to talk about. I'm excited about this because that win in week 1, I know you, as a fan, you always want a blowout or whatever, but it kind of might be a season-defining win to set the tone for the season. The adversity that they had to fight through early against a division rival was massive.
I love that win for all the things you just said, Spadoni. The adversity, you lost momentum going into the half. You lost momentum going into the fourth quarter. You didn't have the momentum.
You didn't have a lead heading into the fourth quarter.
And then all of a sudden your defense holds strong as Seattle drives into the red zone and your defense doesn't panic. Shanahan doesn't call any timeouts because I was thinking about that. Like, are you going to call some timeouts to save some time for yourself? But they come up with the big fumble. Bosa, they recover it. They go home 1-0. I love that victory because that's a character-defining victory. A lot of new dudes on that roster, offensively, defensively. You got dudes suspended. You got guys hurt. You lose your great tight end. I love that win on Sunday. And look, have some more ugly wins. I don't care. Weathering the storm in the first 9 games for this team is imperative. With 6 of the first 9 on the road, think about that. 6 of the first 9 on the road. If they come out of this 5-4, 6-3, and we know what Shanahan teams does in November and December. So I feel good about that win in Seattle. I don't know who's scoffing at it. You want to nitpick about it? Go ahead. I mean, but that's new age fandom. You're going to nitpick about everything. Ball placement. I heard fans cry about Jimmy Garoppolo throwing to Jeff Wilson Jr. on the Texas run. Well, it was kind of behind him, and Jeff Wilson had Dude, Jimmy threw for over 400. Calm down. But that's
And
what we do
4
in sports.
touchdowns.
And 4 touchdowns that came back from a 16-0 deficit.
I compared it to what the Cincinnati Bengals did week 1. You think the Bengals players care how they won?
No.
They won against a division rival, a tough game that they probably had no business winning, quite frankly, but they won in week 1, which they haven't done in forever.
Yep.
That's all they care about.
That's all they care
Setting
about.
the tone for the season with the win, winning ugly. Shout out your boy BG Tennis Nation. Brad Gilbert knows all about it. Shout out your boy Alcaraz, by the way, with the big, massive win against Yannick
US
Sinner.
Open, Saturday.
Steph Curry was there in person, by
US
the way.
Open was on fire.
What do we do with this Purdy long-term health thing? I mean, obviously there's a philosophy change from Shanahan in terms of investing in the offensive line, which I think we're all in unison. Like, boy, it'd be nice to just be able to see them draft some linemen higher, just in general. But that's not how it's not his philosophy on team building. But in terms of Purdy, we were looking at his college career. He didn't really miss any time because of injuries, though he had some small stuff. It's football. It's violent. We get it. 2022, torn UCL.
Yep.
I know he didn't miss games, but he missed an entire offseason. 2023, the concussion on the quarterback sneak. And then, remember, he got removed with a stinger in that Baltimore game, and Darnold ended up coming into that game. Last year, the back injury that he had, the shoulder injury in the same game where he dove. Week 12, he missed with the right shoulder injury again. And then at the end of the year, the elbow. And now he's got a shoulder and a toe. Is that football? Is that offensive line, protection, philosophy, organizational, setup and what they believe and how to build a team? Or is this, something we should really be concerned about regarding Purdy and his long-term health?
Can I just say yes to all of that? Like, it's football, it's the size, it's the frame, it's the offensive line, and you're just going to get hit. Like, that's where I say, like, it's okay to say maybe some teams and some players are just unlucky with their health. Now, that's part of it. Like, that sucks that he got hurt, but this is a contact sport. So if you don't protect the guy and the player doesn't protect himself also in this regard, and that's something else we're going to need to talk about. Him protecting himself going forward as well. Knowing when to, slide, run out of bounds, fall down. That's something that, we kind of like look past when it came to Brady and Manning's longevity. What were they able to do all the time, Bonte, in the pocket? When they knew it was collapsing, what'd they do? Either they threw it on the ground or they just fell down. Yep. Just fall down. Now, I'm not saying it has to be that extreme this early on, but we're going to find out a lot about Brock Purdy's health, I think, this season because it's getting tested right out of the gate. Last year, that didn't happen until week 4, right? There was a couple weeks to go. So it was okay, and then he had a bye week, he had everything else. So we're going to find out a lot about him this week, heading into next week, and then that third game against the division rival Arizona Cardinals at home. But is it okay if I just say all of the above right there, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. Now, when the UCL injury last year, or the elbow.
The elbow.
Was that non-contact?
They filed it under elbow.
Right. What was that, non-contact? Was
I
it
don't
just
even
tired,
know. They were
dead
very
arm? They were very vague about that, right?
Yes.
So So you could get hurt.
Helmet hit it.
He also would have been missing time had they made the playoffs. That was the quiet part out loud, is that he couldn't throw for a good month or two after the season.
No, he broke his ribs, or he had a couple broken ribs after getting hit against Tampa Bay. His first go around the second game. Second game, remember? And then
you're right.
Nobody knew about that.
Short week.
15 minutes before Seattle, like, okay, he's ready to go. He had the flak jacket on. They gave him some painkillers, and he had to get through that game, which kind of won over the team, saying, wow, this guy is so tough here. So, look, he could have a non-contact injury. You could get hurt. It could be all of the above. Offensive line, protecting yourself. You're going to get hit. It's pro football. But can you withstand those hits? Yeah, because Lamar takes some hits.
Yeah.
But Lamar's able to kind of stay up, and he'll miss a game or two here or there. Josh Allen hasn't missed anything because he knows how to protect himself. So Purdy will have to do a better job at that. But again, I go back to the Parcells quote from way back in 2016. It's probably been going on for a lot longer than that. With that frame and that body type, can you withstand the punishment year in and year out for 17 games? And that's something that we're going to find out about Purdy this year, next year, and the year after.
What do you make philosophically of the Niners being the only team in the NFL since taking Aaron Banks in 2021? The last 5 drafts, they're the only team in the NFL to not draft a tackle, guard, or center in the first 3 rounds. I'm just asking.
It's wild. It's wild.
You're
What?
Philosophically,
it's not wild. It's ridiculous.
Do you
frankly.
agree with that philosophy? Even if it has worked, do you agree with the philosophy?
But what? I mean, this regime did take Mike McGlinchey, correct?
That was in 2018.
Yes.
2018. They
10th
took Mike
overall.
McGlinchey. Didn't necessarily pan out.
No.
Banks was what, a second-round pick?
That's the highest since McGlinchey.
And what was that, 2021?
Second round, 2021 year of Trey Lance.
So if you don't like the player at that draft slot, then I'm not going to just take a
I hear
lineman
ya.
just to take a lineman. If they feel like a lineman can't, adjust to their system, their scheme, and the way they play football, then don't take the player in those first 3 rounds.
But this, okay, I hear you, but this goes back to, it feels like, for a fan's perspective, you're drafting kickers and running backs that you're cutting and guys that are useless in those first 3 picks. Cameron Latu, 4th-round pick.
Right.
It's a horrible pick.
It's a horrible pick.
We can find that with every organization, but I guess when you don't prioritize offensive line in the draft, it does make you scratch your head, especially when you're this team that knows firsthand quarterback goes down, your season's pretty cooked.
So they had Trent Williams at left tackle. They find Brendel. What did they stand
Pooney was the 4th round.
Pooney was 4th round. That pick is hit.
No, it's a great pick.
That pick is hit.
It's one of their higher picks.
Right.
Real quick, what'd you make of the McKivitz extension? 3 years, $45 million.
There's a lot of chatter about him.
He's
about
solid.
McKivitz. He hasn't missed a game since he's been the starter at right tackle.
Been healthy.
He's been healthy. And I don't think he's as bad as what online people make him seem to be. I don't think he's the greatest in the world.
No.
But have you missed Mike McGlinchey with Coach
Not
McKivitz
at all.
in the lineup?
I actually think he's better than McGlinchey.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I 100%
and
agree
I think
with that.
The bang for the buck, I know 15's a lot, but look what Abe Lucas just got, and he didn't impress me that much.
Look what, who is it, Jalen Moore?
Who's getting paid to be a backup.
He's not even playing.
Yeah.
$15 million a year. So if he would have hit the open market, he would have got paid a lot of money, and you would have lost a right tackle. Right? Offensive linemen do not go on trees. We're talking about them not drafting in the first 3 rounds. Offensive linemen. So I had no problem with the extension. I think it was a smart move by the Niners to get ahead of it, keep him in the building. He knows the scheme. He's not hurt. He's been in the lineup every single game. I don't think he's as bad as what people make him out to be. Is he a Pro Bowler? I don't know. Is he an All-Pro? I don't think so. But is he solid and serviceable? Absolutely.
So the offensive line organizational philosophy, Shanahan philosophy, however you want to put it, I get where they're coming from. I lean more in the Harbaugh, even Trent Baalke. I have to give him credit. When this team was really good, they invested in Joe Staley, Upati. They invested in Anthony Davis. They found Alex Boone. I like investing in those high first, second-round picks. I know they're not sexy. I know we want playmakers, but these offensive linemen, a couple years ago, Jim Harbaugh had the opportunity to draft Brian Thomas, and everyone's like, you got to take the wide receiver. You're cutting all these wide receivers. He took Joe Alt.
Yep.
They lost Slater, and now Joe Alt slides over to the left side. I'm a believer in the way Harbaugh views it. The tip of the spear is that offensive line. I'm not saying every year you invest in it, but God, I'd love to see them just take a couple linemen.
One thing you got to consider too is they've been a really good team. So had they had those picks to take those premium linemen in the first 10 or 15 picks, Bedoni. Now I'm looking at something here. Drake Jackson, 2nd round.
It's a huge whiff.
2022.
Oh boy.
What
do we got?
It happened, guys. He's gone. Source, according to Tom Pelissero, the 49ers are waiving kicker Jake Moody.
Gone.
I thought we were going to. Was it Kuminga?
I thought
Is it Purdy?
Kuminga
I had no idea. So Jake Moody's gone.
According to sources from Tom Pelissero just now.
Ding dong,
you know what?
At
least they didn't allow him to cost them a game. No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
yeah.
I wish him well. I hope he does well at his next location.
Wow.
I'm not mad at him, but going back to this conversation about, draft picks, and when you miss on them, we always go back to, well, this guy hit and this guy is.
Right.
3rd round kicker, it's going to be tough to get the general public in your favor unless that guy is great.
Unless
not
he's
good,
Sebastian
great.
Janikowski.
Exactly.
And he wasn't even great. He was,
if it was anything 40 or under, I would not trust Seabass. It had to be 50 or above only.
I was just going to bring up Drake Jackson,
Wow.
61 overall, 2nd round pick in 2022.
It's a huge whiff.
The Seahawks, in that same draft, 9 picks or 11 picks later, took Abe Lucas,
who's a nice player.
So Jake Moody gone. Wow. Shanahan did not mess around. 24 hours later, somebody had a conversation, and yesterday on that presser, he said all options are open. And when you see Matt Prater,
no question, he's gone is now the way.
When you see Matt Prater get on the red eye and get the call and go 3 for 3 in Buffalo, Niners had to make this move.
Bonte, when I watched that game the other night, Buffalo versus the Baltimore Ravens, and the way that they kneeled the ball with the clock ticking and no timeouts, ran the special teams unit out there, kicked a field goal in under 25 seconds, and did it pretty effortlessly to win the game, I said, I don't think the Niners can do that.
Yeah, it matters. We saw KC. We also watched last night Cairo Santos.
Yes.
You got to know your personnel, people. hey, Ben Johnson, if you know your kicker can't boot it through the end zone, take the penalty because the time is much more important than the field position at that point. Drove me absolutely insane. That literally lost them the game yesterday, just not knowing that. By the way, I got to shout out our very own Bonte Hill. You had that tweet out within like a minute of that happening while you were talking with us on air. That is impressive stuff, Bonte Hill.
Some people can multitask.
Wow.
Some women lie and say.
How long have you had that tweet saved in your drafts? Be honest.
Some women say you can't multitask. I'm not one of those men.
No. I want to know how long you've had that tweet saved in your drafts.
It was a quote tweet, so he couldn't have had it in his draft.
Well, he had
impressive
to go.
stuff.
He had to go after Sunday. When players are throwing helmets and they're ticked off, read the room here. Read the room.
When Pam Oliver's reporting this?
That missed kick is really causing some frustration down on the 49ers sideline. I saw 2 thrown helmets and a lot of ticked off looking players. Kyle Shanahan praised Moody. When we spoke to him, he felt that the kicker would rebound from last season. He did have an injury, though, but he felt like that Moody's healthy and should make his kicks.
And he didn't, and now he's gone. The 49ers, if you're just joining us, per Tom Pelissero, have waived kicker Jake Moody.
3rd round pick. Unbelievable.
That is great.
It really bugged me. You know, Madden usually gets it right in the video game.
Oh, okay.
It bugged me that he had star development headed into this year. No, it did.
He had a great leg, man.
He does have a
Jake Moody has a great leg. And you know what?
You know
what? A lot of kickers, they do resurface and they're better elsewhere. Maybe a change of scenery will help him.
Sure.
He's going to come back to bite the Niners if he has slots. He's going to get a job somewhere.
But Bonte, the Niners, in my life, they're best suited finding the veteran who, for whatever reason, bounced around. Look at Joe Nedney, okay? David Green Eckers, Wade Ritchie, David Green Acres, Robbie Gold. Who was the other? Phil Dawson. Phil Dawson comes to mind. All those guys were like, hey, they got cut from their last spot, but they're solid, they're older. Like, that's what the Niners need to go with.
Probably the most recent example, I think Daniel Carlson was like a 4th or 5th round pick from the Vikings. And they cut him. I remember Zimmer cut him after a couple games. Goes to the Raiders, been there ever since in 2018. He's been all-pro a couple times.
You guys brought up the Ravens and Bills game. How about that Ravens kicker? They just drafted him.
Oh, Loop.
He looked like a 15-year pro.
Right down the middle.
Right down the middle, Spadoni. Tyler Loop with power. I was like, damn, he's booming him. And that place is not easy to kick at High Mark, formerly Ralph Wilson Stadium up there in Buffalo, man. But Jake Moody gone. Jake Moody's gone. Yeah, you had to do it. You had to do it. You had to do it after that game. You had to do it. I'm not even laughing. This guy's going to cost you. But the Brett Boyer quote just sounds more and more ridiculous.
Could change his career. It's one of those kicks
I
where
just needed that sights done now. It could change his career.
I mean, you know what this tells me, to your point about the player? I do think the players, somebody got to Shanahan and was like, you can't do this. Maybe Shanahan was cognizant of it as well, but thank God. They couldn't go 17 weeks.
No.
They couldn't.
Do you think Shanahan watched the broadcast back and heard Pam Oliver?
No, how about Greg Olsen? You can't. What was that? Play the one.
Can you play the Olsen? Yeah, this is crazy.
This is incredible.
He said the field goal team is a disaster.
No, he goes against you can't.
They're going to go. Yeah, you can't. That'd be 3 red zone three red zone attempts that you get down there, and the field goal team's been a disaster. So this is the right move. And now Dominic Pooney, the right guard, he's being tended to down on the field.
You can't. Greg Olsen and Joe Davis are on fire, by the way. Joe Davis was trolling Jake Moody in that game.
Dude, Olsen jumped in with the you can't. Field goal team's a disaster.
They're going to go. Yeah, you can't. That'd be 3 red.
I love Greg Olsen.
He's the best. I said that to the whole crew.
He's slightly better than Aikman. I love Aikman. I've come to love Aikman,
Greg Olsen.
But Greg Olsen's my guy.
Dude, he had some lines in here that I wrote down during the broadcast on different route concepts that he called them specific. The Shake 7, you got to sell the post. I'm like, never heard that. I love that. Like, he gave me some great stuff. One last time, for old time's sake, can you give me Kicker Watch?
Oh, it's not going away.
Kicker Watch. Jacob Moody.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
If you're just tuning in right now, Jake Moody is no longer a San Francisco 49er. He's been waived.
I swear to God. That preseason game where David Lombardi's tweeting about Jake Moody's accepted our apologies right now. And I came in that Monday morning and said, it's all fine and dandy when you line up on the left hash up at Lumen Field from 48. Well, he was from 27, and he doinked it. You don't cape for kickers. I'm sorry. I liked the pick initially. I did. And you know what? He made 2 long kicks in the Super Bowl. I'll give him credit for that.
This team has now cut a 4th-round punter and a 3rd-round kicker.
It's unbelievable.
As we talk about offensive line, now can you understand where? And I'm not saying you got to take your 1st pick or your 2nd pick, but like you wasted a 4th-round punter and a 3rd-round kicker, and both aren't on the team. Like, yeah, I think it's fair to be like, yeah, you need to adjust your philosophies and invest in the offensive line. I'm sorry.
Something we don't have to cut though, Carter. It's Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Final thought. I said this a week ago. Look, this player is a great player. I'm not saying this youngster is close to this player in terms of impact and what they got going in terms of at the plate. But the energy I get from Drew Gilbert gives me Hunter Pence-like vibes. Modern, crazy, psycho man. That kid, something's off with him. Drew Gilbert for the San Francisco Giants, and I love him.
He likes to be choked.
I don't know about that part, but I love him. Every dugout needs a Drew Gilbert.
Do we need to have Carter in here after we have an awesome take? Carter or Sam comes in here and chokes Jasky or all? Do you want to start doing that going forward?
Hey, my final thoughts, Spadone, is Carter's highlight tape in high school. He was bossing dudes at Stewart Hall. What? I couldn't believe it. He missed his calling. If he would have got his ass in shape, he would have been the best tight end in pro football history. 6'8", 280. Oh, you missed your calling, Carter.
would have drafted him in the 3rd round. There you go.
Too much.
Stewart Hall had a football team?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do they have one now?
Oh, we're 11-man, and we had a recent win in an exhibition game that someone next to you doesn't want to speak about out loud.
Oh, he's keeping records of joint practices. He's Elliot Short works on the West Coast.
Yeah, he called me that. I didn't like that.
Spadoni, you want to talk about ridiculousness? Thank God we're in the regular season. Thank God.
Hey, we're back. Week 1 was on fire. I can't wait for week 2. By the way, if we're doing week 1 overreactions, Tom Brady, minority owner of Las Vegas Raiders, knows what he's doing. Pete Carroll and Gino over Ben Johnson and Caleb any day of the week. He knows what he's doing. 1-0.
Gino's 6 years older. I mean, like I like Gino better than him, but like there was an age factor in this.
There was.
Just win, baby.
There it is.
Just win,
7
baby.
o'clock start time on Monday Night Football next week, by the way. What are we doing?
Oh, that's
7 o'clock?
Morning host. Worst nightmare.
Oh, my God. That's going to be a good one, though, at Allegiant. Herbert, Gino, Pete Carroll, and Jim Harbaugh. What's your deal? What's your deal, Joe?
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I'm never going to forget about that. Bonte, what's your deal? What's your final thought?
These Giants, man.
Just can't quit them?
I can't quit them. I thought I was done Saturday. I was like, all right, that's it. Stick a fork in them.
Well, then Sunday.
But the Mets keep leaving the door open for the Giants. They got 3 left against Philly, 3 against Texas and Bochy and company. There's a chance, man.
Oh, God.
There's a chance.
Are you bringing Bob Melvin back?
You have to, right?
Don't ask me that right now.
Bob Melatonin?
That's
funny.
I didn't say that.
That's funny. It's Red Bull, Bob, at this point. They're on fire right now, bro. Come on.
Bob Melvin got a pep in his step.
That's right.
But his presser's been on fire. He's smiling. I haven't seen him smile like this all year long. They're hitting the hell out of the ball. Jung-Hoo Lee looks like a factor. Adamas endeavors.
Haven't seen Bob this excited since bingo last week during the early bird dinner.
See, Bob, that wasn't me, Bob. That wasn't me. I would never do that.
Sleepy
By the way,
Bob.
tune into Giants pre and post tonight.
Oh, what's your record?
Every night.
What's your record?
We got nothing. Oh, I'm 6-16.
Oh,
So much for that playoff run.
So much for that playoff run.
6-16.
I haven't beat the Padres yet.
Oh, my God. You're the Carolina Panthers this season.
Yeah,
that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price
They're totally
guarantee.
losing tonight.
One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed.
Stupid jerseys.
Hey, Florida State, are they 2-0?
Oh, Florida State, October 4th. I got a bet with Tetlow over at NBC because he's a Hurricane fan. And Longman, we got a bet coming too. I want lunch. Miami's coming to Doak Campbell Stadium, buddy. They're coming to Doak.
Well, they got to get through USF this week, who've been knocked down Boise State and Florida last week.
Florida,
They're playing the 51 Dons?
Hey, don't sleep on USF.
Hey, how about the lefty from Cal?
It's not bad.
How about
you guys want him
What's
on
his
the air?
name? Wait, what's his
somebody
name?
hit me up and was like, do you want to interview him? I don't want to say
take
it.
him.
I'm I'm not going to say his name.
What is it, Jalen?
I'm not doing it. Eli's not
He's
gonna
throwing
come.
dimes.
Yeah, he is
what
throwing
team
dimes.
in the
What's his
SEC
name?
is getting him next year?
What's his name, Shasky?
I can't.
You brought him up.
Jaron.
I followed him on the internet, but I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Jaron Kiave Sagapulatelli.
What are we doing?
Wow,
how about
nailed
San Jose
that,
State?
actually.
I was pulling so hard for San Jose State. God.
Sparty up.
It was 0-0. I went and got coffee. I came back to the cabin. It was 21-0.
You and Chris Townsend. Steiny and E-Dog filling in for Goon next.
Franzen.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. And obviously, we got some big news regarding the 49ers coming in 10, 15 minutes ago. Jake Moody's been waived. Jake Moody waived. Anybody out there surprised? Evan?
First, you want to turn your computer off there, Steiny? What's up, man? How you feeling?
I'm good.
You all right? You gotta lock in, buddy.
I had my headset on. I couldn't hear the volume. Go ahead.
This is what everyone wanted. Jake Moody to not be a San Francisco 49er. Now, I don't know, it could be Greg Joseph. It sounds like they're going to work out a bunch of other kickers. But I would say probably since the Super Bowl, and maybe even before that, Jake Moody has not had the confidence of this fan base. And it just, I think today is just the confirmation that he didn't have the confidence of his coaching staff either, which was poo-pooed and sort of put off by Shanahan for the majority of the preseason, and no one could figure out why. But they did what was necessary, which was try and figure out what else to try at kicker.
Well, I think it's more than just the front office and the coach. I think it's the players. Pam Oliver on Sunday, Evan said after the second miss, the one that got blocked, she said there were 2 thrown helmets and a lot of ticked off players. So I do think that this is something that was, I think maybe the team had lost confidence in him too. And here's where I'm at on this one. Nothing bad can come of this. Nothing. This is what had to be done. It's not pleasant, but it had to be done because even if we get another kicker in here, which we're going to have to, obviously, he can't do any worse than Moody. You know, Moody's was, what is he, 9 for 20 from 45 and in the last his last 20 kicks? Moody's missed 9 of his last 20 field goals. I mean, you had to do it. It's a shame, but you had to do it.
Well, you can find a kicker who's worse, but the difference is you don't feel like that kicker's being protected by the team. I mean, Jake Moody, you just read those stats, was as horrible as you can get. Like, if you're a sub 75% kicker, it's like completing, less than 60% of your passes as a quarterback. Like, you just don't trust the guy when he's on the field. But at every single turn, the Niners have taken the stance of, he's our guy. And he's made some big kicks for us. We're going to continue to support him. And no, that's what, no one wants to hear that. And so I think, to me, this is like a psychological weight that's been lifted from this group because I don't know about you, Steiny, but when I was watching that game on Sunday, it felt like the Niners were in control until Jake Moody took the field. And then everything flipped because you don't know if you're going to get 3 points. You don't know as an offense whether or not Kyle Shanahan has to call plays, whether Brock Purdy has to make decisions based on not wanting that kicker to step out onto the field. There's just so many things that you should not be thinking about. The kicker is a position where you should not have to think. You look across the entire NFL, and whether it's from 55, Chris Boswell hit a 60-yarder for the Pittsburgh Steelers to help him win that game. You had a 41-year-old Matt Prater making game-winning kicks for the Buffalo Bills off the street. You should not have to think about your kicker. And that's what people, I believe, inside the organization and obviously outside with the fans, were doing too much this season.
Yeah, and this was Pam Oliver's report from the sidelines on Sunday.
Kyle Shanahan expects George Kittle obviously out of the game. He expects to see more man-to-man from Seattle's defense. Special team-wise, no words for Jake Moody, he told me. The guy's just got to make his kicks.
All right, that wasn't the one, but she also said there were some ticked-off players, some thrown helmets, which you would expect. So the 49ers have waived Jake Moody, and we'll find out who they bring in. But, I look at it this way. This was the easiest, safest, soundest, smartest decision that Shanahan could make. This wasn't a tricky decision, I don't think. I think this was handed to him on a silver platter. There's nobody out there who's going to say, man, you just didn't stick with him long enough. Like this, I guess Kyle's got to get credit for it, but the reality is that I think is there any coach or any team where Jake Moody would still be on the team after performing like he's performed in the last year in a game or so?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because he's a third-round pick. And that's why, as much as you say it's an easy, safe, sound, smart decision by Shanahan, you still drafted him in the third round.
Yeah.
Like, that's a miss. And it's an admission of it. Like, look, we can sit up here and be happy about him being gone. And look, I know Greg Joseph was obviously competing in preseason and is probably going to get a shot. They're going to bring in some other guys. But the fact of the matter is, you drafted a kicker in the third round, and he didn't even make it through his third season. I mean, he didn't even make it to the end of his rookie contract. That is an admission of failure by the front office to try and find something that you needed and didn't necessarily have to address. Remember, a few years ago, they chose to take a kicker high because they didn't want to pay a Robbie Gould. They didn't want to go out and pay big money for a veteran kicker. And you're stuck 3 years later in a situation where you need just that. So I'm not saying Robbie Gould is the answer because obviously he's been retired. But the point is, this front office tried to get cute, and 3 years, 2.5 years, not even 2.5 years later, they have to admit that they were wrong.
Yeah, and they did the same with Trey Lance, who wasn't a third-round pick, but he was the third overall pick. That probably had a lot to do.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
The 49ers are placing George Kittle on the injured reserve list, according to Tom Pelissero.
So that means he's going to miss at least 4 games. And he hurt his hamstring on Sunday against Seattle, so he's going to miss New Orleans, Atlanta, Jacksonville, and at Los Angeles against the Rams.
Well, I mean, we knew yesterday there was a possibility of that. We knew it was a hamstring, and you know, it was going to be at least 2 or 3 weeks, you would figure. So maybe they're just, this is one where maybe you put him on that list to ensure that he gets a month off, and that when he comes back, he'll be ready to finish out the season. So,
it's also because you don't think he has any chance of coming back in 3 weeks.
Right.
If there was any chance of him being ready by that Rams game, I don't think he'd be on IR.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, a lot to chew on. Jake Moody's been waived. George Kittle is now on the injured list, which means he's going to miss the next 4 games. Brock Purdy's status for Sunday is unknown at this point. Same for Juwan Jennings. His status will be determined later in the week. What do you do if you're the 49ers? Obviously, you keep doing what you're doing, but is anybody out there thinking Moody didn't get enough opportunity? I don't know.
I think everyone's thinking he got too many opportunities.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was really thinking first. Okay, so if you go to last year, he had a terrible year, but the 49ers had a terrible year too, and I think even if Moody were pretty good, they probably would have missed the playoffs. Here's what I'm getting at. And then he stunk in game 1 this year, but he's cost you losses, but he's not going to cost you anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like Shanahan looked at yesterday, said, man, we got away with it, but I can't be in this situation again. And Moody's not going to be the kicker on Sunday.
I mean, I think it's a little bigger than that. It's their lack of attention to special teams, which is a Kyle Shanahan faux pas. That's kind of what he's admitted, is that he doesn't care about special teams. And this is what happens when you don't care about special teams. You end up with a kicker that is overdrafted, that is underperformed, and that is no longer on the team. So while, yes, Jake Moody may no longer be a problem, whoever you bring in may. In fact, I'm not sure people have reason to believe that the kicker they suddenly find off the street is all of a sudden going to solve their problems. You know, it's similar to the offensive line thing. You just haven't drafted offensive linemen. It's an issue. So are we going to address it? Is this the time when Kyle Shanahan is going to address his kicker and special teams? Because I have no reason to believe that he suddenly is.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to talk about. Jake Moody being waived. George Kittle going to miss the next 4 games. What do you do with Brock Purdy Sunday in New Orleans? Juwan Jennings we'll find out more about. But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And listen to all the interviews from this year's Ember Stop Wildfire Preparedness event, sponsored by PG&E, and how to stay ready in case of an emergency at 95.7.
Steiny, what's up, man? How you feeling? Goose out sick today, so Evan Giddings filling in for him as Steiny settles on in. You all right, buddy? You got to turn the mic on.
I got a late start to the bathroom. Then I got in the bathroom. It was full. So I'm having to hold it right now. It's that simple. But I can do it.
Are you going to be okay?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
You don't have to let it go like the Niners did Moody.
No.
Okay.
No. So Jake Moody waived, ladies and gentlemen. And George Kittle's put on the injured list, so he's going to miss the next 4 games. And I was just thinking about it this way, and maybe I missed something, or maybe these aren't the top 6 issues. But if I were to ask you, like, what would worry you the most right now about the 49ers? Is it Kittle being out 4 weeks, Juwan Jennings' status, the Purdy injuries, the field goal kicker situation, Trent Williams, or McCaffrey's workload?
Well, I mean, the quarterback is always the most concerning thing.
All right.
Because if your starting quarterback's out, your chances to win take a precipitous drop. But I think that Purdy's going to play on Sunday.
And that's kind of what I was getting at, is worst case scenario ideally would be he'd miss 1 game. You know what I mean?
It's George Kittle.
Okay.
George Kittle is the biggest concern now with this football team because he impacts everything they do offensively. I mean, I don't think that it's a coincidence, Steiny, and Juwan Jennings' injury might have played in this as well. But the moment that Kittle goes down with a hamstring strain, this team was unable to run the football. George Kittle very much creates a lot of lanes for Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr. now. And the most important thing that he does to me is he doesn't allow the offense to tip their hand. Because he is just as impactful through the air as he is helping the ground game, you can't, when George Kittle's on the field, stack the box or play an extra D because you don't know what the Niners are going to do. They are camouflaged when George Kittle's on the field. When he's not, okay, well, they didn't play a whole lot of 2 tight end set on Sunday. So when Luke Farrell's in the game, they're probably running the ball. When Jake Tonjes was in the game, who's more of a pass-catching tight end, they're probably going to be throwing the ball. So it makes them easier to decipher offensively, I think. I just think George Kittle, plus what he does as just a leader for this football team, I think his impact, the impact of his injury is going to be felt.
I also feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but it feels like when you think about Kittle, he's the guy who kind of gets the catches on the first scripted drive. Like, they always seem to get him involved early, and then, he gets him off to a good start, and then he kind of settles back into the game plan. And I thought, obviously, that's what happened Sunday, because what do you have, 3 or 4 catches during that first drive? So you say Kittle.
Kittle's out for at least 4 weeks, by the way.
Yes.
He was placed on IR just right before the commercial break.
Yeah. Let's go to Steven. Steven's in Oakland. I'll let you know what mine is.
Okay.
Hey, man, I mean, right now the biggest concern is got to be the kicker. I mean, you don't know who the kicker even is. I mean, you know who the replacement for everyone else is, but you don't know who the kicker is. And this is a classic radio career fact of life. You do not bet on a shaky kicker. And this Niner fans are going to say this is why they feel uneasy about Shanahan, because even though he can scheme things up and do all that stuff, at the end of the day, bro, you can't win a Super Bowl going into the season with a shaky kicker. And so, like, you're good at the small stuff, but you overlook the bigger stuff. And just for everybody on this station, never tie yourselves to a shaky kicker. It's an industry murder. Don't do it. Don't ever do it.
All right. Advice taken. I don't know if I'll be coaching any football teams, but I won't go into the season with a shaky kicker. What would I say? And the question I asked is, I just threw out these 6 things, and what's the thing that's maybe on your mind the most, or the biggest challenge the 49ers are going to have to overcome? And all these look short term, at least for now. But Kittle's going to be out 4 weeks. Juwan Jennings' status is unknown, though they signed Kendrick Bourne. We got Purdy with a toe and shoulder injury. We'll find out a little later in the week if he's playing Sunday. We got Moody waived, so we don't have a kicker. Trent Williams, tough first game. Does that concern you? And then this is the one that I think now has to be elevated a little. And it's the whole Christian McCaffrey 31 touches. And I feel like the question has been answered with Kyle Shanahan, that if a player is playing, he will use him any way possible and as much as possible. Like, I don't think he's capable of going into a game with McCaffrey and keeping him at a certain amount of touches if a game's going the way where Shanahan feels like it's best to give him more touches. I think that's who Shanahan is. And if that's the case, now with Kittle out, and you already have Ayuk out and Jennings, now I do think it's imperative that you protect McCaffrey at least for the next month. And if that means just being real careful, I would be more careful with McCaffrey now than I have, although I guess it's going to land on deaf ears because I don't see Kyle doing that. But that's what I'd be worried about if I were a Niner fan.
Doesn't that fly in the face of what you just said Kyle Shanahan is going to do?
Yeah, it is. But that's what I'm saying, is that's what I'm most worried about. If I were a Niner fan, is after week one, I got to start worrying about McCaffrey, especially because of the Kittle injury.
But haven't you been worried about him all preseason? Weren't you worried about it? Yeah, but like just getting hurt or like picking up an injury in practice. We were worried about him Thursday. We were worried about him Sunday. I mean, I think it's something you're always going to be worried about, whether he is used a ton or used a little. The fact that he's 29 years old and is a major component of this football team, it breeds concern. I don't know. I'm not going to go through this year feeling concerned about Christian McCaffrey, because if something does happen, that's just the way that a lot of also Kyle Shanahan football teams tend to roll. They get hurt a lot. They just do. And if you're looking around the NFL after week one, the team that was hit with the most impactful injuries was the San Francisco 49ers. George Kittle is on IR. Juwan Jennings has a shoulder. May miss next week. He might be back. But the fact remains, there were only other two real impact injuries in the NFL to stars. It was Drake London for the Atlanta Falcons, who might play this weekend, and Brock Bowers, who left with a knee injury for the Raiders, and said, I'm going to be fine, I'll be back for week 2. Nobody else has had to deal with the amount of injuries so far that the 49ers have. So if someone goes down, I can't be shocked.
No, you can't be, but I also think then it's the writing's on the wall for the season. And I'm not, again...
But they had two starting players get hurt this weekend, and they still found a way to win the game. You yourself said that Christian McCaffrey is no excuse for this team not to challenge for the division.
That's true. That is true. That is what I said.
Sorry, are you feeling differently because of what happened?
Well, no, what I'm saying is I asked what the biggest concern is. And right now, after Kittle's injury, the biggest concern I have now is now they might be a Christian McCaffrey injury away from starting 1-3 or 1-4 because of the fact that they're also going to be missing Kittle, who's a security blanket, and the fact that Juwan Jennings may not play. So I just think in the context of weapons, if McCaffrey's going to miss 2 or 3 games, that's going to hurt you.
Well, and we can ask what the biggest concern is for Ross Tucker, who's going to join us in an hour. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. He's going to be with us, every other week, Steiny?
Every other week. Tuesdays at 11 o'clock. Today's 11:30. It's going to be 11 or 11:30 every other Tuesday.
Yeah, so 11:30 today with Ross. Yeah, I'm curious what he thinks about it because, McCaffrey's a guy that this weekend I would expect to get more work. The one thing that they did do that I thought was interesting with CMC is he was involved in a lot of plays, right? 31 touches.
Yeah.
But he was only on the field 75% of the time. So when he was on the field, they used him. And when he wasn't on, and then they just got him enough rest. I feel like in the past, at least in 2023, Christian McCaffrey it felt like he was getting 80 to 90% of snaps. Whereas in week 1, and maybe this is how they sort of load manage without taking away his actual workload, is anytime he's not going to be involved in a play, he's off the field.
Right. And Barrows had all the play counts, and you're right. He was off the field for a fair amount.
I think he was on the field for like 56 snaps or 55 snaps.
Right.
And of those 55 snaps, he got the ball 31 times.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot going on with the San Francisco 49ers right now. And what is it right now that's got you either concerned, optimistic, encouraged, pessimistic? So much has happened already since that Week 1 victory. Once again, George Kittle on the injured list. He's going to miss 4 weeks. Jake Moody, he's been waived. And Brock Purdy, his status for Sunday in question with shoulder injury and a toe injury. So that's what's going on right now with the San Francisco 49ers. Let's get out to Austin's in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I just want to say, you asked this question last week, and I gave you, I said, Kittle is our most important person on the team. He's always prone to injury, and look where we at right now. He's already injured. Debo, always injured. He's gone. We don't have to worry about that no more. Our team is full of injured. I said we need to trade McCaffrey while we can because he's always injured. We need to trade him while we can. And now look at where we're at. We're all over. We're a mess all over again. So it's like we're looking like the Warriors right now. We need to trade Christian McCaffrey. Just like they traded Klay Thompson, we need to trade him to get better. That's just what it is. We have all these backups for our backup wide receivers, our starters for our wide receivers, but we don't have a backup tight end.
Appreciate the call, Austin. I mean, the George Kittle, I don't know what we're talking about in terms of health there. I mean, he's played the last 4 years, he's played 14, 15, 16, 15. Those are, to me, almost full seasons. Like, if you're tight end and you play like George Kittle and you miss 2 games a year, I'm sorry, you're healthy. That's the way I feel. 15 of 17 games, I don't consider that having, like, an injury issue.
Yeah, but that's why it feels like it came out of nowhere, because he has been a model of health. I think he's only had 1 season where he's played less than double-digit games. Excuse me, and that was in 2020. So the fact that he gets hit with a hamstring less than halfway into the football game, it does make you think, like, oh my, is this team already breaking down? Because our one guy that's been on the field more than most the last few seasons is the first guy that goes down. He ain't McCaffrey. He's not Trent Williams. He's not that old.
Let me throw. I want you to throw that list at us, because we got it. I mean, it's been out there too long without really being discussed, and it's the 49ers injury history. So if I were to say, Evan, have the 49ers really suffered more injuries than other teams in the last 5 years? What's the answer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me some details?
So if you look at the amount of missed games, like total games missed by players on the 53-man roster, last year they were the number 1 most injured team. 2 years ago in 2023, they were the 3rd least injured team. Made the Super Bowl, so they had health fortune there. 2022, where they made the NFC Championship game, they were the 9th most injured team. 2021, they made the NFC Championship game, 3rd most injured. 2020, 1st in injuries or total games missed. 2019, number 6, and 2018, number 4. So since Kyle Shanahan has taken over, his teams, more than others on average, pretty much every year but one, have been hurt. Guys just go down. That's what happens. That's per Warren Sharp, and it's from social media, but the fact remains that in terms of total missed games, the Niners, yes, do get hurt more than other teams.
How do you factor that in? If you believe, I'm just thinking out loud, I mean, if you believe that it's got something to do with Shanahan and the way the Niners conduct business, that's one thing. But if it's just they've had, Like I always feel like somebody's got to have the worst luck in the league. You know what I mean? If you're making a rankings list, there's always going to be a last team. These numbers are definitely glaring, though. And I guess what I'm saying is, how do you build it? I don't want to say how do you build a team because they have, but okay, like they're the most injured. They've been the most injured team probably of any in the Shanahan era. But like, what do you do about it? Like, I don't know what you do about it. Do you change your habits, whatever they are, your practicing habits? Do you look at, I don't know, the type of player you're drafting? I have no idea. And I don't know what there is to this or I don't know why this is the case. So I don't really know how to attack it. It's
Kyle Shanahan.
You think so?
The evidence says that it is. Like, okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, luck. But over 8 years, now going on 9 with Kyle Shanahan, this team has been hurt more often than not. Now, they've been able to overcome that. And I'm not saying that Kyle Shanahan's a bad coach because guys have gone down. Like, clearly he's proven that whether this team is hurt, whether it's healthy, they've been able to overcome that. Literally the only 2 years that they have had absolute down spells, not in the kind of rebuilding part of this franchise, they've been the most injured team in football, and those 2 seasons went to hell. I'm talking about 2024 and 2020. They're the most injured team in football, and it went to hell in a handbasket. The other years, again, yes, in 2019, they were the 6th most injured team. They made the Super Bowl. In 2021, 3rd most injured team. They made the NFC Championship game. Top 10 in 2022. They made the NFC Championship game. So they've been able to weather the storm of injuries. But if you're asking me why it happened, there's one common denominator in all of this. And to me, it's the head coach and the way that he approaches training camp and preseason, perhaps practice. And look, the proof is in the pudding that it works, but it also, there's consequences to it.
Yeah, I hesitate to, and I get it, you're not saying this, but I think this is one of those things where there's got to be just a myriad of factors. And Shanahan may be one of them, but I just don't, I'm not ready to say Shanahan gets his players injured, though they've had some tough luck. I mean, it also may have, you'd have to go through the list and which players got hurt, how old were they, how'd they get hurt, was it in a game, was it in practice? But this to me is more of a question for like the fans, because I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not an expert in keeping players healthy, you know what I mean? And I don't know that the 49ers practice is significantly different. If you're telling me they practice harder and faster, I believe you. It can't just be that. It's got to be a bunch of things. And Shanahan's probably one of them, but I'm not ready to say that, he gets his players injured, and that's just the way it is.
Well, I don't think that's his intention, is to get them hurt. I think his intention is to build the toughest, hard-nosed, battle-tested team possible. And in the process of doing that, like everyone says, iron sharpens iron. And the Niners have talked about that in training camp umpteen times. But when you're practicing that hard, I have to believe if you're practicing harder than other teams, then there's going to be consequences to that. Again, I also think that most Kyle Shanahan teams, and this is where there's positives to the negative. I think that most Kyle Shanahan teams are tough. I do think that they want to hit you in the mouth. I do think that there are groups that are resilient and are able to obviously overcome injuries. But I just think that it speaks to Kyle Shanahan and his old school approach. Like, it's a next man up sort of mentality. He's going to work you into the ground, and he does it probably more so to his running backs than anybody, but that applies to the rest of the team. And so you're going to get guys hurt, but it also means at the end of the day, I believe that the 49ers are going to be a good team because they are a group that seems to, year in and year out, be able to overcome these injuries. The only time they haven't is when it's been ridiculously insurmountable.
888-957-9570 is the number. And I saw this, and this is referring to what you're talking about. Matt Barrows of The Athletic He wrote, this was written about 2 weeks ago, and he was asked about the injuries with the San Francisco 49ers. And here's what Matt Barrows said, and you referred to this. I don't think there's any question that the 49ers practice harder and faster than most NFL teams, including in training camp. Kyle Shanahan wants his players accustomed to the speed and intensity required in the regular season. He wants players to build what he calls a callus during training camp. Achieving that callus comes with a cost. That at least is my theory on why they have so many injuries each summer. They're being pushed harder than most teams. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic. And like this is where part of me feels like, well, damn, if it's that simple, then just back off. I mean, how hard is it? If A goes to B and it's 90% because they practice too hard, then ease up, right? Just ease up a little bit.
But that's not who he is, number one. Number two, again, I told you, like, yes, I think that Kyle Shanahan, if you're going to boil it down to one thing, is probably the reason why the Niners get hurt more than other teams. However, his teams are year in and year out highly competitive. So clearly he's doing something right. He's been to multiple NFC championship games in years where they've been banged up. He's been to a Super Bowl in 2019 where they were the 6th most injured team in football. So yes, you could say ease up, but if you ease up, maybe your team isn't as competitive. Maybe you get less guys hurt, but your team isn't as good because they don't have that callus that Barrows is describing. And so I think that while Shanahan is somebody who you'd like to have that type of mentality of easing up, that's not who he is.
888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers making news today. Here's what has happened thus far. Jake Moody, he's been waived. Jake Moody, the kicker, has been waived. George Kittle is going to miss 4 games. He's on the injured list with a hamstring injury. No update yet on Juwan Jennings. Brock Purdy, his status for Sunday's game is unclear at this point. Also, he's got a toe and a shoulder injury. So we'll find out as the week progresses who is going to play and who's not going to play on Sunday. Coming up at 11:30 today, it's his season debut, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. We have him every year. I love talking to Ross. Does a lot of work with the NFL, knows the game. We'll talk to him at 11:30. And coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Seattle Storm. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30. And the last segment was brought to you by Cordelia RV Center.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood & Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood & Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prices, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
With next day delivery available straight to your job site, it's easy to keep jobs running smoothly with the Home Depot. Plus, with pricing benefits for pros and top quality brands, you only have to make one stop for the whole job. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and a lot of 49ers news coming out today. I'll go through it right now, and then we'll get into it. George Kittle is going to miss the next 4 games. He's on the injured list with a hamstring. Brock Purdy is questionable for Sunday with a toe and a shoulder injury. Jake Moody, the kicker, has been waived. They're going to bring kickers in this week, obviously, and figure it out for Sunday's game against the Saints. Juwan Jennings, no update on him, but the word late yesterday was it might not be serious or as serious as once initially thought. So that's what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers, and they head to New Orleans on Sunday, and they're going to be playing without George Kittle, and we'll find out, Evan, about Purdy and about Jennings. But how do you handle the Purdy situation if he's not quite feeling right?
I mean, I still think he gives you your best chance to win if he's on the field. So, the toe injury to me is, I think, more concerning. The shoulder wasn't his throwing shoulder. So, but you pointed this out yesterday. One of the things that Brock Purdy quietly does well is evade pressure. And he's able to move the pocket. He can extend the play. I mean, shoot, the jump ball touchdown to Tonjes was created because Brock Purdy extended the play with his legs. If his toe hampers his mobility, I think we're going to see that impact the Niners' offense on Sunday. So I think Purdy's, like the toe injury, the foot, is probably the most concerning thing to me.
Yeah, I don't know how extensive either injury is. What do you think about? I don't know what the right answer is, whether you take into account who the opponent is or not. I tend to, on the surface, just say that shouldn't be a factor. If a guy can play, he should play. If he can't, he can't. But I mean, the Saints they're not supposed to be very good this year.
They almost beat Arizona, by the way.
They did. All right, we got some lines here that are pretty active, so let's get into it. Let's get to who's been waiting the longest. Bobby in Los Altos is going to start us off. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to talk about CMC, and I'm in full agreement with you, Steiny, but before, I'm a little sad that Goo's not here because I'm going to say the most Goo thing ever. We're trailing by 7 games. And we got 7 games against them in the next 2 weeks, so we could win the division, bro.
Oh, the Giants.
So you know, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad talking about Jung Hoo Lee versus Kyler Murray in 2 weeks if that's what it comes to. But and then Jake Moody. Look, good luck, bro. I always think about like Young Wei Koo. To be honest with you, Giddy Gibbs knows his career in San Diego was a doinking disaster when it started. And I think statistically he's like the most accurate kicker in the league. So, you know, good luck, Jake Moody. But CMC, look, this is what it is. The fact is, you know, when your dad is tall, you're probably going to be tall, right? Because you inherit the genes. And there's none of them Shanahan genes that say I'm going to destroy and run a running back into the ground, even if this running back is generational talent. I'm going to have him on the field for 50-plus plays. Make them carry the ball and get tackled 22 times and then, you know, have 9 catches. Irresponsible. I don't care if we would have won that. I wouldn't have been mad if you lost to Mike McDonald in Seattle if you're going to help save this guy. Obviously, we don't know what's ever going to make him get hurt or not hurt. But, my God, to give him that many carries and that many touches in the first game, irresponsible. There's something wrong with that Shanahan gene. They just don't respect the health of running backs.
You know what, Bobby? Thanks for the call. I don't think a lot of coaches respect the players and their longevity. I mean, when these guys' careers are so short, I think most coaches feel like they're just commodities, and you gotta use them up as much as possible when they're healthy. And I think I do think Shanahan is pretty old school when it comes to that kind of thing. He wants if guys are going to play, he's going to treat them like they're completely healthy. And if their performance is compromised at all, I think he's like, forget it. I need health. I need a healthy player who can do it all. I can't be limited by any of my shortcomings, or I can't be limited by some injuries by players on a team under the guise of having to protect them.
Well, it's hard to protect someone in football, but to Bobby's point, this isn't just a Kyle thing. This is a Mike thing. Like, this is a Shanahan thing. If you look at the Denver Broncos in the early 2000s, when Mike Shanahan was head coach, you go from Terrell Davis to Olandis Gary to Mike Anderson, back to TD, to Clinton Portis, back to Mike Anderson, to Tatum. Like, the amount of guys that he ran into the ground every single season when he was in Denver lends you to believe that if Shanahan is of the same school of thought, which I believe he is, you're not going to be able to keep running backs upright. Now, the one positive, and this is the other side of the coin that I am willing to give Shanahan the benefit of the doubt for. You win. Like, if you do this and lose, it's one thing. But Kyle Shanahan, along with his father, have shown that this ideology of running backs into the ground or using guys up, it produces victories. And so Bobby is 100% right that it might be irresponsible to give a guy who just popped up in the injury report on Thursday 31 touches on Sunday. They don't win the football game without Christian McCaffrey touching the ball 31 times.
Probably not.
And if Christian McCaffrey doesn't touch the ball probably 20 to 25 times again this Sunday, I don't know if they're even going to be able to beat the lowly New Orleans Saints. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I think that Kyle Shanahan is of the old school thought, which is I got to find a way to win football games. And if it's going to cost me a player or two here, well, that's what they signed up for because this is the NFL.
Yeah. This from the YouTube chat, JFA. This is an NFL thing. Almost every GM and coach run their running backs into the ground because that's their job. They get paid. I wonder if it's like a chicken and the egg thing. The value of running backs has gone down, and maybe it's because they're run into the ground to such a degree that you just need more and more of them, and it's not really an importance of the position as opposed to how many people you just have to cycle through there because it's such an unforgiving position in the NFL. So let's go to Chris is in San Jose. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to talk about the injuries. Obviously, it's the NFL. Guys are going to get hurt. There's only so much you can do. But with all the analytics, the list of who's injured the most, is anyone in the organization looking at the list and saying, who's trending with the least amount of injuries each year, and what can we adjust to try to get to where they are? I mean, obviously, Kyle's a great coach. He knows what he's doing. The Niners have done great things. But you can make adjustments to what you're doing, which is, I think, why Kyle gets so much hate in the big picture, because he's arrogant. He won't adjust, and it goes all the way down to his building a callous mentality. What I just heard of if they don't build a callous, their teams might not be as good, and this Kyle produces wins, it's like, yes, the 49ers are competitive. He has no rings. You need to make an adjustment, and he does it with play calling. He does it with clock management. He does it with not knowing the rules in overtime. He does it with injuries. This guy does not make adjustments. Yes, they win games. They don't win Super Bowls. Mike Shanahan has rings. Kyle does not. Make an adjustment.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call. That was Chris in San Carlos.
No, I appreciate it. Strong call, Chris. Well, I would say to this, so if Kyle Shanahan runs his running backs into the ground the same way his dad did, and his dad, like if he's trying to be a spitting image of his father, well, you just said his father has rings. I don't know. It's just like to me, you are kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like I know people want head coaches to adjust, but that's kind of what you get when you sign up for a Kyle Shanahan team.
So what? And these adjustments, I'm always fascinated by.
I think Shanahan is of the belief that if he does things his way, eventually he's going to be able to break through.
No doubt.
And it hasn't happened yet, and I completely understand people's frustration with that. But, again, it's like over the last 8 years, have his teams been the most injured? Close to. I don't know if they are, but the numbers would suggest that they are certainly one of the most injured teams in football. They've also been one of the most successful teams in football. So it's hard to I really think it's hard for someone like Kyle Shanahan to step out of his own head and say I'm going to do something different.
Well, I kind of agree, and I'm thinking that Kyle Shanahan's now in his 9th year with the 49ers. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls, and I'm sure that in his mind he looks at it as, well, the first 2 years we had no talent, and the 2 years we didn't make the postseason, it was just ridiculous injuries. So my method is proven. I do think there is something to that my method is proven, and it's the way I go about it. And this is one of those things where you hire Kyle Shanahan to be this creative play caller and, a brilliant offensive mind, but this is the way he runs a program. And you can't ask him to deviate from what his core belief is, and that is you got to run the football and you got to build up this callus, whatever that really means, although I think I understand it in theory. And so if you don't like it, I think then you can't have Kyle as the coach. If you don't like it, if this is something that has, bothers you, and I'm just talking about like the front office. If they really think that this is a direct result of Kyle Shanahan, well, then it's like, okay, dude, you got to change or maybe we have to make a decision.
Well, or it's something that they're okay with living with because he's winning games. And that's what, in the NFL, if you don't win, you're not going to have a job. And so all right, let's take Christian McCaffrey. And is the long-term health of McCaffrey more important than perhaps one game? Yeah, but I don't think you can look at a 17-game season in the NFL like that. We talked about it going into week 1. What's the reason why you love football? Because every single weekend is the Super Bowl. Every single Sunday, it's the most important game on planet Earth. I think that's how these coaching staffs look at it also. Like, they're not looking at it like, well, I got to make sure McCaffrey's, if he pushes it here, I'm not going to have him for a couple weeks. Or, we love the NFL because they don't coach like the NBA. They don't sit guys. You don't load manage players. It's one of the reasons we hate watching basketball sometimes because I don't know who's going to be in the starting lineup. The MLB, same deal. Each game is not as important because you got 162 of them. So you got to think about how you're going to spread your bullpen out. If you're going to stretch a guy, if you're going to push a guy, if a guy really needs to play this much. In the NFL, that does not happen. You are on the field, you are 100% healthy, or you are sitting. And the Niners have had to deal with, I think, both the good and the bad in that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Sure.
The 49ers offense is what it was last year. It is chaos. If you look at CMC when he runs the ball, you can't tackle him with one person. He's hit and tackled by 3 defenders every time he touches the ball. He's an old salt in the running back parlance. He's an old salt with a history of injuries. The last thing you want to do is give him the ball that many times. Kittle, he also gets hit. You can't tackle him with one player. 3 guys can bring him down, and he gets a lot of punishment. So if you take a chart and put red dots where the injuries occur, it's the middle of their offense. Pearsall gets his balls right by the sidelines because he has a small frame. He catches it and steps out of bounds. That's cute, but you're not going to go far, not allowing him to go across the middle, and your quarterback cannot throw deep. So you're handicapped. Short passes, between the hash marks. Your receivers and your players and offense are going to get tattooed, and that's what's happening. It's cute when they run on the field. They look like basketball players. Look at the wide receivers. His offensive scheme requires small players who are fast. When it all works, it's good, but you pay a price for that cute offense that he runs. Your players are getting wiped out, period.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call.
Would he not consider that 45-yard dot to Ricky Pearsall a deep pass?
Well, that's the first one I thought of, and he did catch a ball over the middle.
Yeah, he caught a 26-yard in route on the first drive on a 3rd and 8 over the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just curious.
I will say this, and so I was watching the game Sunday with a couple buddies, and it was about, I think it was early 3rd quarter. I remember saying, I will say this offense doesn't look explosive or dynamic. Like, I didn't think it looked pretty vanilla the first half and for most of the second half. Like, that's the one thing I feel like not having Debo out there, and I probably remember Debo from 3 years ago, not last year, but that offense didn't scare me with big plays. And I know they made one when they had to, but I just thought that, their offense was just so-so on Sunday.
I think it changed when George Kittle went out. I mean, that first drive, they walked right down the field. And then Kittle got hurt, and a lot changed. I mean, I also think that this team is not... I think that they're going to have trouble running the football, not just even when Kittle was in. I mean, McCaffrey was, I think, 22 for 69 yards, 3.3 a pop. Even Brian Robinson was less than 4 yards a carry. I mean, they didn't run the ball very well against the Seattle Seahawks. So I think this is a team that's going to be predicated on how well they can run the ball. And they didn't do it well on Sunday, which is probably why their offense didn't look very efficient.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 25 minutes, we have NFL Odyssey insider Ross Tucker. He's joining us every other Tuesday, and we'll talk a lot of Niners with him. Let's go to Steph in Concord. What's up, Steph? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
What I want to know that I don't see anybody talking is the strength and conditioning coach and staff, because their job is to not only predict a player's tendency for injuries, but to correct that. And, we're always injured. Shanahan, any coach. I mean, that's part of football. I get it. But I think there's got to be some blame there. Yeah,
I think that's the way some 49er fans feel. I just don't know what you do about it. And knowing for sure that you know why it's happening. And injuries are tough to predict. I do feel like, and maybe it's just the sport, but like in basketball, Celebrini, it feels like, he has a perfect sense of, he knows exactly when to rest a guy, exactly when a guy should cut. You know what I mean? It's just kind of built in with Celebrini that everybody kind of thinks that he can manage this stuff perfectly. And it's like, okay, well, why don't the Niners have a guy who can say, no, Purdy should probably sit this week. You know what I mean? I just feel like Celebrini, and I'm sure the Niners have their guys, but it just feels like Celebrini's considered the
It's because they're two different
this.
sports.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say Brock Purdy sits this week against the Saints because you just want to be careful, right? That's the equivalent of like 7 basketball games. So when Steph Curry sits one night on the tail end of a back-to-back, that's completely different than Brock Purdy sitting one game in the NFL. If you lose that game, that might be the difference between you making the playoffs and not. Whereas the Warriors and a lot of NBA teams feel like a player missing one game or maybe, 10 back-to-backs over the course of a year, that's not going to cost you as much. I mean, that's the reason why they do it. Like we never say in the NFL, well, you got to think about sitting him because he's questionable. No, like if he's healthy, he's going to be on the field. That's just the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, but we have no idea the extent of any of these injuries, and we never have an idea of who's playing through what and who's healthier than someone else. And so whenever it comes to, what should we do with Purdy this week? It's like, I don't know. Like, we don't know the extent of it. To me, it's pretty simple. If he's not 100% and you're worried that he could do more damage to it, sit him. If he looks like he's 100% and he says he feels good, and then he plays.
But this is the thing. It's like by maybe even after week 1, like no one's 100%.
Well, yeah, and
Brock Purdy, his first season as starting quarterback when he had to come in the middle of the year, won in Seattle, a place, by the way, he has not lost after Sunday. He won in Seattle the week after he broke a rib against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which was his first career start in the NFL. So from the start, Brock Purdy has demonstrated that he can play through pain and still help you win games.
Right. But the player decides what he can play through or not. And what I'm saying is if Brock Purdy thinks he can play through the toe, forget about the shoulder for now, and the doctor clears it, then he's going to play. If Brock Purdy's like, no, something's really first of all, it hurts. I don't have the mobility. I can't cut. Then you don't play him. But I do think Purdy makes that decision, and what I mean is that everybody's got their threshold, and I think Purdy's pretty tough. There's no doubt about it. I think most of these guys are pretty tough, and they decide what's just something they can play through and what they can, and different guys have different thresholds.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think it's a situation where they decide if they play. Like, they practice during the week, and if they're not. If they're going to be a hindrance to their team, the medical staff will identify that and say, you're not playing this week. Like if Juwan Jennings on Sunday, I think it was Barrows that was talking about this, but like Juwan Jennings was trying to catch footballs on the sideline in Seattle, but he couldn't raise his arm. So could he catch a ball below the belt or around his chest? Sure. But you need 100% mobility as a flexibility, like range of motion as a wide receiver to catch a football. If you can't do that, you can't help your team. And so Juwan Jennings didn't go back into the game. Like, that's where, did Juwan want to go back in? Sure. But you're physically not fit enough to play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the injuries are, but if they were saying that Jennings couldn't lift his arm over his shoulder, then he can't play, obviously. I just think it sounds to me like with Purdy, it's going to be more of a gray area than that. And it's going to be, he might not be 100%, but he's going to still be, he's not fully limited. And this is where you think if 90% of Purdy's better than 100% of Mac Jones, and if you don't think he can injure it any further, I think teams may make this decision all the time. And it depends on what a guy's pain threshold is. But I think Purdy's going to play Sunday. Why? I don't know. Because a toe to keep a guy out, I think he can battle through that.
I mean, I'm also of the belief that a less than 100% Brock Purdy is better than a 100% Mac Jones.
Yeah, and you got to kind of measure that too, for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 20 minutes, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. He's going to be joining us every other week during the football season. Love talking to Ross, and he's going to be joining us at 11:30. Once again, the news of the day, George Kittle on the injured list. He's going to miss 4 games. Brock Purdy, toe and shoulder injury. He's questionable for Sunday. Jake Moody has been waived, and Juwan Jennings' status still unclear heading into Sunday's game. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do 49er fans rationalize or think about all these injuries that seem to happen on a consistent basis? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day, is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-337-4200. 800-337-4200. Again, that's 800-337-4200.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagen replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up 2 to 6. In fact, crossover coming up at 1:45. Now back to Steiny and Goo and Steiny. Crossover, 1:45. Will you just stay?
For a little, because I have to.
It's actually 1:48.
What did he say, 2?
No, it's at 1:45. But
49ers. I'm not going to say it. Jake Moody in a shambles. They waived Jake Moody today. George Kittle's going to be out 4 games, and Brock Purdy's got a toe and a shoulder injury. We'll see about his status. for Sunday. Evan, Ross Tucker joining us in 10 minutes. Also, we're going to effort Ross on the YouTube video chat, see if he'll pop up on there. What are you laughing at?
Well, it's just for the first time, you'll be able to see him face-to-face, I believe since the Super Bowl, because he popped by our spot in 2023 in Vegas, which was a lot of fun to meet him actually in person. And it'll be the first time that he will have seen you in a couple of years as well. So I'm sure he's really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I would believe so. And he'll, of course, be coming courtesy of the River Islands guest line right here on 95.7.
Now, are you putting your new glasses on because Ross is joining us in 20 minutes and you want to put on a good face?
No, I'll take these off and put them on 6 more times before he even joins us.
Is that because now you can't move the mic up and down and you need something else to fidget with? Dude, I can get you a fidget spinner. You know what those are?
Yeah, they don't really help. I end up just picking it up and putting it down and still messing around.
Well, it's better than the mic or the glasses or any of the other appliances that you need to do the show.
No doubt. Kyle Shanahan talked yesterday in a conference call. Let's go through some of the at least the injury stuff, and then we'll talk about the prospects against the Saints. This is just from the beginning of the press conference. Kyle listing what's going on.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Ben Barch had a mild knee sprain. He'll be day-to-day. Juwan Jennings with his shoulder, we're still evaluating, waiting for that information to come back. George Kittle did have a hamstring. He's going to be out a few weeks. Brock Purdy hurt his left shoulder and toe. We'll see how this week goes for him. And that's it from the game.
All right, and here's a quick follow-up.
One of those two Purdy injuries more severe than the other, and he in risk of missing a start or two?
I'd probably say the toe's worse than the shoulder.
And what about his availability this week?
Yeah, we're not sure. We got to see how it heals and how the week goes on it.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan yesterday, just to give you some updates on the injuries and whether Brock Purdy plays or not against the New Orleans Saints. George Kittle won't be playing, and we'll find out about Purdy. And Mac Jones is the backup. It's as simple as that.
Were you surprised to hear that Brock Purdy was injured after that game?
I was, yeah. And I certainly was a little surprised that it was a toe injury because, like I thought he was very elusive on Sunday against the Seahawks. And now that's the part that you would have to take into account, I think, if you're Shanahan. And it's his escapability and it's his elusiveness. And if he doesn't have that, if he doesn't have that quick burst that he uses to avoid because he can't plant or whatever, then I think you don't play him. He's got to be mobile enough to play, because if he's not, then it's not just the toe injury you're worried about. Then I'd be worried about him getting hit because he can't escape like he always has. That's what it would come down to. I'm going to assume the shoulder's fine and he can throw, but if he's limited in his mobility, that would be a problem.
I mean, I think that mobility is an underrated aspect of his game. I think that Brock Purdy is more mobile than people give him credit for. And I know he's not taken off like even the way Mahomes does sometimes, where it looks like he's running in slow motion, but he still just knows when and where to kind of dive. Like, I mean, Sam Darnold had a couple of runs for the Seahawks, and I'll look at him like a mobile quarterback, but if Sam Darnold can't move, he's a statue back there. And the one thing that you can't have, like, in 2025, it feels like if you look around the NFL, there are very few statues. And the only one that came to mind who really looked like one in week one was Jared Goff. And he just got teed off on by the Green Bay Packers. But you can't have a guy, even Aaron Rodgers at age 41, 42, can move a little bit. And so if Brock Purdy is, yes, I agree. If he is unable to, kind of scoot or just evade pressure the way he was against Seattle, then that is something you have to consider sitting him down for. Although I don't know if Mac Jones is exactly an elusive quarterback, but maybe he gives you a better chance with his arm.
This is more Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy.
The one he threw it, I think it was when he just overthrew Ricky a little bit to the left and went into the ground on it.
That's the shoulder, I believe. I should have given some context to that.
Well, that's not one I would be worried about as much. But, I mean, he's going to have to play through pain.
Well, unless he injured his shoulder after the throw to Pearsall, I don't think there's anything to worry about. Because if you're telling me he had a shoulder issue while he threw, or when he was throwing that ball to Pearsall in the fourth quarter, I wouldn't worry too much about that.
No. He was saying it was on an earlier throw.
Yeah. So he did. I don't think his accuracy was off.
No, it also didn't look like his legs were that big of a factor.
Right.
I mean, he still rolled out and got the ball to Tonjes when he needed to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he looked healthy on the last play, to me anyway. Now the 49ers, they play the New Orleans Saints, and we're talking about what you were encouraged by and maybe what the challenges are for this team right now. And the 49ers are going to have to make a decision on Purdy. They're going to be without Kittle. And I guess the problem with Kittle is that he doesn't just help your passing game, he helps your running game. And that's the guy who when you list the players that the 49ers can't play without, it feels like McCaffrey's one and George Kittle might be two, even ahead of Purdy, just because he allows the 49ers to kind of play the way they want to play regardless of the play call.
Does Trent Williams play on Sunday? Is that where you come at in terms of the hierarchy, that like Kittle has now replaced Trent Williams in terms of importance? Because I think Trent missed one snap, maybe a couple, but he did not have a good game.
No.
I mean, he gave up 6 pressures, which was the most since he joined the 49ers. And
18.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because he didn't practice much. Obviously didn't play in preseason, joined practices, stuff like that. But if Trent Williams has taken a step back, it may be understandable. Like, do you think that George Kittle is more important than your left tackle?
Well, I mean, Trent Williams wasn't good on Sunday, and a bunch of people brought that up. But I mean, and I know I give the guy a lot of grief, but you got to obviously let him play through it. And he's one of those players that probably uses the early season to, get into shape. So Kittle being out 4 games, I would say, is more concerning than Trent Williams' start to the season. Now, if in 3 or 4 weeks, Trent Williams still looks like he did in game 1, and Kittle's coming back in a week or 2, then Trent Williams supplants him as a bigger worry. But right now, no, it's how do you survive the next 4 games without George Kittle?
Well, and it's another guy that fits into the 49ers are in survival mode for the first quarter of the year, because it's not just George Kittle. Juwan Jennings might be out, and he was already dealing with stuff in the preseason. Demarcus Robinson is out because of his off-the-field transgressions. Jordan Watkins, your rookie, is hurt. Like, you just don't have a ton of guys who can catch the ball now. And so you brought this up last segment that the Niners offense looked kind of mediocre at times during that game, and I agree. But we kind of knew that Brock Purdy wasn't going to have many options to throw the ball to in the first place, and now he maybe lost his best pass catcher in George Kittle for another month. So this first 4 weeks of the football season, it's survival time for the 49ers, and that's why, as much as I get that they did not look great and they could have lost that football game, you cannot complain about wins at a portion of the season in which you're not near full strength. And Kyle, yes, guys are going to go down when Kyle Shanahan is head coach, but you're also supposed to get some of these guys back. And so if you can weather this early storm, you beat Seattle, you won a rivalry game, you won a division game, maybe you're able to go 500 the first 4 weeks, or the first, you can go 3-2 the first 5 weeks.
Right.
Then you look at the guys that are coming back, and you might be thinking that this team actually has something.
Well, the way I look at it, if I'm the San Francisco 49ers heading in to the New Orleans game, and I know that I'm going to be missing some weapons, I mean, shouldn't 49er fans prepare themselves? And you called it survival mode. I'll just say, shouldn't we prepare ourselves for, 2 or 3 weeks of ugly football, if that's what you want to call it? They're going to need to rely on their defense probably earlier in the season than they wanted. They legitimately have good players on, who are injured. This is where I get it. It's no excuses, next man up. But the next man up's not as good as the guy who was up. And so I do think it's unrealistic to think that this team's going to, score a lot of points the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season without Kittle, without Ayuk, without DeMarcus Robinson even, and maybe without Juwan Jennings. I mean, I hate to say it, but the way I look at it, you're going down to New Orleans, you could be missing all those players. It's like, just go get a win. I don't care if you win 10-9, even if it's the Saints, because you're hurt right now.
Exactly. So that's why it's like, I don't care that they won ugly. I don't care that Jake Ton just caught a jump ball, or that Reek Woolen should have picked that ball off to Ricky Pearsall, or that Sam Darnold was knocking on the door of beating you. It doesn't matter. You won the game. That's what you have to do right now. And this is already a Niners team that we thought coming into the season did not have nearly as much talent as teams in the past. So one of your big boys in George Kittle goes down. I don't care how you beat the Saints. If we come in on Monday and I mean, I got to be honest. I know you guys were sitting here yesterday. I was behind the glass, but listening to the amount of people that were pissed off about the win yesterday, maybe pissed off is too strong, but certainly feeling not very happy. I was shocked. This team is not at full strength. And you're right. No excuses, next guy up. But it also means that I'm not going to complain when you win a football game if you're not at your best.
Yeah. Well, not only that, they're coming off a 6-11 season. All right, let's get to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is in a time you discovered the islands. And on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Let's welcome in NFL Odyssey insider Ross Tucker. What's up, Ross? How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Good to hear you guys. Good to see you. I mean, what is that? I thought we were doing radio. Now I'm doing video if I can.
Yeah, you don't look bad. You don't look bad.
I don't look good. I don't look good either.
You're still hanging in there.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Right. Boy, where do you want? We'll start with the Niners, and then we'll do a little branching off. George Kittle's going to miss. I'll just give you all the news, and you probably know it. But Jake Moody's been waived, the kicker. George Kittle's going to miss 4 weeks. Juwan Jennings' status unknown, and Purdy's status for Sunday is also unknown. But they do have the Saints in New Orleans. Just your impressions of the Niners' Week 1 win, and yet coming out with some guys who are banged up.
So I got a few things for you. Number one, because I called the game for CBS on Sunday, I can tell you that I think that the Saints are a little bit better than people realize. So that's not like the walk in the park that maybe some people would have thought it would be. The other thing is, I guess I just don't know why it feels like there's always injuries with the Niners. What does Kyle say when people ask him about that? Because I see all these statistics online where they are the most injured team seemingly every year, which is crazy. And it's already started again. I mean, McCaffrey was on the report last week. Thankfully, he was okay. He carried a big load. And now, they got all these other injuries. The Moody thing, don't even get me started. I'll never understand teams that draft kickers really at all, let alone that high. It never works. It's never – I mean, I guess Janikowski, I guess that kind of wasn't he like a first-round pick? That is like I'd watch a 30 for 30 on that. Now looking back on it, that's just amazing. But I was listening to you guys. They got the win. That's all that matters. They're beat up. They got to get this win, and that's all that matters. And then we'll worry about next week.
Yeah.
Well, Ross, you talk about the injuries, and you're right. Like I think it was Warren Sharp who posted on social media that last year they were number one in terms of games lost due to injury. 2023, they had good fortune, but 2022, they were top 10, 21, top 3, most injured 2020, top 6, 2019, top 4, 2018. I know it's oversimplified to boil it down to one person or one thing, but it does feel like injuries are just synonymous with Kyle Shanahan-led teams. Do you think that they practice harder than other teams? That it's been reported they try to build this callus in training camp. Like it is a thing, and after 8 years, the stats seem kind of undeniable.
Well, the callus in training camp part is interesting. I'm not sure I've ever really bought into that. I don't really believe that. The Eagles do very little in training camp or preseason games, and they've been extremely healthy in recent years. I do think that part of it is how long their season goes. And that's a credit to Kyle and John Lynch and the success they've had, right? I mean, if you have that many years in a row where you're going to conference championship games, Super Bowls, whatever, and they had certainly 2022, 2023, I think you're almost necessarily going to have injuries the following year, especially when you have some guys that have played a lot of football and are a little bit older. Now, we'll see what happens with the Eagles this year, certainly, but the Chiefs have been banged up as well, right? Chiefs have gotten banged up and they've played a lot. It would kind of be weird if you're playing 2 or 3 more games, 2 or 3 more weeks than all the other teams, and you're not more injured than they are the next year, right? I mean, it's like any other overusage injury, but I do feel like, right or wrong, it does feel like the Niners kind of take that to a whole other level.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Everybody talks about Kyle as a great play caller, can scheme guys up, whatever that means. And one of the things I remember hearing about Shanahan is, when a quarterback delivers the ball to a receiver, he wants the receiver to be basically at full speed when he catches the ball. I guess maybe he emphasizes that. I mean, could that be part of the reason? Because we're all out here trying to kind of figure it out.
Well, wait, I mean, that's an interesting point. That's like, I was about to tell you that was a stupid question, and then the more I thought about it, it's actually a pretty good one, Steiny. It's one of your better ones.
Thank you.
One of the Kyle Shanahan family, Shanahan offense, one of their greatest strengths, right? One of the secret sauce, if you will, they're as good at run after the catch as there is in the NFL. And they do the best job probably of getting guys space to get yards after they catch it. And now that you think about it, it does feel like we can all think of all these times where Debo or, Kittle or whoever, they are screaming when they catch that pass. And so by the time they catch it and the safety's there, the safety almost like can't help but have a bad angle because the safety's kind of flat-footed in the middle of the field and they're going 22 miles an hour, diagonally or east and west. So I don't think that that's why. Maybe they practice that much, but that's an interesting observation. I mean, listen, if you brought me on here for medical advice,
right,
this is probably going to go really badly. I mean, really, really badly.
Well, Ross, let's get into football then. With George Kittle going to IR and them missing him for at least the next month, how big of a loss is that for the 49ers? And just watching, for example, this weekend on Sunday against the Saints, what do you think fans are going to miss about this offense that he brings?
Well, so I think there's still a very, very, very compelling argument that he's the best tight end in football, right? When you take into account receiving, the year he had last year, and he is a more than willing blocker, which is what I love about him, which is a terrific, terrific trait. And, you know, these other guys they have, I mean, I got to be honest with you guys, I follow things very, very closely. I know every team's starters and most of the backups. I never heard of this guy. Tanji, how do you say his name? Tonjes. Yeah, I never heard of him till we caught that touchdown, right? So now listen, maybe he's really good, but you're going to have a drop-off from number one tight end in the NFL to guy I never heard of, right? There's some drop-off there, maybe a lot of drop-off. What that means, right, is that Shanahan necessarily is going to have to tweak what he does. You know, maybe Juszczyk gets the ball more, right? Obviously, they're going to have to lean on Pearsall a lot, especially with us not knowing Jennings' status. You know, maybe Bourne can hit the ground running. I was already a little bit surprised just how much they utilized McCaffrey on Sunday. I think if there's a fair critique of Shanahan is that he does that. He puts too much on certain players. Like, you traded for Brian Robinson for a reason. You drafted Garendo for a reason. I think a fair critique of Kyle would be, hey, man, why don't you save McCaffrey a little bit more than that so he's there for the whole year, because you've got other capable guys in Robinson and Garendo. And at this point, with no Kittle, they really need McCaffrey for the passing downs. Like, they need him for the passing downs. Some of the other runs, I'd put Robinson or Garendo out there.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Not a great game for Trent Williams. Allowed 6 pressures. He had a holding penalty. He's 37 years old. Where do you think he's at? I know that he often takes early in the season to kind of ramp up, but, I mean, where are you with Trent Williams? You know line play as well as anyone.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Somebody said, did he have something bothering him or something in the game or no?
I don't think so.
He did come out at one point in the second half, Ross, and then he came right back in.
I'm trying to think about. I saw where online someone said that there was an issue. You guys know who Brandon Thorne is?
No, but I mean, I remember watching the game, and there was they were like Joe Davis and Greg Olsen were talking about Trent Williams having some concerns.
Yeah, so Brandon Thorne is like one of the best O-line, D-line gurus, and he said Trent got rolled up bad midway through the second quarter and was visibly in pain. So maybe that was a factor. I don't know. He definitely got beat 3 times, like pretty much clean by the same move by that Mafi guy. Mm-hmm. I'm not there yet to say that he's dropped off, because I also saw videos of him moving really, really well and doing some impressive things in the run game. But that's something to keep an eye on. But they're saying that he got rolled up on. You know what the funny thing about that is? Can I just tell you?
Sure.
Nobody cares.
No,
you know
I do.
Like, no. If you're inside the white lines, okay, you are saying you're healthy enough to play. There are no excuses. There are no, he's dealing with this or he's dealing with that. Nobody cares. Nobody. I mean, I played 5 games in 2004, including out there in San Francisco, with a herniated disc in my back, where I had to take like 2 lower tabs, 2 Flexerols, a shot of Toradol in my butt, couldn't tie my shoelaces. Nobody cared. You know, like after the season, they don't like give you extra credit. This isn't elementary school, okay? Nobody cares, and he needs to perform. If he's going to be out there, then he needs to be better than he was on Sunday.
No doubt. Hey, Ross, good start to the season. Thank you very much for joining us. And, those receivers catch the ball at high speed.
Listen, at first I thought it was asinine, and I thought about it and thought, maybe it is the reason for some of these hamstring or soft tissue injuries. I mean, Steiny, don't pat yourself on the back too much. Probably not, but maybe that has some small thing to do with it.
Yeah, one of many reasons. Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, Ross.
See you guys.
All right, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider.
Strong start, week 1.
You know, I don't know what the solution is, but he said it. It's fair to be critical of Kyle Shanahan with these injuries, and obviously, people around the league. It's not just an issue that's limited to just the Bay Area, because Ross is aware of it, and I'm sure a lot of the national guys are. And this is just one of those things that it's going to be frustrating because we're never really going to be able to find the answer, only that it's happening.
So this is something I am curious about. Like, I know that you look at it on paper, you're like, wow, he touched the ball 31 times. But a lot of it, to me, is just how much they're dependent on him. Like, once Kittle and Juwan go down, there's just not a lot of guys you can throw the ball to.
Right.
And Brock Purdy's ultimate safety blanket is going to be his running back. So that explains why you're dumping him off 9 times for McCaffrey. Now, the running aspect of it, that to me is fair. So, Steiny, they ran it. There was 31 design runs in the game on Sunday. Christian McCaffrey got 22 of them. Brian Robinson got 9 of them. So McCaffrey received 70% of the design runs. Do we need that to be 50? Would you like it to be 60? Would you like it to be less than 50? My point is, if you're running the ball 35 times, 22 of those to the RB1 is, I don't look at that as a ridiculous amount. If anything, they probably should have tried to throw the ball a bit more, but Brock Purdy also tossed the ball 35 times, so they were completely even in run versus pass. Like, I do think that some of that is just simply in-game, what do we need to do to get the victory? Like, if Christian McCaffrey only ran the ball 18 times, or if he only had 5 catches or 6 as opposed to 9, I don't know if they win that game. Like, when Christian McCaffrey was on the field, and I know that Brian Robinson Jr. is a good running back, and that's why you traded for him. But to me, there was such a stark contrast between when 23 was in and when I had to watch Robinson Jr. Like, he's not picking up extra yards after contact. He's not stretching a 1-yard gain into 3 or 4. He's not taking a little dump off 25 yards up the field. So I understand that people are concerned and the eye is open about McCaffrey's workload, but they need him. Like, they need him maybe more than any team needs their running back.
Yeah, and there's another thing I'm thinking about which might have made week 1 a little bit of an outlier. And I know that Kyle Shanahan places a great deal of emphasis on time of possession. They're not going to have a lot of games this year where the Niners have more time of possession than 38 minutes. So they had the ball 38 minutes to the Seahawks 22 minutes. That's one of the reasons why the carries and the offensive, they had so many more offensive plays than the Seahawks. So that was a reason why, and they were having success when they did that. And so that's why McCaffrey got 31 touches. But, if it's 32 to 28, then that means you're not going to have as many plays, and McCaffrey will probably get the ball less.
Well, it also comes down to when do you need to go get points. Like, I'm looking at the drive the drive list right now. So on the drive right before the half, the one where they were trying to get a field goal and Jake Moody missed. So you're looking at a total of 11 plays. McCaffrey touched it 5 times in those 11 plays. 3 on the ground, 2 through the air. That's a money drive. And you don't have George Kittle.
That's the opening drive or the game-winning drive?
That's the last drive of the first half.
Gotcha. Okay.
Where you're trying to go get points. It's a 2-minute drill. You got to get points. Who's the ball going to? Your best player. Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle's not out there. Now you fast forward to the final drive. A 6-play drive, primarily because of the 45-yard catch by Pearsall. McCaffrey touched it on 3 of those 6 plays. So that's 8 of his 31 on just 2 drives because that's where you have to go get points. Like, I do think some of this and the workload is just based purely on the situation and the context of when do we need to score. Christian McCaffrey is our best chance to go get points. And to be fair, they should have got 3 out of that drive right before the half. So if Christian McCaffrey is touching it a lot and you scored 10 points out of the 20 that they would have had, I'm sorry. Like, I'm giving the ball to 23 because he is my best chance to win.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I do think it was interesting the way they used him on Sunday because it felt like he was off the field more than he had been in the past, and the play count bears that out. But he was more active when he was on the field and involved in a higher percentage of those plays. So, how do you balance that out? I don't know.
Maybe that's how they try and get away with it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
when he's on the field, we're going to use him, but he's also going to have more time to rest.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think Brian Robinson's somebody who's probably going to have more of a role. As the season goes along, he's new here, so he's got to figure out what his role is and learn the playbook and all that kind of stuff. But I also believe that, and we talked a lot about it, and you talked about it. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but this is where the schedule also comes in. Okay, so yeah, you're going to be without Kittle. You might even be without Purdy. We'll see about the other guys. All that being said, you're playing New Orleans this weekend. You're not playing the Eagles. You're not playing the Cowboys. You're not playing the Packers or Lions. You're not even playing the Vikings. So this is where, of course, there's no easy games in the NFL. But this is a game you can win despite all the injuries. And if the 49ers, if Purdy plays and Kittle doesn't and Jennings misses the game but McCaffrey plays and they lose, I don't necessarily think just being without George Kittle and Jennings should get you beat in New Orleans.
Well, it might.
It might.
I mean,
but my point is that
it almost got you beat in Seattle if Tonjes doesn't catch a jump ball. Like, I think, for example, if Brock Purdy throws that ball up and instead of Tonjes, it's George Kittle, and Kittle makes the catch, we're not coming here on Monday and saying, oh, that was a 50, like, that's George Kittle. Ball's up in the air, that's his.
Right.
But it's Jake Tonjes, who Ross Tucker just told us he's never heard of before, and it's this man's job to study all 53 men on all 32 teams. So if he's never heard of him before, like maybe against the Saints, you don't get that ball and you lose the game. And the difference is George Kittle would have been the one to go get it.
I'm not saying it's a cakewalk, but if you made a list right now of teams you wouldn't want to play or you would play, the Saints are going to be in the top 5 teams you'd probably want to play in a situation like this. Again, I hear you. It's like you're going to have to go down there and win that game with the players you have. But this is where the schedule can help. Where did I write this down? I'm looking at the Rams.
So are you're looking at the Saints like a no excuses, got to win? Yeah,
like if you want to win 10 games, you want to make the playoffs. This is one that's got to be put in the win column. And like this is why I give the 49ers a chance. I'm looking at the Rams. They got Philly, the Ravens, and the Lions. And if the Lions get it together, obviously they're a good team. I mean, this is where the schedule. Like, I'm not saying the schedule means you're great, all those kind of things, but it gives you an opportunity to take advantage of some times when you don't have to play the league's elite teams and your division rivals do. So whenever the Rams, let's say, play Philly, not this weekend, if we're playing the Saints, can we get a win and they get a loss?
Well, yeah, you want to win every single game, but I mean, do you think the Niners are as good as the Rams?
We'll see.
Well, but just because your record is the same doesn't mean you're as good of a team.
No,
like they're both 1-0. I think the Rams are a better team.
Well, I think they're pretty comparable, let's say.
You don't think the Rams look better against a much better Houston Texans team?
I I'm just saying, yeah, they look better week one. I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is, I don't think the Rams are clear-cut better than the 49ers. I don't think one's a 12-win team and one's a 9-win team.
Well, no, but if the Rams played this schedule,
that's what I mean.
No, but that has nothing to do with how good the team is. That has to do with who's on their schedule.
Right, but it's still going to determine who finishes first and who makes the playoffs.
Yeah, but I'm asking you who's the better team. My point is,
what?
Who's got the better team, the Rams or the Niners?
I think they're pretty comparable. I'd give the Rams a slight edge right now. I think the Rams are a little bit better, but it kind of doesn't mean anything because it's week one. But I do think they're pretty comparable. I think we'll find fans that think the Rams will win the division, and we'll find fans that think the Niners will.
Yeah, see, I think the Rams are the team that is right now. It's like they're number one in the NFC West. People might fight me on that, but the Niners are. I don't think you can look at any week like a gimme week.
No, you can't. You can't. But what I'm saying...
That's what I'm saying with the Saints. Like, again, we just heard from Ross that that's not a bad football team. He just saw them play.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if the 49ers schedule helps them get to 10 wins, then the Rams have to be a 10-win team. And their schedule,
that's not what I'm arguing.
Well, what I'm saying is the Rams might be better, but lose more games because they play harder teams.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that the 49ers cannot look at any opponent on their schedule, whether it's because of weakness or they're down or they're out, as we have to beat that team. Like, they might get upset this week in New Orleans.
They might.
And a big reason is because they're totally banged up.
Right. And they're going to get Jacksonville, and they're going to get Tennessee, and they're going to get the Giants. I feel like
you're looking at this Niners team like they just should win the division, I'm not.
No, the way I'm looking at it is this schedule will give them a chance to win more games than if it were a tougher schedule like the Rams. It doesn't mean it's automatic at all. And yes, you got to go down and beat them in New Orleans. I'm just saying, would you rather play New Orleans this weekend or 25 other teams? I think you'd probably rather play New Orleans. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean you're going to win the game.
I mean, New Orleans looked better than the Seahawks did in week one. I don't think they're as good, but they took Arizona down to the wire.
All right, 888, what do you guys think, 49er fans? Niners play the Saints on Sunday. Brock Purdy, should he play if he's not 100%? What do you? Jake Moody's been waived today. If you're just joining us, still don't know the status on Juwan Jennings. Coming up tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Valkyries. They take on the Seattle Storm. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. That segment also brought to you by Cordelia RV Center.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood and Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood and Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prizes, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, thighs, drumsticks, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy two, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy three. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy two, get two free of equal or lesser value when you buy four. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso party. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see.
broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025, and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Overcast with mist, high temperature 72 in San Francisco.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here, and that means Baldy, Brian Baldinger, every Tuesday, 7:30 all season long. Baldy! Now back to Steiny and Goo, who will always bring that heat. Well, at least most of the time.
Hey, so you're bucking Vegas, Evan.
What are you talking about?
You're bucking Vegas.
Milwaukee? Buck.
No.
You got it. Okay.
The 49ers,
that was a 2.
They're predicted to, or they have the best odds to win the NFC West according to Vegas.
I know they do.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I think they're the best team.
No, but you looked at me like I had two heads when I said, yeah, I get kind of close and maybe the Rams have a little edge, but.
No, I looked at you like you had two heads when you talked about the New Orleans Saints like they're just a gimme.
See? You need to be a little more perceptive.
Usually you're somebody who gives respect to opponents.
I do, but my point is this. Brock Purdy last year, he missed 2 games, right?
Sure.
He missed the last game. Let's throw that one out. Didn't matter.
They went 6-9 with him as starter.
Right. You know who they played the game he was out?
They played Green Bay and Buffalo.
Green Bay, yeah.
Or Green Bay, yeah,
well,
sorry.
Buffalo, I guess he played. I thought he didn't play Buffalo either.
Green Bay, he for sure missed because Brandon Allen was,
So what I'm getting at is if he misses one game this year and it's the Saints game, that's a better opponent to not have Brock Purdy than last year's Green Bay Packers. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is the Niners have more winnable games on their schedule, seemingly, than most of the other teams.
So let's load manage Brock Purdy.
No,
let's sit him against New Orleans. Let's sit him in 4 weeks.
No,
let's sit him right after the bye week to get him an extra week of rest. And then let's sit him in week 17 because we already got the division wrapped up.
Now you're being silly. Nobody's saying if he's healthy, sit him. If he can play, he should play.
No, but he's not 100%, so he should just sit.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Oh, no, I mean, we do. He has a toe. He has a shoulder. He's going to be less than 100%.
It can't be healed by Sunday?
Not enough. I mean, it's and the Saints are a joke, so we should just sit him against them. I mean, like Mac Jones can take care of the Saints. I mean, come on.
He might be able to if Brock Purdy's hurt. He might be able to. Would you rather play the Green Bay Packers this week?
I would rather play the Green Bay Packers because you got to also remember who else didn't play at that game, Steiny. I think Trent Williams didn't play in that game. I believe Nick Bosa missed that game. You didn't have Brandon Ayuk, and Fred Warner was playing on a broken ankle. So, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Saints are a lot better this year.
And maybe that team could beat the Saints. Could have beaten the Saints last year. I'm just saying. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's the news that we know about the San Francisco 49ers today. George Kittle has been placed on the injured list. He's going to miss 4 games. Juwan Jennings' status still unknown. They'll know more later this week. Brock Purdy, questionable right now with a toe injury and a shoulder injury. Jake Moody, their kicker, has been waived. And they'll bring in kickers this week to figure out what they're going to do Sunday. And my question for San Francisco 49er fans is, of the things that are going on right now with this team, what is the most concerning? Is it special teams / the field goal kicker? Is it having to play without George Kittle for 4 weeks? Is it Brock Purdy being nicked up after 1 game and his status in jeopardy for week number 2? Is it Trent Williams, whose season has not gotten off to a good start? Is it Christian McCaffrey's workload that's got you concerned? 888-957-9570. Evan, we talked about this earlier, and you think the number one challenge right now for the Niners is to get through the next 4 weeks without George Kittle.
It is, just because that's what I know. Like, I know that George Kittle's not going to be on the field for at least 4 weeks. I would like to believe that Christian McCaffrey can stay upright, though I understand your concern about it. I also felt like, I know he didn't really get a chance to compete because they needed the roster spot in training camp, but like Greg Joseph is still available. And from everything that he put together in preseason, I don't see it. He can't be worse than Jake Moody. I think he's going to be better. I mean, you look at him for his career, and he's nearly 83% in terms of his field goals, which is a lot better than Jake Moody's been. So, like, special teams is a concern, but I do feel like a weight has been sort of lifted from this football team by Jake Moody getting cut this morning.
Yeah, I chalk it up as something they had to do. And Kyle had to do it.
Were you surprised that they didn't do it sooner?
No. You know why? This may not make any sense, but I feel like immediately after a game, coaches and players are still in that siege mentality where, they're still in that competitive mode and they don't want to give anything up and they want to keep secrets. And it's like, you just don't, hey, is Jake Moody going to be your kicker next week? Like, you just don't want to say, no, he stinks, you're right. The natural answer is, we'll see. We got to figure that one out.
We'll see.
So, but I think they knew after the game that this was probably going to happen. Like on the plane ride to wherever they were going next, probably back to the Bay, obviously.
I think they knew at the moment he missed a 27-yard field goal. And then got the next one blocked.
I wonder where the block fits in. And it may not matter because it doesn't sound like Shanahan thought it was Moody's fault, but it almost doesn't matter because I think he's viewing it as a field goal kicking unit issue now.
It's a results-based business, and the result of that football game is you had a chance to score 9 points, and you scored 3. I mean, that game would have been maybe not over with, but I think they could have won, maybe not going away, but like they could have put Seattle away if they were able to make some kicks.
Yeah, I mean,
it certainly wouldn't have come down to a jump ball in the end zone.
I mean, theoretically, they go in up at half 10-7.
Well, that's the other part too.
Right.
It's not just that it costs you your own points.
Right.
It then gave Seattle the ball with momentum at home, and they go get 3. Like, that's a 6-point swing. That missed kick is worth almost a touchdown. And again, I don't know about you when you're watching this football game and how people felt out there, but after he missed that 27-yarder, it felt like the mood of the team completely flipped. And it was just a here we go again type of deal, whereas I think for the first 1.5 quarters, I felt like they were in control of that football game. And especially in the third quarter, they go on, an 8-minute drive where they just walk the ball right down the field. Seattle doesn't get the ball nearly any in that third quarter, and you don't score any points. Like, that to me is demoralizing when your defense is playing their ass off, your offense is winning time of possession by the end of the game by 15 minutes. Like, you have the rock the entire time. You're doing exactly what you want to do offensively for the most part, and you have to scrape by. Like, that to me is it's just such a blow to the rest of the roster.
I'm completely with you. And surely I couldn't have been the only. First of all, he misses a 27-yarder. And I'm just shaking my head because I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me. It was like 2 weeks ago we're talking about Moody. Well, what happens? What's going to happen? And what if he goes 3 for 3 in the opener and he's got 2 from over 50? Well, then he's okay. And then what if he misses a chippy right off the bat? He won't, man. He misses a chippy right off the bat, and you're like, you've got to be kidding me. Then the next one gets blocked, and at that point I started watching the game differently. I started watching the game thinking about how do we shoehorn Moody in here if we need to kick a field goal? You know what I mean? Like, it really was something that was on my mind when they get, they're pushing the ball to the 40. McCaffrey runs for 5 to the 35. It's 2nd and 5, and you're thinking, well, if they hold here, it's a 52-yarder. Would he? Would he not? And, it depends. It was no way to go through a season. And if the fans were thinking about it as much as we were, this coaching staff had to be thinking about it too.
I mean, I don't think the problem is solved. I mean, who you're bringing in is going to be a guy that is not one of the top 32 kickers in football. But the point was, Jake Moody also was not one of the 32 best kickers in football. He just wasn't for your team. I don't know if it was mental, physical. He could not figure it out. And so I think the one, at least saving grace about whoever walks in the door next is, I don't get the feeling that player has any sort of job security. Like, if they have a bad game, they're done.
That's possible.
But as opposed to Jake Moody, where, all right, Jake Moody has a bad season, and he still had his job. That's not the way it works for kickers in the NFL.
No, not usually. Hey, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries. They take on the Seattle Storm, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. All you got to do is download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 6:30.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, this was a real tough one, whether we were to go to the breaking news sound or not. We decided against it. But we have some NBA news.
Well, it happened during the commercial break.
That tangentially involves our very own Jonathan Kuminga. As you know, there were 4 restricted free agents on the market. Cam Thomas last week signed with the Nets. Josh Giddey was among the other 3. And Josh Giddey has signed a 4-year, $100 million contract with the Chicago Bulls. And so he'll be a Bull.
So one has signed the qualifying offer and one came to terms.
Correct. And I think on the one hand, the easiest thing to say would be, well, give Kuminga 4 and 25. But
25 total?
No, it's 25 a year. But I don't think Kuminga wants to be here for 4 years. So that's the complication there. But there it is. Josh Giddey, 4 years, $100 million.
Well, it's interesting. Just my first thoughts is I don't necessarily think it changes much about Kuminga's situation. Like I felt the same about the Cam Thomas deal. I think, if anything, it just speaks to each of these 4 players are in specific spots, like with their teams, their relationship with their groups. I mean, Josh Giddey did want 30 a year, and he only got 25 per year. Maybe there's something to read into it with that, but I look at those 2 signings different completely than Kuminga's.
I put them all under the umbrella of restricted free agent, with each one having a few kind of unique characteristics as it relates to their own team. Just wanted to mention that Josh Giddey has gotten a 4-year, $100 million contract from the Chicago Bulls. Jonathan Kuminga's still out there. October 1st, the deadline. It's about 3 weeks away. Man, crazy offseason. All right, let's go to Rafi in Berkeley to get us started. Hey, Rafi, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Good, Raf.
Good. I just wanted to say that I think it's really interesting the way we're talking about this team. I think we're being hypercritical, really picky about a team that, I don't know, last I checked didn't make the playoffs last year. And we can talk about injuries, but injuries are part of the game. And actually, I do think that there's kind of like in some ways, like a parallel with the Warriors. Like, we always want to talk about this team, like these teams, like they should be way better than they are. And we have real trouble acknowledging who they are. It's like, yeah, their offense is just okay. But if you couch it in the frame of things needing to be so high level, I think you really miss the actual experience of watching the team play and actually enjoying the football game. Everyone's talking about the game like we lost the game. We won a division game in Seattle, and most people sound like they're going to die and that we lost. It's like, we were not a playoff team last year, and on opening day, we didn't play our best game, and we went and beat a division rival in their building. Like, my God, I feel like people got to get a grip, and that's really all I got to say about that. Thanks, guys.
No, Rafi, I mean, we kind of talked about it yesterday, and I do think that's a big – it's how you viewed the team before the season. And you can view them, Evan, in any number of ways. You can view them as a straight-up 6-11 team. You can view them as a 6-11 team that was decimated by injury, and otherwise we would have been a division winner again for the third straight year, but it was just injuries that cost us. We're still in our Super Bowl window. We can win it all. All right, well then, those kind of people, I do think, are going to be the ones who say, that wasn't good enough on Sunday. But to me, I look at this team in a completely different place, and everything they do now is independent of anything, in my mind, anything they've done previous. And so I'm looking at them as a team that was 6-11. They had some misfortune. Can they get back to 10 this year? I don't see why not. Let's put the baseline or the expectation there, and let's see if they can meet it.
I mean, I also think that, and it happens a lot in the NFL, we are only looking at the Niners through the prism of their offense. To me, the most encouraging part about the game on Sunday was their defense. I mean, this was a bottom 5 unit in football last year. They have roughly half of their defense with new starters. On Sunday, they played 19 players on defense. 9 of them were not on the team last year. They played a total of 5 rookies. One of them, Marquise Siegel, played every single snap. And they held the Seattle Seahawks to 13 points and held them to 3 of 10 on third down. I mean, that's as responsible as any part of the game that we watched for the victory. And I know Purdy made the winning plays on that final drive, but he's not in that position if they don't completely clog what Seattle was trying to do in the run game. If they didn't make Sam Darnold, I think, look pretty paltry as a passer for the majority of that football game. And I don't think that it's easy for a lot of these fresh faces for San Francisco to go into a place like Seattle and play the way they did. Sure, they had a couple penalties, a couple of miscues, but Robert Saleh appears to be, I think, the saving grace of this football team because he got a bunch of dudes who a lot of people have not heard of before or certainly have not seen play football before, and he got them to play extremely well.
They played terrific defensively. I still think that if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, I do think that game was a little bit of an outlier. Now, maybe it had something to do with the opponent, and what I mean by outlier is I don't think their defense is going to play that well most of the time, but I do think the Niners' offense is going to get better over the course of the season. So we'll see how that balances out. But it was obviously a great start for Saleh and the defensive unit.
I mean, I also think, too, that this is where you see Kyle Shanahan's vision of complementary football come into play. So if you have the ball for an extra 15 minutes on offense, that means your defense is pretty fresh.
Yeah.
And they did a great job at getting Seattle off of the field. I know that they didn't get into the backfield that much, obviously, outside of that last drive. They only had 1 sack. But I thought their corners, especially, someone like Upton Stout, looked really good. I mean, it's funny, we've been talking about injuries a lot today. And Ross did bring up something that I thought was interesting about their deep postseason runs leading to injury. Maybe it's a coincidence, I don't know, but the 2 years that they've been the most injured teams in football, after 2019, when they made the Super Bowl, and after 2023, when they made the Super Bowl. So maybe the following seasons they've just broken down. But I also believe that one of the reasons that they were able to sustain so many injuries is because for the majority of Kyle Shanahan's tenure, really just up until the last couple of years, they've been a pretty young team. They have been, especially on defense, really young. And that was such an point of emphasis this offseason. They drafted, of their 10 guys, 6 or 7 of them were defensive players. You saw 5 or 6 of them on Sunday at various points, some starting, some rotating in. It's easier to get hit by injury and have the next man step up if the next guy's a younger player. And those players are also a little less injury prone. So I think the Niners and what they have defensively, we don't know still a ton about these guys, and it was 1 game. But, I feel like this defense is actually going to be the unit to watch this season because I thought for a week one performance on the road, they looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, they did. They held their opponent to 13 points playing a home game. And, look, it's one game. It's one game, but to me, the reason that it was a big game is because, to my way of thinking, that's a game that lets you know that you have a chance to be pretty good. And what I'm getting at is, if you lose that game, then you still kind of have no idea about this team, but the signs aren't good. If you look at the 49ers schedule, that game on Sunday, despite when it came, was probably their third or fourth toughest game of the year, maybe at L.A., and then at Seattle would probably be the second toughest venue. And maybe it was game one had a lot to do with it, but this is kind of what I mean. You're 1-0, and you can tick off a tough road game against a division opponent as a W.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why it's like I was appalled at how many people were dissatisfied with the victory. Seattle won 10 games last year. Seattle took your lunch here at Levi's late in the stadium, and I know they had a different quarterback, but a lot of that team is still the same. And they lost Geno and DK. Those are probably the two big departures from that football team. And I know they're both on offense, but that's not an easy game. And so I realized that the Niners didn't look great. I think they also made the Seahawks not look very good. And who knows? We'll look up in the end of the year, and maybe the Seahawks would take a step back and regress. But to me, if you're looking at the toughest opponents on the Niners' schedule, it may sound crazy, but because of how many other bottom feeders you play, Seattle's probably in the upper half. That's not it. That's a game that, if you're looking at the schedule, just on paper, that's a game you could lose.
Yes,
and you won it. So in a way, you're kind of ahead of the curve a bit.
That's the way I looked at it. That's the way I look at it. Let's go to Spencer. Spencer was on the Bay Bridge. What's up, Spencer? How you doing, man?
I'm still here. I'm about a mile from Folsom on the bridge still. It's a little slow.
All right.
Maybe that's okay. So, look, I think you guys just touched on it. I think a lot of people are forgetting this is a division game. I don't care if it's, a 2-15 team versus a 15-2 team. It's always tough in the division. And as somebody who has been to Levi's in, when both teams are very good, that fan base and that environment is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I'm born and raised in Oakland. I grew up a Raider fan. They're gone. I root for the 49ers. I like Christian McCaffrey because they're what we have left, and I'm a Stanford kid. It's just looking at it from that perspective as somebody who, I might not be classified as your red and gold diehard. It's a tough environment. It's a division game. You got to appreciate that W, take it, and go away.
Let me ask you this.
The other thing is,
real quick, Spencer. Let me ask you this, and I'll let you finish. Coming into this season, after what's happened for the last 3 years, and just up until now, up until the first game, what were your expectations or hopes for this team?
Knowing what we're dealing with on the wide receiver side of things, and not really knowing, especially, with that little scare right before the season started, not really knowing what was going to happen with CMC, I had very measured expectations. I expected something like an 8-9 or a 9-8. I think that they're much closer to 9-8 or 10-7 now that they got this victory and CMC looks healthy. But it's important to remember, we learned last year what this offense is when you take the best running back in the NFL away. We learned yesterday what this offense is when you take who many believe the top tight end in the league away, if not one of the top three. And just like we learn on defense that, hey, when Bosa isn't Bosa, the defense isn't going to be what it could be. Just like, when I mean, it's the same thing with when we're missing, our linebacker or both linebackers. Now one's gone. So they're just not going to be the same.
Right.
And you have to respect that. And I think Purdy, just one last thing on Purdy, he needs to watch the decision-making. I understand he feels like he needs to be Superman at points. But, as somebody who watched both him and Geno Smith this weekend, he made some Geno Smith-type throws that are, questionable into some questionable coverages. And I think it's important for him to, watch that and be mindful and be okay with throwing the ball away and not taking the INT.
Good stuff, Spencer.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you.
So to his point,
let me ask you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say he's right. So Brock Purdy, his completion percentage over expected. He was number 2, so 12.7%, like completion percentage over expected completion.
All right.
Number 1 was Jalen Hurts. That basically means that, to the caller's point, you can make the argument that Brock Purdy was fortunate. I won't use the other word because you said it skews people the wrong way, but he was fortunate.
Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being a drunk, reckless driver, forgive me for using that.
The guy is drunk.
And 0 and one
4.
and 1 being the complete opposite in terms of being careful and measured. I don't think he was like an 8 or higher in terms of kind of riverboat gambling, whatever they call it, riverboat gambler or reckless.
No, I mean, I don't think he was, splitting 4s, but it was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wasn't at the blackjack table making very stupid decisions, but he made a couple that were like, Brock, what are you doing? I mean, the jump ball to Tonjes, I just imagine Kyle Shanahan on the sideline like Steve Kerr when Curry dribbled between his legs through the Clippers back in 2015 and then launched that 3 over Chris Paul of like, oh no, pulling my hair out to, oh thank God, like yes, great play, great shot. That was a ballsy play that Brock Purdy made. And it felt like last year every time he tried to do that, it didn't work out in his favor. And week 1 it did. So I don't know, it's maybe a little Purdy magic isn't so bad because if he doesn't make that play, they probably have to kick a field goal, and maybe they don't win that football game.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was a terrible throw or idea.
I mean, it was a bad decision, but actually, I take that back. I think you have a cut from Kyle Shanahan about that specific play that I thought was actually really enlightening. It was from his conference call yesterday when he was asked about it. Do you have it?
I think I know the one you're talking about. This one?
Yeah, that was just breaking out. I mean, I was looking to the left on the play that we were calling, and they weren't there, and I take my eyes to the right, and Brock's breaking the pocket, and when he threw that up, I couldn't see it at all. I didn't know if he was throwing it away. I didn't know if it was a pick, but our guys on the sideline started cheering, so it ended well.
I think here's the one you're talking about.
It's the second to last one at the bottom.
What stood out on
the Tonjes touchdown?
All right, here it is.
That no one was open, and I didn't think Jake was, but for some reason Brock did. And when he threw it, at the end of it, he proved to us that Jake was open because he made a hell of a play stepping in front of Tariq like that, and it was a big-time catch. Earlier in that drive, he had his first NFL catch, and it was followed the next play by a second, and I want to say it was 3 plays later by the game winner. So I think Brock just ended up getting confidence in him very quickly as the drive went.
Yeah, the quote or the sound that I was thinking you meant is, I believe after the game Sunday, he said, we teach our receivers to take an offensive interference penalty before, allowing them an interception, let's say. So
that was for the second interception, the one where he threw it into man coverage looking for Pearsall.
Right, and so maybe he kind of used the same, I don't know, maybe he was treating it like a fourth down. But I there's also a confidence, and obviously it was Tonjes, it wasn't Kittle, but I do think there are a lot of quarterbacks that trust their receivers enough to know that at worst it'll be an incomplete.
But see, that quote to me is why you can't say purely that Purdy is an extension or just a product of Shanahan.
So you think Shanahan would have thrown that one away?
Yeah, he said no one was open. You can play it again if you want. Like, literally, the question was asked, what did you see on the Tonjes touchdown? And this is his first response.
That no one was open, and I didn't think Jake was, but for some reason Brock did. And when he threw it, at the end of it, he proved to us that Jake was open because he made a hell of a play stepping in front of Tariq like that, and it was a big-time catch. Earlier in that drive, he had his first NFL catch, and it was followed the next play by a second, and I almost say it was 3 plays later by the game winner. So I think Brock just ended up getting confidence in him very quickly as the drive went.
Shanahan says he proved to us that Tonjes was open.
Right.
That means he would not have thrown that ball. He would not on tape have suggested to any quarterback that he's ever coached to throw that ball. But Brock Purdy needed to throw that ball to win the game. That's why Brock Purdy is not just a product of Shanahan. He's more of a gunslinger. Yeah, and I think that scares Shanahan, but sometimes that's what you need to win a football game.
So let's see. I'm at this point now. If Purdy had thrown an interception on that play, do you think he would be getting killed? Or do you think people would say, well, the whole Moody situation makes you take a risk that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily take because he's not automatic?
No, I think, we'd be killing both. I mean, look.
Sure.
But that's sports. It's a results-based business. Sometimes it's a make-or-miss league. Like, okay, so all the time you tell Guru, who says the Niners should have 2 Super Bowls, right? Well, you can't do that. You can't say they should have 2 Super Bowls because they don't. They lost. Well, that works the other way, too. Sorry, you can't say that it should have been picked off. You can't say Purdy got lucky. They won the game.
No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, how would we view it had that happened? And I might have given Purdy a little more leeway if he would have thrown an interception there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it would have been a game-sealing pick.
No doubt.
So I think it literally is a 50-50 ball. That ball is caught, you win. That ball is caught, you lose. But I also don't think a lot of quarterbacks have the guts to make that kind of choice.
Yeah, it all worked out. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the Valkyries take on the Seattle Storm tonight. And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30, and that segment. Oh, by the way, coming up on the other side, I want to get into this sound from Peter Schrager and Ryan Clark that'll hopefully spark a little bit of a discussion. But if you don't know what happened, they 2 guys on NFL Network kind of going at it, and a lot of people had thoughts on it. We'll play that for you on the other side. That segment brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. Crossover at 1:45. Now back to Steiny and Goo. I know, guys, I'm super intimidating, right, Steiny? You don't need to be scared of me. I'm a teddy bear.
Steiny and Evan in today for Daryl the Guru
What'd
Johnson.
you bat your eyes at right there? It's just a question.
Yeah, just looking forward to the crossover.
1 hour.
Exactly.
On the money.
Exactly. Hey, something happened over the weekend I thought was kind of interesting on ESPN, and I want to see if it has any legs. Ryan Clark, former NFL player, was talking on ESPN to Peter Schrager, the host, or one of the hosts, who has never played football, at least in the NFL. And this is a little of their back and forth from over the weekend, and it's causing a lot of conversation.
Well, this was...
Has it had a better day than CeeDee Lamb? Has it had a better day than CeeDee Lamb? You know what you wake up saying, though? AJ
Did you want to add something?
Well, I was going to set it up.
Okay.
This was after the Cowboys-Eagles game, and it was in reference to CeeDee Lamb, who had 3 big drops, some might say 4, down the stretch of that game. And Schrager was defending CeeDee Lamb while Ryan Clark was going at him. And then they got into it.
Gotcha. Here we go.
Has it had a better day than CeeDee Lamb? You know what you wake up saying, though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0. Of course. Right, like that's what I get it. But the thing is this, though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And so I apologize if people think this is rude. That's the non-player.
Oh, stop. That's CeeDee Lamb is
let me tell you why. I'm not looking at fantasy football.
Ryan, I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Okay.
I don't think it was. I mean, when you say that's the non-player in you, that is saying what we all know it to be, which is you don't really know what you're talking about. You never played in the NFL.
Well, it's actually kind of funny. Like, usually the players are the one that stick up for the players. And in this case, Clark was coming down CD's road where Schrager, the non-player, was actually sticking up for him and his team's performance. I don't know. I mean, what did you make of it? We hear this a lot. You know, players putting down media members who have no in-game experience in the sport that they're critiquing. And sometimes it feels fair, but a lot of times it just feels like a last resort when you have nothing else to say.
I mean, I do think there are aspects of sports that that are exclusive only to the players who have played in professional sports. I don't know what it's like inside the Warriors locker room and what's going on there. I do know what goes on in locker rooms, not at the professional level, but we've all been in locker rooms. So does that translate? No, not to the NFL, but my feeling's this. Who are the most respected? I'm not talking about play-by-play guys, but who are the most respected commentators, let's say, who have the respect of athletes, most of them, even though they didn't play?
The most respected ones?
Yeah. Like, okay, the guy, Verducci, baseball.
Oh, for Major League Baseball.
Well, or but for any sport. Like, what's his name? Great guy.
By the way, one quick update. Okay. So this is from Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. After waiving Jake Moody, the 49ers are bringing in veteran kicker Eddie Pinheiro for a workout. Pinheiro last kicked for Brant Boyer, who's right now the special teams coordinator with the Niners, back with the Jets. He made 89% of his field goal attempts the last 3 years with the Panthers. So they are working out, sounds like, multiple kickers.
All right.
But I think the people that garner the most respect are the ones that have the most respectful takes. You know, like people that are there every day, that cover the team, that cover them with respect, that are insightful, that do their homework, and that don't criticize unfairly. Like they don't take cheap shots. You know, right. I think the issue that a lot of players, and I haven't talked to a ton of them about this, but like a few guys in the past few years, it feels like they just don't like when talking heads that aren't in locker rooms and aren't around teams assume to know what's going on.
Right.
And I think that's where And I think Ryan Clark was wrong for calling out Schrager for this because, to be fair, like, all right, yeah, you played in the NFL for 13 years. You're a Super Bowl champ. You haven't been in the NFL in like 5 years. You know, like you haven't been in these locker rooms. Like, you might know some players or some coaches, but so does Peter Schrager. Like, that's why he's on television, is because he has the same relationships at that level that you do. He just didn't play. So to me, that's a very even playing field in which he's just demeaning the guy because he didn't lace him up.
Yeah, and like to me, it wasn't appropriate there because all he was saying was, you know, CeeDee Lamb had some great numbers and he might have had a better game than people thought. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he apologized for it, but
yeah, because he knew he was wrong.
Yeah,
well, it's like the Jeff Garcia thing you guys did a few years ago. It's like, okay, just because Mina Kimes didn't play quarterback doesn't mean she can't have an opinion,
right?
You know, and saying that people didn't play, to me, is unless it's completely egregious and we all are understanding of it, like that's just a cheap shot.
If he says what he says is there anybody, like when Jeff Garcia said it about Mina Kimes, it was a big deal. When Ryan Clark said it about Schrager, it was a big deal. Does it even matter who the person is? The non-professional commentator?
What do you mean?
Does it matter if it's Mina Kimes or Peter Schrager or, you know, a man, a woman, young, old? You know, do older people get more benefit of the doubt when they give their opinions? I don't know.
Well, ESPN has evolved into a primarily debate format. Like their studio. So this was on Get Up. Like their studio shows are very much, I give my opinion about why I'm right and yell as loud as I need to. You do the same, and we go back and forth and hand the baton. Like, so Ryan Clark is trying to win a debate about this subject, I guess it was CeeDee Lamb, by demeaning his colleague. That's just not right, in my opinion.
Right.
Like when you and Goo go at it or we have disagreements off the air, I'm not going to take a cheap shot at you just because I want to win an argument. Like I'll try and use evidence. I'll tell you what I think. We might get passionate or emotional. I believe I'm right. You believe you're right. But I'll never say, like, Steiny, like, well, unless I'm joking with you, but like, you don't get it because you're old.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I understand this because I'm young, and it's just like that to me is completely out of bounds.
Right. That would, yeah. If you said it in a serious manner, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it jokingly all the time.
I don't care about that.
You give me crap because I'm younger than you.
Is there a perception out there from fans, like, would fans rather hear from an ex-athlete or an ex-pro player or somebody who's considered an expert on the game who maybe didn't play? Like, for example, let's say, and I'll use Bonte Hill. Would you rather hear Bonte Hill talk about the Warriors or Festus Ezeli? I shouldn't have used Bonte because he's kind of involved there, but whatever. You know what I mean? Like, would you rather,
I want to hear them together.
Tim Kawakami, would you rather hear Tim Kawakami talking about the Warriors on 95.7 The Game or Festus Ezeli talking about the Warriors on 95.7 The Game? I think it's simply a matter of preference.
I think it's a toss-up. But what I want to hear, and this is to me the issue that Clark and Schrager are running into, mainly it's Ryan Clark who's kind of pushing the envelope. It's like, I want to hear both of your opinions because you have different perspectives. That's the whole point. That's why you're on the show together. If I just wanted to hear Ryan Clark, or if Ryan Clark was then it would be the Ryan Clark show. It'd be Get Up with Ryan Clark. Or differing, it'd be the Get Up show with Peter Schrager. But the whole point of having them on the same panel is that you get a player perspective. You get a non-player perspective. And they're both valuable. So to put one down over the other, again, unless Schrager is saying something disrespectful, which he's not, he's just simply stating an opinion that he has.
Right.
That's unfair. You know, like this show comes from we have varying perspectives on football, baseball, all these, on life, but we see things differently. It doesn't make it, that one person's better than the other. The audience gets to decide who's right, to be honest.
Right. I mean, I do think a pro athlete, Ryan Clark would have the right to say something like that if Schrager were talking about things inside a locker room that he really didn't know about. You know what I mean? Like Schrager can't put himself in the place of an NFL player and give takes like that. So if he is, then he probably deserves to get called out. But I don't believe that's what he was doing.
No, but if Schrager says, and I believe he has relationships around the NFL, I've spoken to people in the locker room. There's a problem here.
Right.
That's just as powerful as Ryan Clark saying, I'm a former player. I've spoken to people, and there's a problem in the locker room. Like like devaluing an opinion just because it came out of the mouth of someone who didn't play, I believe that's unfair. Like, if it's valid, it's valid. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And we'll decide what we believe and, what deserves to be given credibility. But your credibility should not be determined by just if you played the game of football or not.
Right. And to me, there's also a lot of shades of gray here. And I know he's not a commentator, but you look at a guy like Kyle Shanahan. He never played in the NFL. Is somebody going to say he doesn't know? He doesn't know certain things about the NFL because he never was a player in the NFL? I guess, but then he was running around pro stadiums with his dad when he was 7 years old, so he's always been in that environment. So what about somebody like him? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Philmo. Mike wants to jump in. What's up, Philmo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Hey. What's up with it, Steiny? What's up, Evan?
Hey.
Yo. I just want to say one thing about, I forgot to mention this yesterday with the not Brock Purdy, but the Jake Moody thing. He was so trash that, you know how you be, like another team, like you kind of know somebody whack and you know you can kind of get in their head or whatever. Like, he was pumping up the defense. He was so whack. He was like, man, like when a person is very, very, very good at their job and they kicking kicks, like, man, I'm not even finna go for the block punter. He gonna make the thing anyway. He was giving life into the defense. I just wanted to put that out there. But what I do want to say is, I think ESPN for reprimanding Ryan Clark is BS. I feel like he really didn't even say nothing. It's a fact. Bro, you didn't play in the NFL. You don't know about the locker room perspective and stuff like that. Boom, that's all he said. He didn't say your opinion ain't valid. He just said, hey, from that perspective, bro, it's just a clear example why I see that you weren't in the locker room. He didn't say you didn't play in the league. And I feel like people that's like caping up for old boy, it's on some soft new age politics, bro. Like, he didn't even say nothing wrong. It's a real fact. Ryan Clark played in the NFL, and it's a real fact. Old boy didn't. But it's also a real fact that we do like to hear and value other people's opinion. I don't feel like he downgraded his opinion. He said, bro, from your perspective, you don't even know the hat. And it is what it is. That's a fact. You can't deny and say, well, this is that and the third. No, the fact is he don't know. He didn't play in the league. There's nothing wrong with that.
Let me throw this at you. All right, let me throw this at you.
I actually didn't know that they reprimanded Ryan Clark. I think that is kind of BS. I mean, I think he was wrong, but...
All right, Philmo, just go with me on this. I just want to try something out with you. All right, Matt Steinmetz. Sorry, Division III basketball player, right? I played Division III. I played high school and Division III in college. I've never been in an NBA locker room. Well, as a player, obviously. I've been in a million times as a media member. My question is this. Even though I've never been in an NBA locker room, I've been in basketball locker rooms as a player. Can I comment on locker room dynamics?
From your perspective and your expertise as being a journalist, yes. But from a perspective of acting like you're a player, hell no. Right? Like, you could peep scenarios and situations and awkward moments, you could feel energy. I feel energy. You could feel energy, right? You know, like, oh man, I think the contention in the room is bad. That's all you could do. You can't say like, oh, I'm a player, and when we went through this, that, and the third happened. And like Evan said earlier, it's all with preference. You feel me? We love Charles Barkley. I love people, Stephen A. Smith. I love Stephen A. Smith. He never played in the league, but I love his opinion, and I value it.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Philmo, appreciate the call.
Yeah, no, I got him. I think usually, if they did reprimand him, I think that's a little much. I mean, he didn't like completely put the guy down, but I just feel like, Steiny, when you hear someone say, you didn't play, you're right, but it just comes off as kind of cheap, because you know what it sounds like to me, and I might be off on this, and people may say you're wrong. It feels like when you say, well, you don't have any rings. When Klay Thompson throws up the 4, it's like, all right, buddy. Like that's really what we're going to here. Like I was out at after the kickoff show on Sunday.
Okay.
Lorenzo, Neal, and I went to a local watering hole to watch the games. And this isn't a drop situation.
Of course it is. That's a former NFL player.
Well, yeah, because he wanted to watch the game, and I wasn't going to leave my guy hanging, so we went to go watch games. We wanted to watch the Niners, the Seahawks, obviously, but we wanted to watch all the 1 o'clock sites. So we're sitting there, and at this establishment, we're hanging out, and Lowe's, he's so much fun to talk to, and he's just engaging with a lot of fans because they recognize it's Lorenzo Neal. So a few fans are Raiders fans, and Lowe starts talking smack. About, oh, hey, Chargers, I used to play for, like, they're playing the Raiders next week on Monday. Like, we're going to beat you guys. And he's being playful. And some Raiders fan says, well, how many rings you guys got? Like, those rings are real dusty. I don't see any. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're right. But, like, really, are we going to talk about the game? Are we going to talk about what's happening now? Or are we going to talk about something that is, like, 30 or 40 years ago?
Right.
It's... Like, to me, it's just a cheap way to win an argument, because the opposition, whoever you're debating with, can't really say anything back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've thought about this a lot, and again, as a non-NBA player ever, I get that I never played in the NBA, but what about? You grow up and you just watch basketball and play basketball your whole life. You like it at all levels. You like watching college. You like watching the pros. Then you get involved in the business, the media business. It's like, in a way, I feel like, here's what I mean by the locker room dynamic. I would not get into, this happened in a locker room and this was wrong, or this guy was wrong. But I do think I can talk about general locker room stuff and how guys might feel about another teammate who did something like that. I think I can talk about, even though when I experienced it firsthand, it was a long way from the NBA. Or is that going too far with my own knowledge?
No, I mean, you're making an educated guess. Or you're opining based on something you have a reference point of. Like when the Warriors a couple of years ago were dealing with locker room issues, you're right, we've never been a player in locker rooms, but you could see that there was a problem in the locker room.
Yeah.
Whether it's because a player punched another player, whether it was because there was contract issues and a player was sulking. We don't have to relitigate everything, but it's like, you're right. We aren't players. We haven't been in locker rooms before. But anybody that is listening to these players at the podium, anybody that is watching and tracking these teams over the course of 6 months and is paying close attention can see that something's going on. Now, what specifically, we can't necessarily, guess and get correct, but you can't tell me that nothing isn't happening here. I mean, I think that's the kind of fair stuff where it's like, yeah, we're not players, but I know something was going on in the Warriors locker room 2 years ago.
I mean, and maybe this is arrogant, but like I feel I can relate I can relate to everything about basketball in the NBA. I can relate to everything, even though I never played in the NBA, except for one thing: money. I have no idea how money factors into the entire dynamic of a sport, because that's something that I have no experience with. You know what I mean? Like, at least I played basketball and I watch it all the time, so you get an understanding. Money, like, that's the one aspect that I'm willing to say I have no idea. Like, I have no idea how money impacts these guys and their motivation, if it does or it doesn't.
Well, and to be fair, the money is so much different than it was even 10 years ago that some players that are on television talking about it, they don't know also. I mean, Josh Giddey just signed for $100 million. He's not making $25 million a year 10 years ago. Like, the money is so much. So, like, with someone like Ryan Clark, yes, he's been in locker rooms before, but every locker room is different. And I think unless you're there every day and you know these teams and cover these teams and talk to these players, it's just really difficult to make a sweeping judgment about what's happening in that locker room. And I know that Ryan Clark, he doesn't have as much access because he works on national television, and I don't think his opinion is invalid. But him saying that another person who is in the same situation as him as a job, like, you work the same jobs, you're both on Get Up, you're both paid to opine on the NFL. It's like, it's a level playing field. That's what I think. Right.
818 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This I find fascinating, too, and I'll just throw it out there. He writes, you can't relate to the money or the pressure. Okay, let's talk about the pressure for a minute.
Well, we got to hit a break here in a sec.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes, and I can lead into
2 minutes. You're under pressure.
Okay, so I've never taken an NBA game-winning free throw.
No.
I have in Division III college basketball.
Yeah, but were there 20,000 screaming fans?
Nah, there were 3,000.
It's a little different.
I know it's different, but can I talk about what they might be feeling at the line?
Yeah, but you've also spoken to players who do play in the NBA that's been in those situations before. So you can relate to them on some level, but you've also talked to players that have experienced that, so you know what it feels like based on their description. Like, I go to Giants, Warriors, 49ers games. After games, right, I will go to the locker room to talk to players. So I myself don't know what it's like to be in a huddle, but I've talked to people that have, so I can make a guess as to what it feels like. You know, not that I'm saying I'm right, but it's like, right, you know, I'm putting in the work to figure it out as best I can.
Yeah,
and over the course of a decade or 2 decades, in your case, like multiple decades, your opinion's valid to me.
Well, there's the other aspect of this too is the non-pro athlete who's actually like been a beat writer, where you know you are not on the team and you are not friends with any of these people, but you're in their bubble and you see stuff that maybe other people don't get to see, and it just gives you a little bit of insight that a pro player would have automatically and then tenfold, but maybe a regular person wouldn't have any perception of it. 888-957-9570. Valkyries, they take on the Seattle Storm, 7 o'clock tonight. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Stock up on home essentials at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off 7th generation select cleaning supplies with Prime through September 9th. Freshen up your space for a clearer mind. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan, can I tell you something that I like, that I get enjoyment out of? You know, sometimes it's people don't think I can get enjoyment out of anything or anybody but myself, but that's not true.
Can I tell you what I think first?
Sure.
That you absolutely can get enjoyment out of honestly anything. You choose not to.
Okay. You know what?
Life's about choices.
You know what?
And that's what life's about.
You know what uplifts me?
Yeah. What?
This is what uplifts me. And you think I'm kidding? I'm not.
That mic stand?
No. So I'm looking at three youngsters here. I'm looking at my guy, Evan. I'm looking at Mark Grandy. I'm looking at Steven Risotto. And over the years, you don't know you guys at first, and you just see, hey, what's up? What's that guy's name? It's Evan. And I think, okay, well, Evan's a producer, and okay, Grandy produces, and Risotto's comes in once in a while, and you just tend to think of you guys like that. But each of the three of you, and this is what uplifts me, and I mean this, you all have stuff going on. Like, you guys have more going on than just this, and I think that is the way you got to do it. And what I mean is, you've got your full schedule of play-by-play games. Grandy does play-by-play. And my guy Steven Risotto, quietly, the journalist, giving a talk to the NorCal journalism high school students coming up in a couple weeks. He's got stuff going on, writing and podcast and journalism wise. And I just want to tell you guys that, that impresses me. That impresses me. You guys are hustlers. You're hustling, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thanks, Steiny.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. I would also say that...
Because, I don't do anything other than this.
But you used to.
I have nothing.
You used to.
I mean...
You're also a little older than we are.
True.
And I would also say that, again, we're talking about, I made the point during the last segment about how I think that the game... I want to say sports in general. It's so much different even than it was 10 years ago, especially in regards to money. So is sports media. So 20 years ago, you might be able to get away with not doing multiple things. I am of the belief that you cannot do that. If you don't do multiple things in this business, you will die or you will rot and you will eventually be out of it. So you're right. You maybe had to do less things when you were younger, but now it's kind of a requirement.
Yeah. Anyway, keep grinding, guys.
Pasta's still working on that public speaking, though. You could help him with that.
Oh.
I'm okay at it.
Taking a shot at Pasta?
Yeah. That's my guy.
And, the other thing is, one thing that happens in this business is guys get old, and then they retire.
You ain't kidding.
Creating positions. Let's go to Mr. Jones in L.A. and get back to these San Francisco 49ers. Hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing?
What's up, fellas, man? I'm feeling good, but I'm hurting right now. You know what I mean? Just like our team, man. Just like our team. Purdy pulled a rabbit out the hat, and then everything falls. The whole house goes falling down, man. We lose Kittle. We ain't have nobody starting since the beginning of the training camp, and then who we thought wasn't going to play, he actually played, and he played really good. But now we in there digging out the trash again, man. We had to go about deep in the trash. We had to go get Kevin Bourne back.
Oh, come on. You're 1-0, Mr. Jones. You're a little banged up. You're 1-0. You got the Saints. Come on. You got to be more optimistic.
I mean, we are, but I mean, you can't keep playing with a whole bunch of, this, that, and the others. And I'm really high on Mac Jones. I'm not even worried about the quarterback situation, really. I'm more scared about the other pieces.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? But hopefully him and Ricky can click. And then the tight end that won us the game-winning touchdown, he got to step up.
Tonjes?
And defense just keep carrying us like they've been carrying us.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Mr. Jones. Look, they're gonna have to win some gritty games.
Well, don't worry. Look, you brought in Eddie Pinheiro, who's going to compete for the kicking spot. Solid 80-something% over the last 3 years, and yeah, you'll be able to patchwork this thing together, and then you get healthy middle of the season, you go on a run. That's how it works. That's honestly how the Niners have kind of been. I want to say every year outside of 2023 and 2019, they haven't. Kyle Shanahan teams typically don't start that strong. I mean, in 2022, they lost, what was it, they were 2-3. I think they might have been.
One year they were 3-5.
They were 3-5 in 2021. And
2-4 at one point.
Yeah, so it's like they've started slow and hit their stride midway through the season. I don't know if we talked about this, but one big question I have more about the offense is how they hold up for 17 games, right? You got some older players. You've already seen Kittle to go down. So how are those guys going to basically stay healthy for a full season? But the flip side of that is because of their youth on defense, I think this team is going to get a lot better on defense over the course of the year. And it already looks like they got some talent there. So, by the beginning of the season, I think everyone says, all right, offense is going to carry them. Purdy's going to lead them. I think by the end of the year, we might be looking at this team as more of a defensive-minded group.
That would be impressive if that's the way the season ends up. That would be impressive. Impressive by Robert Saleh for sure. Oh, you know what I wanted? Can I tell you something that I really am not enjoying about the NFL?
There he is.
First of all, I want to be clear. It's a specific part. The new kickoff rule. Can I tell you why I hate it?
Sure.
It is. Why are you?
What's wrong, Steiny?
It is a joke that anything can happen on a kickoff where you would reward the other team by putting the ball on the 40. This is a joke. Used to be kickoff into the end zone. You catch it. You down it. You get the ball at the 20. The 20-yard line. Now you do the same thing. You go to the 35?
Oh, I hate it.
And then you kick it off and you kick it out of bounds and it's to the 40?
Well, it's always been
that's ridiculous.
If you kick it off the side, if you just kick it off out of the sideline, it's always been to the 40. But Steiny,
why in this day and age of offense
do you enjoy player safety? Do you think that's even just part of football?
No,
that's the whole point.
Okay, forget it then. Then let's just start it. You score a touchdown, extra point, 7-0. Other team starts at the 20. That's what happens. Forget the kickoffs.
Well, no, but there's some times where you got to take the ball out because maybe you got a good return man, or maybe you're trying to make a play, but they're trying to minimize the amount of head-on car crashes.
That's fine.
That old school football used to be synonymous with.
That's fine. Just make the kick in the end zone, put it at the 20, 25. Not the 30. Why is 35?
Because it incentivizes people to take it at the 35 as opposed to bring it out, which is what creates concussions.
I got news for you. I don't find kickoff returns like a necessity in the NFL. I don't consider it one of the most exciting plays. I don't think you'd be missing a lot if you didn't have them. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say,
sorry, I should have told
that Evan's right that they want to limit the head injuries. To do that, they allow the players have to stay still until the ball is caught. So there's less running into each other, but they also want to incentivize more kickoffs because the NFL believes the kickoff is one of the more exciting plays in the game. So the penalty for kicking it in the end zone, a touchback, is the team gets good field position. So the kicking team is incentivized to kick it into the field of play to incentivize a return.
I understand all of that. But, man, it's just in this day and age of the NFL, ball gets kicked into the end zone, you start at the 35 or 40, it's like there's a pass over the middle and we're in field goal range. It's like
not if you're Jake Moody.
But why? Like, I get it. Why do they want to? Like, why'd they go from 20 to 25 to 35? Like, why? What's the net gain of shortening the field like that for an offense? I guess is what I'm asking. What's the benefit? Forget
you're trying to create less high-speed collisions while keeping the kickoff a part of the game. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, last year was the 30, this year's the 35. They might move back after this year, but I mean, it's. You also increase probably the amount of offense and points because there's less room on the field to go.
Interestingly, I wonder if it also it keeps numbers down a little bit.
What do you mean keeps numbers?
Because the best you can do is a 60-yard drive if you get the ball at the 40. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm talking about scoring points. Like if you have to go 65 yards on average as compared to 70 or 75.
Points are going to go up, probably, you would think.
Because you're going to be in field goal range probably quicker, combined with the fact that kickers can, usually, if you're a team not named the Niners, kick a ball at 60.
So seriously, the three of you, like, again, it's got nothing to do with the safety. It's where we're going to start a possession after a score. And
it does have to do with safety.
I know, Evan. But what I'm saying is, if you could do the same thing and I just think it's too. Starting at the 35, you're at the 35. You're already a third of the field's behind you already.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Yeah, you only have to drive two-thirds of the field.
I mean, the Seahawks made it look pretty difficult on Sunday to go 65 yards.
I hear you. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I want to agree with you, Steiny, but for different reasons.
All right.
It seems like these kickers are hitting like little chip shots. It's like a finesse kick. Like they got to learn a new way to kick the ball. Like, come on, let the kickers kick as far as they want. And if they want, like, it just seems really lame. It just makes no sense to me. Why don't we just start doing like we did with kids? Like you can choose whether you're going to kick it or going to throw it in the air in their kickoff. That makes as much sense as what they're doing now.
I remember that.
Well, then you might as well just have them. Like, there's a rule in arena football, in indoor football, where on a kickoff, if you kick it through the field goal, like the field goal post, you get a point.
See, I would like that. That would be a great NFL rule.
That's the gimmickiest bleep I've ever seen. And it works in indoor because it's only a 50-yard field, but, like, I don't know what you're so up in arms about.
It's not up in arms. It's not up in arms. But all I'm saying is starting a drive, like the 35-yard line is I would prefer them to go back to the 20 or the 25. That's all.
Well, last year was at the 30. You didn't say anything.
I didn't like it though. It was It's been bumped up. It's
this is the first time I've heard
25.
about it that you've really been just passionate about this subject.
Yeah, I think it's too. You know what it is? It's too big of an advantage for the offense to start that far up the field.
But they don't always start that far up the field. It's just that if the kicker chooses to kick it through the end zone, it also has forced you to find kickers that are more accurate and can basically kick it within 5 yards of the goal line.
Yeah.
Which Jake Moody actually was pretty decent at, oddly enough.
Yeah, just it's not a big deal. I just Risotto, you kind of with me?
I'm with you 100%.
I need 100?
Yeah, 101% too.
Steven!
I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not.
No, I'm being serious. I like long drives. And I agree with Steiny. I don't want to see a few throws, a few snaps, and then the drive's over and you're already in field goal range. I don't like that either.
Then get him off the field.
No, and I get it. It's a matter of taste. But
I don't think that touchback should be villainized even more than they already were.
Well, then you might as well just not even have it because every single kicker can kick the ball 85 yards off a tee, it feels like.
Why don't they return the ball from the end zone?
Because it's going through the end zone, Pasta.
Well, they should just open that up.
They're kicking it into the fifth row.
Go and get it.
My only gripe is, and especially late, especially when somebody scores late and they kick off 35-yard line, they need a field goal. Well, with a minute and a half left, it's like an eternity. And they're already they were one play from being in field goal range almost. That's not a big deal. We don't have to spend any more time on it.
I mean, but either way, there's going to be those situations where you're thinking about clock management. It just forces you to make different decisions when you have the ball. Maybe you got to run some more clock down. You got to be more strategic. I don't know. It didn't change the way that I watched any single football game.
Here's what I would love to get the stat on where the average possession, what yard line did the average possession start on Sunday after kickoffs? So
probably further.
Okay.
But then again, you could also, for example, like if you have the ball and you're up with 6 minutes left, you could take it out of the end zone to allow yourself more field to chew time off clock. I mean, I don't know. There's also different ways to think about how you want to run your offense based on the special teams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe there's, I don't know, maybe a situation where you want to put a team further up the field. I don't know.
Yeah, I just, that was not live.
No, I know, but it's probably what you were thinking.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but that's what I would like. Let's say they did week one. Where'd first down start from on average? 33. Let's say it was the 33.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that be like the 25. I'd like to see the average starting point for after a kickoff to be about the 25-yard line.
Well, I would too. You would like the offense to have to go further, but
that's all I'm saying. That's what I should have said.
No. What you're saying is you don't want to see a kickoff because this is the only way that they've been able to figure out how to make it safe as possible. It's not really safe, but as safe as possible, while also having kickoffs still be a part of the game.
But I think
they might revise it at the end of this season, but
I mean, I think you said it. I do want to see him drive the field a little longer just because I just think it's too much of an advantage now for the offense. That's all. It's a matter
But it's the same advantage for every offense.
I know.
It's not a disadvantage for any team.
Correct. I know. It's a rule I don't like.
Also, if you have a kicker that is pinpoint that can put the ball at the 2-yard line every time, odds are the person who has to take it out is probably not going to be starting at the 35. So you need a more accurate kicker.
I think the way to go about this is we can all agree if we just say, yeah, you know what, we'd all like that first possession after a kickoff to maybe start a little back further. Let's work on how do we figure out a way to do that? Let's get him started at the 25 most of the time. That's all. Okay, a couple other things. Evan, Soldier Field. It's going night-night.
Yeah.
They're moving to the suburbs in Chicago. I don't know what you guys are laughing at over there.
I mean, so they're doing what every single other stadium has typically done, which is head to the hills.
Arlington, beautiful area.
Arlington, Texas?
No, I think there's an Arlington, Illinois, too.
Oh. I've honestly never been to Chicago, so I wouldn't be able to speak
Really?
No. Well, I've driven through it. I've never actually been and taken time to hang out there. But okay, so what, you don't like that Soldier Field's being torn down?
Not really, but look.
You like your fossils. I got you.
See, this is where people are like, so you're mad that I could care less in a way. I'm just saying I like the older, when that goes away, when Soldier Field goes away, it's gone forever. That's all.
Yeah,
it's gone forever.
That's called life.
I know.
So,
I know.
I don't know if Soldier Field is a nice stadium, a bad stadium, somewhere in between. If someone has been, please let me know. I've been to Old Yankee Stadium.
Oh, God.
That place
What a
had
cathedral.
to go. That place was a dump. And they built a new one. And I got to say, it's pretty nice. I mean, it's a big concrete jungle, but it's pretty nice. The old one was...
Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about now.
The old Yankee Stadium?
Which is the old? Do you
the
mean
one in the
old
middle.
or the original?
The old.
There was the original, then the old, now the new.
I'm talking about I'm not old enough to have seen the original, dude.
Well, I was.
I know. I'm talking about the old one. Old Yankee Stadium was a dump.
Oh, my gosh. Not when I was there.
When were you there?
Pretty much after
when it was built?
Yeah, I've been there many times.
Okay, I saw it at the end. That place had to go.
Old Yankee Stadium, which is the second of the three, I thought was absolutely incredible.
When did you go?
It was relatively early in its tenure.
When it was new?
Newer.
Yeah, and just like a car,
you know why?
A car runs better when it's 5,000 miles in as opposed to 200.
But that has nothing to do with baseball. Like, the reason that stadium gets beat up is because of the Army-Navy game. If they don't play that game there,
well, they do.
Or the Pinstripe Bowl.
Well, they do.
I know, and we would have been able to keep the stadium a little more clean, et cetera, and it would have lasted longer. Anybody been to Soldier Field?
Well, we got 2 minutes left before
Willard's been to yes. We'll ask him.
We can talk about it. Look, maybe it's nice and it didn't deserve to be torn down, but the Bears
I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's. And I'll wait for Willard's official.
Are they building a dome?
I don't think so.
Okay, well then I appreciate that. Like, Buffalo's building a new stadium. This is also the last year for the Bills, and they are purposely choosing to not have a dome because that's a big part of Buffalo football.
Boy, they took a hit this weekend, that fan base, huh?
What are you talking about?
Bills Mafia?
You're one of them.
I don't like the Bills.
No, but you turned the game off.
Yeah, because my fantasy game was over.
So you're just like Bills Mafia because you left.
Well, what? I don't purport to be any kind of fan. The Bills fans are considered among the best in football, and what I'm here to tell you is they got called out by their quarterback.
And I'm just saying that you're just like them. All you had to do was keep the game on. You were at home. Plus, it was midnight on the East Coast. It's only 8:30.
You act as though I have regret or remorse that I didn't see the end of the Ravens Bills game.
Well, you came in Monday and were wondering why me and Goo were so excited about the end of that game, and then you go, I didn't watch.
Right, because I had clinched my fantasy.
You clinched that far before you chose to turn the game up.
Gotta go. It's 42. Willard and Dibs in crossover. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Select Chicken Split Breasts, Thighs, Drumstick Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Here they come. The Golden State Valkyries. Three in the air. It's good. Bay Area's WNBA team having a breakout rookie season that's making sports history. The Golden State Valkyries face the Seattle Storm. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30, live on KPIX+.
In trivia, it's not just what you know, but where it goes. Is the ghost hotter than the Tabasco? Is the polar bear tail shorter than the giraffe? I definitely know this one. Put your answers in the right order. I'm going to put that after.
Before.
Between. I am so torn. And you could win more than $15,000. We must win. Think fast. Play smart. Make the perfect line.
A new game show with Deborah Norville. Tonight at 10 on KPIX+.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854, 888-780-6854, or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Evan Giddings already here. And this is, I'll just I'll throw it out there like this. Here's the 49ers news, gentlemen and listeners. George Kittle's going to miss 4 games. He's on the injured list. No update on Juwan Jennings. Brock Purdy's got a toe and a shoulder. He's questionable for Sunday. And Jake Moody has been waived. 4 Nuggets.
Yep. Nuggets.
Don't forget about the return of Eddie D.
Eddie DeBartolo?
No, different Eddie D. Eddie Piniero's nickname is Eddie De Niro.
Oh, that's
so he will go by Eddie D. Provided that he kicks the ball between the uprights. No, he's not on the team yet. He's just working out. But he's got the inside track, Steiny.
All righty.
If he wins 5 Lombardis, he can be Eddie D.
Okay.
But until then, he's going to be Eddie P.
Right now, I'll take a 27-yard field goal, okay?
Yep. And I was looking at the game again today, and not the whole game, but just snippets of it. And I've pinpointed when it was officially over for Jake Moody. And it was not the first miss, it was the second miss. And it was blocked, and that wasn't really Jake's fault. But they go on a drive that took 8 minutes and 14 seconds, which is classic Shanahan. And yeah, you want 7 in that point, but you didn't get it. And okay, we'll take 3. We'll take 3. We took 8 minutes off the clock. The game is now tied, and our defense is fresh, and you couldn't even get the field goal.
But why do you think that's the moment that killed him when that wasn't his fault?
Because that was where I think that he was even more exasperated than he was with the first one, because this one was, well, it was the coverage fault.
Right.
The fact that they needed that to tie the game and they still couldn't do it, I think that was where he just realized that a lot has to change with this unit.
Yeah, I think Shanahan is just a results-based guy, and it's like, all right, we had 3 field goals and we got 3 points. That's just not good enough. And whether it's not on Jake or I just feel like it's so demoralizing when you're marching down the field or maybe your defense gets a big stop, and the last thing you should have to think about is how many points are going up on the board, especially when you look across the NFL and there's so many kickers of varying degrees of levels of talent that are putting them at 45, 50, some at 60, like Chris Boswell, that the last thing Kyle Shanahan or honestly anybody on the team should be thinking about is our kicker going to make a kick?
Well, and I'd say even more so because of the position we're talking about. Ephraim Salam, who I do the Sunday show with, is going to join us today at 3:45. And one of the reasons he played for both Kyle and Mike Shanahan, but one of the reasons I want to have it on is he spent a lot of our Sunday show bemoaning kickers. And this is that politics are alive in every workplace in America, in ours and in theirs. And so this is part of what I think is also taking place. No one will ever say this in front of a microphone. They act Nick Bosa about it. Oh, I'm never going to turn on a teammate. Okay, you don't even look at him as a teammate. That's the point. The politics in a football locker room absolutely will not allow a kicker to come out and mess up all the bumps and bruises that the rest of the guys have just taken on in order to put points on the board. I told Lucas this earlier. Like, saying that a kicker is a teammate would be akin to you hiring somebody to come over to your house, put together your IKEA furniture, and then calling that person a family member. No.
You ever put together one of those? They're going to be in your house for about 3 days.
Right, but when you're done...
My ex-wife, actually, I was telling the story before, how she came to your house and put together a bunch of your chairs.
And what'd you do when she was done, Steiny?
Welcome to the family.
No, you said, thank you.
That could be a 5.
Thank you for doing your job. Now go.
Yeah.
Now go. And
it was a little warmer than that.
If you do the job wrong, we got a real problem here.
I was thinking about that too a little bit more and more. I do think there's something like Shanahan he owes it to the 52 other guys on the team.
Absolutely.
To waive him. Because you can't have that festering in a locker room, and you don't want to wait till he costs you one to deal with it. They got fortunate. They won that game, and Moody didn't help them. So I feel like, and Dibs, what would you think about this one? I feel like it was an easy call, kind of a safe call, and like just one that had to be done.
For sure. And if you look at both drives that resulted in no points, they were a total of 25 plays. You did a great job earlier, Evan, of breaking down the money drives and the snaps for McCaffrey, and one of those money drives was that one at the end of the half, and you got no money. And so you use CMC a lot, and you got down there, and your red zone needs to be better, and you didn't have Kittle, and it wasn't. Okay, get 3 and go to the locker room. You got nothing. Good day, sir. And then the final drive, again, you mentioned it, where a lot of CMC, and you actually got the 7, and you got it done. Lucky or not lucky, whatever. You take the win, and you run. But the 2 drives that resulted in a missed field goal and a blocked field goal were 25 plays of your 11-man offense, putting it all out there on the line, 4th down conversions, move the chains, keep it going, and you can't get any points. That's unacceptable.
I mean, just look at a football sideline. I think it's interesting how nice we think these guys are all to each other. They're not. These are the biggest, meanest, baddest, most alpha males in all of sport. And you think that those dudes who are putting concussions on the line every play are okay with the specialist who never gets dirty to come out there and mess up the points? I'm not saying it's fair or it's kind, but that's not what we're doing here.
No, it's completely unfair.
Yeah, but that's how it is.
Exactly. I mean, there are some cases of kickers who have built relationships over periods of time. Like I remember Brandon McManus was randomly extremely close with Von Miller, like the Denver Broncos. Like they were best friends.
Random.
Yeah, they're best friends. They both wore cowboy hats and cowboy boots to games. Like they were boys. And it was a big deal when McManus got cut by the Broncos because Von was his best friend. But he got cut because it wasn't good anymore. He was missing field goals. So kickers can be quote unquote teammates, but only if they do their jobs. And they have to do it more than anybody else on the squad. That's because that's what you sign up for.
Like Vinatieri probably became a teammate.
Exactly.
Vinatieri probably became a teammate because you clutch up and you end up doing some things that help guys to their goal. But when you do the opposite, man, there's just, I'm telling you, there's no patience for it.
He became a teammate that night where he kicked 2 in the snow, including the game winner in the game. I can't remember who they played that night, but the first one he kicked was inexplicable, and then the game winner. And I think it's a playoff game.
It might have been.
Yeah. Could have been,
Kind of a big one.
Well, definitely postseason.
I might have been listening to the game on my Sony Walkman sitting next to Tom Tolbert.
Did you have it tucked?
I did not have it tucked. I was going on. It was an Untuck It night for me.
I was on Untuck It night.
I was a stage manager doing a college basketball game.
Just checking.
Yeah, with double T's on color commentary.
And who won that game?
Couldn't remember.
Oh, okay.
It was a Stanford home game. I was sitting between Tom Tolbert and Jim Plunkett. Because that's the way. Well, that's the way you did it when because Jim Plunkett was always courtside next to the TV booth. Whatever.
Gotcha. Yeah. The other thing, and I haven't even really been thinking about it this way, but it's so obvious. Now I realize that I had a big blind spot. I've always been thinking about Moody, you can't let him miss a game winner. There's more than just the game winner. Like when he misses in the first quarter, it impacts the team right there, right then. Like I've been focused too much on the late kick to win or lose a game. No, it's the psyche of the team during the game if he's missing.
The metrics of that game on Sunday would suggest that the 49ers absolutely bludgeoned the Seattle Seahawks. They had 2 minutes for every one of their time of possession. They look at the passing yards, look at the rushing yards, look at everything that happened up and down that field. The advanced metrics would tell you the 49ers won that game by double digits. And they needed a wonky, weird throw to a backup tight end on 3rd down just to get a lead. And Jake Moody has a huge hand in that. It's a huge hand why the game even came down to that situation. I think that's the way they look at it. So, yeah, it's actually a miracle he didn't cost him a game.
I mean, it's a 6-point swing at the end of the half. You don't get 3 points. And, sure, is it guaranteed that they're going to go down and score? No, but I have to imagine that the faces of the 49ers, which were dejected, and according to Pam Oliver, people were throwing helmets. On the opposite side, they're feeling the opposite way. Like they're feeling like, oh my God, this guy just gave us a cookie. Like let's go get 3 points and steal the lead.
Steal the game.
I mean, so it's a massive swing. And I just, to your point too, I felt like through the first quarter and a half, they were in control of the game the whole way. And then it flipped when Jake Moody misses his first kick.
Well, I arrived at this thought yesterday. What do you guys all think about this? The Purdy throw to Ton just looked like a riskier than it needed to be, right? You're at the 4-yard line and you're down by 3 points. I think Jake Moody absolutely had everything to do with why Brock Purdy threw that ball. I think the 49ers went into that drive thinking we're done kicking footballs today. He can kick the extra point, but outside of that, we're done kicking footballs today. And so I actually firmly believe they would have gone for it on 4th down if that pass was incomplete. But I think that's why Brock was forcing stuff there at the end, because they were just like, we're done. We're done kicking balls. If we kick this, even if it goes through, we tie, there's 90 seconds to go. They may go down and win in regulation. Even if they don't, we're going to get into a kicking contest in overtime, and that's not going to go well.
Well, if you were going to go for it on 4th, then wouldn't you throw it away instead of taking the chance on 3rd?
No, I mean, see if the guy can make a play on 3rd. Like, in other words, though, you're in a desperate situation, and you'd rather not even get to 4th down.
Yeah.
So give it a shot. But I think that's what I think. Not so much maybe on that play, but I think their focus on that drive was we have to go get a touchdown.
Yeah, no, that I 100% agree with.
Yeah, and I wonder if Purdy assumed Kyle would never send Moody out from the 2. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
Or could he have possibly said, "We look, you're getting 7 here or nothing because I ain't going to Moody."
So they go, if it's incomplete, let's just say, Ton just doesn't go up and get it, and it's a bobble, whatever, out of bounds. It's 4th and 3 from the 4, and you can still get a first down. I think that he brings out Moody. I don't think that he goes for it.
I think he does too.
We may never know.
No, of course
and
we won't
he
know.
did go for it twice on 4th down in the game, and they were 2 for 2 on 4th down, which is kind of unshanny-like, but including the drive that I was mentioning where it's 4th and 2, and they're at the 30-yard line, and he runs that little pass to Farrell, his only catch of the game. Great catch, great throw, first down.
Good stick.
And you wound up having to kick anyway, and then the kick got blocked.
Yeah.
That's why I look at that drive and think, Shanny put himself out there. You went for it on 4th down instead of a 47-yarder because you didn't have the faith, and then you got to 4th and 2 at the 18, and you thought, all right, we're going to kick it now. Now we're going to make this one, right?
You golfers, you remember this. How many, was it like a 1.5-foot putt that Retief Goosen missed for the U.S. Open? He won it the next day in a playoff. Steiny, do you remember this?
I don't.
It's like a 1.5, 2-foot putt for the Open.
Right.
And he missed it. I don't know if you guys, did you review Greg Olson's, like the Fox game call of Moody's 27-yard miss? If you listen to this, I think it's very telling to the way a football player, Greg Olson, a tight end, the way they think about this.
Sound like Chris Rock from the Oscars.
Do you have it?
Wow.
Just listen.
Wow, dude.
Listen to how just flummoxed Olsen is that you can miss as an NFL kicker.
Time for the legal.
That close, that clean. Yeah, legal, then Greg.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jake Moody is looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts this year by doinking one. No good. The demons of 24 live for Jake Moody. Wow. Point blank. Wow. Off the upright.
I think if you would have asked Jake Moody, you get to go put the ball at whatever yard line and whatever hash you want for your first kick to kind of exercise the demons of last year. Where would you want it? I think he would have put the ball right there. I mean, that is, at this level, nothing's a given. That's pretty much close to that's as much of a given as it gets at this level.
Dude, this is a tap-in putt.
Just tap it in.
So I get your point, Dibs, but I think it was over right then. I think that was a wrap.
I'm really impressed by how the doink came through.
Didn't
on
that come?
the,
Yeah, they got good mics.
Wow.
Jake Moody was looking for a bounce back here. He missed 9 of his last 20 tries last season, and he starts.
It is. It's got some bass to it.
Yep.
Boom.
Well, the inside of them are they're probably hollow, right?
There was no mistake. He missed that kick.
And they slap a mic up there. 7 such kicks were missed last year in the National Football League inside of 29 yards, 29 and under. Kaimi Fairbairn missed a couple of them, but he's built up a lot more equity than Jake Moody has. So it's not like it's 100% kick. It's probably closer to 90, 98.6 body temperature. But when you don't have that equity and you miss one, then you lose your job.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't trust the guy. Like you just can't. I mean, and it sucks too because I don't know about you guys. When you saw that they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round, what went through your mind? Because I don't know if I expected it to end less than 3 years later. However, there's no precedent for this ending well.
I remember 2 thoughts going through my mind. The first one is he better be really good. But I also remember things were so good for the Niners at that time. There was this arrogant, snooty thought of, dude, they're so stacked at every position. Just like, yeah, take a kicker. Just do it. You don't even need anybody else. So, like, get that too. That was kind of the thought that went through my mind at that time. But, yeah, the first one was he better be good, and he wasn't.
I mean, Dan, I don't know if you did this, but when I found out they drafted Jake Moody, I went to resident Michigan expert Dan Daly,
of course,
our friend, and I said, geez, look at Moody, 3rd-round pick. What's he? And Dan said, he's good. And I thought he was.
But,
yeah,
I mean, no
wrong,
kicker's as good as a 3rd. I don't know. But
I mean, he you go to Sebastian Janikowski, 1st round in 2000, and I don't know if he was a 1st-round worthy kicker, but he had a good long career. He made a lot of kicks, and he was a good kicker.
Yeah, he was good.
Put aside his draft status. Mike Nugent, 2nd round by the Jets. Don't think that he lived up to a 2nd-round grade.
Get to my favorite.
Roberto Aguayo.
No.
2nd round out of Tampa Bay. He might have lasted a year.
Did I have this right? The Niners did this once before, right? Long time ago. I think Doug Bryan was a 3rd-round pick. Was he not?
You're not seeing it here on my list, courtesy of the Sporting News.
Doug Bryan out of Cal.
What about 1979, Dibs?
79?
One of the most celebrated college kickers in the history of our game.
Erxleben?
Yes, sir. Russell Erxleben.
Sure.
He was a field goal kicker and punter.
Doug
and he
Bryan.
got drafted 11th.
3rd round. 3rd round, 1994.
11th overall?
11th overall pick in 79. Russell Erxleben.
Did he also throw?
No.
Oh, my God.
But he had a leg.
Did he make all of his kicks?
No, he was only in the league. Yeah, it looks like not very long, 4 or 5 years.
Well, it's like the point is compared to what you can find off the street or in the undrafted free agent column, typically kickers that are picked or just drafted at all, they don't work out.
But you know why he got drafted?
Why?
Because in 1977, he hit a 67-yarder, and he was also a really good punter. And somebody thought, we got action. I could tell you who. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The Oilers?
Well,
I mean, 67 back then's probably utterly ridiculous.
Saints.
Now it feels like any kicker can make one from 55.
Oh, you have to.
Except for Jake Moody.
Yeah, you have to. Actually, Jake Moody, I mean, he has plenty of leg to do it. But, yeah, he's not straight enough. And he even made his early season stats or early career stats were made off of chip shots. You know, that's the other thing about his rookie year. The Niners were so good. He tried 61 extra points that year. Only missed 1. But he only tried 25 field goals. Made 21 of them, but he was below 70% from beyond 40 yards. And that's just, I don't know, man.
That's
and
it
also feels to me, it's always felt like for Jake, the bigger the kick, the less likely he is to make it. The more
What's
pressure,
the biggest kick he's ever made?
He made 2 in the Super Bowl. Yeah, he made 250 plus in the Super Bowl.
Probably
Do you remember the scores at the time and the quarters? 250s is nothing to sneeze at in the Super Bowl.
And he tied one. He tied the game late, didn't he?
That was the longest kick in the history of the Super Bowl, was it not?
Man.
It was like 56 or something.
They also missed an extra point in that game, though.
Right.
Yikes.
He made one from 55 to make it 3-0 Niners in the second quarter,
No
and
pressure.
then he made another to go up by 3 with 2 minutes left in the fourth from 53.
There you go. That's the one.
It's pretty big.
Tie game, Super Bowl, 3 minutes to go, 53 yards. That's a big kick.
It is, but it's such
Did anybody think he was going to make that kick?
It's such a See,
no.
People will disagree with this, but I look at that as, that's such a friendly number for a game-winning field goal. 53. I mean, ideally it'd be about 56.
In a dome.
So you can miss it and it's not a chippy.
Yep.
But if you make it, you're the hero.
Well, I mean, if they can get a stop, you're the hero.
Right.
But, nobody wants to talk about the Steve Wilkes defense on the other end because this is about Jake Moody. What I find to be ironic about this is the final field goal he made in that game was the same distance that he missed in week 1, 27 yards in overtime after the offense was unable to block up a play that was going to be a guaranteed touchdown. Moody gets the field goal. They go up 22-19. Mahomes drives down. The rest is history. 27-yarder. He makes it in the Super Bowl. Week 1 in Seattle, 27-yarder. He misses it. He doinks it, and now he's on the street.
I mean, it's just got to be all between the ears. Like someone brought up earlier, called into the show, this guy Younghoe Koo for kicks for the Falcons now. His first 2 games in the NFL, he missed game-winning kicks when he was on the Chargers. They cut him very quickly, and now he's one of the better kickers in the NFL. So maybe Jake Moody still has a chance to make something of himself, but
your point about it being mental is a good one because Koo had like 4 really good years with the Falcons. They brought someone in for tryouts today also because last year, after 4 straight years of north of 80%, last year he shot about 74, I think it was, 74%. And then he missed the game-tying kick at the buzzer on Sunday.
That's right.
Against the Bucs. And so now he may well be out of a job this week, too.
So Doug Bryan did not get drafted by the Niners,
Yes, he
though.
did.
Oh, he did? He did.
Pick 85 overall, 1994 draft, and he was gone a year later.
Right. So he didn't work out here.
No.
See, that's the other thing, and it's an interesting point on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line is there like a built-in more pressure for the rare kicker that does get drafted?
I just think because it's a more mental position, you're going to get more ups and downs. Like you may have the most talented guy, but the most talented guy may go through a 2-year stretch of having the yips. That doesn't really happen for linebackers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you're really good and you got it, or you don't. You don't go through the yips.
I mean, you also hope the problem is over, but then again, you're having to move on from your kicker. Like, special teams is, I don't know, you kind of, you need it, but you'd like to not worry about it. I just wonder if we're going to be talking about the kicking situation all season.
Can I ask you guys
Probably,
this?
yeah.
Weirdest position in sports.
Has Shanahan entered Don Nelson territory?
Meaning what?
People say casually, Don Nelson didn't care about defense. Kyle Shanahan doesn't care about special teams.
Well, he hasn't mastered it, but the look on his face would suggest he cares. My God, he's ticked off. Right?
Yeah,
he is very, very mad. So I think he cares. He hadn't cracked the code yet on how to do it well.
No.
He brought in a new coordinator, and you're hoping that new coordinator, who's been a special teams coach in this league for a long time, you hope that he can shore it up. But I don't think that Shanahan spends a lot of his time either coaching it up or worrying about it. He just wants it to be taken care of.
Right.
You just want that to be done. And I was looking at the advanced metrics through 1 week in the NFL, and they are 32nd in special teams in defense adjusted value over average. And the team that's 31st is so far ahead of them.
Yep.
They are so far last after 1 week. It is galling.
It's like a pair of slippers on a Sunday. Just feels like home. 32nd place.
Yep.
Nowhere to go but up.
That's true, too. I mean, it's a small sample.
Weren't they last year or close to?
Close to it, yeah. They might have been 31st. But
so one thing didn't change.
Exactly.
Defense is a lot better.
Sure is.
Looks like it. All right, gents. It's time for me, guys. It's 2:12. And what do you got today on the show, though? You action?
We have a show.
There's always action.
Yeah.
Any special guests today?
Ephraim Salam will join us.
Right.
Cam Inman will join us.
Oh, boy. Nice.
And then who knows who else.
Yeah.
And you have joined us, Steiny, as has
Sure.
Evan, because
And
it is 212.
Have you noticed what he's wearing on his chest today?
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
They got action
you know
in the
what?
Giants,
I'm going to the game tonight.
I thought Guru, so's Evan.
Yeah.
I thought Guru was going to be here today, and I was like
Bleacher
already
creatures.
licking my chops saying, you've got to let him have it. Meaning,
why?
No, meaning have this one. They're in it.
Oh.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
3 out.
Like,
3 is a...
Yeah.
I know it's kind of 4.
It's
It's kind of 4.
It's not kind of. It is 4.
No, but there's a thing there.
It's really not 3.
Yeah, if they draw even,
they lose.
No, I understand that.
Right.
But
So
there's
it's
still,
4.
But there's 18 games to
those
go.
numbers are low enough now.
No, because they're
It's
not.
like me saying I'm 5'9". I'm just not.
Why don't we meet in the middle? They're 3.5 out. Because if they're 4 out, then if they go up by 4, they would be tied. But they're not. They'll win.
If
So
they
they're
gain
3.5.
4 games, they'd be 1 up. They win.
They'd win. So they're not 4 out. They're 3.5 out. Can we agree on that?
No, because there's no
Why?
half game to be had.
Yeah,
They're
but-
4 out.
No, but they're not. Because if they make up 4, then they're not. They'd be tied. But they're not tied. They'd win.
But if they make up 3,
All right,
they're tied and they
I could
lose.
just say
There is no
95-7
half
game and walk out.
I mean, if you don't want to stay for this semantics argument, it's really fun.
You can leave.
What is going on here?
On 95.7, the game.
Bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tuesday. Let's do this damn thing, okay? You got it. Cam Inman in an hour. Ephraim Salam has played for Mike Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was his offensive coordinator, and he hates kickers. He'll join us at 3:45.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Shanahan and the 49er front office had absolutely no choice. They had no choice in this matter.
I mean, they had
is how
every choice, but
not at this point.
It's interesting when you ask him a question on a Monday, and is Jake Moody still your kicker right now? Yeah, now he is. But ask me again in 41 minutes when I have a chance to tell Jake that he's gone. Go ahead and ask me tonight how I feel about who my kicker is. So Jake Moody gets waived, and now it's maybe going to be Eddie Pinero. He's being brought in for a tryout.
Workout today. Yep.
He's going to work it out, and we'll see if he is spry enough. And he turns 30 on Saturday, which is not old, but he's a guy who's kicked for a number of different teams, and he's a guy who can kick.
Well,
hopefully he can go out there and be better than Moody if he gets the job.
And Boyer, the new special teams coach for the 49ers, did have him with the Jets for a little stretch a couple of years ago, which is probably where the connection comes, because I know a lot of people were like, it's going to be Greg Joseph, and doesn't look like it's going to be Greg Joseph, which, oh, by the way, kind of, I saw that, and I thought it kind of furthered a point that I've been trying to make for the last couple of weeks about why kickers are different. Like, I know you kind of looked at the preseason thing, and you see that different, and I've sort of said, I don't see it as different because you're a kicker. You're not working things out. You have one job, you kick it straight. Like, if a football player was if a kicker was a football player, then you'd bring in the guy who was in camp with you, because team camaraderie, and you know how we do it here, and the chemistry, and you understand what's going on. But that's not what they did. They grabbed someone they've never met before and brought him in for a tryout because you're a hired gun. It's like I said, it's no different to me than calling TaskRabbit and having somebody show up at your house and build your bed and then leave. You didn't do anything to put this house together. You don't buy the food here. You don't support this place. You don't take the kids to school. You don't do anything. Just show up, build the bed, and then leave. And if you build the bed correctly, then we'll have you back. And if you don't, we're going to hire somebody else. It's the weirdest position in sports. And that's what I sort of believe. In addition to the obvious, I think from a political standpoint, I just don't think Kyle Shanahan can look the rest of his team in the eye. today and tell them that we're trying to win this weekend and send Jake Moody out there to kick field goals.
That's probably the best point you've made in 2 days.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I mean,
I didn't make one 2 days ago. It was Sunday, but anyway.
You made a lot of points, and you did it on Twitter, and I'm sure you made points in your Sunday show. I was listening to Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett on Overtime. Skew local, as I like to do. And not that I had the choice. I guess I could have streamed you, but I didn't.
7 o'clock, Grandy sent me the text. Your ball game.
Right.
So we did take it from there.
And at that point, I was yacked in on the bedtime sequence.
Sure.
But if you talk about what you just mentioned, that is probably the biggest influence on this whole thing. And I was looking at the drives earlier. So you lose Kittle, and you still find your way to 4-minute drill your way down at the end of the half. And Grandy's grade's coming up later, and I know he's going to be critical of Shanahan's play calling in the second quarter, and he's not wrong. But you got in position to kick a field goal and have a lead. And Jake Moody doinked it. We've already played the sound a couple times. And then
great sound.
In the second half, you come out and you go 8+ minutes and you work your way down the field with no Kittle and 2 tight ends almost exclusively, and you are smash-mouthing your way down the field, and you stall out at the 18, and then the kick is blocked. Not Moody's fault, but if you're a player in that moment, you don't give a crap whose fault it is. You just worked for 8 solid football minutes to get down there. You dominated Seattle. You're in position to tie the game, and again, we can't get 3 points. Where's my helmet? I'm going to throw it.
Where's Mike Singletary? This is can't do it. Can't win with him. Can't do it. That's it. And to the point that you were saying off the top, I chuckled a little bit when I saw thank you, Florio and Pro Football Talk. Their headline after the Moody release today was Kyle Shanahan changes his mind from Sunday to Tuesday, releases Jake Moody. I said, no, if you weren't listening, that's what you might think. But that's not what Kyle Shanahan said. And he openly said that that's not what he said. Once someone followed up with him and asked, why are you ensuring that Jake Moody will be the kicker this weekend? And Kyle's like, I didn't say that. You asked me if there was any doubt that he's my kicker right now. No. There's no doubt that he's my kicker right now. But I have a plane flight to catch, and we're going to evaluate on the plane. And then we'll figure that whole thing out later. The second I heard that, you knew damn well exactly the way this was going to go. And so, I don't know how everybody feels today. Like, you get to these situations, and sometimes it feels like the fan base and the media has kind of been on a crusade to make this happen. And then when it finally does happen, you feel a little bad. Like, Jake Moody, he's not a bad guy. He didn't ask to be picked in the 3rd round. The Niners did that. He didn't do that. The guy got hurt, partially because he made a poor decision on the field. I've always said this about kickers. Get your damn head out of the tackle. Do not go in there and try to make the tackle. I'd rather somebody goes and scores. Don't go make the tackle, kicker. And he's never been the same again. And so I don't know, I have every belief that Jake Moody, with the mental side of this position, he probably will go have a career somewhere. I don't think he's done, and he may work out. But I'm sorry, it can't be here. There's no more time to wait. And so this became, I think, just an obvious move for the 49ers to make today.
You mentioned Doug Bryan before, and as a rookie, he was a 49er, and they won the Super Bowl, and he had a mostly good year. And then the next year, he was either cut or traded. I didn't get the exact transaction. I just looked at his stats, but he went on to kick for multiple other teams. He had a good long career, and so that's kind of the way that goes. And actually, it'd be great to talk to Doug Bryan, who went to De La Salle in Concord.
That'd be great. Yeah, we should track him down.
I mean, somebody who was in that same spot, 3rd round pick, and he actually was put into much more of a pressure cooker on a team that was expected to win the Super Bowl. And in fact, they did win the Super Bowl, and then the next year he struggled, and he was gone. And that's just the way it goes with kickers, and I get that.
So here's the story on Doug Bryan, just because you asked. I thought that was interesting. So, they win the Super Bowl. He also apparently recovered a fumble in the NFC Championship game. I don't remember that, but he did. And then the very next year, are you ready for this percentage?
Talk to me.
The next year, after winning the Super Bowl, Doug Bryan made 58% of his field goal tries. which is a disastrous number.
Even back then.
That's a disastrous number.
And back then, you didn't get to kick the K ball that you have now.
Right.
And, kicking then was harder than now, but 58%, that's not going to work.
And it wasn't a full season. So it was a portion of the season. He was making 58% and then missed a potential game-winning field goal 1 week against the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah. And the Niners cut him. And 3 weeks later, he signed with the New Orleans Saints. And as you said, he went on to play 12 seasons in the league. I could completely see this happening with Jake Moody. Absolutely.
Well, think about Eddie Pinheiro. If he, in fact, gets this job with the 49ers, it's not his first rodeo. He's a guy who's been a Bear, missed a year. He was a Jet, and then a Panther for 3. And then this year, the Panthers had a competition, and he lost. And so he's back on the street. And if he becomes a Niner, that'll now be his 4th team in 6 years.
Yeah.
That's what you do when you are a journeyman kicker.
The difference is, and there's a fair question to be asked with this guy not even 30 years old, why has Eddie Pinheiro not ever actually stuck long-term with anyone? He is making 88% of his field goals in his career. 88% of his field goals for his career.
Right. Look at his numbers beyond 40. He is 43 for 55 beyond 40, which that's not good enough in the modern day and age.
43 for 55, man, pretty good.
That's 78%.
That's pretty good from beyond 40.
Not anymore. And I did the math during the crossover. This year, through 1 week in the National Football League, kickers are 14 for 17 from beyond 50.
Yeah.
So you got to have...
He's 11 for 14 in his career from beyond 50.
Right. It's not a lot of chances.
No,
but...
no, it's not a lot of chances. And maybe I don't know much about Eddie Pinheiro. I don't know if he's got the biggest
I can close my
leg.
eyes and remember that he's, much more of an accuracy guy, not so much of a distance guy.
I don't know if he's a long distance guy, but again, 11 for 14 from beyond 50. What's his longest of his career? 56. He has made a 56-yarder. That is the longest of his career. I don't know. I mean, do you need someone that'll you got to make it from 60? I don't know. He's 29 years old. He makes 88% of his kicks. Sure. Great. And actually, I do think the Niners, I don't think they're going to commit to whoever they bring in. Did you notice that Robbie Chosen was released off of the practice squad today? So the Niners didn't just create a roster spot, they also created a practice squad roster spot, which means in theory, you could just practice squad the kicker and then call him up each week. You can do that for as long as 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 times you can call a guy up.
And so therefore, if you let's try him for a week. If it's not good, well, okay, and off we go. Let's do it with someone else. I don't know. But if you want to know the biggest sort of the firmest statement that the Niners made, they released Jake Moody. They waived him, I should say, without even knowing who their next kicker was going to be.
Right.
It's not like they went, ooh, we found someone. They went, not you. Our first decision is not you, and now we'll go from there. That's how the Niners did it this week.
That's right. And you think about last year where Jake Moody got hurt, and then you had Wisnowski kick for the remainder of that game, and he went 1 for 1, a little chippy, inside of 29, but you had Anders Carlson, you had Matthew Wright, and so even last year when they were in a spot when they didn't have Jake Moody for a handful of games, they went into that piecemeal approach. So yeah, if it's Eddie Pinheiro and he gets the first crack and he's not as good as they want, they're on to the next.
George Kittle goes to IR as well, so he's out a minimum of 4 games. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are your roster reactions for today? We also need to get into the fact that here we go again with a Kyle Shanahan coach team and the injuries. What is causing it? We'd love to explore your thoughts on that today. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. We're sponsored by Moderna, and this is Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Can't do it. Cannot play with them. Cannot coach with them. Cannot win with them. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Mike Singletary. Thank you, Grandy, for playing that. Woo!
Can't do it.
I've always joked, and maybe one of these years I won't be joking, that I always wanted to do a podcast called The Breaks, because if everybody could just hear the show that happens during the breaks, I think, like, because obviously the microphones go off, and I'll share with everybody. You and I just got into a conversation about concussions and age, and how life, whenever life feels like it's just going too fast for all of you. And I'll bring this back to Jake Moody. Like, I think of Jake today because Jake is probably this crappy day. Like the guy, you know what I mean? It's pro sports, and we make him sound like he's this awful person, and we all hate him, and all we just want him gone. Just please get out of our lives. And we just, and I get it. We're sports talking here, and that's totally fair. But sure, there's a person in that helmet, and this sucks for him because 3 years ago, he was the bee's knees of kickers, man.
Yep.
He's a really, really good kicker. And when people are like, ooh, but there's pressure, I'm like, he kicked at Michigan. Like, he like the guy, he's been in big moments, and he can kick. And something's going sideways, man. Yep. But Jake, if I were sitting in front of him today, like 7 years from now, I really hope that this is just something you could look back on and laugh. Maybe you'll be kicking for the Lions or something like that, you know, because I really do think that that's probably out there for him. These moments that you hit where you're like, good Lord, this is just the worst thing ever. Like, it'll probably just be a moment in time. Like Dibs and I were just talking about how fast things feel like they're going sometimes in whether it's aging, whether it's how you're feeling physically or whatever. And what I always do, my trick is to go back a decade. Like I just turned 50, and whenever I'm like, woo, man, we're flying, we're getting, you know, then there's 60, and then there's 70, and then there's 80, if you're lucky.
I love the young people.
But like 40 was 247 lifetimes ago.
Right.
There's just so much happens in a decade. And that helps me feel like, okay, slow it down.
Sure.
And so hopefully for Jake Moody, a decade from now, he'll be like, remember that time that the Niner fan base hated my guts and they just cut me on a Tuesday after week 1, 2 years after being a third-round draft pick? That's my hope for Jake. And that's all.
If he does it right, then he will wind up like Doug Bryan. And just looking at Doug Bryan's arc, Doug Bryan, rookie year, went to the Super Bowl. Jake Moody, rookie year, went to the Super Bowl. Doug's team won, Jake's did not. And in Doug's second year with the Niners, he was cut. He went on to play a total of 11 more years. So Doug went to New Orleans for about 5 or 6, and then Indy for 1, Tampa, Minnesota, the Jets, and Chicago. He played until he was 35, and it was a good, long career as a kicker. And just one more interesting note about the similarity between the two, their birthdays are 1 day apart, 1 day in 29 years. Mm-hmm. But Jake Moody's about to be 26, and when Doug Bryan got cut from the 49ers, he was also 25, about to be 26. And so I would love for Jake to be able to reach out to Doug and say, teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to continue to be
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I did it, Grandy. I did it.
I'll give you a 3.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Why did that one hit me in my bone?
It came out of nowhere. Because Jake wants what Doug had.
Yes.
Jake wants what Eddie Pinero has. Jake wants what all these other guys have.
I think he's going to get it. Jake's career is not over. Jake's career is not over. There's too much. He's talented. He's clearly talented. It's gone sideways. It's gone mental. There was an injury. It's gone sideways. That's all. I think Jake Moody will be a kicker in the NFL. It just can't be here, and it can't be now. Nobody's got time for this.
Right.
How do you look your linebackers? How do you look Fred Warner in the eye and be like, we're trying to win the division? All right. Now, it's tied at 21. There's 3 seconds to go. We're sending it, Jake. No, then you're not doing everything you can do to win. Go watch Fred Warner's tape from Sunday. That's somebody who's doing everything he can to win. And the bottom line is that's what a front office and a coach needs to do as well. And if they keep Jake Moody right now, they're not doing it.
And it's a message sent. And I think that is the point you made earlier. And I like that point where, you can't continue to roll him out just because you use third-round capital on him and just because you believe in him. And I go back to last year when we had the famous Tabor Pepper, the long snapper, and Deebo Samuel, when they got into a bit of a disagreement over Jake Moody's efficacy, and Tabor Pepper stepped in front of Deebo. And Shanahan in the post-game said, Deebo wasn't out of line. Right. Deebo said what he said, and basically, to paraphrase, he's like, I kind of support what Deebo did. And so that was a signal of what was to come this year, where one game in, you're not getting it done, and so that's the way that went.
Do you like Shabuzi?
I do like Shabuzi.
You like Shabuzi?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've been into Shabuzi a lot lately.
Look at you.
He's got a song. One of his newer ones is called Good News. I got some good news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Per Adam Schefter.
Sources.
Additional scans today on wide receiver Juwan Jennings' shoulder have come back totally clean. The 49er wide receiver has avoided any significant injury at all. He is now considered day-to-day with a chance to play on Sunday.
Okay. And I wonder what the injury was, if it just was because the play was when he was running downfield and the defensive back just stepped up and gave him a shimmy right to the shoulder, and they called a flag on it, illegal contact, but it looked worse than apparently it turns out to be. Maybe it just was like a stinger or a bone bruise, or who knows, but that's great news.
Yeah, like very shocking because he looked downtrodden.
Yep.
He could not lift his arm. I got some more good news. Man, Shabuzi's on a hot streak. I got more good news. You ready for this?
More?
Well, first of all, we're going to go to the phones, but our first caller is one hell of a caller. This is a caller. This isn't just like, let's go to Joe in Santa Clara. No.
Is a caller?
His name is Mark Ibanez.
What?
Mark Ibanez. First and foremost, Grandy knows that you spell Mark with a K. And secondly, he's a legend around these parts. And I love whenever he's inspired to give us a call. Mark, how you been, man?
Hey, everything's good. Retirement is everything it's cracked up to be.
I love it. I love it. You were a smiley guy during your career, but now, I mean, you can just hear the smile on you, Mark.
Well, I appreciate that. I was getting a kick out of your conversation about Doug Bryan in particular and that game where he missed a field goal, potential game winner against Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Well, I had kind of an interesting anecdote about that, and I couldn't resist calling you guys. I hear you every afternoon, and so I did the post-game show, the 49ers Point After, and we were at that dreadful game when Doug Bryan happened to miss that kick, and he was in a little bit of a slump anyway. And our post-game guest was the great offensive lineman Harris Barton. You guys remember him,
of course, right?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons we always had Harris on is he was never afraid to speak his mind. So he comes on, and, he's all frustrated. He's sweaty, he's still in his pads. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I've repeated this story a few times, so it's still pretty fresh. And he was like, we're down in the pits, we're grinding, we're shoving, blood, sweat, and tears, and this little guy prances out on the field, and he doesn't even have a dirty uniform, and he misses this kick from like 32 yards, and I can't believe it. I can't believe we keep a guy like this, And he was just outraged. It was one of the most candid, overly emotional interviews you'll ever hear. We got him fresh before he even showered, and sure enough, he got released the next day. And him being a Danville guy, I knew how to get a hold of him, and I actually interviewed him after the release. It might have been like Tuesday, and I'll never forget what Doug Bryan said, about the Harris Spartan comments. He said something to the effect of, I thought a teammate would have my back a lot more than that. I really didn't expect Harris to say something like that. And internally, I'm thinking, dude, I'm sorry to break it to you, and kind of alluding to what you earlier said, Mark, is like, you're the kicker.
Yep.
You're barely a teammate. They don't consider you totally on the team unless, like, for years and years. I mean, Ray Wershing's about the closest guy I knew on the Niners that was accepted as a true teammate. And then on the other side, remember George Blanda used to kick, and Ray Guy. Those guys were dudes who were accepted by everybody. But that's the straight-up truth about it. If you're a kicker, you got to prove yourself maybe double, triple time, and that, unfortunately, is what happened to our young guy here, man. He just like you said, helmets were flying, man, and the people were ticked off.
And it's a fickle thing, because in that game, Mark, as you well remember, he hits a 51-yarder to give him the lead. Jim Harbaugh, quarterbacking the Colts, leads him back.
Right.
Kerry Blanchard puts him ahead, and then Doug Bryan from 46, no good. And the rest is, as you know, history.
Yeah, and as they always say, you're only as good as your last kick, right? And that's a perfect example of it. And, I was down on the field when that happened, and I'm glad you pulled up the info there, because in my mind it seemed shorter. It seemed shorter than 46. But, I was emotionally wrapped up in that game too. But when you guys were talking about, and Doug Bryan, a class act, good guy, soccer star, and as you mentioned, guys, he had a really strong dozen years in the NFL, and he bounced back. He was strong, and he withstood it, and I'm sure that was a low moment for him, but he's got some character, and he bounced back, and as I'm sure Looney will do too.
Yeah, hopefully Moody. Yeah, hopefully. I know Moody's and Loonies on all the teams. We can't even keep track, but anyway, no, exactly right. Like go ahead, Mark.
I was going to say, you know what? One of the great things about being a retired sportscaster, you don't have to sweat it about screwing up guys' names anymore.
Yeah,
it's so great.
You've earned that. I'm just in your honor, I'm gonna call him Looney for the rest of the day. Who cares? Who cares? Okay. Buddy, it's always good to hear your voice. Call anytime.
I appreciate you. Great show, and I like the dynamic between you two. Keep it edgy. I like it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Enjoy that retirement.
That's a good man right there. That's Mark Ibanez.
And if you ever happen to come across him, just check the guns. Sneaky guns.
It's a show.
It's a total show.
It's a show.
Especially in the summer months.
I mean, look, he is not wrong. And I want everybody to know this today. It doesn't matter if you think it's unkind or not, but no, they do not think the kicker is their teammate. They don't. They go to training camp in August. Many of these places, it's 100 degrees. And they are absolutely trading sweat, trading blows, trading paint, doing all of these things. And the kickers are over on the side of the field playing hacky sack. They don't think you're on their team. They just don't.
And it's a zero tolerance when it comes to things like that because, Doug Bryan kicks a big one, 50-plus, to give you the lead. Kerry Blanchard with the answer, and now you got to make another kick to win the game, and you don't? Forget what happened about 12 minutes earlier. That doesn't matter anymore. Mark's right. You're only as good as your last kick, and for Jake Moody, forget that last kick that he made, and the touchdown is what they needed to win it. It's the two previous, one blocked, one missed, and that's it.
The Moody news, obviously, he is gone. We're going to talk a lot about the 49ers injury bug and if there's something well beyond bad luck that's going on here, although some good luck was just broken a short time ago in that Juwan Jennings' shoulder comes back completely clean. MRI, CT scan, everything is clean. The Niners say that Juwan is day-to-day and has a chance to play on Sunday. I do wonder where this leaves Kendrick Bourne. And I was wrong because I sort of took Kyle Shanahan talking the way he did openly about Kendrick Bourne to mean they knew Juwan's injury was bad. I wonder now if it meant more, they weren't very pleased with what they saw from the likes of Russell Gage and Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Absolutely.
And so that's sort of maybe the role that they'll go with Bourne because they signed him. They signed him to a one-year deal.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm starting to think about more and more, Mark, is what Kendrick knows that Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Russell Gage, maybe to a lesser extent, don't know. He knows the offense.
The system. Yep.
He knows the system. He knows what Shanahan wants, and I think that he knows what his role will be. And I can't help but think about the game Sunday, and I've watched it now a few different times in different ways, and there are so many times when they broke the huddle, and you had a couple guys like running over to Brock Purdy like, hey, Brock, do I start over here and then I motion? And Brock's like, no, you're there. I got 7 seconds. We're going to get everything set. Now you go in motion. Now we run the play. And I don't think you have to do that with Kendrick Bourne. I
agree. And I just, every day that goes by, again, probably won't surprise y'all, but like, I'm not saying he played great, but I just gain a sort of a different level of appreciation for what Brock Purdy was dealing with on this day. When you have multiple injuries to major names, you have receivers asking you where they're supposed to go, you have a pressure rate that is the highest that you've ever faced in a football game in your career, you have a kicker who's missing all of the kicks. All of these things are tucked into one. It's a tough day. I'm not going to say that makes his interceptions excusable by any stretch, but that's a tough day. There was a lot of adversity that offense had to deal with. And so no wonder they didn't look great, at least at times.
Right.
But they found a way to win a football game.
They found a way. And if you look at the fourth quarter receptions, George Kittle, 0. Juwan Jennings, 0. Brandon Ayuk, 0. And
Demarcus Robinson,
also 0. Gage and MVS, fine, also 0.
No targets either.
You had some CMCs. You had some Pearsalls. You had a Juice. And then you had Tonjes. You had 3 Tonjeses, which were the first 3 catches of his career, which were big, bigger, and the game winner. And so you did it with basically your running back, your wide receiver 1, and a tight end that nobody ever thought would play.
I'm hosting a party tonight at 9 o'clock. Do you want to come?
I do,
It's called the Jake Tonjes Waiver Claim Party.
Oh, wow.
Everybody's going to come over to the casa, and we're all going to put in the claims. Submit. At least a month. That's your tight end 1, San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean, yeah?
Well, and we can get into this more as we get closer to the Greg Cosell portion of our week, but they're going to do a lot of Luke Farrell as well. I think Braden Willis is going to be up, and I think that it's more, for me anyway, waiver claim-wise, it might be more of a Kyle Juszczyk maneuver because
that's interesting.
I think his play time goes up.
But you can't play him at tight end.
No, but
you can play him in a running back spot?
Based on our league and what we all have at running back.
That's fair.
I'm hoping for Quinshawn Judkins to get healthy.
Good luck to you. All right, let's get to the phones. A lot of you want to weigh in.
16 teams.
Come in about 25 minutes. Cabe Bueno in Oakland is first up. Hey, Cabe Bueno, what you doing?
What's up, guys? Now I just was listening in. I mean, man, talk about pressure. Now I got to follow Marky Banez.
Yeah, don't mess it up, okay?
Okay, let me sip my tea real fast here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Look, no more Moody Blues. It finally came. He's been let go. Okay, good. It's been a long time coming. I know, it was well overdue. I think you made a great point. It's like, Shanahan's showing everybody in the locker room, we want to win this thing, and you make a move. I think if he didn't do that, he potentially lose credibility with the locker room there. Now, what I want to touch on earlier, though, too, you mentioned Dibs about Pinheiro. We don't know if he's going to be our kicker yet. He's still trying out, but I'm going to assume that he's going to be our next guy. I would feel better with a kicker that's more accurate than with a kicker who's got a 60-yard leg and can't make the chip shots. I mean, Moody, wish him all the best. Again, another personal, you hope he has a long-standing career. Clearly, it's got to be all between the ears here. But the guy can kick it 60 yards plus, that's no doubt. He just could get it between the uprights. Pinheiro, 32 of 41 over his career, 40 to 49 yards, 11 to 14, 50 plus. Not the greatest, not great, but it also doesn't suck totally. So I would feel more confident having somebody like that coming in to kick a PAT than to have Moody. It had to be done. Finally, we could kind of rest a little better now and don't have to worry about having drives being killed by missed field goals or having momentum shifts. Because it's not just about leaving points on a board, but it's momentum shifts too. And see, as you know, the football, it's a huge shift of momentum. It could change the whole swing of the game. So glad to see it done. Let's just hope Kittle's hammy now. Not going to be a season-long issue, but that's another topic. But yeah, that's my take. Pinheiro, I'll take him any day over Moody.
Okay, Bueno, thanks. I think what he's talking about, there's a piece of it here too. First of all, the main thing is you don't have time to let him work out his issues. We've seen this. We've had conversations like this about James Wiseman and Trey Lance and the others. Like when you're trying to win, you just don't have time to watch people work out their issues. But even if you think that Jake Moody's going to be good someday, sometimes it's just like, but it can't be here. It can't be here.
Yep.
You know what I mean? If Matt Stafford gets hurt this year, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo will come back and re-find who he used to be, but he can't do it in Vegas. You're not allowed back there anymore.
No.
That went so bad that you're just like, it's tainted. It's like you can't, that relationship has to be over. And I feel the same way about Moody and the Niners.
Little Camilo Duvall. Jake Moody, Duvall had some good moments here, and he had some rough moments, and you got to a spot where you realize he's not a bad player, but he needed to go do it somewhere else, and so you found a way to have him go somewhere else. And it's the same thing perhaps with Jake Moody. Inside 40 yards, Jake Moody, 90.9% for his career. Eddie Pinheiro, 95.7. Yep. So that's inside of 40, which you got to be closer to the Pinheiro numbers, 96%.
Yeah, you got to hit those.
As opposed to 91. And, PATs are almost identical, and they both have kicked in the extended PAT era. So the only thing that's going to be interesting if they sign Pinheiro is if it's 4th and 2 at the 38-yard line, what do you do, Kyle Shanahan? Do you bring him out for a 55-yarder, or do you go for it?
Depends on the situation.
Hey, really quick, guys, before we hit a break, we have some news from Adam Schefter. The Niners are officially signing Eddie Pinheiro.
Eddie D.
No.
Eddie De Niro.
You need to stop that.
Eddie De Niro.
It's a one-year deal, and he's on the active roster.
All right, so he
can't be Eddie D here.
He's passed his tryout. He kicked straight.
What
Good
about
job.
Ed D?
Ed D. Nero? Whatever. Anyway, all right. A lot of people want to weigh in. 888-957-9570. Cam Inman in 20 minutes. Valks tonight, everybody. Valks, Seattle Storm, 7 o'clock. Hear the game on 95.7 The Game and on the Valks channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You'll find it there. It's also on KPIX+. Pre-game at 6:30. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Here they come. The Golden State Valkyries.
3 in the air. It's good.
Bay Area's WNBA team having a breakout rookie season that's making sports history. The Golden State Valkyries face the Seattle Storm. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30, live on KPIX+.
In trivia, it's not just what you know, but where it goes.
Is the ghost hotter than the Tabasco?
Is the polar bear tail shorter than the giraffe?
I definitely know this one.
Put your answers in the right order.
I'm going to put that after.
Before.
Between. I am so torn.
And you could win more than $15,000.
We must win.
Think fast. Play smart. make the perfect line.
A new game show with Deborah Norville, tonight at 10 on KPIX+.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, he did a limited amount of stuff in practice yesterday. It's questionable. Questionable concern.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Might be my team name next year. The questionable concerns.
Yeah.
That's got to stick. That's unbelievable. The questionable. Yeah.
Really?
By the way, I want to keep going with the phones, and Cam Inman's going to be on in less than 15 minutes. I just want to throw this in here real quick. They're talking about Drew Gilbert today on the Pat McAfee show. Y'all know who Drew Gilbert is now, right? Drew Gilbert. Somewhere stuck between being the Giants' right fielder and their mascot. I'm not sure which. Depends on the night. But last night, another offensive explosion for the Giants. Gilbert is seen, he's now got his own role anytime a Giant homers. He's at the end of their little kids' soccer tunnel that they built. Which is pretty awesome. Which is unbelievable. And then he's waiting there at the end and just screams in people's faces. He also ate a portion of Robbie Ray's jersey last night, which seemed to tickle Robbie. I don't know why. And he also, how should we say, repeatedly did a pelvic thrust on the dugout fence.
Well, that's how you should say it.
This man is completely out of his mind. But he sure showed up at exactly the right time. He showed up. He's screaming and yelling. The Giants score 11 runs every night. They're 3 back.
Well,
they're just
fine.
Just play the math with
they're
me.
3 back.
They're 3 back. Without the tiebreaker.
I just Googled Drew Gilbert just to see what would pop up. The Pat McAfee clip does. And also, there's a posting on SI that shows Matt Chapman choking him.
Yeah, that's the thing. You do that at the end. You get through the tunnel, and then you choke Drew.
You choke him. And so Chapman's got...
What? Are you kidding me?
No.
It could be Sprewell Carlissimo. I wasn't there. He has got...
It's the only way you can shut him up. You just choke him.
And Drew has his mouth open. The eye black is flying, and he has never been so happy as to being choked.
There's got to be a shelf life for the veterans, though. Like, they're winning, so everyone's happy, and Drew Gilbert is, like, thrusting fences. He's eating people's uniforms. He's being choked. He's yelling in people's faces point blank. I think three games in a row that they lose, like, Verlander's going to be like, dog, get off of me. Shut up. I've been here for 20 years. Will you chill, please? Like, someone's going to wheel on the guy. Someone who makes $30 million a year is going to be like, hey, Captain Arbitration, relax. Relax. We got 162 of these.
Right, but...
Whoa with the energy.
I mean, not yet. Not whoa with the energy yet. Verlander's been pitching almost as long as he's been alive. Gilbert will be 25 here coming up in a couple of weeks. But since Gilbert has shown up, all of a sudden their offense is incredible.
They don't lose.
12-3 in their last 15. They're averaging 7.3 runs a game.
They're out of their minds. And they're hitting homers at Oracle Park.
Everybody.
And it's muggy today. And they're wearing City Connects.
And you're going to be there.
I got the Giants minus 8.5 runs tonight. I'm doing it.
I mean, go ahead and bet the over, which is probably 8.5.
I don't know. Who's pitching tonight? Is Robbie Ray? Oh, good. Don't eat his uniform tonight. He's pitching. Leave him alone, Drew. Let him get into his space. Jeez, kid.
Especially considering that Gilbert he's hitting 211. It's not like he's also tearing the cover off.
That's why I said he's part mascot. He's just the mascot. You don't need him on the field.
Over under is 7.5 tonight.
I mean,
Giants blow that away by themselves. Who's pitching for the D-backs?
Zach Gallen.
Oh, it's Gallen.
He's had a bad year.
Yep.
Yeah, he's had a bad year. Good pitcher,
and Robbie
bad year.
Ray's starting to not wear down, but he's had a full year.
Yeah.
He's had a full year.
Yeah, he has. Okay.
I mean, in the past 15 games, Chapman, 1137 OPS. Devers, 1108. Adames, 954.
Where's Jung-Hoo?
Only 923, but he's hitting 375.
But 923 is amazing. That's
Dom
incredible.
Smith, 862 with a couple of homers. Ramos, batting average of 321.
Dude, that was a bomb last night. Oh, my God.
So they hit 5 last night, and neither Devers nor Adames hit one.
Right.
But you had 5 from 5 others? This is bananas, this offense.
Dude, Patrick Bailey hit a ball over the fence.
On purpose.
Leave it right there.
Yeah.
Patrick Bailey hit one, and it went over the fence.
The Mets swept the Giants, and at that point they were 62-44. Since then they've gone 14-24.
Okay.
And here we are.
And
Giants
here we
are 3-ish games back.
3 with an asterisk.
3 with a tiebreaker that they don't win. So yeah.
Correct. All right. Back to Wiggins. 888-957-9570. Dre in Lemoore. In Lemoore. And by the way, again, Juwan Jennings, just day to day. No major injury. Jake Moody has been waived. George Kittle is on IR. Eddie Pinheiro, a 1-year deal. He is the new Niners kicker as of today. Hey, Dre, what's up?
Hey, first off, I want to tell you guys, several weeks ago when you guys kept talking Giants, I would get mad and change the channel. I was like, what are we wasting our time for? But I like what you're saying today. It's all fun. And this kid, that's what they need. They need a shot in the arm. And I'm glad they're finally scoring some runs. If they fall short, hey, at least we can look back at the end of this season and smile about this part. Hey, I want to talk about a little 49ers kickers, and I want to talk about the 49ers road traveling real quick if I can. I'm a little older than you guys, so I don't know if you guys remember the year Jim Plunkett played for the Niners. We went 8-6, and there was a couple brothers that played in the NFL named Mickemeyer. One was Nick Mickemeyer, and one was Mick Mickemeyer. I'm not sure which one we had.
Okay.
But we went 8-6. Our 49ers went 8-6 that year, and Mickemeyer missed at least 3 winning field goals. Would have been in the playoffs. I don't think the Raiders would have ever had Plunkett. But that's just the breaks. I'm an old-time Niner fan, Gene Washington, all that good stuff. And then, Worshing, he was money all the time. And when Koper came, at least Koper was hot for a few years. Moody, for 3 years, and he fizzled out. Koper was good for 4 or 5 years, but do you guys remember when Koper took he wet the bed?
Yeah, he went sideways. It happens with kickers, Dre. I do believe Jake Moody is going to have a career. He's going to come back from this.
I agree with you. And then the worst ever, in my opinion, was Cortez. I remember we were going to make the playoffs, and the Raiders were, and it was a Bay Area rivalry. And when you live halfway between, around a bunch of Raiders fans, I remember he was going to – all he had to do was hit a chip shot to win the game. We went to overtime and lost, and I can't stand Cortez. But that's just the way it is with kickers and the Niners' luck with kickers. So we get one. But I tell you what, guys, I heard you mention fantasy, and I usually don't like to mention fantasy, but I picked up the Niners tight end because we don't have waivers. What's first come, first serve on Tuesday. And also what you said, Dibs, I always give in my league, a bonus 5 for kicks over 50 yards. Well, I had to move it to 55 yards this year because everybody and their brother hits a 50-yarder.
Yeah, right.
And there was at least 6 or 7 55-yard made field goals this weekend.
No, it's all over the place. Dre, thank you very much.
Just real quick on Steve Mickemeyer. He's right, Niner, and he barely reached 51% for his career on field goals because back then you were kicking a wet newspaper, and he was drafted in the third round by the Niners.
Kicking is
1975 draft, the Niners in the third round. Hello, learn from your history, guys.
Yeah.
1975.
Well, the entire process is different. Do you ever stop and wonder where this is going? Like Mahomes comes in and he can just like throw a football 75 yards without even stepping into it. Kickers can just beat one through from 58 yards without even thinking about it. Dude, that drill that the Chiefs ran on Friday night, I don't know if did y'all watch that? I think it was the end of the first half, and they didn't have any timeouts left, and the receiver got pushed back and went out of bounds, so the clock was running. And so they had to do the fire drill. The clock was running. They had to do the fire drill, and it was from like 59 yards. And Butker ran out there, didn't have a second to even think about it. Snap, boom, gone through the Brazil air. Good.
Yep.
And then he came out and just completely whiffed on the next one, but whatever. Like, it's crazy. So where's this going? In 10 years, are we kicking these things from 70? Are you in field goal range at midfield?
Well, when you get the touchback, right?
Right.
And you're at the 35, you pick up 10 yards, and now it's a 70-yarder.
So let's kick it right now.
Right. If it gets to be too easy, quote-unquote, to kick, they'll narrow the uprights again, which they could do that to make it a little bit tougher. But I do think they like the scoring.
888-957-9570. We keep going with your calls. We are going to get to the idea of the Niner injury bug. Is it a bug that they've caught, or is Kyle Shanahan or someone else behind this? We'll get into that. Cam Inman is going to join us coming up next as well. And then tonight at 7, we got the Valkyries and the Seattle Storm. The game is right here on 95.7 The Game. It's also on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app, and you can also watch the game on KPIX Plus pregame at 6:30. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants tonight at Oracle. 80 westbound on the Bay Bridge starts to slow coming into the city. Remains heavy past the 101 merge. 101 northbound is solid from Cesar Chavez to the Bay Bridge, and 280 is slow between Mariposa and the ballpark.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com Sponsored by Merck.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zycam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zycam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zycam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Try to go the distance on the opening drive. There's Kittle. He's got it. Niners go 95 on their first drive of the season.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Not going to hear that for a while. George Kittle goes on IR. The news on Juwan Jennings, however, is as good as anybody could have hoped. The Niners have a new kicker. They've waived Jake Moody. Eddie Pinheiro has been signed to a new deal. Don't forget, this week already brought the 49ers some more receiver help in the form of Kendrick Bourne. Yet more injuries. Brock Purdy's status is still out there as well. So there's just a ton to get to, and we're going to do it in not just one way, but two. We're going to do it in two different ways. Those of you who are driving around the Bay or have smart speakers in your home and you're listening to the audio form of 95.7 The Game, you'll get this on the River Islands guest line. But if you're on YouTube, you will also see a handsome man. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Bay Area News Group, it's none other than Cam Inman with the latest on the Niners. Hey, Cam, what's going on?
Is Dibs the handsome man? It's not me. It's supposed to be an off day today. It's supposed to be casual Cam, but that's not happening.
I mean, you have a collar on, Cam. In the world of radio, you might as well be wearing a tux.
It was a T-shirt. It's just a little something we throw around the house. It's been a busy day, guys. There's been a lot of activity with your 49ers.
It's super busy, and I guess we should start with the kicker switch, the Jake Moody, where a couple days ago you were a part of the back and forth with Shanahan, and it seemed like in that moment Jake Moody was still the kicker, and here we are some moments later, and he's not. Are you surprised that the switch came so abruptly?
The switch didn't come abruptly. It came way too late. I was very stunned that Jake Moody won the job basically a week or two into camp. They made so many changes on their special teams, and yet this albatross was still kind of hanging. Everybody knew that there was just this dark cloud over Moody, and anytime he missed a kick, it was too big of a distraction. And it all came to a head Sunday in Seattle. So I mean, they revamped the whole special teams. You bring in a new coordinator, you bring in a new long snapper, punter, but you kept Jake Moody, and it made the fan base irate. And then Jake didn't do much in the preseason to ease those concerns other than beat the Raiders on a 59-yard beauty at the end there. But then he came back the next week in the preseason, and he missed an extra point and kicked a kickoff out of bounds. So this wasn't abrupt. They should have done this a while ago.
Well, Cam, I wonder what light you can shed on the journey that has been with Jake Moody, from the injury last year to the Debo situation to what they actually were thinking all offseason, and how teammates were feeling about this all the way up through last weekend.
It's an incredible journey that's just been over 2 years, right? I mean, he started off great as a third-round pick. He made his first 9 kicks, and then they go to Cleveland with a 5-0 record, and he misses a game-winning field goal in the last seconds. So there's the first chink in the armor. And we all want to trace Moody's stuff back to last year's ankle injury. But if you go back further to the end of his rookie year, he missed a kick in each of the last 4 games. He missed a field goal the regular season finale, each of the 2 playoff games. You get to the Super Bowl where he has an extra point blocked because it was a low kick. So there were issues with Jake for a long time. And, he comes back, he gets rushed back too fast last year, goes to Tampa, misses the first 3. Debo tries to choke him and Tabor Pepper out. Moody has the last laugh and kicks the game winner in Tampa, but yet there's no celebrating because it's like this was a great walk-off win, but there was so much tension in that locker room, and it never went away. And even in training camp, people make little jokes. Oh yeah, we're watching the kicker competition. That is not healthy. They should not have been doing that. And look at last night, the Buffalo Bills. They went it with 41-year-old Matt Prater kicking, and heck, he would have fit in nice with the Niners' 39-year-old long snapper and long punter, but they went with the young Jake Moody, and it didn't work. And so onward they go, and it's like, was this one of the worst picks of all time? It was a gamble. They thought they had their last key to the puzzle in 2023. Didn't happen. They moved on.
And now they move on to Eddie Pinheiro, who is more accurate in the short to medium kicks, but not quite as prolific on the long kicks. When you look at week 1, Cam, were you sensing that Shanahan was more aggressive on 4th down in light of the fact that he didn't trust Jake Moody?
Absolutely. Everybody at that stadium knew that if there was anything close, the Niners were not going to send in Jake Moody to try another field goal. And I don't think it was strictly Moody. That field goal, that block protection, because Seattle was getting away with the guy jumping over people to get the block. So that wasn't Moody's fault. And Kyle acknowledged that afterwards. But okay, we are not going to kick a field goal. Even they said that, the end of the game, they win it on Brock Purdy's 4-yard Hail Mary to Jake Tongas. And they're like, we did not want to kick a field goal or go to overtime. We wanted to win it. It's like, yeah, I understand. There's been too many harrowing moments in 49ers finishes over the years, and having Jake Moody around as the kicker was not going to make those go away.
Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group with us, Willard and Dibs. You will hear him on 95.7 The Game, see him on YouTube as well. One of the other big questions we're dealing with today, and the news on Juwan Jennings is good, but Brock Purdy's dealing with something. George Kittle is down and on IR, and so it has obviously brought about this question. Is there something more than bad luck to the Niners constantly being one of the most injured teams in football? Cam, what is your answer to that consistent question?
There are power lines that run next to the 49ers practice field. So maybe they need to do some kind of health studies on that.
Seriously.
It's a contact sport. Injuries happen. I love every time there's a star player, it's fire the strength and conditioning staff. Oh my God, what's going on? It happens. Guys get dinged up. They play through pain. The thing that was fascinating for the last month and a half was there was so many injuries with the Niners. And I'm like, look around. Purdy's healthy. Trent Williams is healthy. Kittle is healthy. Fred Warner is healthy. Christian McCaffrey seemed to be healthy up until a week ago. And then he plays Sunday and plays 58 snaps, touches the ball 31 times. So I would say Christian McCaffrey's healthy. George Kittle's did not make it through the first half. It is a concern because he's going to be out a month, and he's Purdy's favorite go-to target. And you want your go-to target that first month when Brandon Ayuk's not available, right? So going into this season, you knew there was going to be a patchwork kind of receiving core while they tried to figure out what they do without BA, while they wait for Demarcus Robinson. And the shell game continues, but that's football. And that's with Kyle Shanahan as the offensive maestro at play calling. They'll figure out a way to get around this, and they will probably run the ball 1,000 times in New Orleans and maybe throw to Ricky Pearsall a few thousand times and come home and play Arizona, look to go 3-0, and then everybody's going to forget they had injuries.
When you look at the trend and the stats that show that they've missed a lot more games than the majority of the rest of the league, where do you look at that? Put aside the strength and conditioning staff, because I do think that is just people grasping at straws, but is it their physical style of play? Is it the way they go about camp? When you look at it as a veteran guy on the beat, what do you look at as possible reasons why they do have more injuries?
I do not look at it as if they have more strenuous practices than other teams. I've covered this team for 26 years. Go back those old days, they practiced a lot harder and they didn't have these injuries, right? A combination of bad luck. Maybe there's some guys that are injury risks and they get hurt again. I think you can pick whatever you want and you can blame it on that. To me, I ultimately blame it on the fact that it's football, sports, injuries happen. That's why there's trainers. And anytime there is one, we raise holy hell. But, to be very serious, when the quarterback is mentioned in an injury report, and we didn't know anything about that after the game, that to me is extremely concerning. This is the San Francisco 49ers. The world revolves around their quarterbacks. And when the starting quarterback comes away with a left shoulder, non-throwing shoulder injury, and a toe injury, and Shanahan says the toe's more serious, my wife is saying, what's turf toe? That sounds funny. I go, it's not funny. I go, it actually can be a career ender for some guys. Brock played all the way through it. On that winning touchdown pass, he scrambled, I think it was 8 steps in the pocket. I was counting this. He did about 8 steps in the pocket, shuffled, then rolled 8 steps to the right when he lobbed it to number 88. I didn't think about that. That's pretty good. But it didn't look like he was hindered by it. So at practice this week, if Brock practices, we'll look to see if he's running around in cleats, if he's wearing his Ariat boots, if his mobility is challenged. But I would think that Brock Purdy is going to be on the field, barring Brock's a pretty tough guy. He played with a broken rib his first road game in Seattle. If it's a toe, if it's a shoulder, I think he's going to game it through. But that's premature for me to say because I didn't know anything about this until yesterday.
Yeah, that was going to be my next kind of topic here. Cam Inman with us. So your sense is you think it's more likely than not that he plays?
I would think so. It didn't look debilitating where he had to be wheeled out in a wheelchair in Seattle. Maybe this thing flared up massively overnight. So I don't want to speak out of turn. We'll see how he is the next couple of days. But I sense a little misdirection after last week's Christian McCaffrey's injury stuff where we were all freaking out. Is he going to play or not? And then he played a bunch. Brock doesn't seem to me the guy that wants to beg out of games. He's the kind of guy that wants to play in that big game atmosphere. New Orleans is an amazing atmosphere to play in. The team needs him now more than ever without Kittle. If you go into that game without Brock Purdy and George Kittle and you're looking at Mac Jones and who's Mac going to throw to? I guess he can throw to Christian McCaffrey a lot of times, hit Ricky Pearsall. You got Kendrick Bourne officially signed today. So it's not great, but at least the defense was looking a lot better in Seattle than we expected.
Yeah, no doubt, and we'll get to that side of the ball in a sec. Does Kendrick Bourne immediately move in as WR3? And that's if Jennings plays, obviously.
Well, let's look back to last game, and they had Russell Gage and Marcus Valdes-Scantling play a lot, right? MVS did not get one target, and this is a guy that's been in the league a long time. So I don't know if Brock really needs that to get trust with guys before he targets them or whether just his number wasn't called. Russell Gage he threw to a couple times, but nothing great there. So I think it's a matter of they need to see if Kendrick Bourne's in shape because he's been out of football for a couple weeks here and he had a foot injury. So he obviously knows the Shanahan offense really well. And if Brock trusts him right away and Brock's the quarterback, then I can see him getting some good significant playing time. But also asking a lot for wide receivers to come in and they thrust a lot of stuff at him. And Jordan Watkins, the rookie who looked pretty darn good in the spring, but kind of took a couple steps back in training camp. I wouldn't be surprised if he's available in New Orleans because he was getting back a little bit in practice last week before they ruled him out.
And that would be great because he provides a different dimension. And I wonder about Kendrick Bourne and his knowledge of the offense and how much that gives him a leg up, because I was watching the game, Cam, and it seemed like Brock was constantly telling MVS and even Brian Robinson where to go and where to be because they're so new on the team.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw Luke Farrell and Jake Tongas also after Kittle went out, there was one time they were both in the hut or going to the line of scrimmage going, is it you or me? Who's supposed to be here? So, and that's not necessarily their fault. It's football. There's a lot of moving parts. That's why I say it's going to be like this the first month of the season until BA gets back, ideally, and then they can kind of settle back into this great offense because, they do still have a lot of veterans on that offense, and it's a very familiar offensive line that needs to play better. Trent Williams did not play great. I think there were issues across the line with Purdy's protection, but the way Shanahan can scheme things, I mean, when Kyle Juszczyk's getting wide open for 30 yards, they need to dial more of those kind of plays up to take pressure off whoever's in there.
Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and on YouTube. All right, Cam, let's go to that other side of the ball. What was your review of the rookies who are all getting major time right out of the gate?
Okay, so I was rewatching the game today, and I made it through the first half, and then some news broke, and then I was able to catch the last minute or so. I thought Marquise Siegel, the safety, did really, really well. The fact that he was to the ball and was not afraid of contact courage, was getting in there, I thought was great. Upton Stout's going to get picked on regardless because of being a rookie or being an undersized guy. So he's got to play bigger and make some plays so that people kind of start fearing him. I thought Mykel Williams did all right. I mean, he didn't have any stat impact, but he was drawing double teams. I think he's pro ready. I think he's going to be a really good guy. The defensive tackles are young, and they're going up against the biggest guys they've ever faced in the world. Okay, it's big guy football now, and I like Jordan Elliott and Kalia Davis started for a reason instead of the rookies. Okay, so Nick Martin, the linebacker that everybody was expected to be the next Dre Greenlaw, did not suit up, and that wasn't a surprise because Seattle, if you're doing the strong side linebacker role and they have bigger tight ends, you want a bigger guy. Nick Martin's not it. Unless he's playing a lot of special teams, and they already brought up Curtis Robinson off the practice squad to do that. So it's going to be in progress, but I thought it was brilliant for them. And overall, the biggest takeaway on deal, it happened to be the final play. I mean, there's Nick Bosa making this tremendous play at the end when you're going, oh no, here the Niners are going to blow a fourth quarter again. And Bosa came through with this play that I'm prisoner of the moment here. I think it's at least the most timely career as a coordinator.
I mean, he's fantastic. He just walked the tackle back into Sam Darnold's lap and was able to spring the ball free and then recover it. I know this guy's not a rookie, but he played every single snap on defense, and I couldn't help but immediately fall in love with D. Winters. What did you think of his impact at linebacker?
I wouldn't say skeptical, but I was cautiously optimistic that he would play well. I mean, he played outstanding through the spring and through training camp. Last year, there were too many flashes where there would be one or two plays where he over pursued or was out of position because he was too aggressive, and the opponents would take advantage of it. But I seem to think that he complemented Fred Warner better than he ever has, and I think that's the most vital part of playing next to Fred because. Once Fred took that cleat in the mouth and or in the nose, whatever it was, and he came back in the game, Fred played fantastic and was all over the place, and D. Winters was right there next to him. So I thought that was really encouraging to see out of him. And, at the same time, we were expecting the Seahawks to just be the Niners' second coming, be like the Niners' running game. And those guys have never had great success running the football in the Niners, whether it's Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet. And they certainly did it on Sunday. So that's kudos to the linebackers, the safeties, the defensive front, stopping them. And now I believe they got Mara next up.
Cam, what's interesting about the play of the defense, and look, they're all NFL teams, I get it, but is there a chance we get to the end of the year and we're like, well, that's really good defense, and then they get to the playoffs and you find out, oh, they actually just never played a good quarterback?
That's a key point, because I think I brought this up a week or two ago of listing off every quarterback they're going to face. And they're not facing the elite level quarterbacks that they have in past years, because they're also not facing a lot of first place teams, right? Is Baker Mayfield going to be the best quarterback they play all year? Matthew Stafford with a bad back, is he going to be the best? It certainly could be the case. But again, on the other side of that, Mark, is the NFL rules are so set up to be so offensive oriented and say, hey, we want numbers, we want yards. And so we'll see. And, Seattle's a hard place to score points no matter. This rivalry is always usually pretty tight up there. So, yeah, I think we got to reserve judgment a little bit on that. And, I mean, it's not like there's Drew Brees waiting for him in New Orleans. So I think they're going to come back and feel good about their defense again, and they'll play Kyler Murray and then Trevor Lawrence, and on it goes.
All right, Professor Inman, thank you very much for all the good stuff.
Thank you, Professor Willard. We'll talk to you later.
Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group.
All right.
Yes, the students of San Jose State are going to be blessed with the presence of one Cam Inman.
Gotcha, okay.
I think I don't know if I didn't ask if it was this fall or coming up or whatever it is, but yes, Professor Inman.
There you go.
To the masses.
Very natural for many of us in our business and his business, where you look for a side light and you go out there and you teach. When he's been 26 years, on the beat, he's got a lot that he can go out there and share with the young students.
It'll be interesting, like, the Kyle Shanahan and the play calling. This is always what everybody wants to get into. Oh, you're a so-called genius. Well, it's interesting because in about 7 minutes, we're going to be talking to somebody who actually played offense with Kyle Shanahan as his offensive coordinator, and prior to that with Mike Shanahan as his head coach. That's Ephraim Salam, 13 years in the league as an offensive lineman. And those guys who play for him, they swear by the creativity of it, right? The next levelness of it. Well, now is when that really, really comes in. And it's different, I think, when you lose someone in a game and then you're like, okay, be awesome. Well, it's like, but we had a game plan. Well, now, at least you know. Now you know George Kittle's not going to be there, and so you have to game plan around that. And the first thing that Cam said is, they're probably going to run the ball 1,000 times.
Right, and that's what they did for the most part in that game. And they didn't get 4 and 5 yards a tote. They ended up averaging a little bit more than 3. But you look at the second half, and you had a ton of 2 running backs, 2 tight end formations, 22 with just 1 wide receiver. And even when you had Juszczyk out there, a lot of times he wasn't in the backfield. He was flexed up onto the line of scrimmage as a glorified tight end. So the way that Shanahan went about it was, I know we don't have a lot of receivers. Jawan got hurt early in the 4th. Kittle was out in the 2nd quarter. So the passing game was, where's McCaffrey? And take a few shots to Pearsall. And other than that, you had 1 Farrell, the 3 Tonjes late, a couple of Juice. I thought Kyle Shanahan had a wonderful game doing what he did with what he had.
They figured it out.
Yep.
They figured it out. Now, the other thing Cam said, and this is really something that we want to ask Ephraim coming up next. I know from years of doing this that 49er fans do not accept the answer that Cam just gave them. It doesn't make Cam wrong. I just know that 49er fans largely don't accept it. The idea that the 49ers are the most injured team in the history of ever, almost every year, and it's just dumb luck. They play football, and football is physical, and so the Niners get hurt. He might be right. Cam kind of blew it off. He says they don't practice harder than other teams, and they don't practice nearly as hard as they used to, but it's got to be something, right?
Well, he actually said that. He said, pick your reason. So you can blame strength and conditioning coach. You can blame the physical style. You can blame an old roster. You can blame just bad luck. You can look at whatever you want to blame as the reason. It's probably a little bit of all of it. And the fact is, they've missed a lot of games due to injury, more so than the majority of the league.
What do you think?
I honestly think it's a little bit of everything. And you've got Trent Williams, who missed a snap, and reportedly he got rolled up on, and so he was maybe a little bit hampered. He's old. George Kittle with the hammy, and he's 30 or coming up on 30. And some of the other injuries are just football. Like Jawan Jennings gets blasted in the shoulder. That's not strength and conditioning. That's not you're practicing too hard. That's not you're old. That's just football.
Well, and he's not actually that hurt. He ended up only day to day. But I've been fighting this fight for years. It's 6 years of it's dumb luck. It has to be dumb luck. You can't blame it on the strength and conditioning coach. That's ridiculous. Matt Barrows, though, does say he runs his players harder in practice during camp than other teams do. He believes that's the starting point. I'm just arriving at a spot where it's like, I think I need to open my mind to some of these other ideas because I've kind of not really bought, how can it be that? That's always my answer. You can't tell. They've changed strength and conditioning coaches. So I'm like, it can't be that. It can't just be that they're old because 6 years ago they weren't. It can't be all of those things. But I'm arriving at a point where I'm like, I don't know. I'm starting to be the one that sounds stupid over here going, no, it's none of those things. It's got to be something.
It's probably a little bit of all of those things. And it doesn't mean you have to change what you do because what you've done actually has led to success.
We'll ask Ephraim. Ephraim Salam joins us next, and we'll get back to your calls. We'd love to hear you respond to that question. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. All right, it's also Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game with this message. When life hits you hard, whether it's an accident, an injury, whatever it is, you got to hit back harder. You are going to need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I call Omar Habas and the Habas Law Team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care cases, financial support, and real justice. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. That's an important point to remember. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Here they come. The Golden State Valkyries.
Three in the air. It's good.
Bay Area's WNBA team having a breakout rookie season that's making sports history. The Golden State Valkyries face the Seattle Storm. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30, live on KPIX+.
In trivia, it's not just what you know, but where it goes. Is the ghost hotter than the Tabasco? Is the polar bear tail shorter than the giraffe?
I definitely know this one.
Put your answers in the right order. I'm going to put that after.
Before.
Between. I am so torn.
And you could win more than $15,000.
We must win.
Think fast. Play smart. Make the perfect line.
A new game show with Deborah Norville. Tonight at 10 on KPIX+.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
At Big O Tires, now through September 28th, get $40 to $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Need in shipping? On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it. On us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Ephraim Salam is going to join us in moments. John Feliciano is going to join us at 5.
Man, stacking up nice today.
Nothing but offensive linemen the rest of the way.
They know their stuff.
Okay.
They're like the catchers of football. They make good managers and coaches, and they know the ins and outs of what's going on out there.
Yes, they do. They also tend to be, just my experience, don't want to paint with too broad of a brush, but they also tend to be really nice people.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
You know Ephraim very well, and I'm struck by his numbers on his Pro Football Reference, 6'7", 310.
He's a massive human being.
And now he's probably still 6'7", but probably 210.
You could ask, no.
240? Because you know what these offensive linemen do? They get skinny and they start running and riding their bike a long way.
They do, but
they do.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I'm not going to ask the man his weight.
I will. I know him well enough. You and I see each other every day. Ephraim and I do our show remote.
Yep.
Well, I don't. So I don't see him. So I haven't actually been in his presence in a couple of years. He's doing great. You know what I mean? Like, he's fine. He's fit, but. No, he's not small. He's not small.
Well, when you're
He's not
6'7", 310, you probably don't ever go 6'7", like 181.
I hope not. But anyway.
If you're able to rock 310, it tells me that you're not only tall, but you're probably fairly sturdy.
I just think that when, for a living, what you do is protect someone else and get no credit for it, you end up like you're cut from a certain cloth. And they tend to be very, very nice people. That's been my experience.
Yeah.
Worked with Rich Ornberger, Ephraim Salam, Nick Hardwick. Now we've only talked to John Feliciano once before today, but like Thank you.
Not afraid to cuss, that John Feliciano.
No, he's not.
Joe Staley, a guy that we've all gotten to know. Even Alex Boone, who physically assaulted me at the Super Bowl playfully at Radio Row. He was so excited about the Niner game, he just kept punching me in the arm.
Yeah, why not?
And Low Neal was kind of egging him on, which made for a funny bit and quite a sizable bruise.
Yeah.
I had it coming to me.
I won't name names, but I've also co-hosted at times with some wide receivers. It's different.
It is?
Yeah. It's different than doing it with an offensive lineman.
I was doing a high school
Man, y'all don't know the game, man.
No, not him. I
was doing a doubleheader with a guy.
He's a great guy.
This former wide receiver showed up and said, hey, man, I left my notes at home. Can I see your notes? It's like, dude, I've spent hours on these. Here, look at my notes.
Look at my notes. Yeah, be an offensive lineman and give.
I did.
Just give to others.
Randy Cross, another guy, friend of the program, offensive lineman, great guy. So there you go.
And here he is.
Ephraim Salam.
Joining us on the River Islands guest line, great guy. It's none other than, and actually this is kind of funny, you'll like this on our Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Someone from 510 goes, Ephraim's about to be on? Oof, this is going to be awkward. It's kind of like when the wife meets the girlfriend, am I right? Yeah.
Which one am I?
That's up for you two to decide. But here he is, none other than the great Ephraim Salam joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, buddy, how are you? We're doing fantastic. We want to know how many times Kyle Shanahan got you hurt.
Got me hurt?
No, I'm sort of kidding, but I don't even know if you know this or if you and I have talked about this. There's a dynamic in the fan base for the 49ers that thinks that there's something about his system, the physicality of it and whatnot, that lends itself to injury because the 49ers seem to be among the most injured teams every single year.
Now, I don't know what that is, but I've been in that offense for a long time, my time in Denver. We even implemented it my last year in Atlanta, then Denver, and then, of course, Houston. And it's not a system where it's a zone block with now you have, run pass options in it. I don't know, number one, why everybody's getting hurt, but it's not a system that really lends to you getting hurt, and a lot of receivers are getting hurt. So I don't know, maybe because they have more blocking downfield because it is a run first based offense. So maybe that has something to do with it. But outside of that, that's not how you hurt your hamstring or soft tissue muscles or something like that. So I don't know what it is. It's not the system though. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and the system through 1 week is just like it's always been, Ephraim, where, a lot of 22 personnel and 2 running backs and 2 tight ends. When you watch the Shanahan system now, some 15 years removed from when you last were there, it's got to make you feel good as an offensive lineman, the way they go out there and just maul people.
Well, I like it because I always tell, and whenever we got our first 15 plays Saturday night before our Sunday game, I'm always curious to see if we're starting with runs or starting with passes. As an offensive lineman, the one thing you want to do is you want to impose your will on the defense first. So you want to always be going forward. Now, as you all know, going pass protection is you're going backwards. So you're allowing the defense to oppose its dominance on you from the beginning. So I'm a run first guy all day long.
That makes sense. Yeah, Ephraim Salam is our guest here, 95.7 The Game. Before we fully leave the injury thing, there is one reporter who's been covering the Niners for a long time who suggested that training camp and the way Kyle works out his guys and how hard they go in camp is maybe a little bit harder than what other teams do, at least these days. And so he wondered if maybe that sort of puts guys in position to be a little bit more worn down once the season is actually starting. What's your thought on that idea?
Well, not from what I've known of the Shanahan, Mike Shanahan, his dad, Gary Kubiak's system, and now Kyle's system. It was actually one of the more player-friendly training camps where wasn't even back then when you were having two-a-days and actually had pads on. We didn't do a lot of that. It was more of mental reps and things like that. So I would have to, not that I know what they do now in training camp. I mean, there's so many regulations you can't even hit in this ramp up period. Like the first day of training camp used to be full pads.
Right.
The first practice was full pads. Let's go. Here we go. We about to get in shape right now. And so it's not like that anymore. So I'm not, maybe on the flip side in some bizarro world, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Where you're warming up into to practice. Look, injuries happen. They happen on every team. It just seems that San Francisco, for whatever reason, that injury bug will not let them go. Now, a couple years ago, they stayed relatively healthy, and when they found themselves in the Super Bowl. So this is not like an everyday thing. And even 2 years ago, they were relatively healthy. Now, Christian McCaffrey came to the Niners with injury history. And Pearsall got shot. I mean, what do we?
Right. That's Shanahan's fault. Shanahan needed to give the guys bulletproof vests. He should have known.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, Kittle pulled his hamstring. You're going to see a lot of soft tissue issues early in the season, just like you do early in training camp. Once you start going to that next level, that next gear, your body reacts differently, and everybody's body is different.
Former NFL lineman Ephraim Salaam here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So injuries happen, changes are made, and now you've got new players on the offense. How difficult is it to step into the Shanahan system and really understand enough what's going on with the calls?
It's actually not that bad. Like, so I'll explain this. There's only so many plays you can run, right? I don't care whose system it is. There's only so many plays you can run. The difference is they're just called different things. So if I'm here or if I'm in Minnesota, if I'm, wherever I am in Seattle or Oakland, you're going to run basically the same type or same scheme of plays with a few different variations. They're just called something different. Football is football, man. It's not like, hey, surprise, we're running this football a different way. No, I mean, you're going to hand the ball off, you're going to A-gap, B-gap, C-gap, or the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hole. Like, it's just football. How you get to the play may have different variations, but it's really not rocket science. That's why whenever I went to another team, it wasn't hard for me to pick it up because, I mean, if it's a pass protection, we're sliding that way or we're sliding that way. You may call it jet, 3-jet, 2-jet, Ringo, lasso, but it's still the same thing. You're still running the plays.
All right, we're about to arrive at the moment that I don't know about y'all, but the one that I've been waiting for. So hang on a second. You've been listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Ephraim knows what I'm about to ask him.
Oh, no.
On Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ephraim, tell us what you think of kickers.
Look, my whole thing is, and this week one was tough for kickers. It's real tough, especially for you guys, kicker. And for me, it's when we have training camp and we train all off season, and we do training camp, we do preseason games. Our training camp is different than their training camp. Their training camp is like summer camp. Ours is like work. So not only are they done earlier than everybody else, because special teams meetings are first, and once they're done, they're gone. We're there for an hour and a half, 2 more hours. Special teams practice or their period is quick, and then they're over there on the other field playing hacky sack or trying to kick the ball, or I don't know. It just looks like a whole bunch of fooling around. So when you finally get to the season, and you're out there and it's the fourth quarter and you've played 62 plays and I'm blocking, Micah Parsons or whoever, and put us in a situation to win the game, and then you come out, you skip out there, and then you kick the ball into the concession stand. Like, I'm like, bro, what have we been doing all summer? Like, what? Just like we've prepared, like I couldn't go out there and give up a sack on the first 5 pass plays. I couldn't do it. They would be like, oh, what's going on here? What? Like, I would be unprepared. I would be criticized. When a kicker messes up, he's just over there in the corner by himself. No one's saying anything to him. And that's why I really liked what Debo did last year. Like, he like, yo, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, we're working hard. It's hard. It's really hard. You have one job this is all you do. You don't have to worry about any other meetings. You don't have to care. You don't have to block. You don't have to do anything. Just do this one thing. And when you don't do it, guys really don't have the appetite for that. I don't have the patience for it at all.
Do you view, when you are one of the big dudes in the middle especially, do you view kickers as full teammates?
Only if they win you games. Yeah. That's it. Like, I had the pleasure of playing with, in my opinion, the greatest kicker ever, and that's Morton Anderson.
Yeah.
So, he's in the Hall of Fame. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. It's Morton Anderson. He played until he was like 70 years old. But like, when I got to Atlanta as a rookie, Morton was already old, and he played like 20 more years. So, look, the kickers who are revered and time again have come up huge. Those that Elam, when I was in Denver, right? These are phenomenal kickers that you knew no matter what, all you had to do is get to this certain point and they were going to make it 99% of the time. Those guys are part of the team. The other guys, nah, bro, we don't need none of that. We're not trying to do none of that.
And it really is an earned thing, because I was just looking at your rookie year. Morton Anderson, overtime game winner, sends you to the Super Bowl. And then in the Super Bowl, he missed a kick, and I don't think that it decided the game.
It really did matter.
Yeah.
But what I'll tell you this, in that same game, that NFC Championship game, Gary Anderson, who was the kicker of the millennium, hadn't missed a kick in 2 years or whatever, he missed, which gave us an opportunity to win that game. And so don't you think the Minnesota Vikings felt a certain type of way about him?
I mean,
they didn't lose almost that entire year until then. 38-yarder.
Until then.
Yep. No good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. I still remember that one, too. Ephraim Salam is joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. You know what else I wanted to ask you? Because we get a lot of this around here, which is, Christian McCaffrey's touches is too much. Kyle is irresponsible. He's running him into the ground. I want to know this, because I always hear people go, why don't you feed Pearsall? Why don't you feed this guy? When you go out there for a play, I mean, obviously if you're handing the ball off to Christian, that's one thing. But when you go out there and there's a pass play, because I think he had 9 catches this week, to what level, people make it sound like Kyle's got a video game machine in his hand. Like, to what level do you know who's probably going to get the ball?
When you have a player that can always get himself open, no matter what the coverage is. Kelsey is like that. Kittle has a lot of that in him as well. Debo was like that. Like, when you have a specialty player that can always get himself open. Marshall Faulk made a whole living of doing that. So did Roger Craig, right? Like, these are the dynamic backs that took their game to the next level. And it was not just a handoff and let them try to get through the line of scrimmage. It's a mismatch. Like, anytime you have Christian McCaffrey on anybody other than a corner or like a legitimate safety, then you want to get him the ball. That's the whole design of an offense. This is when I was in college, I learned this. We would motion Marshall Faulk out of the backfield. If a linebacker went, the ball was going there no matter what. No matter who else was open, no matter what else was happening, if we motioned Marshall and there was a linebacker that went out with him, that's where the ball was going. And I see a lot of similarities in this Shanahan offense where they'll put him in a position and you look and you say, oh, he has a choice route against a linebacker. Of course the ball's going to go there.
And is that ultimately Shanahan's separation skill, his ability to scheme in this fashion, no matter who he has on the field, to get guys to be successful no matter who you're going against?
He's going to a great offensive mind, and I consider Kyle a great offensive mind. Their whole job is to put you in a position to where you can exploit the defense. Your best guy against whoever they have in an advantageous situation. And that's what he does. That's what a great offensive mind does. That's what Ben Johnson did for 3 years in Detroit. That's why Detroit looked like that. Now, can that carry over to Chicago? We don't know yet. He had a lot of frustration on his face in that third quarter last night dealing with Caleb Williams. But that's why they pay you the big bucks. Like when you design your offense and you have your personnel in front of you, you're trying to create a mismatch. And anytime you have a talent like Christian McCaffrey, then you're coming into the play with a mismatch.
Ephraim and I were doing our show Sunday night during the Bills-Ravens game.
Oh, my God.
Our show ended at 8 o'clock, which means that when the show ended, I think the Bills were down by 15 points. Dude, could you believe it? Could you believe that?
I said to you on air, this Ravens team is the best team I've ever seen. When you took a team with a Josh Allen on it and you made it look like they didn't belong, I said it felt like what we were watching for 3.5 quarters of that game, that no one was going to be able to beat Baltimore. And then freaking Josh Allen happened. I'm like, this may be the greatest quarterback. And look, I know people love Patrick Mahomes. I love Lamar. I love, Patrick. But Josh Allen, this is becoming something else. This is something else. This reminds me of Peyton Manning. He was never out of the game. I've lost to Peyton Manning with 2 minutes left in the game. We're up by 13. We've lost that game. Like, when things like that happen, Patrick Mahomes has a whole bunch of this, right? Like 2 seconds and 9 seconds. It doesn't matter how many seconds you leave, he can get points. But watching Josh Allen and the way he does it with his feet, with his arms, the type of passes he's making. Remember, this is a young man who only completed about 56% of his passes just 6 years ago as a rookie.
In college.
And now,
yeah.
His rookie year, he was all over the damn place.
Yep.
And Brian Daboll kind of got him under control, and he went from like low 50s to 70s, which was a huge jump that had never happened before. And now that's just who he is.
My friend, thanks for coming on. That was a whole lot of fun. So Kyle Shanahan is not getting people hurt. And kickers are only your teammates if they make all their kicks.
Do their
is that
job.
right?
If they do their job.
Okay.
Like if a quarterback is not doing his job, you don't really want to associate with him. That's just the bottom line.
And if your kicker is 39 and he's about to play 7 more years, then he's probably done some things in the league.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
You think Jake Moody's going to get another job?
No.
Oh, man. That's
I think there's a lot of
world.
I think it's too many kickers out there waiting, especially with the USFL and all of that. Like there are guys who played in the XFL and the USFL who are getting opportunities now. There are too many young kickers out there waiting for an opportunity for you to just go recycle. I mean, it's been 2 years of piss poor kicking. For lack of a better term.
Yeah,
we got you. We're good.
I mean, keep it a buck.
We're good. We're good. I talked to you Sunday for week 2, buddy.
Oh, can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
It's
thanks,
so fun.
Ephraim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ephraim.
And just so you know, I'm nobody's side piece. Okay, I'm the main course. All right,
I mean, I do only see you once a week.
Yeah.
You know.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's the best time of your life, damn it.
Ephraim, I'm gonna give you Sunday. As long as you send him back to me on Monday, we can go ahead and have this arrangement.
He will come back.
Make sure you send him on home now, Ephraim. That's all I'm asking.
I will.
All right.
I got here Monday. He's like, "Where were you?"
Totally.
I was like, "Where was I?" I was talking to Ephraim.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, now. You
All
guys
right,
have a good
Ephraim.
one.
Yeah, you too.
All right,
Yeah.
Ephraim Salam.
All right. Yeah. Ephraim Salam.
Where were you?
Totally. Where was I?
Were you talking to that Fox guy again?
Well, you're supposed to be on our air 5 to 8. I tuned in and you weren't there, so I started calling around to the local haunts to see where you were, Mark, because you weren't where you were supposed to be.
I will be this weekend.
You're right, you will be.
Yeah.
Unless that overtime goes double overtime.
10 o'clock Niner game.
Yep.
All right. That was fun. And John Feliciano is coming up at 5. Until then, can we run this by you all? We've now just had back-to-back voices, pretty tapped in different ways, who tell you, yes, the Niner injury thing is just dumb luck. That's it. Do you buy it? What do you think it is, y'all, that makes the 49ers just pile up the injuries every year? We'll take your calls on that right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 7 tonight, Valkyries and Seattle Storm. You can hear the game on 95.7 The Game, also the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Why do you think the Niners get so damn hurt? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants at Oracle tonight. 80 westbound coming off the Bay Bridge starts to slow down as you get into the city. Remains heavy past the 101 merge. 101 northbound still solid from Cesar Chavez to the Bay Bridge, and 280 is slow between Mariposa and the ballpark.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you thinking about covering your patio or building shelves to get organized? Well, whatever your next project is, the products you use to build it matter the most, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. They're engineered for strength. These products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options Simpson Strong Tie provides. Do-it-yourselfers love the confidence that comes from professional results. So, if you're like me, looking to build a backyard retreat, or maybe you're just tackling your weekend honey-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com and get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
San Francisco will be cloudy and cool tonight with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And listen to all the interviews from this year's Ember Stop Wildfire Preparedness event, sponsored by PG&E, and how to stay ready in case of an emergency at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got something for you.
Yep.
We got a lot of things for you.
A lot of things,
yeah. We got a lot of things. We're going to go to the phones here in a sec. People want to weigh in. We really want to hear from you on this. What do you think it is? Like, I'm open-minded to whatever now. This is absurd. Here we go again. The Niners are the most injured team in football. I know it's been 1 week. But here we go again. What do you think it is? Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to be not okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 p.m. tomorrow. For more information, visit imlistening.org. And that's an interesting phrase right now, because that's sort of where I went today with regard to this idea of the 49ers and injuries. I'm listening.
Yep.
Because for 6 years, I've just poo-pooed it. I'm like, y'all are just mad. And I get it. We're all frustrated. Why is only our team seemingly getting hurt? There were times where I thought it was just a perception. I'm like, everybody's getting hurt. You just only know about our injuries because we're 49er fans.
Yeah.
Or there's emotion involved in it, or it's a crazy physical game, and, gosh, dumb luck. And by the way, there are years where they aren't the most injured.
There's one of them.
And they went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So,
Warren Sharp had the numbers, and if you go back to 2018, in terms of rank by most injured, 4th, 6th, 1st, 3rd, 9th, 29th Super Bowl. Last year they were number 1, and this year it seems like they're probably number 1 already.
Well, off to a bad start, yes.
Right, but those are the numbers from Warren Sharp, and he crunches all the data on all this stuff, and so that is 6 years of the past 7 where you're top 10.
I will say we're out of the gate with, and I get because it's big names, it's possible that only one Niner is hurt right now. Brock Purdy and Jawan Jennings might play.
You're right.
It's possible that only, you know what I mean? So I know that we got to work yesterday and people, kind of, all right, let's get back to life. And all of a sudden it's like, George, Brock, Jawan, pa, pa, pa. It's like, oh my God, are you kidding me? But Brock might play. Jawan might play. George Kittle is on IR. And that is very unfortunate, but he was running around and his hamstring tightened up. And this is something that happens in sports. So,
and Ben Barch is on the report, but he played every single snap. So
right, and they gave him a day-to-day designation as well. So whatever those are, it doesn't seem to be too serious. Obviously, the lead story tomorrow will be Brock Purdy as they start the practice week, and we'll get to learn a little bit more about the seriousness of that, because that was the first thing Kyle said yesterday, is we got to see how that progresses tomorrow. Today's their off day. Tomorrow, we'll learn a little bit more about Brock Purdy. But it's possible only one 49er got hurt, so let's not let this get too crazy yet. But it's I'm listening. Like, what is it? Now, I momentarily feel buoyed, Dibs.
Yeah, by your guy Ephraim Salam.
And Cam Inman. They both blew it off. They did the same answer that I've been given for 6 years. But what if we're wrong? Because you're right. Warren Sharp's tweet, it slaps you in the face when you read it.
Right in the face.
It's like, my God, what are we doing? This cannot be a coincidence. But maybe it is.
Well,
I don't know.
Then what is it? And this is where, I look at the whole question in and of itself. It's got to be something. It doesn't have to be just one thing. It can be 6 or 7 different things. You can be in failing health, and it doesn't have to just be one issue. You might have 5 different things inside your body that are all going wrong, and all 5 of those things might be leading to you being in really bad shape. So all of these things that we've mentioned, that we've named, they can all be a part of it, whether it's Kyle Shanahan trying to get him to callous up in practice, or they play more physically, the training staff doesn't properly prepare the guys, it's just bad luck, they're an older team. It can be all those things and none of them. We don't know.
I will say that I think it's a pretty, again, there's a lot of different answers people throw out there. It's pretty firm to me that when an offensive lineman, Kyle Shanahan was his OC in Houston, Mike Shanahan was his head coach in Denver, and he flatly said, it's not the system. A zone read, run game, that has nothing to do with it whatsoever. And that's from a left tackle who played multiple years under people named Shanahan. That carries a lot of weight with me, no pun intended.
Yeah, it does. And, that is different than this and the way they prepared back then. As he said, used to be day one was pad up.
That's true.
Pad up, guys. And so I don't know if players are more injured now because of the way we treat preseason. I'd have to do a deeper dive, and maybe this is one for Warren Sharp, comparing injury rates to preseason approaches, because you've got some teams that don't play anybody ever in the preseason. You have other teams like Cincinnati, you were mentioning, they played a lot of their guys in game one.
Yeah,
get out there. And
they because they've had such slow starts.
Right,
and
so I wonder if there's a correlation between your approach and what happened subsequently, because I don't think George Kittle played more than a handful of snaps.
Like 3 plays or something like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know, maybe Barrows was kind of talking, and we're referring to Matt Barrows did suggest in a recent article that the Niners go a little harder in practice and in camp than other teams, because Kyle believes that kind of helps them build up a callus, helps them be a little tougher. And then here's the other thing. Even if your response to that is, well, then Kyle, take your foot off the gas, chill out. Kyle may come back at you and say, did you notice I might lose a lot to injury, but I don't lose a lot of games. So, maybe I'm still right. Even with the injuries, I'm having more game success than most coaches around the league.
At times, yeah. He's had 4 good years and he's had 4 bad years.
I know, but let's blow that off. Let's be real. The first 2 years don't count. He was in the roster reconstruction mode.
In 2 of the other years, those years got derailed because of injury.
Right, and maybe he feels that's a risk worth taking, because if you're able to navigate it, you're a really good football team.
Yeah.
I don't know how he'd answer it.
I stand behind his approach. I'm a Shanna fan, as you are, and I look at his success, and the team he took over that first year when they started out 0-9 or 0-10, that was the worst roster in football, and it took time to build it up. They built it up, and the quarterback got hurt again. So those are all things that are out of your control. I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo's torn ACL was because of the strength and conditioning guy.
No.
He should have got out of bounds. He tried to plant and cut, and the leg gave out. So that's football.
Yeah,
that happens.
A bunch of people tore their ACL on the field in New Jersey, and a bunch of people always tear their ACL on the field in New Jersey. So, I don't know. There's if you throw all the reasons that we hear at me or at you or whatever, I do still feel there are some that I don't like brick wall. I don't want to hear that.
Sure, but
I don't want to hear that it was the strength and conditioning coach.
Right. As you mentioned, they're on to their second or their third group of them already.
And I don't want to hear that it's the system Kyle runs. Now, if you do want to talk about the physicality of the way you run your camp and the way you run your practices, I don't know. I got to be open-minded to that. Is it the age of the players? I have a hard time with that, because there are a lot of veterans now, but there weren't before. I don't feel like 4 years ago we looked at the Niners and went, ooh, old team. I've never felt, I get it now. You're starting to get the Kittles and the Trents and the Freds, and, they've been around the block for a while. I understand that. But I don't know, man. Not all of these reasons are built the same, and I'm still having a hard time with most of them having them feel rational. It's just... But also at the same time, I can look at the numbers and be like, that doesn't make sense either.
And I don't think that you can just chalk it up to, quote, bad luck when you've had that many seasons where you are that injured. That feels to me like more than just happenstance or bad luck.
It seems like it.
To me, you have to look at every injury in a different light, and that's where I look at the George Kittle one, where he was just out there running in space, and he pulled the hammy, and he pulled it to where he's going to be out for 4 games, which tells me it was more than a grade 1 or maybe a severe grade 1, and that was a non-contact, non-impact injury. Those are the ones that make my eyebrows get raised.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Try this one on for size, 707. I think we have a lot of injuries, especially because we go for so much yak. Now, this is an interesting one. Now, okay, yak, there's only so many players who are actually trying to yak out there, right? Yak in.
Yep.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Anyway, right? I understand that means downfield blocking. You're asking for receivers to be very, very physical downfield. Not all teams do that. You also you're looking for a style of receiver. who is very physical and does push for more yards. Then again, I don't know too many wide receivers or running backs who, when they're out on the field and they feel like they could get more yards, they're like, never mind, I don't need them. However, Amon-Ra St. Brown was accused of this at one point in his career. And back in the days when I was covering USC, one of their staff members was a former wide receiver, and he pulled me aside one day, and he goes, he started singing the praises. This is back in the Greatest Show on Turf days. He started singing the praises of Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt. And he goes, do you want to know, watch what those guys do when they get the ball in the open field. As soon as they feel like they're about to be tackled, they dive at the defender's legs. Sounds dirty. But he goes, no, not in such a way where you're contacting and hurting them. But when you dive at the lower half of another person's body, it completely takes away their ability to hit you hard. They just sort of have to kind of work with you and get out of the way and try to get you down and go out of bounds. So there is an art to staying healthy that to some degree, I guess, is on the players and the way they go about being tackled or allowing themselves to be tackled.
That's true, and I also think that does go to the mentality of Shanahan and Robert Saleh, where Saleh's known for all gas, no brakes, and he wants his defense to play with a certain amount of physicality, and that's what you saw in week one, including after the whistle, Diamador Lenore, the first of his two unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, which was completely unnecessary, where he straight pushed JSN way after the whistle and just threw him over the pile. That was 15 yards that you probably didn't want to give up, but we'll nitpick that a little bit later. The other one is McCaffrey. He's always looking to get the extra yard, and that's the yak portion of it. And, Brock Purdy, I'm looking at the play right now where he hurt his shoulder. He rolls back and back and back, and he's trying to make a play, and he takes a hit, and as opposed to throwing it away early and avoiding the hit. So these things are not Shanahan's fault. They're nobody's fault, but it is an approach where they approach the game with a physicality in all ways that can lead to more injury.
Let's go to the phones. We'd love to hear from you. What do you think it is? 888-957-9570. Larry in Berkeley on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Larry. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thank you. Listen, that interview with Eason was incredible.
Oh, thanks,
and
Larry.
I would go with him. I mean, the guy's played how many years in the league?
13. 13, I mean, yep.
So I go that way. But the thing, I was a little bit disappointed, and I thought I listened to the whole interview. Did I miss something maybe? I was surprised you didn't talk to him about the block kick and the linemen and the people that were responsible for the kick being blocked.
Well, I'll tell you why. I was a little more interested in his kicker reaction, because that was a much bigger story throughout the NFL weekend. I can also tell you not all offensive lines are built the same. Like Ephraim Salaam, I'm sure he'd be an expert on it because he was a longtime football player, but he was not a special teamer. That's a different offensive line than the offensive line that you see in regular possessions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it just would have been fun to hear, his perspective on he gave his perspective on kickers, but what happens when it's just, it's like if that kick wasn't blocked and he'd made it, would we be still having the same conversation?
I believe we would. I could be wrong. Larry, thanks. I really do. And I know you said earlier today you thought that was the last straw. For me, I think it was the 27-yarder. I just think that he was already, I know the Niners did a wonderful job of publicly supporting him. I think he was totally on his last legs. And when he goes out there for literally his first field goal kick of the year, and he walks out there and doinks it off of the thing from 27 yards away, to me, straw, camel's back, night-night.
Yeah, I think that you're probably right, and you can look at that other drive that ended with the blocked field goal, and I mentioned this to Cam Inman earlier about him going for it on fourth down. It was 4th and 2 at the 30. That's a 47-yarder, which is a very makeable kick in this day and age. Yep. And so, instead of going out and kicking the field goal, you didn't have George Kittle. You threw it to Luke Farrell, his first catch as a Niner, and credit Brock Purdy on that throw. And if you remember the play, his primary's taken, his secondary's taken, and he goes all the way back across the field and finds Luke and puts it in there, pow, 4 yards, move the chains. But normally in that spot, that's a classic Shanahan take the three, even though we all would, rip him later for being so conservative. Well, he wasn't conservative, and I think it's because of the kicker.
I've told you, I've arrived at the opinion that that's why Brock threw up a prayer ball when they were only down by 3 points on third down from inside the 5. I know it sounds silly because it's a complete chip shot, but I don't know. Have you ever seen Jake Moody miss a chip shot?
No, not recently.
Not recently? So I think Brock Purdy's like, we got to score. We got to score right now. And if it gets knocked away or picked off, then it gets knocked away or picked off. But I think they approached it as this is our only chance to win this game. Touchdown on this play. And that's why he threw the ball that he threw. And he's lucky, a little lucky. I know you don't like that word, fortunate,
sure.
Whatever. Yeah. It worked out. And you get credit when it works out.
You do. It reminded me a little bit of a three-point shooter who banks it in. And not Steph Curry, but just another three-point shooter.
Well, Paul Pierce did that once.
Yeah, and then remember, you throw the palms up.
They're like, did you call bank? And he's like, I call game.
Exactly.
Do you remember that?
I do.
It was late in his career. I'm like, oh, God.
That's kind of what that was, where, you threw it up and it went off glass and in. It's like 3 points.
You should only get 1 point for that.
Maybe. No, but, and Brock and Tonjes get the 6. And
yes, they do.
And he made the play. That play could have been made either way. That ball was up there long enough to where the defender, the offensive player, it's like 3 flies up we used to play as kids.
Speaking of your boy Warren Sharp, I saw he spends all day tweeting out these lists, and they're based on advanced analytics or, as you said, the injury markers and things like that. How about this? Completion percentage over expected. So each throw
I saw this.
has an expected outcome. It's kind of like when the ball gets hit out toward Triples Alley, and it's like, ooh, that had an expected batting average of 789, but not in San Francisco.
Right.
Just landed in someone's glove, right? The completion percentage over expected. And then there's a list of every quarterback this weekend and where they landed. Obviously, the higher percentage, that means the better you played, in theory. Number 1, Jalen Hurts, 15.2%. Number 2, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, 12.7% over expected completion percentage.
That's right. And so, that means a lot of the throws that he was able to complete, they were able to complete, were more unexpected than normal, and a lot of that is because of the pressure rate.
Yeah, degree of difficulty.
Right, and he made a couple of just beautiful throws to Pearsall, the double move one, and the other one where he just throws it all the way across the field to the outside boundary and puts it right on Pearsall. He made some big-time throws in that game.
Anybody want to know who's down at the bottom of the list? Anybody want to take a little gander? You saw the list already, did you?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I actually retweeted the list.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're active today.
Well, I saw it this morning.
Okay.
And the 3-year-old is back in school, so the 9 a.m. drop-off bodes well for bonus prep for your guy.
Tied for the lowest percentage on the board, Bryce Young of the Carolina Panthers and Caleb Williams last night.
Right.
Who looked like he was targeting fans in the stands at times.
In the fourth quarter, yeah. And the Bryce Young one, Warren Sharp also had another tweet about a stat that highlighted that he had maybe one of the worst games ever in terms of not being pressured.
He was brutal.
But he wasn't pressured.
No, I mean, Bryce Young at the end of last year kind of got some people finally on his side. They're like, ooh, we got a little something from Bryce. And then he went out in week 1. He just looked awful. And then barely above those two, Russell Wilson. That won't surprise anyone. He was terrible. 10.5% on the negative. Cam Ward, give him a break. It's his first game ever, and Calvin Ridley's out there dropping balls. So there's that too. And then at negative 7.9%, fifth lowest of the week, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's just 1 week, small sample, but I think Kansas City's got they got some unique challenges this year with already an injury to their wide receiver, and the tight end is He's no spring chicken either, and they don't really run the ball.
And a suspension to his other wide receiver.
Yep.
So Hollywood Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster, you're up. Let's go. But yeah, and Joe Burrow was in the negative as well. Kyler Murray was in the negative. Baker Mayfield was in the negative. Jaden Daniels was in the negative. Mark Grandy's favorite player on earth, Bo Nix, was in the negative. But Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold, by the way, and Jordan Love and Daniel Jones, obviously, Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Geno Smith had a great game. Those guys were all kind of up into the positive. All right, we can keep rolling on this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why do you think that the 49ers seemingly always deal with more injuries than other teams? Speak from the heart. Let it rip on this one. What do you think it is? The more I'm trying to listen to everybody, we had Cam Inman come on. He says it's nothing. We had Ephraim on. Football. People get hurt. He says it's nothing. He played in the system. He played under Kyle. He played under Mike Shanahan. Those are the answers that I want to believe. I want to believe that this is just dumb luck and not some fly in the ointment and to where like the whole thing that they've built is putting guys in a bad position. I have a hard time believing that, but my gosh, here we are again with one of their best players on IR as of this morning.
And all he was doing is running.
Yeah.
And I just rewatched that play. Brock Purdy gets sacked, and he's just running a route and doesn't even finish the route, and then the leg comes up a little gimpy, and now we won't see him till October.
Yeah. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We will take your calls right now. Why do you think the 49ers get injured more than other teams? Also, in 18 minutes, John Feliciano makes his second appearance on Willard Dibs. It will again be on YouTube. John, of course, was on the Niners offensive line the last couple years. The last time we went out to, what state was he in? Was he in Kentucky or Louisiana? Or he's somewhere out there in middle America. And the last time we went out there, he kept it real. And if you were on YouTube, you got some fun words. You got some fun words. So maybe there will be more fun words. I don't know, but that's coming up at 5. Grandy's grades at 5:20.
I love it.
So we got a lot to do still.
The over-under's been set at 1.5 for Feliciano
I like
in cuss words.
Oh, boy. Last time, was it 2 or 3 last time?
It was 2.5, and you paid the over. But now I think he's a little bit more aware of what's going on with radio.
Maybe.
So find out.
Maybe. Mess around and find out.
Find out. I was thinking the same thing. Ephraim would never finish that sentence like I do. I'm getting jealous now. I'm in my feels. Ephraim.
It's only Tuesday. I'm not going to see my guy for another 5 days. It's Willard Dibs.
Yeah, and Dan Dibley here, feeling jilted but comforted by the knowledge that I'm a Fremont Bank customer. And I love this bank. It's a bank that's here for me each and every day. It's family-owned, and it has that family-owned feel. If you've ever been into a Fremont Bank branch, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a local bank created in Fremont and here to help local people with 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. They're celebrating 61 years in business. They started it back in 1964, and they have grown throughout the Bay Area, as mentioned, with 21 branches that all benefit the Bay Area communities. They're not a big box bank. They've had opportunities to expand outside the area, but they're committed to the Bay Area and creating this financial institution that helps people right here in the 9-county Bay Area. And that means a lot to me as a lifelong member of the Bay Area community. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it gets reinvested into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area hum. Go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself why I advocate this great local bank. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back in the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Just so you know, I'm nobody's side piece, okay? I'm the main course. Nah, bro, we don't need none of that. We're not trying to do none of that.
Now, back to
Willard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to let y'all duke it out.
I'm good. I'm down to share.
I know.
I get the 5. He gets the 1.
You got 5 on it?
I get 4-hour shows. He gets a quaint little 3.
He does get a 3.
Nah, bro, we don't need none of that.
Oh, yeah.
We're not trying to do none of that.
And there's an update guy who just talk about chomp, chomp, chomp.
That's our guy. Yeah, Steve comes in and he eats.
Steve's going to eat.
He's going to eat.
Steve's going to eat.
Steve been doing that for years. He's excellent. Steve is welcome to come in and say whatever he wants.
I'd argue it's the best part of the show. Wow.
It's very meaty.
He actually is really good.
He's fantastic. And like Steve, I know you're listening on the radio. Lucas, how old do you think Steve is? Just from listening to him. You know how people get a picture of someone in their head? How old do you think Steve is?
He sounds young, but grown. I would say 39.
Okay. The funny thing is like most men, I have no idea how old he is, but I also know like some sort of a ballpark. Steve is significantly, I shouldn't use that word. That's mean.
That's rude.
He is older than me, and it's not terribly close. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his last name?
DeSager.
Okay.
Steve DeSager.
Gotcha.
Steve DeSager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is
Anyway.
Looney still doing that? Because I was going to say, I think DeSager's.
Oh, gosh.
I think DeSager's the best going right now.
And just so everybody knows, you're not talking about Kavan.
No.
Correct.
Yeah, Tom Looney.
He was the first I ever heard do a creative while giving score.
Yeah, I don't think Tom's there anymore.
No.
I think it's been a while actually since Tom's been there. So, anyway.
And the other one was Feeling You.
Oh, Vic the Brick.
Thank you, Vic the Brick.
Vic the Brick Jacobs.
He might be the original update guy who was doing more than just 2-1, 3-2. Yeah.
Vic the Brick Jacobs, Feeling You. Yeah, and then he would do the whole thing. Vic was. I haven't talked to Vic in a long time. Vic was fighting some health stuff for a period of time. I think he's good. I think he's okay. But I also he's not there anymore.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a long time either.
Yeah,
with the long hair and the fur coat and the fur hat.
Gem of a human being.
Absolute gem.
Absolute gem of a human being. So anyway, the NFL season's here. So Ephraim and I on Sunday get to have fun, and it's a good way. Like I do. This is our little secret. Don't tell any of my bosses over there at Fox Sports Radio, but especially when there's a 10 o'clock game, and then the likes of Mark Grandy and his cast come in here to handle all of the post-game action after every 49er game. But especially when it's a 10 o'clock game, obviously that means what? You'll go till what? About
I'll
4
be on the
o'clock?
air till 1, so yeah, 4-ish probably.
You'll be about 4 o'clock, and so then there'll be an hour of I don't know what in God's name people are going to have to deal with. But then at 5 o'clock, then Ephraim and I will be on, and I will, skew a couple things in the Niners' direction because we're talking about all of the games, but we'll get some of the locale in there. I know where my bread is buttered, and when it's a 1 o'clock game, Grandy texts me at 7 o'clock and goes, "You're up."
Yep.
And so I immediately go, "All right, Ephraim, it's time to talk about Brock Purdy. We're gonna talk about Brock. What'd you think?" He loves Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know about more than me, but he loves Brock Purdy.
A lot to love
Big fan.
about Brock Purdy. Even in a game like that where he didn't put up huge numbers and he made 2 throws. One, I would credit the defense. The second pick I thought was just a bad throw, bad choice.
Yeah.
They had, he was really the only guy out there in the route, and Seattle had snuffed it out. But aside from that, credit Brock Purdy for a fourth quarter comeback. They entered the fourth quarter trailing. Brock Purdy gets, for just the second time ever in the regular year, he entered the fourth quarter trailing and got the win. Yes, they were 10-7. Yes, they were.
Interesting. Okay, I thought they were tied.
No, it was 10-7, and then the Niners drove down and tied it at 10 with 9:42 to go.
And then, of course, they were trailing with 3.5 or so to go when they got the ball.
3:24 to go.
3:24 to go.
But they entered the fourth quarter down 10-7.
Interesting. All right. Well, there's your little stat that everyone's been waiting for. Great. All right, John Feliciano is going to join us in 5 minutes. I do want to mention this because, Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Because we'll get back to, we're going to be like hot on the Niners for the 5 o'clock hour. John Feliciano, who is teammates with all of these guys the last couple of years, is going to be on. Grandy's grades at 5:20. Speaking about meat, like this is going to be a meaty Niner sandwich now with a lot to get to. But the Phillies lead the Mets 4-0 in the fourth inning.
Okay. Yeah.
The Phillies lead the Mets 4-0 in the fourth inning. And the City Connects will be out in 2 hours over at 3rd and King.
With Robbie Ray on the mound.
Yeah,
yes. And an offense that is suddenly the hottest offense in baseball.
So the TikTok, they don't stop.
7.3 runs a game over the last 15. And this is after we saw two different stints this year, Mark, where they were averaging 2 a game. Remember those long runs?
Oh, yeah. I remember them.
It was like 2 weeks where they got 2 runs a game. And now you've got like Adames, Devers, and Chapman all launching on the regular, and everybody else just getting hits all the time.
Yeah. Jung Hoo Lee's OPS over 900. Dom Smith's damn near close to 900. This is during the streak, obviously not for the season. But, yeah, it's odd. We spent all year talking about how poor that offense was. And at the end of the year, these individual numbers, everyone's going to be like, well, they had a great year. And it's like, did they, though? Do you know what I mean? But Rafi Devers' numbers at the end of the year. Matt Chapman's OPS is higher than Machado's for the year.
Right.
Like, what do you do with that? You're like, we spent weeks where no one could even get a hit. And now you're going to get to the end of the year in the back of your baseball cards like, had a great year, 2025.
That's right.
Really?
Willie Adames might end the long reign of nobody hitting 30 home runs in a season for the Giants. So he is 4 homers away from being the first guy since Barry Bonds to hit 30 home runs as a Giant. This actually might happen.
It might happen. Got 18 to go.
And
18 to go. 18 to go, and the Mets trail by 4. The Giants play tonight. There is a scenario where we wake up tomorrow, and the number is 2.
2 games back.
2 games back, plus not having the tiebreaker. Exactly. All right. Our guy is ready. We loved having him on a couple of weeks ago. So, let's re-rack that sucker and do it again. Here we go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And joining us here on the River Islands guest line and also on YouTube, which, subtle suggestion, I'd go there if I were you. If you can, I'd go to YouTube. It was kind of a party last time when he was on. So let's do it again. It's none other than longtime NFL offensive lineman John Feliciano, who was with the Niners for the last couple of years and admitted to us last time that he was on with us that if the Niners call, like he's taking that phone call. So let's talk it out, what the Niners looked like this week and beyond with John Feliciano. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
Guys, how y'all doing, man? Thanks for having me back on.
Love it.
1-0, John. So, I mean, there's no such thing as a bad road.
I called it right before.
Refresh our memory, what was the prediction for this game?
Ah, shit. I don't remember the correct verbiage. I got to stop. No cursing. I can't curse, so I can't tell you. I can't tell you what I tweeted.
Well, you can paraphrase, aw shucks. And I'm sure it was, again.
I said we're going to go out there and whoop some butt.
There you go.
Yeah.
We made it a little bit closer than we should have, but a win's a win.
Hey, I know you guys have such reverence for Trent Williams. And the metrics say, and even the eye tests say, like he struggled a little bit in this game. What'd you see?
I'm pretty sure he got hurt in the first quarter. I was just watching the film. I don't know how severe it is or how it is or how it was during the game, but it looked like he got rolled up on. He was crawling around on the ground for a second. It was a pretty nasty hit. A couple guys landed on his leg. So I'm wondering if he felt that during the game. But yeah, I know there's a couple plays he wish he had back. Early in the season, they got a couple good guys over there. I'm sure he'll bounce back, but I'm wondering. I'm wondering to see if he shows up on the injury report or not. I haven't checked, or see how he's feeling.
Yeah, we'll probably check in tomorrow. He might get a vet day tomorrow anyway when they return to practice. I just wanted to get your...
he 100%. He doesn't practice on Wednesdays.
Right. So I mean...
Any of the Wednesdays.
Exactly. So, I mean, why would he? Yeah. And just looking at the film, John, you had to love watching the approach with a lot of two tight ends, a lot of use check in there. What did you see from the run blocking that allowed the Niners to dominate time of possession?
Yeah, I watched the film a few times now. They definitely hit on some plays, and there's some that I know they wish to have back just because I think the crowd noise was a big factor. There was a couple times where the points weren't lining up with who everyone else is going to. I'll elaborate that more on the pod once we break down the film fully. But yeah, they definitely. There was a couple times where Barch and Brendo took the nose for a ride. I think Seattle came out and just there's like F it, they're gonna start moving. I don't think they wanted to stay one-on-one with our guys or not move. So they were moving a lot during that game.
John Feliciano is our guest, was with the Niners the last 2 years. And by the way, you mentioned what's coming on the pod. We want to highlight that. Let everybody know about the pod and when and where they can find it.
Yeah, so Not Our Fault podcast. This is just so I can watch film. You know what I'm saying? I love watching film, and I want to watch our guys. So because I know the plays and I know what we're running. So it keeps me fresh just in case. But Not Our Fault podcast on YouTube. We had some technical difficulties. I'm not very tech savvy, so the episode was supposed to drop tomorrow, but it'll probably drop on Thursday. This will be our first episode where we actually break down film. So I'm super excited to teach some O-line play to people.
I love it. I'm also noticing, and I never know when a player has played for multiple teams like you did through your decade-long career to this point, but you were most recently with the Niners, and I think you just referred to them as we. Like, what are you like when you're watching the Niners right now? Is it almost like you're a full-blown fan? Do you still almost kind of feel like your teammate? What's the vibe?
I feel like right now I'm teammates with the Niners and a fan of the Bills. There's so many guys still on the Niners that I talk to often. I reached out to a few of them before the game. Those are my guys, man. Miss them, so I'm leeching on them. They're not getting rid of me. I'm texting you. I'm in your DMs, sending you videos. I'm not going anywhere. I was losing my mind this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that was more stressful than it probably needed to be. And, after the fact now, Jake Moody has been waived from the team. How frustrating is it as an offensive lineman when you're out there for these long drives and then the kicker's unable to get the 3 on the board?
Yeah, man, it sucks. Not a shot at Jake. I wish him well. Definitely just a confidence thing. I think it's a mental thing. He definitely has the leg and the talent. It might be good for him to get out of there and get a new scenery. But yeah, it sucks. Those points are very important, and they shift the momentum of the game.
He probably wants to probably do a Not Our Fault podcast, I would think, right about now.
Well, on the blocked one, for sure.
On the block one, yes, for sure. John Feliciano, 10-year offensive lineman in the league, last 2 years with the 49ers, is our guest here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, John, what's your perspective on Christian McCaffrey popping up on the injury report after what we saw last year and then going out there and getting 31 touches?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was some mind games by Kyle. It could have been. I'm not sure. But no, I think it is by the league is now, they're super, anal about their injury report. So if someone has something if they get any kind of like treatment on something, their name has to be on the injury report. So I think it was more that kind of thing. From what I've heard from Christian, is he feels great.
Yeah, he sure looked great. I mean, out there doing all the things that you hope Christian can do. The other one that kind of stings from the game is George Kittle, and just, watching him come up with the hamstring, and now he's going to be out for multiple games. Have you had a chance to touch base with him, and what did you see on the film when Kittle came up lame?
Yeah, I reached out to him. It's a sucky thing. I know he's worked his butt off this offseason, and he was super excited to get the season rolling. As you saw from the first drive, he was kicking butt. God, that's hard. I did it, though. We're doing it, guys.
You're doing great.
Just it's like you got to pretend like you're 5 years old again, John, and your parents are sitting over there at the dinner table, and you're kicking butt, and oh fudge, I stubbed my toe. You got to do it.
Yeah, so he came out swinging, had a great first drive, and I just feel for him. I saw he's on IR, so that's at least 4 weeks. Hopefully it's 4, not more, because I mean we're a different team when he's on the field.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask you next. Like, how would you put that into words? How different is the game plan? How much harder is the execution when he's not there?
The game plan stays the same. Kyle's not. He's doing what he wants to do, regardless of what's out there, and he's gonna make it work. He's he's the best tight end in the league, blocking and receiving. So, shout out to Tonjes out there. Man, I lost my mind when Tonjes caught that touchdown, bro. It was what a guy. Los Gatos famous.
Yeah.
So shout out to Jake. He's definitely grown in the last 3 years, and I'm excited to see what he can do, because I before he was always a great pass catcher, but even into last year I saw how much better he got in run blocking, and I'm sure that he put the time in and he's ready to. He probably got better, and now he's ready to show it off.
Yeah, he's going to have to step up now, and Luke Farrell as well, and both of them are going to have to try to fill those shoes, but it's got to be impossible to fill George's personality shoes in the locker room. What's he like before games, halftime, after games, as a locker room presence?
He's the same guy you see on every video that he's in, just nonstop energy and goofiness. It's great because that was kind of my energy in the huddle. Obviously, I get a little feisty on the line, but I love to have fun as well. So me and Kittle got along great.
John Feliciano is our guest here on Willard and Dibs. John, 10 years in the league. Last 2 years was with the 49ers. And because you were with them last year, John, it's kind of a perfect question for you. The Kittle injury is bringing up all of the feelings again for 49er fans, where it seems like, and actually the data suggests it doesn't seem like, it's fact. Usually, and almost always, the 49ers are one of the most injured teams in the league. And it's gotten to the point where people are like, it can't just be dumb luck. Like, there's got to be something to it. What do you say? You played there. You played in this system. Is there something to the physicality or something else that makes more 49ers go down than others?
We used to joke that it was the power plant behind the practice fields. I chalk last year up to them being late in the postseason for the last 4 years or whatever it was. We practice hard. Those last 2 training camps were probably the most physical training camps that I've been in. But I think that's why they were so good. Trying to figure out the verbiage, because when you said I've said we now I'm thinking about it like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
No, you can, but you can be you. And by the way, our producers even say if you want to say that you go out there and kick ass, you can. That word passes the test. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, maybe just stay away from the S and the F are the ones that we probably steer clear of, you know?
Right.
Those are my favorites.
I know a couple of go-tos for sure. And John, you talked about working hard in the Shanahan camp and for the Niners and whatnot. How does it compare to other camps? Is it all pretty much the same, or does Shanahan get after you a little bit more than you did at other teams?
I think they have their method and they believe in it and it works. Well, he will definitely take care of you if the team needs it, but he's not getting fooled by people acting like we need a break when he knows we're good to go and we're going to get after it. I really think it's just dumb luck and it sucks. Hopefully this Kittle thing is just the only one, but let's hope for the best.
John, I wonder if you could speak directly to 49er fans. A lot of them listening right now, and this is just among the things that I hear them say a lot. Because Christian pops up on an injury report, this is just an example, and gets 31 touches. You'll hear a lot of people say, my goodness, Kyle Shanahan does not care about the well-being of these players, does not care about their future status and whatnot. He just wants to win that game, and if he's got to blow through the players to do it, he'll do it. How do you respond to a fan who kind of throws that out there?
That's complete bull.
Yeah, look at you. Look at the growth.
Bull ass.
I mean, for example, myself last year before I got surgery and had to be on IR, at the point I was going to be the, backup interior guy, and he was like, I practiced one day full, the next day I took just the team reps, and the third day I was completely off. And that's for a backup lineman. Like, Kyle is definitely looking out for his players. Like, I've never had that much the amount of respect I had in that room, I felt in that place was great. But as an older guy, like, they took care of me like immensely.
And especially now that you're looking at 17 games, and heck, they played 65 or so offensive snaps, and you start to do the math. That's going to be a lot of snaps on the year. How important is it going to be for this offensive line depth to be able to have some of the younger guys be able to fit in at times and still keep the level high?
Yeah, it'll be huge. We lost Banks, we lost J-Mo. I think Barch is going to be a really good player. And then, they still have Zakel on P Squad. They have the Moss. Like, they have depth, and those guys, they'll be ready. Firster is not going to not let them be ready. He's going to beat their butt in the dirt.
John, I wonder, and again, you're in the offensive line room, but how difficult is it for a wide receiver, for example, to just walk in the room and be like, okay, go play. Go play and go produce. Even if they're a veteran, or this week they signed Kendrick Bourne, he's been in the system before. But how hard is that?
Good luck, especially as a receiver. That crap that's so hard. There's so many different tags and stuff for them to know, and our offense it's definitely one of the hardest I've ever been in to learn. Once you get it, it's like, oh shoot, everything makes sense. But that's why I think you got to get them guys that have been in the system before to so they can get in and help. Because I don't know if a guy that's coming off of another team, another system, could really jump in a game that week.
Did you see some of that on the tape against Seattle? Like, I was looking at Marquez Valdez-Scantling running in and trying to get extra directions, and Brian Robinson a little bit of the same. Does that change maybe what they try to do in New Orleans if you have to, play with some guys who maybe don't have the same experience?
Yeah, you can tell during the game. There was a couple of times. I mean, Seattle's such a hard place to play and loud place. There was a couple of mistakes, but that I chalked that up to not being able to hear. And if you're coming in as a new guy, you think you hear one word, but it's actually the other word. Especially like New Orleans, that's a very loud stadium as well, regardless of if they're good or not that year. That's always a loud rocking place. So it'll definitely be on Jake and Brock to make sure everyone gets the communication.
Well, John, obviously that's if Brock is able to play. At this moment, there is a little bit of question on that front. John Feliciano is our guest, 10-year offensive lineman, and was with the Niners the last couple years. And check out his podcast, the Not Our Fault podcast, and the first in-season episode they're expecting to come out. What did you say, tomorrow you think it's going to be ready, John? Thursday. Okay, Thursday it'll be ready. But what is it like for a team? Like, what would you expect if, for instance, they did have to play without Brock? How hard is that for all of the guys when it's a new guy at that position?
Oh, yeah, I think that's why they went and got Mac, a proven guy, a guy that's been around. He played very well with the Jags last year when he was in. So I know Kyle, he ain't going to change much. He ain't going to change anything probably. And I'm sure they did a great job there in camp getting the first team some reps with him so he get used to his voice and his cadence. I think they'll be fun either way.
Any prediction on a Tuesday, John? I don't want to steal the thunder from your podcast coming up in a couple of days, but Niners going to New Orleans. How do you think they're going to do?
I think they'll beat them probably by at least 4.
Okay, by at least 4.
Okay, spread's 4.5, so that's a good.
Is it?
That's what I have. Yeah, the early number.
That was funny.
It's like I just guessed it. I'm joking, I knew it.
Love it.
I'll take the over on Christian's yards. I'll take anytime touchdown from McCaffrey. I mean, I think they're gonna play well.
I love it.
I love it. Yeah.
By the way, John, I know you were saying earlier that you're kind of sweating out the NFL weekend, but you had also mentioned that you are rooting for the Buffalo Bills. I got to get a reaction to that game from Sunday night.
Just Josh being Josh, man. I mean, once they got that fumble, once Ed Oliver calls that fumble, I was like, oh, this is it. Josh is going to do his thing, and they're going to win. And lo and behold, I honestly thought I thought the Ravens before the game. I thought the Ravens was going to end up winning it, just because for some reason the Ravens always beat the Bills in the season, and then lose in the postseason. So I thought it was going to be one of those things, but Josh came out and he wasn't letting that happen.
I know he used to be your teammate and Lamar was not, but if you had to take your pick as an NFL GM to start a franchise right now, which one of those guys are you grabbing?
I'm taking Josh over everybody. I'm sorry, Brocky. I love you. You'll get there, buddy.
P.S. Thanks for the Toyota, but I'm still taking Josh.
Yeah, I drive it almost every day. But man, Josh is 6'5", 240, and he is just probably the best football player I've ever seen.
Wow!
Yeah!
Wow!
High praise.
So I mean, and so that's going back 11 years. And best football player you've ever seen.
I've been watching football a long time.
Wow.
I think he's the best player in almost the history of the game. I mean,
wow.
He's you think if he I don't want to take shots at my guys.
No.
That defense.
Oh.
I mean, how many there's been a lot of times where Josh wins the game at the end and then it just, he can only do so much. But you think back to, man, if the 13 seconds things didn't happen, I believe we easily win the Super Bowl. I think we would have had a home game against the Bengals in the AFC Championship game, and then I believe we would have beat the Rams that year. So that's one Super Bowl. And, the last couple of years.
2 years ago, yeah. Man, you've had some close calls. Some close calls, man.
Yeah. So for him, I think once he, he's probably going to play another 10 years. He gets 4 or 5 Super Bowls in the next 10 years. He'll be the best player ever.
Great stuff. Hey, John, thank you for doing this again, and we're hoping to do a bunch more and talk to you again real soon.
Heck yeah, man! This is fun.
Love it, man. Good luck, John. Good luck with the episode too.
That was close.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yep.
I wanted to so bad.
Next time,
let it fly. We got you.
Exactly. All right, man. There he goes. That's John Feliciano. The Not Our Fault podcast will be out on Thursday. He's a ton of fun. Pay the under. But boy, first sentence, first word was right there. Yep. So I'm like, ooh, the over's looking good. But then he really awareness took over.
The live line jumped to 28.5 curse words.
But then the under won.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
3rd and 5 for the Bills, down by 15. 4:48 to go. 99.1% chance that Baltimore wins.
No, the Ravens messed that up so many different ways.
But Joshy did his thing, and then they messed it up.
I think we should start calling quarterbacks now. Just put a Y on the end of all their names. Joshy and Brocky.
Yep.
And it doesn't work for all of them.
No, Dacky,
Patty. Lamari is not as good.
No.
Joey.
Yep.
That covers half of them.
Maddie, down in L.A.
Of course.
Russie, seeing ghosts.
What about Markey?
What about Markey?
Markey Grandy. It's grades time. It's Grandy's grades time. People are waiting for Grandy's grades. Let's do Grandy's grades.
All right. I'm so excited we're doing this once again this year. For those that were not listening last year, we break this up into 7 different groups, and we give out a grade for each one of those groups. Quarterback, skill positions, offensive line, front 7, secondary, special teams, and then coaching to round it up. We begin, as we always do, with the quarterback. It was just Brock Purdy on Sunday, and I gave him a C+ grade. He got the game-winning drive in, but 2 really bad interceptions. The second one specifically, the game-winning touchdown pass, was questionable at best in my mind. I know the offensive line wasn't great. I know Kittle went down. I know Jawan left. I know all of that. But for the majority of that game, I wasn't that impressed by what Brock did, but he got the job done, a C+.
I actually went to bed with you on the C+, and then I woke up and I've thought about it some more, and I'm going to bump it up to a B-. Yes, far from perfect, and the interceptions happened. But as Dibs said, he was down to start the 4th. He won. He was down with 3.5 minutes to go. He won. And then as we learn all the things that he's dealing with, star players going out, the worst pressure rate for one game in his entire career. You've got the very loud Seattle crowd at the stadium. And, oh, by the way, please score touchdowns because you don't have a kicker. Put all those things together. And now, by the way, he had multiple injuries in the game. No, and I don't really know when they happened. I'm going to bump it up a little bit. Still wasn't great.
Yeah, I got him at a B- also, and the interceptions were both ghastly. The touchdown throw to Tonjes, it counts. It may not have been the way they drew it up, and it certainly wasn't, but if you look at that final drive, he was perfect. He was 5 for 5 on the drive. A couple of the throws he made to Pearsall were elite, so upon reflection, I also bumped it up a little bit to a B- for Purdy.
All right, up next here on Grandy's grades, it's skill positions. This is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. I gave him an A. There were injuries. I'm not blaming any of the guys for that. Kittle leaves and Juwan leaves. All right, but McCaffrey, despite the calf issue, if there was even a calf issue, touched the ball 31 times. Brian Robinson wasn't amazing, but considering that he's a new Niner, looked pretty good. Ricky Pearsall had one of the biggest catches the biggest catch of his career by a mile, and then 2 reserve tight ends who are not known for catching passes. They catch a 4th down pass, and they catch 3 passes, including the game-winning touchdown on the game-winning drive. Nothing to be upset about in the skill position group other than injuries for me, an A.
Yeah, I thought that it was a little bit high because they didn't do anything really that special, and I have them with a B because they were good. And McCaffrey, 31 touches, you mentioned. You only got 3+ yards on the ground, and yeah, you had to go to a lot of your 2s, and you didn't have Kittle or Juwan for a long stretch, but Brian Robinson was fine, and Tonjes made the catches that he needed to make. Overall, I thought that they were good, not great, which is why I gave him a B.
I'm going to go a little bit closer to Grandy's answer and give him an A-. I can't make it an A, I guess largely because, it wasn't overwhelmingly impressive. Plus, you did have all of these patchwork wide receivers running around trying to figure out where to go, and they couldn't even get a target in the game. So there's that. But so much adversity thrown at this group, starting with Christian on Thursday and then going to Kittle's injury, Juwan's injury. Backup tight ends are in there making huge plays, and Christian gets 31 touches. Add all that in together, and I think you got to be impressed. And no major mistakes, no drops, no fumbles, none of that.
Yeah.
So I give him an A-.
All right, we move along to the offensive line. I gave him a C-. I was not impressed. And I know the stat that you've thrown out this week, Willard's the most pressured rate, highest pressured rate of Brock Purdy's career. They clearly were struggling at times, and the run game didn't give you a big run. I was waiting for a McCaffrey to break one for 20 or 25 yards. That did not happen. I think they got enough in the run game, particularly down the stretch, to allow them to stay with that run game. Was not a good game by any stretch of the imagination, but considering Trent was in and out, Pooney went out for a moment as well. C- is what I gave the offensive line.
I'm going to bump it up a little bit there to a C+. I think everything that you say plays, and so that's all very, very fair. The pressure rate was high, but again, I look to where were the major mistakes. Brock gets some credit for this too, but the fact is he was only sacked 1 time. You got to give the offensive line a little something for that. They did, I think, sort of prevent McCaffrey and B-Rob from getting hit behind the line. It wasn't amazing, but I just saw it as obviously pieced together enough for them to do what they needed to do to win the game. So I'll bump it up to a C+.
Yeah, I've got it the highest grade in the group at a B-, and it's because they did enough to possess the ball 38 minutes of time of possession. They didn't have a ton of penalties. The Trent Williams hold, a couple of false starts, which are very forgivable in that environment, and you converted on half of your 3rd downs. And if your kicker and your special teams would have made those 2 field goals, I think the overall number, the overall margin would have looked better. But yeah, the pressure rate wasn't great. Trent Williams got rolled up on early and he was hobbled. But all in all, they did enough to play the Shanahan style. I gave him a B-.
All right, we move to the defensive side of the football. We begin with the front 7. So this is the down linemen and the linebacking core. I give the front 7 an A-. I know it was not a big sack day. The only sack was the Nick Bosa strip sack, if you can really even call that a sack. He gets credit for a sack, but he just pushed Abe Lucas into Sam Darnold, causing the fumble. He also recovered it. But considering what the Seahawks did or didn't do in the run game, and considering that they got the job done in the biggest moment, and man, watching D. Winters all over the place in that game, I thought the front 7 was awesome. An A- for me.
Take the minus away from me, they get an A, and it's because of just what you said, Mark. They dominated the game, and Charbonnet and Walker, 22 carries for 67 yards. That's 3 a tote, and their run game was non-existent. Bosa made 3 or 4 plays that were phenomenal, including shutting down that funky screen on the throwback and the big play, the game ender, where he walks the tackle into the quarterback and recovers it. that's the play you're expecting from your high-paid guy. He made it. I gave him an A.
I'm going to stick with the minus on this one for a couple of reasons. You're not wrong. Nick Bosa was fantastic. I'd like to highlight a little bit more of Fred Warner. I think we get used to this, so we don't say it much. Fred Warner was an absolute star in this football game. And then I agree with your D. Winters take, and there were some other moments, obviously, where things get mixed in. I know it was their first game. I would have loved to see something a little bit more pop off the screen from some of the rookies. Michael Williams and C.J. West who are in there. You also had a lining up in the neutral zone from Huff. Little things like that are why I'm going to stick with A-, but largely very good.
All right, up next is the secondary, cornerbacks, and safeties. I was really eager to see both Upton Stout and Marquise Siegel in regular season action. I gave the secondary a B+. It was not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Upton Stout did get picked on a little bit, specifically by Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's going to happen. He's a rookie. JSN is one hell of a receiver. But when you consider that the Seahawks did not do that much on the ground, it's not as if they were dominating through the air either. It was just JSN, a handful of big plays, and that was about it. I thought Siegel held his own on the back end. Jason Pinnock also making his Niners debut. I don't think I heard his name called once. And you're the safety, that's generally a good thing because you're not getting beat. Lenore had a bad penalty after the whistle in the first half, but he was good on his side of the field. I thought the secondary was good as well, a B+ for me.
I'm a little further down than you. I'll go B. But yes, I like a lot of good things to point to there. Lenore was untouchable. The penalties I could do without, but they literally did not complete a pass on Lenore. He did absolutely nothing wrong. Upton Stout, up and down. It was his first game. If you like PFF, I don't always, but PFF actually said Pinnock did not play very well in this game. But you're right. His name didn't get called. Renardo Green was a little here or there. I think he got a break. He made the play, but he got a break with that ball getting kind of stripped on the connection to the ground from the receiver. That would have been a game-changing play. Cooper Kupp just straight dropped a ball that would have been a very big play. So I felt like there were some holes out there that could have been filled up. I'll give him a B.
I also have a B, and I see the Green play a little differently because he stayed with that. And I thought he might have been called for face guarding, but when the receiver had it, and he had it too, by the time they went to ground, he was able to rip it free. Siegel with the fumble recovery when Sam O jarred it loose, and I thought Upton Stout throughout the course of the second half started to look much, much better. And yeah, that 4th and goal, he got PI on him, and that was a terrible, easy call PI, but guy's making his debut. He was in a very tough spot. I liked it. I gave him a B.
Yeah, some of this obviously is expectation-based, and you expect JSN and maybe even Cooper Kupp at times to be able to beat Upton Stout, so I agree with you guys there. Up next is our favorite category, special teams. Woo! I basically just gave this an F every week last year, and I'm sticking to it week 1 of 2025. 2 missed kicks. You had penalties on punts where guys are running out of bounds. You have Jake Moody not kicking the ball into the end zone for a touchback, giving the ball back to the 35-yard line. It felt like 2024 again, and until further notice. By the way, we have had further notice now, but when I gave these grades out on Sunday, until further notice, special teams gets an F. That's what I gave them.
I gave him a D- because of a couple specific plays, and you're right about the Moody, and I was just rewatching the blocked field goal, and Seattle just overwhelmed that left side, and one guy pushes and the other guy jumps over, which is legal when you line up on the line of scrimmage. I had to check the rule just to be sure, but the one thing that bumps it up from an F, Sky Moore, the final kick return, he was able to get it out to the 32-yard line from, he got it at the 10, he didn't bobble it, he caught it, and he actually ran with it and got him out to the 32, and that turned out to be a big play. A D-. I'm a softie.
All right, I'm going to give special teams a B.
What?
Here's why I'm going to give him a B. Just listen close.
How high are you?
I'm going to give him a B. You guys brought up a lot of really good kind of finer points of some of the awful things that happened, and not all of them are Jake Moody's fault. You had a brand new special teams coach, and I really, really wanted this to look a lot better, and I can tell that they do too. This coaching staff are thinking they're ticked off on that sideline, and they want this to look better. And today, they took freaking steps to make it better, so they get a B for bye-bye. Okay? Bye-bye to the kicker. Let's get a new kicker. You get a B for bye-bye.
And welcome Eddie Pinheiro, the new kicker, who we'll see debut on Sunday.
Eddie, so give him a D.
I'll give him a D because he's Eddie De Niro.
Well, a D would be better than an F.
Yes, it would.
We'll see.
Would be. And, I mean, their first punt was a 25-yard net, and then the next punt, 55-yard net. So a little bit better the second time they had to punt.
And then the last category, coaching. I have a hard time splitting some of the special team stuff from the coaching category. I gave coaching a C. Maybe I should split this up in the future to multiple different categories because Robert Saleh defensively, I mean, he gets an A+. He was absolutely amazing. But kind of what you're talking about, Willard, going into this season with Jake Moody as your kicker, that's unforgivable for me. That's a big part of this grade. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I did not understand Kyle Shanahan at the end of the first half just getting into ultra-conservative mode, trying to kill clock instead of trying to score a touchdown. And Ricky Pearsall kind of disappeared from the middle half of this game. I wanted Kyle Shanahan to scheme up more throws to Ricky Pearsall because he was getting open pretty often, it felt like to me. So kind of a difference there between Saleh and then Shanahan and even Brant Boyer on special teams. So I kind of evened it out and gave coaching as a whole a C.
Okay, I'm going to give it a B, and it is tough because there's so many different aspects to go to. But again, I'll point to an overwhelming amount of adversity that this team faced. But I'm with you. You showed up to this game with Jake Moody on the plane, and that was already a very, very large mistake, and they're very lucky that it didn't bite them. But I'm also mindful of, the adversity that the offensive side faced, and then on defense, Robert Saleh's coaching a bunch of new people. This is just whether some of them are rookies and some of them aren't, but it's a bunch of new people. And my hope was that they would not keep it very vanilla and that he would be able to really stunt and put some people in different positions, and that would give some confusion to Seattle, and that's exactly what happened. And he kept both the pass and the run down, and so he gets an overwhelming A, and that just pulls, rising tide there for everybody. All things considered, and the adversity with the injuries on the offensive side, I think a B is fair.
I got him as an A-. I thought it was a Shanahan masterclass. When you lose George Kittle, your game plan goes out the window. The opening drive, the script, 14 plays, touchdown. Shanahan, another great script and another great game plan. And when you lose Kittle, you got to pivot, and then you lose Jennings, and you got to pivot again. The fact that he was able to go with 2 tight ends and 2 running backs a lot and still not be so predictable, he was able to run out of that, pass out of that. I am kind of with you, Grandy, on the end of the half, and just looking through the notes, if they could have converted, they had first and goal at the 6, and CMC loses 3, 2 incompletes, and then you kick the field goal, which is, of course, no good, and now Jake is gone. I didn't think that it was totally botched, the end of the half. They were a little conservative, but they still got down to the 6 with timeouts and opportunities.
Yeah, it's just one of my sticking points with Shanahan. Yep. He tends to do that at end of halves. Yep. He seems to maybe value the idea of doubling up, even if it means he's maybe lowering the possibility of actually scoring a touchdown the first time.
Right. And didn't correct me if I'm wrong. Niners got the ball to start the second half?
Yes.
Yeah, so
but they ended up leaving enough time on the clock for the Seahawks to ultimately get a field goal before the half ended anyway.
Right, and then they did get the ball there to start the second half, drove all the way down the field, and then drove like their ears flew off of their head. They were so angry with what happened next.
Well, first, that was the possession. They threw the pick, and then they got it back 3 and out for Seattle.
Then the blocked field goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's Grandy's grades.
All right, good stuff, Grandy.
I love it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Their second half possessions were pick, blocked field goal, pick, game-winning touchdown. So
and extra point, good.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Jake. We'll always have that.
Yeah, we will.
That PAT. He was really good at PATs too.
So good,
like really good,
dominant,
like fantastic, like wonderful. He only missed a couple in his career. 2.
We're sponsored by Moderna.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia, they're in the bottom of the 7th. The Phillies lead the Mets 4-1.
Oh, the Mets hit the ball?
They did. Someone hit it over the fence.
Okay.
But just once.
because I know that they had struck out almost every time through 4 innings.
Yeah, here, let me see how many
They struck out 10 through the first 12 outs.
The Mets have struck out 13 times through 7 innings.
Yeah, man.
13 strikeouts through 7 innings. Suarez threw 6 one-hit innings and struck out 12. And then Robertson came in and gave up a home run. But they're in the bottom of the 7th, and the Phillies lead the Mets 4-1.
So if this score holds, by the time you get down to Oracle Park, the Giants will be 2.5 back.
2.5.
3.5 if you account for the tiebreaker. But just on the pure standings look of it, those guys will take the field knowing that with a win, they'll be 2 back of the card.
That is potentially correct. We are 6 outs away from that being true.
And it's, Mets have a much tougher schedule the rest of the way. They've got the Padres and the Cubs still remaining. Giants have the Dodgers twice. 7 of their remaining 18 games. And also the Mets have Texas, and Texas is only a game and a half out in the card, so they're still going to be trying.
And if you get to the last weekend, the Giants get the Rockies here.
When they have the Miami on the road, the Mets do. So
yeah, okay.
I mean, it's not. Yeah.
All right.
But before that, they go to Chicago to take on the Cubs.
Oh.
And the Giants have St. Louis at home.
Okay.
And St. Louis may or may not still be trying.
Maybe.
At that point.
Yeah, maybe at that point. All right. Not done yet. It's Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. I hear you, Dibs. That means that Signature Select Chicken Split Breast, Thighs, Drumsticks, Value Pack, or Foster Farms Fresh and Natural Whole Chicken, buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Everybody's now letting on the joke, and we need some side dishes.
How about fruits? Fresh cut fruits, veggies, dips, salsas, parfaits, or trays. Buy 2, get 1 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 3. Or Progresso soup, 18 to 19 ounce size cans, selected varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free of equal or lesser value when you buy 4. There's no sound for soup, Mark.
No, there isn't, but I do love a Progresso app. Just download the weekly deals to your account, and they automatically deduct at checkout. How cool is that? We'll see you in the aisles.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Here they come. The Golden State Valkyries.
3 in the air. It's good.
Bay Area's WNBA team having a breakout rookie season that's making sports history. The Golden State Valkyries face the Seattle Storm. Coverage starts tonight at 6:30, live on KPIX+.
In trivia, it's not just what you know, but where it goes. Is the ghost hotter than the Tabasco? Is the polar bear tail shorter than the giraffe? I definitely know this one. Put your answers in the right order. I'm going to put that after.
Before.
Between. I am so torn. And you could win more than $15,000. We must win. Think fast. Play smart. Make the perfect line.
A new game show with Deborah Norville, tonight at 10 on KPIX+.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstart jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
You got to be happy about something in there, don't you, Dylan?
No.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
Schwarbomb.
Is that like a Jaeger bomb? Is that a drink?
No, it's a Kyle Schwarbomb.
Oh, and that is a curtain call.
Yeah, that's number.
Schwarby.
That's 50.
50?
He's got one home run for every year of my life.
50.
Kyle Schwarber has just.
Not 6, not 7.
He's just given the Phillies a 7-1 lead.
7 runs
on the Mets in the 7th inning. The Phillies are seemingly on their way to potentially allowing the Giants an opportunity to get to within 2 games of the wild card lead at Oracle Park in an hour.
It's pretty awesome.
Dude,
and
it's crazy.
Schwarber with 50.
Schwarbs.
And he's got a 47 and a 46 on his ledger as well.
Yeah, he hits a lot of home runs.
I'll have to check his Hall of Fame plaudits, but I mean, he's not there yet, but you get to 400 home runs these days, then you got a chance to be enshrined.
Tomorrow at 7, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 p.m. tomorrow. For more information, visit imlistening.org. Eddie Pinheiro is your new kicker for the San Francisco 49ers. He is the 3rd most accurate kicker in the history of the NFL. So what we need is a deep dive tonight to find out why the hell is he not on a team. You're 29 years old. You're the 3rd most accurate kicker in the history of the league. what the hell are you doing sitting there on a couch?
It's because he's not good at what chicks tend to dig. The long ball.
I don't know that that's true.
Just looking at his numbers, yeah, he hasn't had a lot of attempts from 50 and beyond, and he doesn't have a great percentage at that distance.
What is league average north of 50 yards?
Well, just this year, I think it's either 11 for 14 through 1 week or 14 for 17. I was looking at that earlier. So,
yeah. And isn't he 11 for 14?
From that distance for his career?
I think so.
I'll have to check. I got him as fourth most accurate kicker ever, but it's neither here nor there.
Twitter just said third, but
it's funny because Chris Boswell, according to Football Reference, Boswell's at 88.10, Pinero's at 88.095. So we're just now we're getting into real nitpicks.
We're splitting hairs, but right now, Twitter's got him as only behind Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker. But 50 plus in his career, he's 11 for 14. That's certainly not like, oh God, we can't let him try those. You know what I mean? Like,
right?
That's far from terrible. Is it sparkly? I don't know. Like 11 for 14, not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
I mean, 14 attempts in 70 games. That tells me that he's not been given a lot of those opportunities. Maybe it's because he doesn't have that big leg.
Well, I mean, the last 3 years he played for the Carolina Panthers, and they didn't score points. So you have to cross the 50-yard line with the football in order to attempt a field goal.
I get that.
So I don't know, to what level that had something to do with it. But, yeah, it's quite odd. Like, he played all but 2 games for the Panthers over the last 3 years, and his field goal attempts were the last 2 years, under 30 attempts, which is low for a full season.
Yeah.
But they didn't drive the ball. They didn't, get first downs and stuff.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the past years here in Niner land, they've had some of those years, too, where they attempt fewer than 30 field goals in an entire season. It just happens depending on what kind of team you have. And, there have been 14 50-yarders made this weekend, and there were, 17 attempts. So that's basically what you're looking at.
Stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And then the other thing that we're really trying to explore today, and I think it's interesting, some of the listeners on YouTube, I hear you. I get it. If it, like, the Niners are the most injured team every year. It sounds ridiculous at this point to just be like, well, just dumb luck. But then again, I don't know how you're supposed to combat. Like, Cam Inman has been around the Niners forever, but also Cam Inman's a reporter. Then we had 2 offensive linemen come on this show who have played for Kyle Shanahan. By the way, I did not prep them. I didn't know what their answer was going to be. Maybe they were both going to be like, yeah, dude, that guy Kyle runs you into the ground in August, that jerk. I had no idea.
John wouldn't if he's trying to, still be and maybe get a job there.
Sure, but I mean, you could tell the sincerity of what he was saying, and it went well beyond the injury issue. These are people who have played for Kyle.
His answer, though, about, does he work you harder than other teams? He was kind of saying, he's not going to just let you off the hook.
He said that the camp the last 2 years was probably the 2 hardest of his career.
Right.
But he then added the thing that I think is the important thing here, where Kyle may tell you, yes, we might lose an extra player or 2. But I also think that in the long run, that helps you play better football. And I think he's got some evidence. He's got some evidence there, too.
Yep, he's got evidence. So, and, 2 things can be equally true. You've got a lot of injuries, but you also have a lot of seasons where you play deep and you do really well. And I think he was the one who said it. It might have been Ephraim who said, when you're playing that deep in the season, that can lead to injuries the next year because you end up playing 20 or 21 games as opposed to just, 16 or 17.
He said he wrote off last year because of the prior year.
That was Ephraim, right?
Yeah, no, that was John.
Okay.
That was John. He's like, I wrote off last year because of what we all did